On the 7th Frontier Fortress at the Misty Border number 233, a middle-aged teacher was telling students about humanity's greatest disaster. In the mid-21st century, 2,000 years ago, the first white mist descended on South Africa. The joint exploration team lost contact after half a month, and within the next 6 months, mental illness cases in South Africa increased 20-fold. Patients claimed to see indescribable monsters in their dreams, and the severely affected not only underwent physical mutations, but also had their ethical beliefs completely distorted. The second mist appeared in the center of the Pacific Ocean, and scientists discovered that the special magnetic field within the mist directly affected the human mind. Sapporo became the first city to be consumed, with a third of its population losing their sanity and a fifth suffering physical distortion within just 5 hours. 10 hours later, the city lost contact, and all the escaped residents died within 5 days. No normal person can survive in the mist. The teacher hadn't finished speaking when a student, trembling, pointed into the distance. In the white mist, a figure was stumbling. Anyone who can survive in the mist is either not normal or not human. When Lu Ning emerged from the mist, he was greeted by a maddening sight. A tentacled sun pulsating like a beating heart, massive twisted shadows drifting across the sky, and wailing cries for help emanating from the ground. Yet all of this seemed ordinary compared to the more insane scenes he had experienced within the mist. From initial fear to madness and finally to complete numbness, he just wanted to go home. However, as soon as he shouted, "I'm finally back," he collapsed from extreme exhaustion. In the Mist Affairs Bureau of Base City number 116, Lu Ning was heavily restrained on a hospital bed. Lin Xiao held a test report, looking conflicted. Name unknown, race human. Both physical and mental strength are that of an ordinary person, but mental contamination level is 0. This is absolutely wrong. Li Mu exclaimed sharply. We've tested 24 times. Even infants would be contaminated, let alone someone who walked out of the mist. He must be a servant of the evil god in disguise. Colin adjusted his glasses. Even servants of the evil god have never shown 0 contamination before. Maybe from him, we can find a way to eliminate mental contamination. As the three argued, a faint voice came from the bed. Water. Although Lu Ning's voice was weak, it was clear enough for the three to hear. Water. That single word left Lin Xiao, Colin, and Li Mu momentarily stunned, exchanging a meaningful glance. He said he wants water? Colin adjusted his glasses, a hint of puzzlement in his voice. Lin Xiao chuckled softly, waving the report in his hand. It aligns with the report showing extreme malnutrition. He does need hydration and energy. It also fits the ordinary person narrative, Li Mu added coldly, a faint, mocking smile playing on her lips. Colin deftly pulled out a 3-meter-long plastic tube, submerging one end in a water bottle. With a flick of his wrist, the once flexible tube became rigid. Standing 3 meters away, he carefully guided the other end into Lu Ning's mouth. Then with a slight movement of his fingers, the water defied gravity, slowly flowing through the tube into Lu Ning's mouth. For Lu Ning, this was a long-lost sensation. During his endless journey through the fog, he had never felt hunger or thirst, and his sense of existence had blurred. Now, the dryness in his mouth was a joyful confirmation of life. The cold water slipped into his mouth, and Lu Ning swallowed greedily. As his consciousness sharpened, he arduously opened his eyes to the blinding glare of fluorescent lights and a gray-black metal ceiling. Turning his head, 3 figures came into view. A middle-aged man with a beard and a scar on his left cheek, a blonde foreign youth with glasses, and an attractive black-haired woman. Seeing real humans, Lu Ning's smile widened into a near-maniacal laugh. Ha ha, humans. I finally see humans. I've really come back. His reaction put the trio on high alert. Lin Xiao's right hand twisted into a pale bone blade. Colin's thought summoned several steel needles to hover defensively, and a strange white glowing eye appeared as a crack on Li Mu's forehead. Lu Ning's smile froze, and he looked at them, puzzled. Are you humans? Lin Xiao took a leisurely drag on his cigarette, squinting as he retorted. I should be the one asking you that. Tell me, what exactly are you? Of course I'm human, Lu Ning replied, scrutinizing their unusual abilities with curiosity. But as far as I know, humans don't have hands that turn into blades, telekinetic powers, or eyes on their foreheads, huh? Lu Ning stared directly at Li Mu. In his vision, a swirling mass of white mist enveloped her, filled with countless eyes. It was as if her body was not made of flesh but entirely composed of these eerie eyes, which constantly darted around, observing their surroundings. Suddenly, they seemed to sense Lu Ning's gaze and turned to him, casting a cold, unfeeling look. For a moment, Lu Ning locked eyes with them and tilted his head slightly. What are you looking at? No sooner had he spoken than the white mist within Li Mu erupted violently, with all the eyes flashing with a fierce, twisted light. Her face turned pale, and she bent over, retching violently. Mu Mu. Lin Xiao was about to rush forward when he saw a slit open on the back of Li Mu's exposed hand, and an eye slowly opened. His pupils contracted, and he instinctively pulled Colin away. A beam of white light shot out from the eye, grazing where Colin had been standing. Following this, a barrage of white light burst from beneath Li Mu's coat, resembling a deadly laser grid. A mutation? Colin exclaimed, leaping into the air to dodge the lasers. Lin Zhao's body swelled rapidly beneath his coat, moving like a blur through the barrage of light. Mu, control yourself. Lin Zhao shouted angrily. Li Mu let out a beast-like growl, coughing up eyeballs from her delicate lips. Once on the ground, these eyeballs spun wildly, emitting more white lasers and turning the room into a death trap. Lu Ning stood frozen, watching the chaos unfold. Li Mu's coat was riddled with holes, each housing a cold, staring eye. Just as he thought, is this really a human? A white beam pierced through his skull. Colin, in his attempt to evade, was struck in the arm by a laser, letting out a muffled groan. Seeing this, Lin Zhao hesitated no longer. He roared, swelling once more until his loose coat stretched taut like iron. When struck by the light, it melted away, revealing the dark red muscle beneath. He stomped the ground with force, appearing instantly before Li Mu. His fist, now twice its original size, slammed into her abdomen. With a booming sound, Li Mu was sent flying several meters, crashing into a metal wall before collapsing unconscious on the floor. As Li Mu lost consciousness, the eyes on her body closed, reverting back to smooth, white skin. The eyeballs on the ground quickly decayed into clumps of rotten flesh. Colin used a plastic hose to bind Li Mu, then sank to the floor in exhaustion. Lin Zhao returned to his normal state, his tattered coat revealing a worried expression. Are you okay? Colin glanced at his bloody arm. Just a scratch. He looked at the unconscious Li Mu, incredulous. How did this happen? Mu's mental contamination level was at the warning line, but it shouldn't have caused a mutation. Lin Zhao pondered. That person was staring at Mu before, and he said something, right? He asked Mu, what are you looking at? Hey, you. Colin turned to Lu Ning, but his words trailed off. Lu Ning lay on the hospital bed, his body riddled with bloody holes, his clothes and sheets soaked in blood. His eyes, wide open and devoid of life, stared unseeingly at the ceiling. What the hell? He's dead, Colin exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before him. Lin Zhao frowned, his expression heavy. It's a pity. He was the only individual with a mental pollution level of 0, and he might have helped us find a way to eliminate mental pollution. Colin looked down, frustrated. There were too many eyeballs earlier. I couldn't keep track. It's not your fault. Mu's condition deteriorated too suddenly. Lin Zhao reassured him softly, then shifted the topic. But I've been pondering the meaning of his last words. It seems Mu's breakdown might be unrelated to him. Lin Zhao turned to the unconscious Li Mu. Let's get someone to restrain Mu. Hopefully, we can stabilize the mental pollution. Before he could finish, both fell silent, aware of the dire consequences if the situation worsened. Just then, a faint sound came from behind them. Lin Zhao and Colin froze, their bodies tense, as they slowly turned around. What they saw was astonishing. Lu Ning's wounds were healing at an incredible rate. Even the gruesome injury through his skull was disappearing rapidly. His eyes regained clarity as he surveyed the room, finally resting on Li Mu on the floor. He then looked at the motionless Lin Zhao and Colin, puzzled, and asked, can humans really grow that many eyeballs? In the dead silence, Lin Zhao's body tensed again, while sharp steel needles appeared around Colin. Despite Lu Ning being restrained by metal chains, Lin Zhao dared not look away, his voice hoarse. What exactly are you? I'm human. Lu Ning blinked and replied calmly. Bullshit. The usually composed Colin suddenly exploded in rage, his face flushed. If you're human, how could you come back to life after dying? His emotions ran high, causing objects, including the hospital bed, to float around him. Seeing this, Lin Zhao quickly held Colin's shoulder. Calm down. Colin took several deep breaths, and the items gradually settled back in place. You were definitely dead just now. How did you come back to life? Lin Zhao pressed with a deep voice. Lu Ning thought seriously for a moment. I figured I could still be saved, so I saved myself. The air froze again. Lin Zhao and Colin's faces twitched simultaneously. Huh? Colin uttered in confusion. Lu Ning repeated. I thought I could still be saved, so I saved myself. Lin Zhao could no longer hold back and punched the metal wall, leaving a deep dent. Stop playing dumb. What dead person can save themselves? And you claim to be human. Can't humans do that? Of course not. How could a normal person save themselves? Lin Zhao shouted in anger. Lu Ning frowned, confusion evident in his gaze. Since you can alter your body structure, use telekinesis, and even grow so many eyeballs, why can't I save myself? This straightforward question left Lin Zhao and Colin momentarily speechless, exchanging glances in silence. After a brief pause, Lu Ning's long-numb mind began to work, and he squinted his eyes suddenly. Isn't this a double standard? Lin Zhao and Colin's faces flushed red instantly. Lin Zhao took several deep breaths, muttering under his breath, stay calm, stay calm. Anger is your worst enemy. He gave Lu Ning a long look, then turned to Colin. Get someone to take care of Momo. I'm taking him to see the director. Soon, several teams of fully armed soldiers filed in, clad in silvery gray metal protective suits and holding weapons. As soon as they entered, their guns were pointed at the unconscious Li Mu on the ground and Lu Ning on the hospital bed. Lu Ning observed these well-equipped soldiers with interest. Are you some kind of secret organization? Like in the movies? By the way, where exactly is this place? The soldiers remained as still as statues, while Colin and Lin Xiao ignored his questions completely. Colin, I'll leave Mumu to you, Lin Xiao said, his tone suddenly turning icy. I'm taking this creature to see the director. I'm human, Lu Ning immediately retorted. Colin gave Lu Ning a cautious glance and lowered his voice. Captain Lin, be careful. This creature is not simple. Mumu's sudden illness might be related to him. I'm human, a normal human. Lu Ning continued to protest. I understand. I'll keep an eye on this creature, Lin Xiao said solemnly. If Mumu's condition worsens, you know what to do. I'm human. Lu Ning's voice carried a hint of exasperation. Colin nodded. Understood, Captain Lin. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Mu, who was lying on the floor, began to float in midair. Colin, along with Li Mu and 6 soldiers, exited the room, leaving Lu Ning, Lin Xiao, and 18 other soldiers behind. Lin Xiao's body swelled again as he took a deep breath, glaring at Lu Ning. Get up. I'm tied up with these iron plates, Lu Ning said, shifting slightly. Can a normal person break free from such thick iron plates? Lin Xiao's eye twitched as he pressed a button beside the bed. Once the restraints were released, Lu Ning struggled to get up, holding onto the edge of the bed, and suddenly burst into a fit of maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, so tired. So much pain. It's great, just great. His laughter put the soldiers on high alert, their guns all aimed at his head. Even Lin Xiao was tense. After laughing enough, Lu Ning looked at Lin Xiao in confusion. Why are you all looking at me like that? Now, come with me, Lin Xiao said, his hand transforming into a bone blade, pointing at Lu Ning. You walk ahead, I'll guide you. All right. Lu Ning took a step forward but then stopped. Oh, by the way, I'm a bit hungry. Can I have something to eat? Lin Xiao's face grew increasingly red. Preferably braised pork. Lu Ning's eyes lit up. I haven't had it in ages. Move it, Lin Xiao growled through gritted teeth. In another metal room, Lin Xiao firmly escorted Lu Ning as he pushed open the heavy iron door. 3 squads of soldiers stood ready, stationed at the entrance. The room was dimly lit, filled with the cold scent of metal, and furnished with only a long table. Seated at the center of the table was an elderly man in a black uniform. His hair was gray and neatly trimmed, his face etched with the wrinkles of time, and his eyes were deep and commanding, exuding an undeniable authority. On either side of the table were 2 men. To the left sat a red-haired young man, his eyes glinting with a fiery light. He lounged carelessly in his chair, playing with a flickering flame between his fingers, which danced like a lively sprite. The man on the right appeared unremarkable, dressed in simple middle-aged attire, sitting upright with a serious and meticulous demeanor. As Lin Xiao and Lu Ning entered, all 3 men simultaneously looked up at them, their gaze collectively focusing on Lu Ning. Lin Xiao pointed to an empty chair and said coldly, "Sit here." Lu Ning sat down silently, with Lin Xiao standing behind him, eye sharp and ready to react to any violent outburst. Lu Ning's gaze involuntarily fell on the flame, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. The red-haired youth, noticing his interest, shifted uncomfortably, let out a cold snort, and the flame in his hand was extinguished. Lu Ning looked away, somewhat disappointed, and lapsed into silence. He was accustomed to such long, dull moments. His heart numbed, and even his thoughts had grown weak, eventually giving up the habit of seeking answers. Silence enveloped the room. The 3 men exchanged glances as Lu Ning suddenly seemed lost in thought. The tension held for a moment before Wang Anming broke the silence. His voice was deep and authoritative. Hello, I am Wang Anming, the director of the Mist Affairs Bureau of Base City 116. How should we address you? Lu Ning snapped back to reality, his gaze somewhat vacant as he responded. My name is Lu Ning. Mr. Lu Ning. Wang Anming studied him, raising an eyebrow slightly. Which base city are you from? There is no record of you in Base City 116. Lu Ning hesitated, then asked with some confusion. Your organization is quite strange. Why do you call it a base city? And what's with the numbering? Isn't this like something out of a sci-fi movie? Wang Anming and Lin Xiao both frowned, while the red-haired youth clicked his tongue and sneered. Base cities are called that for a reason. You're a suspect right now, not in a position to ask questions. Your job is to answer ours. Lu Ning replied softly. Oh. Then he added nonchalantly. I'm from Hangzhou City, the capital of Zhejiang Province. According to your terms, it's Zhejiang Province Base City 1. This statement left the others exchanging puzzled glances, their frowns deepening. The red-haired youth slammed the table in frustration and stood up abruptly. He leaned forward, trying to intimidate Lu Ning, and said coldly, Stop playing games with us. We've seen plenty of suspects like you. What's Hangzhou City? What's a province? Did you make that up? Unlike the red-haired youth's escalating agitation, Wang Anming remained calm, though his eyes held a peculiar light as he slowly spoke. To my knowledge, Hangzhou City in Zhejiang Province was a civilized city 2,000 years ago. With the establishment of the Earth Federation, human settlements became base cities, no longer using pre-mist era city names. He paused, his eyes fixed intently on Lu Ning as if gauging his reaction. Mr. Lu Ning, is Hangzhou City really your ancestral home? However, Lu Ning still did not respond to his question, his face showing a hint of confusion, as though not fully grasping the meaning of Wang Anming's words. The red-haired youth was about to press further when Wang Anming gently tapped his hand, signaling him to remain quiet. Mr. Lu Ning? Wang Anming spoke again, his tone gentle, yet carrying an unmistakable significance. Lu Ning suddenly snapped back to attention, a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes as if he had just realized something, his breathing becoming rapid. His body trembled as he pressed his hands heavily on the metal table, his eyes fixed intently on Wang Anming. What did you say? 2,000 years ago. What year is it now? His voice was hoarse, strained with emotion. Wang Anming frowned slightly and replied calmly. It's Mist Calendar 2014. Mist Calendar? Lu Ning's pupils contracted sharply. What is the Mist Calendar? His voice was low and trembling, like a beast on the verge of losing control. The atmosphere in the room instantly tightened. A red-haired young man and a middle-aged man nearby watched Lu Ning warily, ready to act at any moment. Yet Wang Anming remained composed, explaining in a steady voice. After the mist descended, the Human Federation was established before the collapse of order, marking the year of the mist's arrival as the beginning of a new calendar. Bang! Lu Ning's fist slammed onto the table, blood seeping through his fingers. Impossible. You're lying to me. In an instant, the three others in the room went on high alert. The red-haired young man conjured a fireball the size of a soccer ball in his palm. Lin Zhao's body swelled like a small giant, his arms transforming into sharp blades, and the expressionless middle-aged man's body began to shimmer with a metallic sheen. But Lu Ning seemed oblivious to the surrounding threat, bloodshot eyes fixed in thought. If this was true, had he spent over 2,000 years in the mist? Where were his family and parents now? Just then, the white mist in the global mist zones inexplicably paused for a moment, so briefly that even the border fortresses failed to notice, yet it indeed occurred. Mr. Lu Ning, Wang Anming said in as gentle a tone as possible. Don't be agitated, we can talk this through. I need to go out and see. Lu Ning suddenly turned to Wang Anming. Of course, Wang Anming smiled. But given your unique circumstances, we need to ensure your safety first. We hope you can cooperate with us. Under the gaze of the three, Lu Ning took a deep breath and slowly sat back down. The others subtly relaxed, as Lu Ning's mysterious origins posed unpredictable risks if he lost control or mutated. Wang Anming continued. We found you at Mist Border 233. Witnesses said you fainted after emerging from the mist. Do you remember? Lu Ning's emotions seemed to calm a bit, his expression turning somewhat vacant. I remember. So, you did walk out of the mist? Yes. Impossible. The red-haired young man slammed the table. How could an ordinary person walk out of the mist without mental contamination, let alone deal with the creatures inside? Lu Ning looked at him, puzzled. Creatures? There are creatures in the mist. I walked for a long time and saw nothing. The group held their breath, staring intently at Lu Ning, searching for any hint of deceit, but found none. Then, Wang Anming broke the silence. How did you enter the mist? How long were you inside? Me? I was just walking along the road when everything around me suddenly turned into mist. As for the time, Lu Ning paused. Gregorian calendar, 2025. If you're not lying, that was over 2,000 years ago. Wang Anming and the others exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. At that moment, Wang Anming's breathing became noticeably rapid. He took a deep breath to calm himself, eyes fixed on the young man across from him. We've reviewed the reports. You seem to be just an ordinary person? Lu Ning's eyes lit up as if he'd found a kindred spirit, nodding vigorously. Yes, I'm just an ordinary person. This guy insists on calling me a monster, he said, shooting Lin Xiao a glare. Lin Xiao clenched his fists, veins faintly visible on his forehead. Wang Anming's lips curled into a subtle, meaningful smile. Heh, so, can an ordinary person live for over 2,000 years? How did you survive so long in the mist? So, I've thought of a possibility, Lu Ning suddenly said seriously. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly grew tense. Wang Anming unconsciously sat up straighter, and the other three held their breath. Lu Ning glanced around, a hint of pity in his eyes. Actually, it's you who have gone mad. It hasn't been over 2,000 years at all. Could this be a mental hospital? Are those soldiers patients too? Are you all playing some kind of role play? The air seemed to freeze. The expressions of the four shifted from serious to strange, and Wang Anming's eye twitched slightly. That possibility is zero. Then I don't know. Lu Ning shrugged, leaning back in his chair. Wang Anming frowned. Then why did you wander in the mist for over 2,000 years without finding a way out? And suddenly you did. Because I saw something different in the mist, Lu Ning replied. A light spot. A light spot. Yes, a golden one. Lu Ning gestured, sometimes round, sometimes flat. I got curious and approached it, and ended up seeing the solar system inside. The solar system? The red-haired young man slammed the table. Do you think we are that gullible? The other three also looked skeptical. Wang Anming gestured for the red-haired young man to sit down, then continued to question. And then? Lu Ning looked puzzled. I found the solar system a bit strange, with the sun having many long. Before he could finish, a bizarre scene unfolded. Lu Ning's body suddenly began to tear apart, as if an invisible force was dismembering him. Blood splattered, staining the long table and everyone present. His limbs were scattered across the floor. Wang Anming and the others were stunned, still reeling from the shock, when their own bodies began to mutate. The red-haired young man's right hand turned into dripping lava. Wang Anming's eyes were consumed by darkness. The expressionless middle-aged man's legs transformed into metal and fused with the chair, and Lin Zhao's trench coat split open at the back as two grotesque muscular tentacles emerged, flailing wildly. The four let out agonized groans, their faces contorting and deforming. Wang Anming suddenly slapped the white jade token on his chest, and a cold white light instantly enveloped the four of them. Under this light, the strange mutated state on their bodies gradually faded, and they eventually returned to normal. The four gasped heavily, their faces filled with terror. What was that just now? The red-haired young man demanded, his voice trembling with fear as he stared at Lu Ning's shattered corpse. Wang Anming's aged face was filled with lingering fear as he slowly shook his head. I don't know. It seems like some powerful force tore Lu Ning apart, and the energy that leaked out almost caused us to mutate. The usually expressionless middle-aged man now looked terrified. It's terrifying. What kind of power is this? It's unbelievably frightening. The four fell into a brief silence. Wang Anming looked at the scattered remains on the ground and frowned. Lin Xiao, you mentioned before that Lu Ning could revive. Can he still come back in this state? Lin Xiao stared blankly at the limbs, eyes, and ears scattered on the ground and shook his head. I don't know. Before, his body was still mostly intact, just with some wounds. But now, revive from this? That's not a human. That's a monster. How can the red-haired young man's words were abruptly cut off? The four watched in awe as the wounds on the remains began to sprout wriggling flesh buds, and the broken body slowly reassembled. When the last eyeball returned to its socket, Lu Ning's body twitched slightly, and then he opened his eyes. His face was as pale as paper, and he looked noticeably thinner. Lu Ning struggled to get up and settled back into his chair. His stomach growled loudly, and he clutched his abdomen, looking at the stunned group. I'm so hungry. Is there anything to eat? I'd like some braised pork. Seeing no response, he added, if there's no braised pork, spicy strips will do. But not too many additives. I can still endure hunger. Only then did Wang Anming and the others snap out of it, their eyes filled with caution. Wang Anming took a deep breath, his voice slightly trembling. Of course, there's food. Lin Xiao, go arrange it. What kind of monster are you? Your body was in pieces, and you still revived? The red-haired young man exclaimed. Lu Ning frowned in dissatisfaction. I'm human, a normal human. If you can play with fire, why can't I revive? How is that the same? The red-haired young man shouted. Yin Feng. Enough. Wang Anming sternly interrupted. Once Yin Feng quieted down, Wang Anming regained his composure and smiled. While we're waiting for the food, let's continue our conversation. You mentioned seeing. He hesitated momentarily. You saw the solar system, and then what? Lu Ning calmly replied. Then I tore open the light spot, made a path, and walked out. After that, I emerged from the fog. He spoke as if describing the most ordinary event. The four exchanged glances. Even the usually composed Wang Anming looked puzzled. Lin Zhao's mouth twitched. Lu Ning, are you serious? Of course I'm serious. Lu Ning nodded. Lunatic, Yin Feng muttered under his breath. I'm not crazy, Lu Ning insisted urgently, gesturing animatedly in the air. Yin Feng merely rolled his eyes with indifference, unwilling to dignify the comment with a response. Wang Anming leaned forward slightly, a knowing smile playing on his lips. So, Mr. Lu Ning, you claim to be a human from over 2,000 years ago? Back when there was no mist? Lu Ning nodded repeatedly, sincerity gleaming in his eyes. Yes, exactly. I was walking along the road when I suddenly entered the mist. I stayed there for over 2,000 years until I saw a speck that could observe the solar system. And then, Wang Anming's tone grew more complex. You tore open that speck, which was only the size of a fist, and walked out of the mist? Exactly. You completely understand me. Lu Ning beamed with joy, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Wang Anming forced a slight smile without responding. After a brief pause for thought, he asked, by the way, what did you mean by what you said to Li Mu earlier? Why did she suddenly fall ill? Li Mu? Who's that? Lu Ning looked puzzled. The woman from before. Lin Xiao growled, clenching his fists in suppressed anger. Oh, Lu Ning realized. I saw many eyeballs inside her body, and they were all staring at me. So I asked them what they were looking at. Somehow, it seemed like the eyeballs got angry. This statement left the four present wide-eyed. Are you saying? Wang Aming's voice was tinged with disbelief. You saw many eyeballs inside Li Mu? Yeah, Lu Ning nodded, adding. And there was white mist, too. Her body seemed to be made up of white mist and eyeballs. If she counts as a normal person, why don't I? He glanced meaningfully at Yin Feng and Lin Xiao. The two men twitched at the corners of their mouths, remaining silent. White mist, eyeballs. Wang Anming murmured, as the others also fell into contemplation. The room lapsed into silence until Lu Ning spoke up. I've finished talking. Can I leave now? By the way, I'm hungry. Do you have any braised pork? Wang Anming snapped back to reality and smiled. We still need to verify the truth of what you've said. Once we're sure you're not a threat, we'll naturally let you go. Shaolin, arrange a room and some food for Mr. Lu Ning. Lin Xiao nodded silently. Let's go. After Lu Ning left, Wang Anming's expression turned serious. He looked at the other two. What do you make of what he said? This guy is definitely crazy, severely mentally contaminated. Yin Feng declared immediately. But, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice, the report shows his mental contamination level is 0. In our era, that's simply unbelievable. Director Wang, you don't actually believe he's from 2,000 years ago, do you? Wang Anming shook his head with a wry smile, looking down at the bronze ring on his hand. The ring seemed to be made of some special bone, inlaid with a blue gemstone that occasionally emitted a strange glow. The ring of lies remained unresponsive, silently confirming the truth of his words. The silence in the room was suffocating. The middle-aged man, Li Yixing, suddenly stood up and slowly walked to the spot where Lu Ning had been sitting. He examined the tabletop carefully, his expression focused. Old Li, what are you looking at? Yin Feng couldn't help but ask. When Lu Ning was agitated earlier, he pounded the table so hard that his hand bled. Li Yixing said calmly, his gaze still on the table. But this table is perfectly intact, not a single mark. What's so strange about that? Yin Feng was indifferent. It's difficult for a person in that mental state to control their strength, Li Yixing explained. If he had any special abilities, the table wouldn't be so pristine. His words made Yin Feng and Wang Yaming ponder. The three of them closely inspected the smooth, unblemished table, confusion flickering in their eyes. Could Lu Ning really just be an ordinary person? Yet he could resurrect after his body was shattered and see the source of spiritual pollution within Li Mu. These contradictions left them baffled. Eventually, Wang Anming broke the silence. I'll report to the higher-ups and wait for instructions. The other two silently nodded in agreement. Lin Xiao brought Lu Ning to a room equipped with a private bathroom. You'll stay here for the next few days. I'll be stationed outside. Let me know if you need anything, but you can't leave until we receive orders from above. Can I eat now? Lu Ning asked. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, struggling to control his emotions. We've already arranged for it. Is there braised pork? There is. Lin Xiao's voice was noticeably shaky. Soon, a hot meal with 3 dishes and a soup was delivered, and sure enough, there was a plate of braised pork. Lu Ning's eyes lit up, and he eagerly started eating. He glanced at Lin Xiao and pretended to be considerate, asking, would you like some? No, thank you. Lin Xiao declined stiffly. What a pity, it tastes really good. Lu Ning beamed, his regret, making the veins on Lin Xiao's forehead twitch. He snorted, turned, and left, closing the door behind him. 3 days later, Wang Anming arrived outside the room. Lin Xiao reported on the past few days apart from eating and sleeping. Lu Ning had mostly been in a daze. This behavior bewildered Yin Feng. What's the result of the investigation? Lin Xiao asked. There's no record of him in any base city, as if he appeared out of thin air, Wang Anming replied. The higher-ups have decided to recruit him into the bureau. What? Lin Xiao was incredulous. But we know nothing about his background. Precisely, Wang Anming explained. There's too much unusual about him to ignore. But since he hasn't shown any danger, we can't keep him detained. Most importantly, his mental pollution level remains at 0. Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully. Could he really be from over 2,000 years ago, from a time before the mist? Wang Anming chuckled at the idea. But will he agree? That's why I'm here to talk to him personally. Open the door. Lin Xiao nodded slightly and turned to open the door. The room was softly lit, and Lu Ning lay on the pristine hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. A life spent in the fog had accustomed him to this state of detachment, but at least now he had warm meals, which was a significant improvement from before. Wang Anming and his group entered the room, noticing Lu Ning's stillness. Lin Xiao cleared his throat. Lu Ning, Director Wang is here. At the sound, Lu Ning slowly turned his head. Wang Anming wore a gentle smile. Mr. Lu, the test results are in. Lu Ning sat up immediately, asking calmly, can I leave now? Yes, of course, Wang Anming nodded, explaining. Our tests show you have no risk of disease. However, he paused. Considering your unique situation, we will need to monitor you to ensure public safety. I hope you understand. All right, can I leave now? Lu Ning responded briefly. Certainly, but... Wang Anming looked into Lu Ning's eyes. What do you plan to do once you leave? Go home. Lu Ning replied without hesitation. But as you mentioned, you come from over 2,000 years ago, so your family likely. Wang Anming trailed off, and Lu Ning fell silent. Lin Xiao and the others tensed, fearing an emotional outburst. Surprisingly, Lu Ning remained calm and asked, "Don't you have special abilities? Is there one that can travel through time? Can you send me back over 2,000 years?" How could such a power exist? Yin Feng couldn't help but remark. Why not? The Flash and Bulma can do it. Lu Ning retorted seriously. The four exchanged puzzled glances, and Wang Anming asked seriously, "What are these entities that can alter time?" "Oh, characters from movies and anime," Lu Ning explained. Momentarily speechless, Wang Anming's mouth twitched slightly before he continued seriously. Currently, the Federation hasn't mastered time-related abilities. However, he looked at Lu Ning with significance. "You yourself have special abilities. Perhaps you can find a way home." "How can I find it?" "You mentioned spending over 2,000 years in the fog. Perhaps the secret to time travel lies within it. The Federation has a dedicated fog exploration team. If you join them, you might discover a way home." "The secret of the fog." Lu Ning frowned. "I wandered in there for so long and found nothing." "You might be an exception," Wang Anming said meaningfully. "Our investigations suggest the fog is not only dangerous, but holds significant secrets. Maybe you can discover why you entered the fog and why you stayed for 2,000 years." Lu Ning's mind began to whirl, realizing the logic in the suggestion. He looked up and asked, "If I join the fog exploration team, I might find my way home." Wang Anming smiled warmly. "As I mentioned earlier, the fog is extremely dangerous. To join the exploration team, you need a certain level of skill. Although, Mr. Lu Ning, you seem quite unique, your abilities do not meet our standards," Wang Anming said, sitting upright and looking calmly at the young man before him. He continued, "However, you can first join our Mist Affairs Bureau. We will assign someone to help you adapt to this era and improve your skills. Once you meet the required standards, you can naturally join the Mist exploration team." A kindly smile appeared on Wang Anming's face. "This choice has another benefit for you." "What benefit?" Lu Ning asked instinctively. "Even if you gain freedom, how will you live alone?" Wang Anming said gently. "Do you have the ability to earn money? Do you have a place to live?" These questions hit Lu Ning like a wake-up call, making him shudder. He was still a sophomore student without a degree. In this world over 2,000 years later, his education was likely useless. This realization filled him with panic. Wang Anming noticed his concern. "By joining the Mist Affairs Bureau, you'll not only receive a generous salary, but also enjoy full board and lodging." "Deal." Lu Ning responded immediately. Wang Anming smiled with satisfaction. "You've made a wise choice." After a brief thought, he added, "I understand you might still have doubts. How about this? Let Lin Xiao take you out for a tour. Since you'll be joining his team later, it's good to get familiar." "Chief Wang, he's joining my team," Lin Xiao exclaimed in disbelief, his cheeks flushed. "Chief Wang, we seem to have had some conflicts before." Lin Xiao hesitated. "That was just a minor work-related issue." Wang Anming turned to Lu Ning. "You don't mind, do you?" Lu Ning nodded in agreement. Wang Anming continued, "Your team suffered heavy losses in the last mission, and now Li Mu is also at risk of mutation. The entire action team is down to just you and Colin, urgently needing more members. Lu Ning has awakened and poses no risk of mutation, making him a suitable addition." Lin Xiao remained silent for a while, eventually conceding, "All right." Yin Feng and Li Yixing looked at him with sympathetic eyes. "That's settled then." Wang Anming smiled at Lu Ning. "You are free now." With a dejected expression, Lin Xiao said, "Chief Wang, I'll take him now." After receiving a nod from Wang Anming, he turned to Lu Ning. "Follow me." The two walked through the empty corridor, passing a door to enter a bustling office area. Soldiers in metallic uniforms and staff in trench coats moved back and forth. Many greeted Lin Xiao, and he forced a smile in return. Lu Ning noticed the curious yet cautious glances directed at him, but paid them no mind. After taking the elevator to the grand lobby on the first floor, Lin Xiao finally asked, "Where do you want to go?" "Hangzhou," Lu Ning replied without hesitation. "There's no such place here," Lin Xiao said through gritted teeth, his face reddening. "Then what is the place where Hangzhou used to be?" "I'd like to visit it," Lu Ning suggested as a compromise. "We're not leaving the base city. We'll just walk around within it." Lin Xiao's expression was already distorted. "Fine, it's up to you. Just show me around," Lu Ning said expressionlessly. "Sai, let's go." Lu Ning followed Lin Xiao out the door. The glaring sunlight hit him, causing him to instinctively squint until he gradually adjusted. In front of him stretched a wide plaza, flanked by parking lots filled with various vehicles. Beyond the bustling street lay rows of buildings, none exceeding 10 stories. This scene was a far cry from how he had imagined the future world. This is over 2,000 years later? Lu Ning turned to Lin Xiao, his face full of skepticism. Lin Xiao's lips curved into a smile. "Why? Doesn't it look like it? What did you think the future would be like? Lots of intelligent robots, and people not having to work at all," Lu Ning replied without hesitation. Lin Xiao's smile turned a bit bitter as he pulled out a cigarette and lit it. There were, indeed, many intelligent robots in the past. And now? Lu Ning asked. They mutated. Lin Xiao exhaled a smoke ring. Just like Li Mu, artificial intelligence is also affected by mental radiation. That time, the collective robot rebellion wiped out a third of Earth's population in a single day, setting technology back by centuries. He paused. You'll learn more about it in the training after you join. The lesson on the dangers of mutations will explain it in detail. Lin Xiao led Lu Ning toward the parking lot and stopped in front of a sleek black sports car. He gently wiped the dust from the door and asked with pride, "How about it? Cool, right?" "It is pretty cool. Must have been expensive," Lu Ning remarked. Lin Xiao's expression froze for a moment. Then he feigned nonchalance. "It's all right. I'll be done with the car loan in 3 more years." They got into the car, and Lin Xiao began to show Lu Ning around the base city. The cityscape was not much different from what Lu Ning remembered, except for the frequent sight of homeless people and street fights. Lin Xiao explained that although ordinary people now had antibodies against mental radiation, they still suffered from immense mental pressure, resulting in widespread irritability. There were special departments to handle such security issues, which were not within their responsibilities. The most striking change was the 100-meter-high metal wall at the city's edge. Lin Xiao parked the car beneath it and leaned against the vehicle, smoking. This wall is to protect ordinary citizens. Within the base city, there are special means to interfere, making mental radiation relatively weaker. But it's different outside. Mutated beasts have become disaster beasts, and there are wandering mutated individuals and other malevolent entities. If these things enter the city, they're a deadly threat to ordinary people. The dangers outside the city walls are held back by the base's defense forces. What we must do is keep ordinary people safe from the dangers within the city, Lin Xiao said, turning to Lu Ning with a serious expression. Joining the action team is very risky. In our last case, we suffered heavy losses in the mutant's nest, and only Colin, Li Mu, and I survived. But even so, we have no regrets. As awakened ones and action team members of the Mist Bureau, our duty is to protect those ordinary people, including our own families. He paused. I'm telling you this so you can be mentally prepared. Lu Ning nodded slightly, speaking calmly. It's okay. I can resurrect, I won't die. This remark made Lin Xiao blush instantly, and after holding back for a while, he managed to squeeze out a word. Damn. At 3 in the afternoon, the sports car stopped in front of a 4-story building. Leading the way, Lin Xiao introduced. This is the branch of the 7th Action Team. The base city is divided into 9 zones, and we are responsible for the 7th zone. To handle mutation incidents promptly, each zone has a branch, and this will be our workplace from now on. Inside the lobby, a young woman with long black hair was fully engrossed in a mobile game, oblivious to the newcomers. Lin Xiao cleared his throat loudly, and the woman, like a student caught slacking off, skillfully hid her phone under a book on the table, looking up with an embarrassed smile. Hello, this is the Mist. Her smile froze when she recognized them. See, Captain? Xiao ran. How many times have I told you not to play games during work hours? Lin Xiao said with exasperation, giving her a stern look. Blushing, Yuran quickly admitted her mistake, but when Lin Xiao threatened to dock her pay, she immediately argued that no one usually comes by. Lin Xiao shook his head and then introduced. This is our new reserve member, Lu Ning, who needs training. This is our receptionist, Yuran, an ordinary person. A hint of sadness flashed in Yuran's eyes, but she quickly smiled again and extended her hand to Lu Ning. I really envy that you've awakened. I've always wanted to become a full member, but I've never managed to awaken. What's so great about awakening? Lin Xiao interjected. Awakened ones have faster mental contamination and a higher chance of mutation. Being an ordinary person isn't so bad. But both my parents are awakened. Yuran stubbornly looked Lin Xiao in the eye. Lin Xiao was silent for a moment, then asked, have the other reserve members arrived? The deputy captain has them waiting on the 3rd floor for you, Yuran replied with a smile, seemingly having forgotten the earlier conversation. Once the two went upstairs, Yuran resumed her game. The 3rd floor corridor was lined with several rooms. Lin Xiao introduced them one by one. This is the recreation room. You can play on the computer or game consoles here when there's nothing else to do. Relaxing helps slow down mental contamination. My mental contamination level has always been 0, so I shouldn't have to worry, right? Lu Ning said nonchalantly. Damn. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and continued. This is the finance room, where you collect your salary. This is the captain's office. Finally, they arrived at the conference room. Inside, 4 people were already seated. Besides the blonde young man Colin, whom Lu Ning recognized, the other 3 were unfamiliar faces. As the 2 entered, everyone turned to look at them. Colin's gaze landed on Lu Ning, his eyes flickering with a complex mix of emotions. He stared at Lu Ning for a few seconds before turning to Lin Xiao, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Captain, you're finally here. I've been waiting for quite a while. Lin Xiao chuckled lightly. I took this kid around to show him the world outside. Are these the 3 newcomers? Colin confirmed with a nod, then began the introductions. Let me introduce you. This is Wei Xian, Wang Qiwen, and Xiu Yuelin. This is our captain, Lin Xiao, and beside him is Lu Ning. Lu Ning's gaze swept over the three. Wei Xian was a well-built young man with a buzz cut. Although not very tall, he wore a friendly smile. Wang Chuan was a tall, stern-looking young man who simply nodded in acknowledgement. Qiu Yuelin was a black-haired girl with twin ponytails, around 17 or 18, with a delicate face and eyebrows, standing a bit shyly to the side. Lu Ning nodded politely in response. Lin Xiao took out a cigarette and was about to light it when he noticed Qiu Yuelin subtly stepping back, so he put it out. Clearing his throat, he said, "Although you've joined the 7th Action Team, you're not official members yet. You need to pass Old Qin's training first." "Yes, Captain Lin." Wei Xian's loud response startled Wang Qiwen and Qiu Yuelin. Lin Xiao looked at him with interest. "Were you in the military before?" Reporting to Captain Lin. "I served in the Public Security Bureau before." Wei Xian replied, standing straight. "Not bad." Lin Xiao nodded, then turned to Colin. "Take them to Old Qin." Colin led the four out of the meeting room and down the stairs. As they walked, he explained, "Old Qin is in charge of newcomer training. Though he's old, as a retired veteran team member, surviving to retirement is no small feat. Learn well from him. It will greatly help your survival rate in the future." Wei Xian responded energetically. Wang Qiwen nodded expressionlessly. Qiu Yuelin softly replied like a startled quail, and Lu Ning seemed deep in thought. Colin looked at Wei Xian, speaking gently. "There aren't many rules here, so relax. Outside of missions, we're just ordinary friends." "Sorry, it's a habit," Wei Xian replied, scratching his head with an embarrassed smile. The group arrived at the basement level, where the hallway was longer than the floors above. The walls and floor were made of black metal, contrasting sharply with the decor upstairs. Colin led them into the first room on the left, a spacious training room spanning several hundred square meters, with various fitness equipment in the corners. An elderly man with gray hair and a small stature was leisurely sitting in a rocking chair by the door, holding a magazine featuring a scantily clad woman on the cover. Colin cleared his throat and led a few newcomers into the office. "Old Qin, I've brought the newbies." Qin Feng put down the yellowed magazine in his hands, his gaze sweeping over the group. His eyes noticeably lit up when he saw Qiu Yuelin. "Wow, we even have a little beauty here. Heh, Colin, this batch is high quality, huh?" Colin felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. "Don't scare them." Seeing Qiu Yuelin take a slight step back, Qin Feng awkwardly chuckled. "Just kidding," he said, slowly standing up from his recliner and stretching. "All right, you can go. I'll take it from here." Colin nodded, his eyes lingering on Lu Ning for a moment as he glanced over the newcomers. "The captain told you about Lu Ning, right?" "Yeah, he did." Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, looking at Lu Ning. "Just keep an eye on him." "Got it," Qin Feng replied with a grin. Wang Qiwen and the other two eyed Lu Ning curiously, unsure why he was getting special attention. Meanwhile, Lu Ning appeared lost in his own world. After Colin left, Qin Feng, with his slightly hunched, slender frame, wore a somewhat mischievous smile. "All right, next I'll teach you about the action team, the mist, mutations, awakenings, and combat skills. Pay attention, so you don't end up dead and make this old man light incense for you." "Who's he cursing?" Wang Qiwen muttered under his breath. Qin Feng continued. "In the morning, we'll study theory, and in the afternoon, combat skills. After work, everyone goes home. Since it's already afternoon, let's start with the combat training." He paused. "Since you'll all be teammates in the 7th squad, it's important to know each other's abilities. So for the first lesson, let's have some introductions." He squinted at Qiu Yuelin. "Young lady, you go first, hee." Qiu Yuelin shrank back a bit, but mustered the courage to speak. "My name is Qiu Yuelin, I'm 17, and I was a student at Moonlight High School. I awakened a super strength ability 4 days ago, and was recruited into the bureau." "And what else?" Qin Feng persisted. "Like your personality, hobbies, measurements, and so on." Qiu Yuelin's face turned pale as her eyes reddened. The others' expressions became dangerously intense. "Is this workplace harassment?" "It's the first time I've seen it," Lu Ning suddenly interjected. Qin Feng's smile froze, and he coughed awkwardly to change the subject. "Just kidding. Old folks are curious, hope you understand." "Next, your turn," he said, pointing to Wei Xian. "My name is Wei Xian, I'm 24, and I was a mid-level security officer at the Security Bureau. I awakened a petrification ability 4 days ago." Wang Qiwen, 22, just graduated from university, and I awakened a water control ability yesterday, Wang Qiwen said proudly. "Water control? That's a nice, elemental ability." Qin Feng nodded, then looked at Lu Ning with a complicated expression. "Your turn." Everyone's attention turned to Lu Ning, curious about what set him apart. "My name is Lu Ning, and I'm over 2,000 years old," Lu Ning said calmly. "Is awakening a superpower? Then mine might be resurrection or immortality." Wang Qiwen and the others were dumbfounded. "Are you messing with us?" Wang Qiwen's face darkened. "Yeah, buddy, over 2,000 years old? That's hilarious." Wei Xian scratched his head. "And an awakening and immortality ability? Is that even possible?" Qiu Yuelin stammered. At that moment, Qin Feng's serious voice cut through the confusion. He's telling the truth. The three of them widened their eyes, looking back and forth between Qin Feng's serious expression and Lu Ning's impassive face. The room fell silent. What? Are you kidding me? Wang Qiwen stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. How could anyone live for over 2,000 years and have awakened an immortality ability? Are you guys trying to mess with us newcomers? Although Wei Xian and Qiu Yuelin remained silent, the doubt in their eyes was unmistakable. Qin Feng rolled his eyes, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Why are you so surprised? The stronger an awakened person is, the more resilient their mind and body become, and naturally, their lifespan extends. Living to 2,000, or even 20,000, is theoretically possible. But isn't he a newcomer? Wang Qiwen pointed at Lu Ning, interrupting Qin Feng's explanation. Lu Ning's situation is rather unique, Qin Feng said seriously. He emerged from the mist. At these words, the three of them recoiled in unison, as if Lu Ning carried a plague. Hey, I wasn't finished, Qin Feng said impatiently, seeing their fearful reactions. You don't need to worry about him mutating. His mental pollution level is 0, lower than any of yours. What? The three looked even more incredulous. Qin Feng sighed at their expressions. That's the situation. Headquarters has already confirmed it. Lu Ning poses no risk of mutation. Just treat him like any other awakened individual. After a moment of silence, Wei Xian took a deep breath and spoke first. Since headquarters has confirmed it, I trust their judgment. He approached Lu Ning with an apologetic smile and extended his hand. Sorry, as teammates, we shouldn't have doubted you. Huh? Oh, it's fine. Lu Ning snapped out of his daze and shook Wei Xian's hand. Qiu Yuelin and Wang Qiwen audibly gasped beside them. A brave move. Qin Feng nodded approvingly. Seeing the atmosphere calm down, he continued. Now that we're all acquainted, let's resume the lesson. Awakening abilities can be enhanced through increased mental strength and deep development. Wei Xian, why don't you demonstrate? Wei Xian nodded and, with a low shout, transformed his hands into gray-white stone. Qin Feng instructed him to clap his stone hands together, producing a crisp sound. See, Qin Feng explained as he demonstrated. Currently, Wei Xian can only petrify his hands due to limited mental strength. But as his mental strength grows, he can extend the petrification to his entire arm, or even his whole body, eliminating any defensive weak spots. Moreover, he paused. With further development, the current marble can evolve into harder rock, like corundum or even diamond, significantly boosting combat power. Noticing Wei Xian and the others nodding thoughtfully, Qin Feng concluded, developing your abilities takes time. You need to understand your powers deeply, maintain imagination and creativity, and keep practicing consistently to truly improve. As Qin Feng spoke, his expression gradually turned serious, a hint of deep caution in his eyes. However, I must remind you that using your abilities consumes mental energy. Once an awakened individual's mental energy is overly depleted, it can easily lead to increased mental contamination, eventually causing deterioration. He paused, his gaze becoming even more stern. So, when training your abilities, you must be extra careful not to let yourself fall into a state of mental exhaustion. Do you all understand? Understood. Wei Xian and Qiu Yuelin replied almost in unison. Got it. Wang Qiwen responded, though his voice sounded somewhat weak, clearly not fully engaged. At that moment, Lu Ning suddenly asked, my mental contamination level has always been 0. Does that mean I can keep practicing to enhance my abilities? As soon as he finished speaking, the four of them were taken aback, their eyes all turning to him. Their expressions froze for a moment, as if a door to an unknown realm had been opened. Qin Feng couldn't help but mutter, what the heck? Is that possible? Wait, maybe it is. His voice trailed off. Wang Qiwen, with a mix of envy and slight bitterness, said, just because your mental contamination hasn't increased doesn't mean your mental energy can't improve. Qin Feng pondered for a moment before speaking. Wang Qiwen has a point. Lu Ning, you could try depleting your mental energy to see if your mental contamination increases once it's exhausted. If it does, you won't be able to continue training by using up your mental energy. Lu Ning calmly replied, it won't. I've died twice at headquarters before, and I was very exhausted, but my mental contamination didn't increase. Upon hearing this, the four of them looked at Lu Ning with eyes full of envy, jealousy, and disbelief. A flicker of shock passed through Qin Feng's eyes, while Qiu Yuelin took a small step back, unsure how to react. So how should I train my abilities? Should I keep dying and reviving? Lu Ning asked with a calmness that made it sound like he was discussing something mundane, without a hint of emotion. His words sent a shiver through the group. Qiu Yuelin even trembled slightly, silently stepping back a few paces. Wei Xian tried to lighten the mood, awkwardly saying, dude, act normal, you're freaking me out. Wang Qiwen muttered under his breath, are you crazy or something? Lu Ning seemed completely unfazed by the others' reactions, explaining nonchalantly, I'm perfectly normal, just unable to die. He paused and added, you don't need to be afraid. The air thickened with silence, and an awkward tension enveloped the scene. Qin Feng cleared his throat, trying to break the ice. Have you tried slightly injuring yourself to see if you can heal? Maybe you can recover from injuries, not just death. Before he could finish, Lu Ning suddenly extended his right hand and forcefully twisted his left arm. With a sharp crack, the arm bent at an unnatural angle. The four of them stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded by Lu Ning's actions. As they processed the shock, Lu Ning burst into laughter. It really hurts, haha. It's great. His laughter carried an inexplicable sense of relief and joy, as if he was experiencing a long-awaited revelation that he was still alive. Witnessing this, their expressions grew increasingly complex, even a bit unnerved. Wang Qiwen, filled with fear, quietly moved closer to Qin Feng, whispering through gritted teeth. Are you sure he's okay? Really sure. Qin Feng opened his mouth, about to respond, but was interrupted by Qiu Yuelin. Lu Ning, what if you can't heal yourself after hurting yourself like that? She asked, her voice tinged with nervousness and concern. Lu Ning paused, looked at her, seemingly puzzled by her question. Wouldn't I just kill myself and revive? Once I'm back, the injury will be healed. The silence returned, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Qin Feng's face twitched slightly, and facing Wang Qiwen's questioning gaze, he forced a laugh. Huh? Headquarters confirmed it. I really don't know. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, Lu Ning's twisted arm began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. He flexed his wrist, clenched his fist, and then relaxed it, confirming that his injury had completely healed. It seems my injuries can indeed heal automatically, Lu Ning said softly. This statement interrupted the private conversation between Wang Qiwen and Qin Feng. Qin Feng cleared his throat and said seriously, it appears that every time you self-heal after an injury, your abilities improve. And since you don't have to worry about increased mental contamination, your ability development should progress much faster than others. His words carried a hint of envy. Lu Ning simply nodded silently, without responding. Qin Feng continued, we just talked about deepening abilities. Now let's discuss enhancing mental strength, which directly relates to the power of an awakened individual. He looked around at the four of them. I assume you can all sense the mental energy within you? Everyone nodded. Lu Ning recalled that every time he closed his eyes over the past few days, he could see the swirling white gas in his mind. Lin Xiao had once told him that this was the mental energy that one possesses after awakening. In the early days of the Mist Era, scientists discovered that awakened individuals gained their abilities by absorbing mental radiation. Qin Feng explained further. After years of research, the Federation developed a mental refinement method to help awakeners absorb mental radiation and strengthen themselves. We categorize awakeners into 9 levels based on mental strength. Levels 1 to 4 are low tier, 5 to 7 are mid tier, and 8 and 9 are high tier. Above that, there are the saint and demigod levels. At this point, a hint of apprehension flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. It speculated that there might be an even higher level beyond demigod, akin to the evil god realms worshipped by certain cults. Does the Federation have anyone at that level? Wang Qiwen asked curiously. No. Qin Feng shook his head. So, by learning the mental refinement method, we can enhance our strength? Qiu Yuelin inquired. Yes, but each level has its bottlenecks. Breaking through these bottlenecks varies from person to person. Some rely on intense mental fluctuations, some through sustained practice, and others naturally during relaxation. However, it's certain that the lower the mental contamination, the easier it is to break through. Upon hearing this, Wei Xian and the others all looked at Lu Ning. Damn, why does he get all the benefits? Wang Qiwen muttered under his breath. Brother Lu Ning is really lucky, Qiu Yuelin said enviously. Qin Feng sighed. Don't envy him. Lu Ning is an exception. From the Mist Era until now, he's the only one in the entire Federation with 0 mental contamination. Seeing Wang Qiwen and the others still looking uneasy, Qin Feng gave a slight smile and continued. All right, next I'll teach you the method of mental refinement. He looked around at the four of them, his tone becoming serious. It's actually quite simple. Use your own mental power to sense the external mental radiation. Once you sense it, absorb the external mental radiation into your body using your own mental power. Now pay attention. Qin Feng's expression suddenly turned stern as he scanned the four with sharp eyes. External mental radiation carries mental pollution, so absorbing it will deepen mental pollution. You'll feel mental pressure, and might even experience illusions or hear inexplicable whispers. As he spoke, Wei Xian and the others' faces changed instantly, a flicker of fear in their eyes. Qin Feng, seemingly unfazed by their reactions, continued, don't panic at this point, because this deepening of mental pollution is temporary. When you feel the pressure, stop absorbing more external mental radiation and start refining what you've already absorbed. Once fully refined, the mental pollution will gradually decrease. Only when it's reduced sufficiently can you continue absorbing. He softened his tone, though his gaze remained stern. This process requires patience, no rushing, and don't think about taking shortcuts. Wang Qiwen frowned, unable to resist asking, what if we absorb too much mental radiation? Turning to him, Qin Feng's lips curled into a sly smile. Then you'll mutate, and before you cause any damage, we'll take care of you and clean up the aftermath. These words hit like a cold bucket of water. Xiao Yuelin's face turned even paler, and Wei Xian furrowed his brows deeply, the room's atmosphere growing tense. Seeing this, Qin Feng's tone softened slightly. Don't overthink it. As long as you're careful, there's basically no danger. Over the years, I remember fewer than 5 awakeners who mutated due to mental refinement. Hearing this reassurance, the trio's expressions eased slightly. Only Lu Ning remained expressionless. His mood unaffected. It didn't concern him. After Qin Feng thoroughly explained the method and key points of refining mental radiation, his sly smile reappeared. Let's start your first mental refinement right here. I'll be watching to prevent any accidents. Use the rest of today to sense the external mental radiation. Wang Qiwen immediately showed his dissatisfaction, crossing his arms. It's only 4 o'clock now. It doesn't take 2 hours. 2 hours, Qin Feng snorted. For you newly awakened rookies, sensing external mental radiation for the first time takes at least a day. Some with poorer aptitude took several days to succeed. Hearing this, Wang Qiwen scoffed, arms folded arrogantly. That's others. I awaken water control. My talent is definitely high, 2 hours at most, and I'll have it sensed. Think whatever you like, Qin Feng said indifferently, waving a hand. Get started. You need a quiet environment to sense, so sit far apart and keep silent. At his words, Lu Ning and the others immediately dispersed to different corners of the room, each finding a spot to sit. There's no specific posture for sensing mental radiation. They could choose any comfortable position. Lu Ning leaned against the wall, slowly closing his eyes. Almost instantly, he sensed a very faint wave outside his body. Observing closely, he found these waves also appeared as white mist, but so thin they were nearly negligible. Is this mental radiation? Lu Ning pondered, then cautiously followed Qin Feng's method, trying to absorb the white mist with his mental power. Unexpectedly, the mist offered no resistance, quickly pouring into his mind like iron filings drawn to a magnet. And the symptoms Qin Feng had warned about, mental pressure, hallucinations, whispers, none appeared for Lu Ning. Following the steps of the refinement method, he began using his mental power like a millstone, slowly refining the absorbed mental radiation. Soon, he felt his mental power steadily increasing at a slow but determined pace. As the day drew to a close, Qin Feng's voice, distant and ethereal, pulled Lu Ning back from a meditative state. It was as if time had stood still, but upon looking down, Lu Ning realized 2 hours had slipped by. The process of honing his mental strength had made him forget everything around him. Qin Feng, with his hands clasped behind his back and his usual smile, asked softly, "How's it going? Have you sensed the mental radiation?" Wei Xian and Xiao Yuelin exchanged glances, looking disappointed, and shook their heads almost simultaneously. Qin Feng turned to Wang Qiwen, whose confident demeanor had turned awkward. Forcing a smile, Wang Qiwen said, "I was so close. Just give me a bit more time, and I'll surely succeed." Qin Feng chuckled. "Don't be too proud, young man." He then turned to Lu Ning. "And you?" Lu Ning nodded calmly. "I've already sensed it." "What? Really? How did you do it so quickly?" Wang Qiwen, initially embarrassed by Qin Feng's remark, was shocked at Lu Ning's breakthrough. His eyes widened in disbelief. Wei Xian and Xiao Yuelin also stared at Lu Ning, as if witnessing the impossible. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled slightly, his eyes showing a hint of surprise, though not entirely unexpected. He glanced at Wang Qiwen and said blandly, "It's just a small matter, no need to overreact." Then, looking at Lu Ning with a touch of admiration, he said, "Given your uniqueness, it's understandable." Lu Ning paused. "So what should I do next?" Qin Feng nodded. "Since you've sensed it, the next step is to try absorbing the mental radiation and eventually refining it. These steps are more challenging and might take some time. You can try it on your own later." Lu Ning pondered for a moment and calmly replied, "I've already started refining my mental strength." The air went still. Qin Feng and the others were stunned, as if they couldn't believe their ears. Qin Feng's eyes widened, and he nearly spat out his words. "You said you've already started refining your mental strength? Impossible. How can it be so fast?" Lu Ning looked at them, puzzled. "Is it that difficult?" Wei Xian, Xiao Yuelin, and especially Wang Qiwen were speechless, their mouths agape, with Wang Qiwen's face turning red from disbelief. Qin Feng's expression changed, his voice low and tinged with anger. "Not difficult? You've just started with the mental refinement method. Many people take weeks, even months, to reach this point, and you've done it so quickly?" His voice rose in frustration. Wang Qiwen's eyes were filled with complex emotions, envy and jealousy mingling together, as he muttered, "Lu Ning, how did you do it? How did you succeed so quickly?" Wei Xian and Xiao Yuelin also looked at Lu Ning curiously, their eyes full of anticipation. Lu Ning thought for a moment, then replied calmly, "I just followed what Mr. Qin said, nothing special. I just followed his steps, and it worked." The four were momentarily speechless, the silence stretching out as they tried to process his words. "Just like that?" Wang Qiwen asked, unwilling to accept it. Lu Ning shook his head. No special method. I found Mr. Qin's instructions straightforward, so I just followed them. After a brief silence, Qin Feng finally spoke, clearing his throat. Perhaps it has something to do with Lu Ning's inherent uniqueness. He glanced at the skeptical Wang Qiwen and the others, offering reassurance. Remember, Lu Ning is special. You don't have to be like him. The three nodded reluctantly, unable to argue. All right, you've all worked hard today. That's it for now. We'll continue tomorrow morning. You can go find Lin Xiao on the 3rd floor, Qin Feng said, breaking the awkward atmosphere and guiding them. Qin Feng waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Lu Ning and the other two nodded in acknowledgement, said their goodbyes, and exited the room. Watching their figures fade into the distance, Qin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Such a genius. No worries about mental pollution, mastering the refining technique so smoothly. Ability development shouldn't be too difficult either. He squinted his eyes. Could he be a demigod in the making? But his background seems a bit unreliable. Then Qin Feng shook his head, reclined back into his rocking chair, and picked up a magazine featuring beautiful women, flipping through it casually. Why bother so much? Since the higher-ups think he's not a threat, there's no need to overthink it. On their way upstairs, Wang Qiwen and the others looked at Lu Ning as if he were a rare panda. Lu Ning, on the other hand, ignored their stares and drifted into his own thoughts. They reached the 3rd floor captain's office and found the door open. Lin Xiao was inside, engrossed in watching a television drama depicting a tragic love story. His eyes were red, and he quietly dabbed his tears with a tissue, completely oblivious to the arrival of Lu Ning and the others. Wei Xian lightly knocked on the doorframe, startling Lin Xiao. He quickly tossed the tissue into the trash and instantly composed himself. Finished with today's class? Yes, Captain, we're done. Wei Xian stood at attention. No need to be so formal. Lin Xiao waved dismissively, taking out a cigarette, but putting it away again upon seeing Qiu Yuelin. He clicked his tongue. Our division's usual working hours are from 10 in the morning to 6 in the evening. But given the nature of our work, 2 team members need to be on duty every night to handle any emergencies. The rest should keep their phones on, just in case. He scanned the room. Even though you're not official members yet, you're part of the action team and need to take turns on night duty. Tonight, I'll be on duty with Wei Xian. The rest of you can head home. Lin Xiao paused, then turned to Lu Ning. By the way, Lu Ning, you probably don't have money to rent a place yet, right? For now, stay in the staff lounge on the 4th floor. Once you get paid, you can find a place outside. Lu Ning nodded and asked, how much is the salary? Wang Qiwen and the others looked at Lu Ning with puzzled expressions. Wang Qiwen couldn't help but ask, you joined without asking about the pay? Yeah, I just came out of the mist and had nowhere to go. Understanding dawned on the three as they recalled Lu Ning's situation. Lin Xiao explained, given the unique and risky nature of our work, the salary is decent. Even as a reserve member, you'll earn a base salary of 30,000 a month, which is quite high for the city. Once you complete your training and become official, the base salary is 100,000, plus bonuses depending on the missions. He paused, rolling his eyes impatiently. If you happen to sacrifice yourself on a mission, well, don't worry about that. Surviving is all that matters. Wei Xian and the others nodded vigorously in agreement. Lu Ning simply responded with a got it. Lin Xiao turned to Wang Qiwen and Qiu Yuelin. You two can clock out now. After they left, Lin Xiao said to Wei Xian, you can hang out in the recreation room during your night shift. Colin is there, you can join him. Wei Xian nodded. All right. After Wei Xian left, Lin Xiao looked at Lu Ning. Come on, I'll show you to the staff lounge. He retrieved several large shopping bags from behind the office door. These have toothpaste, a toothbrush, clothes, and a phone. I've already set up the SIM card for you, so it's ready to use. It's registered with your ID, which is also in there. I got you a wallet too. Make sure to keep your ID safe. You can get a salary card at the Federal Bank right outside. He handed the bags to Lu Ning, who instinctively took them, and after a moment of silence, said, thank you. Lin Xiao lit a cigarette, taking a satisfied drag, and waved dismissively. I fronted the money for these, so you'll have to pay me back once you get your salary. I still have a mortgage and car loan to pay off. All right. The staff lounge is a 1-bedroom suite with a kitchen and bathroom, elegantly decorated and situated in a tranquil environment. Standing in the room, Lu Ning couldn't help but admire the grandeur of the Mist Affairs Bureau. After tidying up, he immediately went downstairs to the Federal Bank to set up his payroll account. Although the current balance showed 0, the thought of receiving a 5-figure salary next month lifted his spirits. At dinner time, Lu Ning gathered with Colin, Lin Xiao, and Wei Xian on the 3rd floor. After dinner, they decided to play a round of cards. Having not engaged his mind for a while, Lu Ning relaxed and played casually. Even though the stakes weren't high, he ended up losing over 500, while the other three each won a couple of hundred. Seeing the smiles on their faces, even the usually stern Colin gave Lu Ning a friendly look. Of course, this debt would naturally be settled after Lu Ning received his salary. As night fell, Colin, who lived near the branch, left around 9. This was part of the branch's arrangement. All official members of the action team lived nearby to respond to emergencies at any time. After Colin left, the card game ended as well. Lu Ning and Wei Xian switched to video games, while Lin Xiao retreated to the captain's office to enjoy her idle drama in solitude. Approaching midnight, Lu Ning returned to the 4th floor to rest. Today's experiences brought him unprecedented joy. Reflecting on the long years spent in the mist, living like a zombie, and the period of observation after joining headquarters despite meeting others like him, everything felt different now. He had officially joined the Mist Affairs Bureau, with not only excellent benefits but also understanding colleagues, and his work was on track. Lying in bed, Lu Ning began to dream about the future, continuing to enhance his skills, joining the Mist Exploration team, and finding his way home. With this hopeful anticipation, he peacefully fell asleep. The next morning, in the basement of the 7th branch, Qin Feng assigned a new task to the 4 of them. This morning, we'll study cultural lessons. He handed each of them a book titled Major Events in the Era of Mist, while he comfortably lounged in a rocking chair, flipping through a magazine with a new cover girl. Lu Ning carefully read through the hefty history book. From the appearance of the first mist in South Africa to the spread of over 100 mists worldwide, from the rise of the first awakener, Li Yang, still an active demigod-level guardian of the Human Federation, to the Earth Federation's difficult journey through 2 splits before finally unifying, and to the AI rebellion Lin Xiao mentioned yesterday. Each page chronicled the significant turning points of this era. This is one of the most severe losses in human history over the past 2,000 years due to the mist catastrophe. The direct consequence of this disaster was a total ban on all artificial intelligence research and development, and even everyday devices like cell phones reverted to their most basic functions. Lu Ning fiddled with the communication device in his hand, which seemed even more primitive compared to the phones before he traveled through time. Around him, others were each focused on their books. Wang Qiwen used a hefty history book as a pillow, snoring unabashedly. Wei Xian had a book open on his lap, but the page hadn't turned for a full 30 minutes. Qiu Yuelin struggled to keep her eyes open, her head nodding downwards. As for Qin Feng, his eyes were glued to a magazine, occasionally letting out a meaningful chuckle. All right, that's enough of the cultural lessons for today. Time to eat, Qin Feng announced as he checked the time and stood up. The words seemed to flip a switch, with Wang Qiwen immediately springing up and stretching lazily. That was a good nap. Wei Xian pretended to turn a page before closing his book with an air of accomplishment. Qiu Yuelin discreetly wiped drool from the corner of her mouth, relieved that Qin Feng hadn't noticed her dozing off. Lu Ning also closed his book and stood up. The Fog Affairs Bureau provided meals, something Lin Xiao had previously mentioned. The action team usually dined together, each person choosing a dish they liked, which Yuan Ran would then go out to purchase. Besides her regular duties, this young girl often took on the role of running errands. By the time they reached the 1st floor, Yuan Ran was already waiting to take their orders. Lu Ning chose braised pork without hesitation. Wang Qiwen opted for stir-fried pork with green peppers. Wei Xian ordered steak, and Qiu Yuelin picked sushi. After placing their orders, they headed to the 3rd floor to wait. In the activity room, only Colin was there playing video games, with no sign of Lin Xiao, and the office was empty. Where's the captain? Wei Xian asked. Colin glanced at Lu Ning, responding blandly. Went to see another team member. There's another team member? Wang Qiwen asked in surprise, with Qiu Yuelin and Wei Xian also showing curiosity. Colin nodded, his expression serious. Yes, there is another. She's currently on the brink of mutation and is under strict surveillance by headquarters. The 3 were taken aback, while Lu Ning asked, are her eyes still intact? You know her? Wang Qiwen looked at Lu Ning in astonishment. Yeah, she killed me once back at headquarters, Lu Ning replied calmly. This left Wei Xian and the others dumbfounded. Colin snorted. Although Li Mu was already on the verge of mutation, her deteriorating condition is partly your fault. The 3 looked at Lu Ning in shock, but he merely nodded calmly. That's why I asked about her condition. Colin's expression softened, a hint of worry crossing his face. It's stable for now, but it depends on whether she can withstand the mental contamination. In the end, Lin Xiao didn't make it back for lunch. After the break, everyone returned to the basement level. Unlike the casual morning session, Qin Feng now stood before the 4 with a serious expression. Yesterday, we studied the development of awakening abilities and mental refining methods. Today, I'm going to teach you something more important. He continued. As we all know, the human spirit and body are inseparable. A mutant's transformation begins with the spirit and then affects the body. The same goes for awakeners. An increase in mental strength enhances physical fitness. However, when using abilities, awakeners must consider their mental energy reserves and mental contamination status, as these are not limitless. Therefore, physical combat skills are equally important for awakeners. Today's course includes reaction training, improving force efficiency, and most crucially the unique combat technique for awakeners. This technique allows the resonance of mental energy and physical strength to amplify attack power, which we call Soul Vibration Fist. Seeing the four of them captivated, Qin Feng was quite satisfied. He relaxed his arms, which had been folded behind his back, stretched a bit, and his shoulders emitted a slight cracking sound. To master the soul vibration fist, you need to achieve two things, Qin Feng said steadily, his gaze sweeping over the four. First, you must have sufficient control over your mental and physical strength. Second, at the moment of attack, you need to synchronize your mental and physical power. Like this. Qin Feng took a half step forward and swung a punch into the air. The punch seemed soft and powerless, as if it was a casual swing. But just as his fist touched the air, a faint white light flashed across it like a spark. The next moment, a thunderous boom erupted in the air, with shockwaves spreading outward. Caught off guard, the four felt a fierce gust of wind hitting their faces, the airflow whipping their clothes and making it difficult to breathe. Qin Feng slowly retracted his fist, noticing their shocked expressions, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I'm not yet achieving perfect resonance, so the power is much weaker compared to perfect resonance. Theoretically, as long as your body can withstand it, the amplification from perfect resonance can exceed 100-fold. But the punch I just demonstrated only increased the power by 3-fold. Wow. Wei Xian gasped, his eyes wide open. So powerful. Wang Qiwen's eyes lit up with excitement, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists. Qiu Yuelin also looked expectant, her eyes shining with curiosity. Only Lu Ning remained expressionless, as calm as if the astonishing display hadn't happened. Qin Feng chuckled, folding his hands behind him again and leaning back slightly. However, achieving that will take you a long time. After all, you've only just awakened, and perfect control over your mental power is unrealistic. The control of physical strength is even more challenging, not to mention the resonance. He suddenly paused. Lu Ning, what are you doing? Qin Feng watched Lu Ning, who was stretching his arms and rotating his wrist joints, seemingly preparing for something. Wang Qiwen and the others turned to look at Lu Ning with curiosity. Lu Ning replied calmly. I was listening to what you said, Qin, and it didn't seem too difficult. I want to give it a try. Hearing this, Wang Qiwen crossed his arms, a teasing smile on his face. Buddy, are you getting a bit cocky? Go ahead, give it a try. If you pull it off, I'll do a handstand. Boom. A faint white light flashed from Lu Ning's fist, interrupting Wang Qiwen's words with a loud crash in the air. The wind howled, and the air surged. Wang Qiwen was frozen in place, his mouth wide open as if he could fit an egg inside, seemingly forgetting how to close it. Qin Feng, Wei Xian, and Qiu Yuelin were equally stunned. Qin Feng's aged face showed a look of disbelief, his brows furrowed, his eyes unfocused, as if questioning himself. It worked? Just like that? How could it work? He suddenly looked up, staring intently at Lu Ning, his eyes bloodshot, his face turning from pale to red, veins bulging on his forehead. Do you know, kid, that I practiced for 5 years, punching 10,000 times a day, just to master the soul vibration fist? Why did you succeed on your first try? His voice grew louder, his body trembling slightly, his hands clenching and unclenching, as if struggling to control his emotions. This sudden outburst caused Qiu Yuelin and the others to step back in fright. Qin, Qiu Yuelin called softly, her voice tinged with obvious concern. Qin Feng seemed to snap out of a daze, taking deep breaths, his chest rising and falling. Then he smiled wryly. You all practice on your own. I need some alone time to calm down. With that, Qin Feng's shoulders slumped, and he seemed to age visibly. He walked heavily to a corner, crouched down, took a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and smoked silently, his gaze complex. Lu Ning watched Qin Feng's back, frowning slightly, puzzled. What's wrong with Qin? Wei Xian and the others exchanged glances, an awkward silence hanging in the air. Wei Xian patted Lu Ning on the shoulder, his tone resigned. Don't say anything. We also need a moment of silence. At least our mental contamination levels aren't high. Wang Qiwen muttered quietly with a grin. Qiu Yuelin squinted at Wang Qiwen, a mischievous smile on her face. Wang, if your mental contamination was high earlier, wouldn't you have already mutated? Wang Qiwen's face flushed red as he stammered through an explanation of the criteria for Awakener's mutation, only to get more tangled in his words. Seeing his embarrassed state, Wei Xian and Qiu Yuelin couldn't help but burst into laughter. By the way, Wang Qiwen, Wei Xian suddenly remembered something. What was that about standing on your head? Lu Ning also looked over with curiosity. Wang Qiwen quickly explained. I was talking about washing my hair upside down. I'll do it when I get back. Really? Qiu Yuelin teased with a smirk. I think I heard something about pulling too. You must have misheard. Wang Qiwen denied earnestly. Wei Xian rubbed his hands, looking expectantly at Lu Ning. Lu Ning, we're good teammates, right? Yeah. Lu Ning nodded. Then teach us, will you? How did you do it? Qiu Yuelin batted her eyes, putting on a pitiful look. Brother Lu Ning, please teach us. Wang Qiwen cleared his throat, his face still red, and chimed in. To fit in, I want to learn too. Lu Ning blinked, his expression calm. I just did what old Qin said. After he explained it, I thought it wasn't hard and tried it. I succeeded. That's simple. Wang Qiwen looked incredulous. Then why did old Qin practice for 5 years? Lu Ning thought for a moment and said seriously, maybe old Qin is just not that smart. In the corner, Qin Feng, who was smoking, paused, and the smoke rings he exhaled were noticeably thicker. It took him a full 2 hours to recover. Qin Feng let Lu Ning practice on his own and turned to guide the other 3 in controlling their strength. He somehow produced a pile of eggs and instructed them to peel them without breaking the inner membrane. Meanwhile, Lu Ning focused on practicing the soul vibration punch. According to old Qin's explanation, even seasoned awakeners find it difficult to achieve resonance with every punch. It requires absolute concentration and perfect control over one's mental and physical power. However, Lu Ning managed to produce a white flash with each punch, and as he practiced, the light grew denser, accompanied by an increasingly thunderous sound, leaving everyone present in awe. By the end of the session, a puddle of egg yolk had accumulated on the ground. Wang Qiwen and the others looked at Lu Ning with a mix of envy and frustration. What's up? Lu Ning asked, puzzled. Nothing, the 3 replied in unison, avoiding his gaze. In the following days, the mornings were dedicated to history lessons, while the afternoons were spent practicing power control and ability usage. Lu Ning continued to hone his soul vibration punch, with the white light produced by each punch becoming more substantial. Qin Feng and the others had grown accustomed to it, and even Lin Xiao and Colin, who had come specifically to observe, went from initial shock to existential doubt, and finally, acceptance. One morning, a few days later, Qin Feng seemed intent on keeping the students alert and announced, today, we're going to learn something different. Wang Qiwen, who had been about to lie down, perked up immediately. Something different like what? Lu Ning also showed interest. Having read through most of the history books and gained a comprehensive understanding of the Mist era, he was eager for new material to learn. Qin Feng smiled. Today, we'll discuss some special artifacts known as soul artifacts. Soul artifacts. Lu Ning and the others looked at Qin Feng with curiosity, their eyes gleaming with the light of inquiry. Qin Feng smiled slightly and patiently explained. Soul artifacts are special items that emit spiritual radiation. Some are man-made, while others are rare treasures found in the mist. Their functions are highly diverse. They can enhance the user's abilities, alter appearances, or even detect lies. Isn't that just like game equipment? Wang Qiwen's eyes lit up with excitement. If we equip these soul artifacts, can we become really strong? Qin Feng chuckled and shook his head. On the surface, it may seem like game gear, but using them is not that simple. Soul artifacts are not only rare, but their usage comes with strict limitations. We categorize them into 4 levels based on their power and function: low risk, medium risk, high risk, and extreme risk. He continued seriously. Low-risk soul artifacts have weaker spiritual radiation and are relatively safe if you control the number of times you use them. But starting from medium risk, it's different. The radiation is stronger and they come with side effects. What seems like a minor side effect could be fatal in battle. As for high-risk soul artifacts, Qin Feng's tone grew more solemn. Their spiritual radiation even surpasses that of the mist zones. Low-level awakeners can't even touch them, or they will immediately mutate. However, their power is indeed formidable enough to destroy an entire base city. When it came to extreme-risk soul artifacts, Qin Feng shook his head slightly. I know very little about this level. It's uncertain whether the Federation possesses any. It's said that even high-level awakeners might die instantly using them, but their power could potentially destroy the entire world. Our Mist Incident Management Bureau does have some soul artifacts, Qin Feng continued, but they are all medium to low risk. They are strictly guarded and only used for particularly challenging tasks. Wang Qiwen pouted in disappointment. But suddenly, Xiao Yulin's eyes brightened as she looked at Lu Ning. Wait, if it's a low-risk soul artifact, can Lu Ning use it freely? Isn't he immune to spiritual radiation? This statement left everyone else stunned. Qin Feng murmured to himself, that might actually be possible. Wang Qiwen immediately turned envious. Wow, Lu Ning is really lucky. Having 0 spiritual contamination is that powerful. Wei Xin pondered. Lu Ning is already quite skilled with the soul punch. If he pairs that with a low-risk soul artifact, and considering his immortality, he took a sharp breath. How strong would he become? Lu Ning turned to Qin Feng. Can I use a soul artifact? After a moment of thought, Qin Feng replied, I'll report this to Lin Xiao. You can discuss it with him during your break this afternoon. All right. Lu Ning nodded in agreement. Seeing the envious looks from Wang Qiwen and the others, Qin Feng proceeded to introduce some interesting low-risk soul artifacts. After the introduction, Qin Feng went on to explain the characteristics of several typical pathological changes in detail. The course was dense, and the morning passed quickly. During the lunch break, Lu Ning and his group returned to the activity room on the 3rd floor. Lin Xiao and Colin were already waiting inside. As the 4 entered, Lin Xiao's gaze fell on Lu Ning, and he spoke calmly but with a hint of significance. Old Qin just called me. He said your mental contamination level is still at 0. Maybe you could try handling some low-risk soul artifacts. Upon hearing this, Wang Qiwen and the others perked up, their attention fully captured, and they even moved more quietly without realizing it. Lu Ning nodded, his tone unchanged. Yes, that's what old Qin said. Can I use them now? Lin Zhao's lips curved slightly, with a hint of amusement in his voice. Actually, this was discussed with Director Wang and others at headquarters. Although your situation is unique, soul artifacts are assets of the Mist Affairs Bureau and can't be allocated to just anyone. Only by accumulating enough merits during missions will we grant exchange permissions, allowing you to trade your merits for some low-risk soul artifacts from the Bureau. Lu Ning smiled lightly, his tone relaxed yet firm. I understand. In the following days, Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen continued to participate in the training according to the established schedule. The morning cultural classes became increasingly rich in content, covering a wider range of fields. The courses included the classification and application of awakening abilities, the structure of various cult organizations, and the intelligence they currently have on some evil gods. They also introduced real cases triggered by those affected by pathological changes. Each topic was closely related to the realities they would face in the future, making the atmosphere more solemn. Afternoon training was equally intensive. Besides the original mental fortification and power control, Qin Feng also invited a retired veteran to teach them firearm usage. Initially, Wang Qiwen was rather dismissive of this arrangement, complaining disdainfully, I'm a water control ability user. Why do I need to learn this? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng gave him a sidelong glance, with a mocking smile. Can your water shield stop a bullet now? Even if it can, how many shots can it take? Heavy firearms can threaten even mid-tier awakeners, so what makes you, a first-tier novice, look down on firearms? Wang Qiwen was left speechless, his face flushed red with frustration, unable to refute. They began intensive practical training at the shooting range on the basement level. The veteran taught them from the basics of holding a gun, gradually explaining how to disassemble, assemble, and maintain various firearms, with strict requirements. Lu Ning continued to display an astounding talent. Whether it was disassembling, assembling, or live firing, he always achieved perfection on the first try. The first time he handled a gun, he hit the bullseye at 100 meters, the sound of the bullets crisp and precise, as if each shot was meticulously calculated. When he assembled a rifle blindfolded in 3 seconds, the veteran's gaze shifted from surprise to a kind of incredulous awe. Although Wang Qiwen and the others were astounded by Lu Ning's performance, they seemed to have become accustomed to it. Qin Feng took it in stride, often patting them on the shoulder, reassuring them. Lu Ning is a special case. You don't need to compare yourselves to him. As for Lu Ning himself, he never felt any difficulty. He simply found these skills and knowledge to be naturally acquired, as if his mind had rehearsed them countless times before. The training lasted over 20 days. In terms of the soul-strengthening fist, Wang Qiwen and the others still progressed slowly, but they had begun to grasp the basics of mental fortification, and the results of their combat training were becoming increasingly evident. Regarding firearm operation, the Awakener's mental strength far exceeded that of ordinary people, allowing them to master most of the operational processes within a few days. Though they were not as dazzling as Lu Ning, they successfully met the training objectives. One morning, as everyone arrived at the basement, Qin Feng stood in the center of the training ground, scanning the group with a solemn expression. The normal reserve team training has reached its conclusion. I've taught you everything I needed to. Next is the final training assessment. Once you pass, you'll officially become members of the Mist Affairs Bureau. Upon hearing this, Wang Qiwen's eyes lit up, and he eagerly rubbed his hands together. What's the assessment? Beside him, Xiao Yuelin frowned slightly and looked at Elder Qin with concern. Elder Qin, will it be difficult? Qin Feng leaned back in his chair with a smile. Don't worry, it's not difficult at all. Considering you're all still rookies, the assessment task is simple. Assist the Bureau of Public Security in dealing with a gang leader. Wei Xian immediately sat up straight, his expression serious. Is this gang leader an Awakener, or has he mutated? Neither. Qin Feng shook his head. According to the intelligence, he's just an ordinary person. Huh? An ordinary person? Wang Qiwen pouted in disappointment. Do we really need to step in? What's the Bureau of Public Security doing? Wang Qiwen. Wei Xian scolded, glaring at him. Watch your words. Seeing this, Wang Qiwen reluctantly closed his mouth and said no more. Qin Feng chuckled lightly. Although this gang leader is an ordinary person, he's surrounded by skilled fighters and has hidden firearms. With just the 4 of you as first-level Awakeners, a direct confrontation might not be in your favor. However, if you use your awakening abilities wisely, assassinating a gang leader should be manageable. So, do you have confidence? If not, you can go home now. This line of work isn't for you. The dangers will only get greater. No way, we can't handle it. Wang Qiwen immediately straightened his back. I want to join the mission, Xiao Yuelin said firmly after taking a deep breath. Me too, Wei Xian quickly added. Lu Ning simply nodded silently, not saying a word. Good, Qin Feng said as he turned and walked towards a rocking chair, flipping open a magazine. The mission is set. In the evening, Colin will take you to coordinate with the Bureau of Public Security. Prepare yourselves mentally. Gunfire doesn't discriminate, and as beginner awakeners, your lives are at risk. Lu Ning went directly to a side area to practice, and soon the rhythmic sound of his martial arts echoed. Wei Xian and the others exchanged glances, and each found a place to train. Even the usually laid-back Wang Qiwen was no exception. Time flew by, and soon it was 6 in the evening. After having dinner with Colin and Lin Xiao, Colin adjusted his glasses and smiled. All right, let's head out. Before leaving, Lin Xiao reminded them seriously, be cautious during the mission, don't be reckless. If you encounter life-threatening danger, retreat immediately. Life is precious. He paused and looked at Lu Ning. Oh, except for you, Lu Ning. If it comes to a critical moment, can you cover the retreat? Lu Ning nodded. I can. I knew I could count on you. Lin Xiao grinned. The bigger the accomplishment, the bigger the bonus, you get it? Wang Qiwen and the others remained silent, the pressure of the impending mission already evident. Colin led the four to the parking lot, where his beastly off-road vehicle stood in stark contrast to Lin Xiao's sports car. Qiu Yuelin took the front passenger seat, while the three men squeezed into the back. Colin started the vehicle and noticed the silence inside, so he smiled slightly to break the tension. Xiaolin, you're actually the first girl to sit in my passenger seat. Hearing this, Qiu Yulin became nervous and responded awkwardly. Oh, should I take a cab then? Colin quickly reassured her. No need. I'm not complaining. It was just a casual comment. You all seem a bit tense, but there's really no reason to worry too much. I've seen your shooting training, and you all performed quite well. Plus, you're all awakeners, meaning your abilities and physical fitness are far superior to ordinary people. This mission doesn't require you to confront the enemy directly. As awakeners, assassinating an ordinary person isn't too difficult. Just use your strengths and be careful. It shouldn't be a problem. Wei Xian, who had been relatively calm due to his past experience as a sheriff, nodded. We understand. Thank you, Deputy Captain. Colin's words eased the group's mood a bit. Soon, they arrived at the mission's destination, a typical residential area with nothing remarkable about the houses. Colin walked up and knocked on the door. After a few seconds, it opened to reveal a middle-aged man with a square face. Deputy Captain Colin, you're here, the man greeted with a smile. Wei Xian was surprised. Officer Bowen? I didn't expect to see you. Wei Xian, you're quite famous in our security bureau now. Joining the Mist Bureau's action team really brings us pride. Keep up the good work. Bowen replied with a smile. Wei Xian immediately stood to attention and saluted. Yes, sir. I won't let you down. Colin smiled. Let's catch up inside. Bowen nodded. Everyone, please come in. They filed into the house, and Lu Ning quickly scanned the room, noting its dim lighting. Only a faint light illuminated the living room. A scruffy young man stood by the window, peering outside through the curtains. On the sofa sat 2 men and 2 women, with half-eaten takeout boxes on the coffee table. Seeing Colin's group enter, the officers on the sofa stood up, eyes filled with curiosity. The young man by the window glanced at them briefly before resuming his watch. After brief introductions and pleasantries, Bowen invited everyone to sit. Colin adjusted his glasses and smiled politely. Senior Officer Bowen, could you brief my team on the mission? Of course. Bowen nodded, his expression turning serious. The target this time is Gao Tianlin, the leader of the largest gang in Base City, the Peach Heart Gang. They are involved in drug trafficking, human trafficking, organ trading, and loan sharking, among other illegal activities. Gao Tianlin is very cautious, and the gang operates in secrecy, causing significant negative impacts in the city. It took us considerable time, effort, and sacrifice to gather sufficient evidence and pinpoint his whereabouts. Bowen took a sip of water and cleared his throat before continuing. According to our investigation, Gao Tianlin prioritizes his security. He travels with at least 6 or more bodyguards, all armed, possibly with more than just regular handguns, maybe even more advanced weapons. His residence is even more heavily guarded. To avoid alerting him, we couldn't investigate thoroughly, but based on available intel, there are at least 15 guards, potentially equipped with sniper rifles. Sniper rifles? Wang Qiwen's face changed instantly, his voice filled with disbelief. Are you kidding? How are we supposed to handle a mission like this? His interruption drew the attention of everyone in the room. Colin quickly offered an apologetic smile. Sorry, my team is new to missions and still a bit inexperienced. Realizing his mistake, Wang Qiwen closed his mouth and remained silent. Bowen chuckled. Understandable, understandable. Colin nodded slightly, his tone steady. I need to confirm one thing, there are no awakeners or mutants among them, correct? We can confirm that. There definitely aren't any, Bowen replied. Colin nodded, his focus sharpening. All right, then please go ahead and explain your plan. Berwin cleared his throat and unfurled a detailed topographic map under the conference room lights. He pointed to a villa encircled in red on the map, which was Gao Tianlin's residence located at the deepest part of the villa district. This villa backs onto a small mountain, and we suspect there is a secret escape tunnel leading into the mountains. Berwin explained, tracing his finger from the villa to the markings on the mountain behind it. The operation is set for 3 a.m. when Gao Tianlin should be asleep. He laid out the plan in detail. You four will act as the vanguard, infiltrating from different directions to execute a decapitation strike. Considering the villa is guarded inside and out, if you are exposed, we will immediately provide fire cover to distract the enemy. Additionally, he pointed to the mountainous area on the map. I suggest deploying 2 people here to block potential escape routes, forming a complete encirclement. Wei Xian immediately voiced his concern, his tone laced with worry. If their firepower is really that strong, using you as bait is too dangerous. Let us do it instead. We are stronger. You are awakened, much more valuable than us. Nick, a burly man with brown hair standing nearby, interrupted. Precisely because we are awakened, we are better suited as the vanguard. A decapitation strike requires precise skills. Berwin nodded in agreement. Wei Xian wanted to argue further and turned to Colin for support. Colin maintained a faint smile. This is your training assessment. I'm just here to bring you. The specific actions are up to you four to decide. What do you think? Wei Xian asked the other 3. Wang Qiwen glanced at the assembled officers. A decapitation strike indeed requires the vanguard skills. Their plan makes sense. But if they're exposed, their lives will be in danger. Wei Xian insisted. Wang Qiwen's tone turned stern. Do you think we're any safer? Who knows what's inside that villa? As infiltrators, we're the ones in the most danger. Wei Xian was at a loss for words, falling silent. Qiu Yuelin softly agreed. I think Brother Wang is right. Just then, Lu Ning made an unexpected suggestion. Why don't the 4 of us carry out the mission alone, and you only need to secure the perimeter? This proposal stunned the officers present. Nick frowned and asked, what do you mean? I mean, you just need to prevent anyone from escaping and leave the infiltration to us. Bowen immediately pointed out the fatal flaw. Lu Ning, you might not have understood. Without us to distract the enemy, if your infiltration fails, you could end up surrounded with dire consequences. Lu Ning nodded and said quietly, yes, I understand. Their firepower is intense. It's best for you to stay outside and avoid unnecessary risks. Nick abruptly stood up, looking angry. Are you underestimating us? Even though we're not awakened like you with special abilities, we can still contribute to the safety of the base city. The other sheriffs also looked at Lu Ning, displeasure evident on their faces. Baiwen frowned and was about to speak when Colin, smiling, stopped him and turned to Lu Ning. Lu Ning, what do you think? If someone gets exposed, I'll draw their fire while the rest continue the infiltration. Wang Qiwen seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Lu Ning, you're our strongest. If you don't infiltrate, our strength will be significantly reduced. Wei Xian immediately added. I think we can handle it. After all, Gao Tianlin is just an ordinary person. Are we, a group of awakened, really afraid of him? Wang Qiwen, are you scared? Wang Qiwen was momentarily stunned, then realized that Gao Tianlin was just an ordinary person, and his tense expression gradually faded into a smile. What's there to be afraid of? Let's do it. Qiu Yuelin also agreed. I have no objections. Then it's settled, Lu Ning said firmly. Nick interjected, unable to believe it. Hey, are you all serious? Are you crazy? The firepower outside Gao Tianlin's place isn't a joke. Aren't you afraid of dying? I'm not afraid, Lu Ning replied calmly. Nick and the others were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. Another young woman spoke up. Lu Ning, don't worry about us. Even though we're ordinary people, we're not cowards. Baiwen looked at Colin and asked, Vice Captain Colin, what's your view on this? Colin smiled and nodded. Lu Ning's situation is unique. The mission is theirs, so let's follow their plan. Nick and the others were wide-eyed, seemingly unable to comprehend Colin's decision, as if it was sending Lu Ning's team to their doom. Just then, the young sheriff who had been observing by the window suddenly spoke. Sir, Gao Tianlin's car is back. Baiwen was silent for a moment, then glanced deeply at Colin and Lu Ning before speaking. Are we sure about this plan? Lu Ning nodded. Yes. Baiwen and the other sheriffs exchanged glances, falling into a brief silence. Their task was to assist and coordinate with the action team, so they needed to prioritize Lu Ning's plan. We still have some time before the operation begins. Let's go over the details again to make sure we don't miss anything, Baiwen said, somewhat reluctantly. Over the next few hours, Lu Ning, Wang Qiwen, Wei Xian, and Qiu Yuelin discussed the plan's details again with Baiwen and the other sheriffs. They ultimately decided that the 4 would infiltrate from 4 different directions, with routes already determined. If anyone was exposed, they would immediately fire a warning shot, and Lu Ning would provide support, acting as a decoy to draw the enemy's attention, while the remaining team members continued the infiltration. Meanwhile, the sheriffs would set up a perimeter around the villa, ready to take down Gao Tianlin if he tried to escape. Time passed, and the sky grew darker. Clouds drifted ominously above, casting a shadow over the villa area, which became eerily quiet. At 3 a.m., the action was about to commence. The young sheriff at the window kept a vigilant watch and finally saw 2 women entering the villa area, with Gao Tianlin still inside. It's time. Good luck with the mission, Colin said, adjusting his glasses with a smile as he looked at Lu Ning and the others. Lu Ning nodded slightly and stood up, followed by Wang Qiwen, Wei Xian, Qiu Yuelin, and Nick, along with a few other sheriffs, all adopting serious expressions. Let's go, Lu Ning said succinctly. They left the room, closing the door behind them. The room fell into silence, leaving only Baiwen, Colin, and the young sheriff observing. Baiwen glanced at the closed door, a hint of worry in his expression. Isn't this mission too difficult for them? There are so many armed criminals. It's not going to be easy. Colin smiled slightly and replied softly. Over the years, mutation incidents have become more frequent, and the mist more complex. Action team members need to be increasingly elite and strong. If they can't complete such missions, it'll be even harder to face future challenges. Baiwen chuckled wryly. I've heard it's just you and Captain Lin holding down the fort in the 7th District this month. Tough work. Colin smiled. It's our duty. The Mist Bureau's action team is the base city's guardian against mutations, after all, isn't it? The group quickly arrived at the entrance of the villa complex across the street. There were 8 of them in total, Lu Ning and 3 others, along with 4 sheriffs, forming a loose formation in the night. The security of the villa complex was quite strict, with 2 uniformed guards standing by the gate, watching the visitors vigilantly. However, Lu Ning's group had already been granted permission to visit a resident inside, and after verifying the information, the gate slowly rose, allowing them to enter smoothly. As they stepped into the villa complex, the sight was breathtaking. The entire area was expansive, with houses sparsely distributed and an astonishingly high greenery rate. Winding roads meandered through dense forests, and the light from the street lamps filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows as if one were in a high-end forest park. Wang Qiwen looked at the luxurious scene, curling his lip in disdain. Those rich people sure have it good. In a city where land is scarce, they managed to carve out such a large area for a villa complex. How many people live here? Outside, countless people don't even have a place to stay. The sheriffs immediately fell silent, lowering their heads. Unlike the awakeners of the Mist Bureau's action team, they were ordinary people with low status, and a careless remark could mean unemployment. The people living in such a place were either wealthy or powerful, and offending them was not an option. Wei Xian, noticing the tension, whispered, "All right, enough talk. Let's focus on the task. Besides, if someone hears us, it won't look good." Wang Qiwen shrugged indifferently. At this hour, who could possibly hear? He abruptly stopped speaking as 2 figures approached from the road ahead, the sharp sound of high heels clicking on the stone path. As they drew closer, Lu Ning saw that it was 2 women, both with exquisite makeup and striking beauty. They gave Lu Ning's group a surprised look, glanced a few more times, and then cautiously walked past them, leaving a brief trace of perfume in the air. Nick's gaze followed the 2 women until they turned a corner and disappeared from sight. He then turned back, confidently stating, "I'm telling you, those 2 are definitely someone's mistresses here." The young sheriff, who had been silent, showed a look of envy. Being rich must be nice. The female sheriff next to them glared at them in annoyance. "Are you guys even part of the sheriff's department? Can't you have some noble ideals? What about being part of the sheriff's department?" Wang Qiwen immediately retorted. "Just because we're in the sheriff's department doesn't mean we can't have normal thoughts. Who doesn't want a good life?" Nick and the other young sheriff nodded in agreement, their faces full of longing for wealth. Wei Xian intervened again. "Let's go. We don't need any unnecessary trouble." They finally fell silent and continued onward. As they approached their target location, Nick's group of 4 separated from Lu Ning's group. The sheriffs would take a forest path and lie in wait around the villa to prevent anyone from escaping. Lu Ning's group treaded lightly, their footsteps still audible in the night. Rounding a corner, the target villa finally came into view. It was a mansion of grand stature, 4 stories high, covering a large area, surrounded by meticulously trimmed gardens, and enclosed by a low wall. Through the gaps in the wall, Lu Ning could see figures moving inside the garden under the dim lights. The 4 of them immediately crouched down, exchanging a cautious glance in the darkness. Wei Xian took a deep breath and asked in a low voice, "Shall we proceed according to plan?" Wang Qiwen nodded, a sharp glint in his eyes. "Don't lag behind, and don't get caught." Qiu Yulin was so nervous that her body trembled slightly, her fingers entwined tightly, unable to speak. Noticing her state, Wei Xian asked with concern, "Shaolin, maybe you should wait outside? Just like the sheriff's task." Wang Qiwen frowned slightly, dissatisfied but not objecting, saying stiffly, "I have no objections. After all, Shaolin is only 17, still so young." Qiu Yulin shook her head resolutely, taking a deep breath. Her voice was soft but determined. "No need. I want to complete the task. I'm a member of the action team too." Qiu Yulin's resolute words made Wei Xian abandon his attempts to dissuade her. The 4 quickly dispersed, using the cover of night to slip into the forest and approach the villa estate. Lu Ning moved like a ghost, swiftly reaching the base of the wall. He crouched slightly, peering through the gaps in the wall to assess the situation inside. Once he confirmed there was no one around, he pushed himself up and easily vaulted over the more than 2-meter-high wall, landing silently in the garden's grass. He quickly darted behind a rock formation. Just then, 2 men in suits emerged from around the corner, chatting and laughing as they patrolled along the path. I heard the boss got his hands on something good recently. What kind of good stuff? Apparently, it's something that gives an incredible high, stronger than anything before. Really? Can I try it? In your dreams. This stuff is insanely expensive and hard to come by. The boss barely got a little, and he's going to sell it at a high price. We shouldn't even think about it. Ah, that's a shame. Once the two were out of sight, Lu Ning focused his gaze on a balcony on the second floor. He dashed forward like an arrow, leaping over 3 meters into the air, grabbing the railing, and flipping himself up in a fluid, silent motion. As he was about to push open the balcony door, a sharp gunshot shattered the night's silence, followed by shouts and cries. This was the signal of an attack. Someone had been exposed. Lu Ning instantly drew his dual guns, leaping back to the ground from the second floor. He sprinted towards the direction of the gunfire, the sound of gunshots and sporadic screams filling the air. He deliberately exaggerated his movements to draw attention, and sure enough, a patrolling guard soon spotted him. "Who are you?" His response was 2 muffled gunshots, and the 2 guards fell, shot through the forehead. Lu Ning continued forward without looking back. Suddenly, he dove to the left. Bang! A bullet struck the ground where he had just been. From a third-floor window, a bald man stared in disbelief. How is that possible? He dodged it. Before he could finish, a bullet had already pierced his forehead. At this point, a large number of armed guards flooded out from the villa and garden, surrounding Lu Ning on the open lawn. They grinned viciously as they opened fire, but Lu Ning moved like a phantom, weaving through the hail of bullets, with each shot of his taking a life. Is he human or ghost? Why is he so fast? A burly man with a face full of scars roared, requesting backup. We need immediate support here. A tall, thin man shouted into his earpiece, only to be shot through the forehead before he could finish. The remaining guards looked terrified, retreating repeatedly. Just then, a heavy gunshot echoed through the night. Although Lu Ning twisted his body in time, a bullet still pierced through his left arm, blood splattering as bone shattered. It was a sniper rifle. He's injured. Suppressive fire. The guards' cheers were drowned out by the sudden eruption of gunfire. Lu Ning moved swiftly through the hail of bullets, his eyes scanning the top floor of the villa. The sniper's shot had come from that spot, but the skilled marksman had vanished immediately after firing, leaving Lu Ning with no chance to retaliate. In Lu Ning's hands, the dual pistols were like the sides of death, each shot marking the end of a life. The fallen guards stared in disbelief, while the survivors were left gaping at the scene unfolding before them. How is this possible? He's supposed to be injured, someone shouted shakily. He's a monster. One guard attempted to flee, but was shot dead by Lu Ning's left hand before taking a second step. The once injured left arm had fully healed, with only the bloodstains on his clothes as evidence of his previous wound. Suddenly, Lu Ning instinctively raised his hand and fired at a balcony on the 4th floor. With a single shot, the sniper, who had just relocated, fell with a bullet hole in his forehead, eyes filled with confusion over how he had been spotted. Kale is dead. A terrified shout rose from among the guards. The remaining guards retreated while firing wildly, but soon the area around Lu Ning was littered with bodies. The number was greater than the intelligence had suggested, yet Lu Ning remained calm, just as he had been a month ago when he emerged from the mist, emotionally numb. Even the act of taking human lives for the first time stirred no reaction within him. Following the sound of distant gunfire, Lu Ning pressed on. Rounding a corner, he saw a group of guards shooting fiercely at an artificial rock formation. Sparks flew as bullets struck the rocks in the dim light. Wang Qiwen hid behind a water shield, occasionally peeking out to shoot, but his aim was nowhere near Lu Ning's accuracy, hitting only one guard. The water shield wavered under the heavy barrage, forcing him to retreat behind the rocks. Lu Ning noticed Wang Qiwen's noticeably pale face. Lu Ning raised the submachine gun he had taken from a corpse and began firing precise shots. Each bullet found its mark, catching the guards off guard. Reinforcements? Where's everyone else? Take him down. A tall, muscular black man shouted, raising his gun, but was shot between the eyes before he could fire. The terrain favored Lu Ning, with trees and rocks providing ample cover. Using this advantage, he swiftly dispatched over a dozen guards, intercepting any who tried to escape. As the gunfire ceased, Lu Ning was about to approach Wang Qiwen's hiding spot when he heard a warning. Watch out for snipers. Lu Ning walked on nonchalantly, as if the surrounding danger had nothing to do with him. After a few steps, he rounded a rock formation and found Wang Qiwen leaning against a stone, his left shoulder bleeding profusely from a gunshot wound, his face pale from blood loss. I told you to watch out for snipers. How could you be so careless? Wang Qiwen scolded angrily upon seeing Lu Ning. Lu Ning responded impassively, he's dead. Dead? Wang Qiwen was momentarily stunned, then visibly relieved, muttering, that bastard was so sneaky. Luckily, I managed to use a water shield to deflect the bullet, or I might not have made it. Lu Ning glanced at his bloodied shoulder and asked, "How did you get discovered?" Wang Qiwen's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. "Damn it. A guard decided to relieve himself in the bushes where I was hiding. I couldn't hold back and took him out." "Oh." Lu Ning simply nodded. "That's your reaction?" Wang Qiwen was taken aback. "It wasn't my fault. I didn't expect to be so unlucky. I'm not blaming you." Wang Qiwen opened his mouth, his pale face turning slightly red with embarrassment. He quickly changed the subject, his eyes landing on the nearby bodies with a hint of shock. "I didn't realize your shooting skills were that good. You took out all these guards in such a short time." "They were too weak, couldn't even dodge bullets." Lu Ning shook his head calmly. "If I'd known they were this weak, we should have just forced our way through." Surprised face? Wang Qiwen was momentarily speechless, then quietly changed the subject. "Let's not talk about this. It seems like all the guards outside are dead. Should we head inside? I wonder how the other two are doing." Lu Ning's gaze fell on Wang Qiwen's bleeding wound. "Are you okay like this? Maybe you should wait outside." "Don't underestimate me." Wang Qiwen protested immediately. "It's just a minor wound. I used the water shield, so it didn't hit the bone." Seeing Wang Qiwen insist on coming along, Lu Ning simply nodded. "All right." He led the way forward, with Wang Qiwen following closely, gripping his pistol and scanning the surroundings, especially the villa roof, wary of another sniper appearing. After a few steps, Wang Qiwen noticed something unusual, his expression turning strange. "Wait, are you planning to use the front door?" Lu Ning turned to him. "Why not? Buddy, we're here for an assassination, right?" Wang Qiwen said, his mouth slightly agape. "But we've killed all the guards outside. The people inside should know about us by now, right? We might as well walk in and draw their attention." Wang Qiwen fell silent, murmuring, "Can I wait outside now?" "Sure you can." Just kidding, just kidding." Wang Qiwen laughed awkwardly. The two reached the villa's entrance, and Lu Ning kicked the metal security door without hesitation. Bang! The door shook, but didn't budge. "Those guards who ran away probably locked it," Wang Qiwen analyzed. Lu Ning nodded and kicked again, this time with a white glow on his foot. Boom! With a stronger impact, the metal door caved inward and swung open. Inside, more than 10 armed guards were ready, guns aimed at the entrance. "Fire!" An angry shout was followed by a sudden eruption of gunfire. Wang Qiwen's face turned pale. Damn it! He quickly used his full strength to conjure a water shield to protect both himself and Lu Ning. Bullets hit the shield, causing it to vibrate violently almost instantly. "Retreat!" Wang Qiwen shouted, dodging to one side, and Lu Ning quickly moved to the other. As soon as they were clear, the water shield shattered, and bullets hit the steps, sending sparks flying. When the enemy's firepower paused, Lu Ning immediately leaned out, his assault rifle precisely picking off targets. In an instant, 4 guards fell, each with a bullet in the forehead. The remaining guards, terrified, pulled their triggers again, unleashing a barrage of suppressing fire. Lu Ning had already ducked back behind the door, rendering their shots ineffective. This time, the guards didn't dare to stop shooting, fearing another attack from Lu Ning. However, bullets eventually run out. As the firing dwindled, Lu Ning leaned out again, and this time, Wang Qiwen joined him, using the water shield for cover. Both fired simultaneously, and within seconds, all the guards at the entrance lay in pools of blood, silent. Wang Qiwen stared at the bodies scattered across the floor, his face reflecting shock and disbelief. Turning to Lu Ning, his expression was dark with anger as he shouted, "Lu Ning, you nearly got us all killed just now. I told you not to go through the front door." Lu Ning raised an eyebrow, glancing at him with a calm demeanor. "I wasn't going to die, and I did tell you to wait outside." Wang Qiwen's previously pale face flushed red with frustration, his chest heaving as he retorted, "If I follow you again, I might as well be a dog." "Oh," Lu Ning replied simply, already shifting his gaze elsewhere. Wang Qiwen took several deep breaths, pressing his lips tightly together, choosing not to speak further. Lu Ning began to examine the interior of the villa carefully. Just inside the entrance was a spacious living room, lavishly decorated. On either side, curved staircases led up to the second floor, with corridors extending from the stairs. He walked over, discovering several doors lining the hallway. He opened each one, finding them all empty, with only neatly arranged furniture and gently swaying curtains left behind. Lu Ning ascended the right staircase to the second floor, his steps light. Despite his complaints, Wang Qiwen followed behind him silently, remaining vigilant. Lu Ning suddenly turned, and their eyes met, the air between them momentarily tense. After a brief silence, Wang Qiwen's expression stiffened as he reluctantly offered an explanation. "I'm injured now, so it doesn't count." "Oh." Lu Ning nodded and continued searching the second-floor corridor with Wang Qiwen. After opening a few more doors, they found a woman lying unconscious in one of the bedrooms. Her black and white uniform indicated she was a maid of the villa. There were no visible wounds on her, and Lu Ning crouched down to check her pulse, discovering she was merely unconscious. Leaning against the doorframe, Wang Qiwen spoke softly. It must have been Wei Xian or Xiao Lin who knocked her out. Lu Ning nodded. Yeah. Wang Qiwen's eyes lit up with an idea. Since she's a maid here, she should know where Gao Tianlin's room is, right? Lu Ning agreed, then leaned down to gently pat the maid's cheeks. His actions grew progressively firmer, causing her once pale cheeks to redden and swell, yet she showed no signs of waking. Wang Qiwen, unable to watch any longer, said with a grim expression, "Let me do it." With a wave of his hand, he conjured a glistening water ball, splashing it onto the maid's face. The cold water droplets caused her eyelids to flutter, and she slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen, her eyes widened in shock and fear. Just as she was about to scream, Wang Qiwen cut her off harshly. "If you scream, we'll kill you." Her voice caught in her throat, her eyes reddening as tears welled up. Looking down at her, Wang Qiwen asked, "Who knocked you out?" The maid trembled, her voice shaky and fragmented. "It was an unfamiliar man, wearing a coat like yours." Wang Qiwen glanced at Lu Ning. "Seems like it was Wei Xian." Then he turned back to the maid. "Did he ask you anything?" Fear etched itself onto her face. He asked me where Gao Tianlin was." "Did you answer him?" No, I really didn't answer," she suddenly screamed, clutching her head and curling into a ball, repeatedly muttering, No. Lu Ning tilted his head slightly, puzzled. "Why are you so scared? We're not bad people." "I know nothing. Really nothing." She didn't respond to Lu Ning's question, mechanically repeating the same phrase, her eyes unfocused as if trapped in a cycle of fear. Witnessing this, Wang Qiwen frowned. Her mind has been severely traumatized. If this continues, it might lead to further issues. Without hesitation, Lu Ning delivered a swift chop to the maid's neck. Her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed limply, once more falling into unconsciousness. Wang Qiwen was momentarily taken aback, but then understanding dawned on his face. He realized that Wei Xian had probably knocked out the maid for the same reason. Lu Ning nodded slightly and stood up from his seat. What exactly did Gao Tianlin do? Wang Qiwen couldn't help but ask. Just asking for a room location scared them like that? "You can ask him yourself when we find him." Lu Ning replied briefly and walked out of the room. The two continued to search the other rooms on the second floor. Soon, they discovered several more unconscious maids. Wang Qiwen woke them up with water, but when asked about Gao Tianlin's room, each maid showed extreme fear and even signs of a mental breakdown. After re-hypnotizing the last maid, Lu Ning stood up and said, "Let's go to the third floor." TSK, Gao Tianlin really knows how to enjoy life," Wang Qiwen remarked, looking at the maids on the floor. "Each maid is more beautiful than the last." Before he could finish, Lu Ning had already left the room. Just then, a burst of gunfire erupted from upstairs. Did they find Gao Tianlin, or have we been exposed? Wang Qiwen's expression changed suddenly. Lu Ning didn't answer, his figure darting toward the third-floor stairs with Wang Qiwen close behind. As they rushed up to the third floor, 2 bullets whizzed past Lu Ning's head. On one side of the corridor, 4 guards armed with submachine guns were wildly firing at a room. Suddenly, a figure flew out from inside, knocking down 2 guards at the door. After a few crisp gunshots, a guard collapsed with blood blooming from his chest, while the others scrambled for cover. Lu Ning swiftly aimed his dual pistols, and with precise shots, the remaining guards fell with blood blooming from their foreheads, expressions of confusion frozen on their faces. Just as he reached the door, another gunshot rang out, prompting Lu Ning to quickly sidestep. "It's me. Brother Lu Ning? I'm so sorry. I thought you were one of the guards," Qiu Lin exclaimed. She stepped out of the room, still holding a gun. Though uninjured, her face was pale and her steps unsteady. Seeing the bodies on the floor, she let out a sigh of relief. "I was scared to death, almost had to write my will." "Have you seen Wei Xian?" Lu Ning asked. "No, but Brother Wei Xian probably got here before me. He might already be on the 4th floor." After confirming that the 3rd floor was clear, the 3 headed to the top floor. Qiu Lin noticed the injury on Wang Qiwen's shoulder and asked with concern, "Brother Wang, are you hurt? Were we discovered?" Wang Qiwen looked embarrassed. "It's nothing. Then I'll go ahead to protect you," Qiu Lin said excitedly, flexing her arm. "Look how strong I am now. I just tossed aside a huge guard. No need. I'm not helpless," Wang Qiwen replied stiffly. "I can control water." Soon, the 3 reached the 4th floor, where they found Wei Xian standing in front of an open door, looking particularly grim. "Hey, Wei Xian, are you okay?" Wang Qiwen asked anxiously, noticing Wei Xian's dazed expression. Wei Xian snapped back to reality and turned to Lu Ning and the others. "Come over and take a look." Wang Qiwen and Qiu Lin exchanged puzzled glances as Lu Ning stepped forward. Seeing this, the other 2 quickly followed. The scene inside the room left the 3 of them frozen in place. More than 10 female corpses were scattered around, all of them young women with attractive features, now lying naked with twisted expressions. Their faces bore a mix of extreme agony and a sickly pleasure, with wide-open eyes that had lost their life. A heavy, lascivious aura filled the space. Holy crap! Wang Qiwen's eyes widened. Qiu Yuelin looked disgusted and terrified, while Lu Ning frowned, even though he was accustomed to such sights. Are all these people dead? How did they die? Wang Qiwen's gaze flitted over the bodies. Wei Xian shook his head. I'm not sure. It was like this when I got here. That Gao Tianlin is a real psycho. Qiu Yuelin shouted angrily. Lu Ning scanned the room, noticing a faint white mist lingering in the air. The mental radiation here is very high, he said calmly. The others' expressions changed instantly. How do you know that? Wang Qiwen asked, puzzled. Doesn't detecting mental radiation require equipment? I can see it, Lu Ning replied simply. After listening to Old Qin's explanations recently, I've realized I can see high concentrations of mental radiation and even sense signs of impending human mutations. But these observations still need more verification. Lu Ning, can't you just be normal? Wang Qiwen's mouth twitched. You can be really creepy sometimes. Honestly, I'm starting to wonder if you're some kind of evil god's chosen one, Wei Xian said bluntly. I'm just an ordinary person, Lu Ning countered. Yeah, right, the three of them said in unison. What ordinary person is like you? Let's not dwell on that. Wei Xian shifted the topic. Since you can see the mental radiation, can you determine its source? Is it a mutant or some special object? I can only see the radiation exceeding the normal levels. I'm not a deity. How could I know the exact source? Lu Ning said helplessly. Wei Xian took a deep breath and said, let's leave this place as it is and wait for the security bureau to handle it. We should focus on completing our mission first. Exactly, Wang Qiwen agreed. This might not be Gao Tianlin's residence, but since the villa is his, this situation must be connected to him. He could be nearby. All four of them instinctively looked toward the other closed doors in the hallway. The doors to these rooms were all tightly shut. Lu Ning stepped forward and kicked open the nearest door, causing the wooden door to crash violently against the wall. The room was empty, its walls bleak and bare. The four of them quickly spread out, searching every corner of the room, lifting bedsheets, opening wardrobes, and tapping on the walls, but they found no trace of any secret passage. They continued down the corridor, door after door crashing down under their assault. When they kicked open one particular room, Wei Xian's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, this must be it. Wang Qiwen and Qiu Yuelin both nodded in agreement. This room was distinctly different from the others' elegant solid wood furniture, spacious, with expensive paintings on the walls and a soft carpet on the floor, clearly the residence of the owner. Yet, the room was just as empty as the others. Did he escape? Wang Qiwen frowned, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Lu Ning didn't respond, his gaze fixed on a bookshelf in the corner of the room, his expression focused. It's here. How do you know? Wang Qiwen asked, puzzled. The psychic radiation here is the same as in the previous room, Lu Ning stated confidently. Without another word, Wei Xian strode forward, his hands transforming into solid rock, and smashed the bookshelf with a powerful punch. The solid wood bookshelf shattered under the force, sending splinters flying and revealing a hidden, dark passage behind it. There really is a secret passage, Wei Xian and the others exclaimed, excitement evident in their eyes. Let's go after him, Wei Xian commanded, charging into the passage first, with Lu Ning close behind and Qiu Yuelin third. Wang Qiwen, still recovering from his injuries, followed as best as he could. The moment Gao Tianlin encountered the black ape, the first wave of attack left him severely injured. His face displayed an unprecedented terror, and his previously calm demeanor shattered instantly. You're not from the security bureau. You're the action team from the Mist Management Bureau, he shouted in shock. At the same time, another guard's mental state began to crumble. He roared, raising his assault rifle to counterattack. However, with a gunshot, a bright red hole appeared in his forehead. Lu Ning's eyes were calm as he spoke. Gao Tianlin, your actions have been exposed. Surrender and await judgment. Gao Tianlin let out a cold laugh and raised his gun without hesitation. Bang! The gun fired, his eyes widened, and a bullet hole appeared in his forehead, causing his body to collapse like a kite with a broken string. The remaining black ape roared repeatedly, but it was quickly dazed by 2 strikes from Qiu Yuelin. Following that, Wei Xian launched a fierce attack, his stone fists repeatedly pounding the black ape's body, causing blood to flow from its mouth. Wang Qiwen, dragging his injured body, used water arrows to attack, leaving wounds on the massive body of the black ape. In a matter of moments, the black ape fell to the ground, lifeless. With the black ape's death, its beast transformation ability vanished, reverting to human form. However, its clothes were tattered, and its body was covered in scars. Wang Qiwen glanced at the fallen body and quipped. This mission wasn't that tough after all. Wei Xian gave him a sideways glance, filled with helplessness. Are you kidding? If it weren't for Lu Ning, you'd be dead the moment you were discovered. Wang Qiwen's face turned a series of shades, unable to respond for a while. Qiu Yuelin turned to look at Lu Ning, admiration shining in her eyes. Lu Ning, you're amazing, taking down so many people with just a gun. Wei Xian nodded, a hint of respect in his eyes. Man, we owe you big time for this one. Remember this favor. Lu Ning didn't respond to them, his gaze fixed deeply on Gao Tianlin's corpse. As he watched, a white mist spread from the body, gradually revealing a constantly changing human face. The face was alluring and beautiful, sometimes coy, sometimes smiling, sometimes seductive, its expressions ever-shifting. Noticing Lu Ning's gaze, the three of them became uneasy and curiously asked, "Lu Ning, what are you looking at?" "There's a face inside his body," Lu Ning said quietly. The trio was taken aback and then showed expressions of horror, unconsciously stepping back. At that moment, Gao Tianlin's body began to change, the flesh melting like wax and then reshaping. In just a few breaths, a slender and stunning human figure emerged. The figure was so alluring it was hard to tell if it was male or female, possessing an irresistible charm. Gao Tianlin's eyes slowly opened, a strange red glow flickering within. He smiled slightly, pressing his hands gently on the ground, springing up with a wicked grin. Witnessing this, Qiu Yuelin and the others found their gazes involuntarily captivated, almost losing their senses to the mysterious allure. Only Lu Ning remained unaffected, his eyes steady. He cleared his throat, snapping the trio out of their trance. They jolted back to reality, their faces filled with fear and wariness. Wei Xian whispered, "Is this Gao Tianlin?" Lu Ning nodded, his expression grave. "It seems to be a mutation." "Mutation?" The trio didn't quite understand. "You call this a mutation? Isn't a mutation supposed to turn you into a monster? This looks more like cosmetic surgery." Wang Qiwen stared at Gao Tianlin's flawless face, his voice dripping with envy and disbelief. Qiu Yuelin's gaze wandered over Gao Tianlin, her pale cheeks blushing with a shy red hue, her eyes clearly filled with admiration. Gao Tianlin seemed indifferent to the reactions of the four. He took a deep breath as if tasting fresh air for the first time, a look of ecstasy on his face. Gradually, his expression turned fervent, and an unusual light flickered in his eyes. "Praise be to my God. Praise be to the divine messenger." He clenched his fists, a sinister smile playing on his exquisitely handsome face. Despite this, his beauty was still captivating, making it hard for anyone to look away. He turned to Lu Ning, a seductive smile curving his lips. "All right, I should thank you. I could never muster the courage to start a new life, but you gave me that push." His voice was as smooth as velvet. "As a token of my gratitude, would you like to experience ecstasy?" His smile was dangerously alluring, like a lover whispering in your ear. "I can let you die in ecstasy. It's a special gift for you." "I don't like people who are neither male nor female, thanks," Lu Ning replied flatly, without hesitation. Gao Tianlin's expression froze for a moment, his brow furrowing slightly in confusion, as if he couldn't understand why Lu Ning wasn't charmed by him. However, he quickly regained his composure and smiled. "You just don't understand the beauty of this body. But never mind, since you can't appreciate it." Before he finished speaking, Gao Tianlin's figure became a blur, rushing towards Lu Ning at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Lu Ning remained unfazed, holding his gun with both hands and pulling the trigger repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out in the air. Lu Ning's shooting accuracy was astonishing, but Gao Tianlin's mutated body was incredibly fast, and he managed to dodge all the bullets with agile movements. However, to avoid the bullets, he had to keep changing directions, unable to approach Lu Ning directly. "Ha ha ha, it's useless. Useless." Gao Tianlin laughed wildly as he ran circles around Lu Ning. "I admit your marksmanship is terrifying, but how many bullets does your pistol have? Once you run out, I'll tear you apart." Just then, a crisp gunshot pierced the air, and a bright red flower of blood bloomed on Gao Tianlin's shoulder. His smile stopped abruptly, and he staggered back, staring incredulously at the wound on his shoulder, eyes full of disbelief. "How is this possible? I should have dodged it. How did I get hit?" Lu Ning calmly explained. "I figured the bullet's trajectory was too simple and easy to predict, so I made it curve." Gao Tianlin, question mark. Wei Xian and the others, question mark. Gao Tianlin's expression was as if he'd heard the most ridiculous joke ever. "A bullet can curve? Are you joking? Or do you have telekinetic powers?" Wei Xian and the others looked at Lu Ning with puzzled eyes. They knew Lu Ning's ability was immortality, not telekinesis. Lu Ning explained in a matter-of-fact tone. "The principle is quite simple. Just attach your mental power to the bullet, and with a slight control at the crucial moment, it's easy to do." Gao Tianlin's expression twisted completely. "Are you kidding me? You're just a first-level awakened. How can you attach mental power to an object, especially a rapidly moving bullet?" Lu Ning raised an eyebrow, looking at Gao Tianlin. "Can't you do it?" Gao Tianlin's face contorted, turning red with frustration, his breathing becoming rapid. Lu Ning then turned to Wei Xian and the others. "Can't you guys do it either?" The three of them had question marks all over their faces, as if they were looking at an alien. Qiu Yuelin questioned her own reality. "Are we supposed to be able to do something like that?" Lu Ning looked puzzled, muttering to himself. "This should be simple. Why can't you guys do it? Damn it, do you know you're a monster?" Wang Qiwen gritted his teeth. "Do you think everyone is a monster like you?" Lu Ning immediately retorted. I'm a normal human. Screw you. Even the usually calm Wei Xian couldn't help but curse. Seeing the four of them casually chatting in front of him, Gao Tianlin was furious at being blatantly ignored. You're courting death, he roared. Do you think this is enough to deal with me? Today will be your day of death. He uttered a strange, inhuman whisper towards the four. Charm. As Gao Tianlin's voice fell, Xiao Yuelin and the other two froze, their eyes turning dazed, looking at Gao Tianlin with newfound fervor. At that moment, Lu Ning acted swiftly, knocking each of them out with a single, decisive blow. Seeing this, Gao Tianlin's smile froze on his face once again. You aren't affected by the allure? Gao Tianlin stared at Lu Ning with a heavy gaze, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Lu Ning glanced at Gao Tianlin's delicate face with indifference and bluntly replied, I'm not interested in someone who's neither male nor female. This remark completely infuriated Gao Tianlin. His expression twisted, and his skin began to writhe in a bizarre manner. His body rapidly expanded, covered in menacing bone spikes, with his once beautiful features utterly vanished. I didn't want to use this ugly ability. Gao Tianlin clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with anger. But you disgust me more. Before the words were finished, his figure turned into a blur, darting towards Lu Ning like lightning. Lu Ning raised his gun and fired, but the bullets only left shallow marks on Gao Tianlin's tough skin. He tried to aim for Gao Tianlin's eyes, but his opponent easily dodged. In the blink of an eye, Gao Tianlin was already in front of Lu Ning. A massive spiked hand whistled towards Lu Ning's head. Lu Ning narrowly avoided a fatal blow, but his cheek was still slashed, leaving a bloody mark. Gao Tianlin took advantage and struck down, tearing into Lu Ning's left shoulder, with the sound of bones cracking painfully. Even with the severe injury, Lu Ning's expression remained calm. At the moment Gao Tianlin attacked, he had already aimed his gun at his opponent's eyes. At this distance, Gao Tianlin was forced to abandon his fatal strike and shield his eyes. Bang! The bullet hit Gao Tianlin's hand, only leaving a flesh wound. Now you only have one hand to use your gun. Gao Tianlin sneered. But in the next moment, his smile froze. The severed left arm of Lu Ning had fully healed, and the gun was pointed at his face. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and blood erupted from Gao Tianlin's left eye. He screamed in pain, retreating, only to see Lu Ning's dual guns aimed at him once more. Despite the agony, Gao Tianlin moved swiftly, evading the barrage of bullets. How is this possible? Gao Tianlin stared incredulously at Lu Ning's perfectly healed left shoulder. I clearly broke your bone. I can heal, Lu Ning said calmly, continuously firing his guns. So, healing is your ability. Gao Tianlin's remaining eye showed surprise. Your shooting skills aren't part of your abilities? Shooting is quite simple, isn't it? Gao Tianlin grinned wickedly, his sturdy legs powering him as he lunged at Lu Ning again. He deftly dodged bullets until he heard the hollow click of an empty chamber. Ha ha, out of bullets, aren't you? Die. Gao Tianlin laughed maniacally as he lunged at Lu Ning. The magazine, filled just after emerging from the underground tunnel, had been exhausted in this intense battle. Just as Gao Tianlin was about to charge at Lu Ning, a sudden burst of gunfire erupted from behind a tree. Bullets struck Gao Tianlin, causing small bursts of blood, but only resulted in superficial wounds. He angrily turned towards the source of the gunfire, seeing three sheriffs with their weapons drawn. One of them, a female officer, had a bloodstained left hand and was continuously firing at him with her right. You're courting death. Gao Tianlin's eyes flashed with an eerie red light, and he uttered a sound that didn't seem human. However, before he could finish, a powerful gust of energy struck from the side. He barely turned his head in time to see Lu Ning advancing with a blank expression, his fist radiating a dazzling white light, the force of his punch causing Gao's hair to whip wildly. A look of terror crossed Gao Tianlin's face. Unable to dodge in time, he tried to grab Lu Ning's fist with both hands. But upon contact, the sound of cracking bones was unmistakable, and his arms shattered instantly. With a painful howl, Gao Tianlin was sent flying by the force, crashing heavily to the ground. Before he could get up, Lu Ning appeared in front of him again, his left foot enveloped in white light as he stomped heavily on Gao's chest. With a dull thud, Gao Tianlin's ribcage caved in, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened, full of unwillingness and confusion. But before he could finish, life left his body. His corpse returned to its original handsome appearance, but the white mist within him had completely dissipated. Only then did Lu Ning look up at the three sheriffs. Their faces were still filled with fear. Gao Tianlin had only said a single word, and they already felt their consciousness begin to blur. Fortunately, Lu Ning had acted swiftly to eliminate him. Are you all okay? Lu Ning asked. The three sheriffs finally regained their composure. They looked at the handsome corpse on the ground, then back at Lu Ning, their eyes filled with awe. Thanks to Lu Ning's timely intervention, otherwise, we might not have survived, said Lin Fei, the male sheriff, with lingering fear. Lu Ning shook his head. You were brave to open fire in such a situation. We're sheriffs, it's our duty, said Peng Qianqian, the female officer, solemnly. Lu Ning nodded, then asked about Nick's whereabouts. The trio's expressions darkened, and Peng Qianqian explained. Nick was hit in the abdomen by machine gun fire while trying to stop Gao Tianlin's group. He didn't make it. He was a good man, Lu Ning said after a moment of silence. Lin Fei gave a bitter smile. Even though it's not as dangerous as the Mist Bureau, the sheriff's department also has its sacrifices. We were prepared for this when we became sheriffs, and I'm sure Nick wouldn't have regretted it. When Lu Ning inquired about arrangements for Nick's family, Peng Qianqian assured him that the department would handle it properly, and the compensation would be sufficient to ensure his family's well-being. Just then, a faint groaning sound was heard. The three sheriffs immediately raised their guns towards the source, but relaxed when they saw Wei Xian and others slowly regaining consciousness. Wei Xian opened his eyes and saw the body on the ground, looking bewildered. Is it over? Lu Ning gave a brief nod. Yeah. Wang Qiwen's mouth twitched as he instinctively touched his still slightly aching neck, his tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. Lu Ning, you hit too hard. If you hadn't been charmed, I wouldn't have hit you, Lu Ning replied calmly. Wang Qiwen's face turned red, and he turned his head away, speechless. Xiao Yuelin's gaze fell on Gao Tianlin's body, her eyes still filled with fear. This guy was really terrifying. After the mutation, he shouldn't be just a first tier, right? I don't know. Lu Ning shook his head, then suddenly frowned, his eyes fixed on Gao Tianlin's body, his expression becoming serious. Seeing Lu Ning's change in expression, everyone felt a twinge of anxiety. Hey, don't tell me he's not dead yet. Wang Qiwen's face instantly turned grim. Lu Ning shook his head. He's dead, but... He thought for a moment, stepped forward, squatted down, and turned out the pockets of Gao Tianlin's pajamas, pulling out several broken pieces of pink incense. The incense emitted a faint, enticing scent. Although subtle, Wang Qiwen and the others, along with Lin Fei's team, clearly smelled it from a distance. Their eyes showed obvious wariness as they looked at the incense. What is this? Wang Qiwen frowned. I feel like after smelling it, some unsettling thoughts popped into my head. Wei Xian nodded in agreement. It feels a bit like Gao Tianlin's charm ability just now, but somehow different. Lu Ning carefully observed the incense. In his view, it emitted wisps of white mist, even denser than what he had seen in the villa earlier. The mental radiation concentration on this incense is quite high. It should be a special item similar to a soul tool, Lu Ning analyzed. Wei Xian's eyes lit up as if he had realized something. Could it be the source of the mental radiation Gao Tianlin left in the villa earlier? Possibly, Wang Qiwen chimed in. From what Gao Tianlin said earlier, his mutation seemed to be connected to a cult. I wonder if this thing is related to that cult. Lu Ning carefully put the incense away. Let's hand this over to Deputy Captain Colin later. All right, Wei Xian and the others agreed without objection. At that moment, footsteps sounded from the forest, and three figures emerged from the trees, with Colin's voice following. What needs to be handed over to me? Lu Ning and the others turned to see Colin, Bowen, and the young security officer who had been on duty approaching them. Captain Colin, why are you here? Xiao Yuelin's eyes brightened with surprise. Colin adjusted his glasses and said warmly, we followed behind you. If you couldn't handle it, we were here to clean up. He looked at Lu Ning with a complex expression. Your performance exceeded my expectations. In such a dangerous situation, you showed no fear, acted decisively, and stayed clear-headed. Bowen nodded repeatedly. Yes, team member Lu Ning, your performance was truly impressive. Especially when the other three team members were charmed, you immediately made a judgment and knocked them out. That was incredibly decisive. Wei Xian and the others looked visibly embarrassed upon hearing this. Lu Ning looked directly at Colin and asked calmly, when Nick was hit by the machine gun earlier, could you have saved him? Hearing this, Wei Xian and the others' faces changed dramatically. Nick was hit by a machine gun? Wang Qiwen stood frozen, murmuring in disbelief. No wonder he's not here. Wei Xian, who had a good impression of Nick, asked urgently, how is he? Lu Ning answered directly, he's already dead. Xiao Yuelin covered her mouth, her eyes full of shock and disbelief. Wang Qiwen and Wei Xian's faces turned extremely grim. How could Nick suddenly die? Wasn't he just fine a moment ago? Wang Qiwen's anger surged as he exclaimed, he was just lively, and now he's dead. Suddenly, he thought of something and sharply looked at Colin. Deputy Captain, didn't you say you were here earlier? Why didn't you save him? Colin maintained his calm demeanor and replied steadily, couldn't save him. We were at the villa when we heard the gunshots and rushed over, just as quickly as you did. By the time we arrived, Nick had already been shot. Bowen added, Nick's death is a tragedy, but Deputy Captain Colin didn't intend not to save him. Colin gazed at Lu Ning and the others, his tone calm, but slightly cautionary. The captain already mentioned that the death rate in the Mist Bureau's action team is high. Today it was Nick. Next time, it could be Wang Qiwen, or me. If you lose your mind over death, you might as well leave now. Lu Ning shook his head and responded calmly. I just want to know if you could have saved him. The three of them fell silent, their inner pain seemingly indescribable. Bowen frowned and said, as Lin Fei mentioned before, Nick certainly wouldn't have any regrets. As for his family, we will take care of them. The atmosphere fell into silence. Colin looked at Lu Ning and slowly asked, "You mentioned earlier that you had something to give me?" Lu Ning took out a few broken pink incense sticks and handed them to Colin. Colin accepted them, immediately sensing the unusual mental radiation on them. He frowned slightly, examined them for a moment, and then put them away. "I'll hand these over to the headquarters inspection department for analysis." Wang Qiwen immediately reminded. When Gao Tianlin mutated earlier, his words seemed related to some evil god and cult. Colin nodded thoughtfully and said, "I've heard of it. Regarding cults with charm abilities and mutation-like incidents, the only one I know of is Heavenly Joy." Wei Xian and the others' expressions changed slightly. The Heavenly Joy that old Qin mentioned? They seemed somewhat shocked. Colin nodded slightly, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. "This information is confidential. We'll discuss it later." Lu Ning and the others nodded silently, not asking further about the topic. However, Wei Xian couldn't help but continue. "Deputy Captain, there are a few women's bodies in the villa, and their deaths seem strange, possibly related to the incense." Colin nodded. "I'll arrange for the inspection department to handle it." Bowen added, "We'll take care of the aftermath." "All right." Colin looked at Lu Ning and the others, offering a small smile. "You did well on this mission. Although there were some shortcomings, you performed better than I expected, with only Wang Qiwen getting slightly injured." Wang Qiwen's expression stiffened slightly, and he pouted in frustration. "All right, you've had a long day. I'll take you back to rest now." Colin's words carried a hint of comfort. Wei Xian paused and said softly, "I want to see Nick." "We'll go too." Wang Qiwen immediately responded. Bowen and Colin didn't object. The group headed in the direction from which the officers had come. Before long, they saw Nick's body. It lay flat on the ground, with a gruesome wound in the abdomen, his eyes closed, and his face peaceful, as if asleep. Lu Ning and the others stood silently in front of the body, quietly observing Nick. The young man who was full of life and laughter moments ago had suddenly lost his life. After a moment, Colin led Lu Ning and the others away, leaving Bowen and the others behind. Lin Fei curiously asked, "Sir, what kind of cult is this Heavenly Joy they mentioned?" Peng Qianqian and the other two also looked at Bowen curiously. Bowen's expression immediately turned serious, and he said solemnly, "Where did everything you learned in your training go? When it comes to cults and evil gods, remember, don't listen, don't be curious, don't investigate, and hand it over to the Mist Affairs Bureau." Seeing Bowen's stern demeanor, Peng Qianqian quickly straightened up. "Yes. All information about cults and evil gods is not to be engaged with, and should be directly handed over to the Mist Bureau." Bowen's expression softened slightly as he looked at the three of them, speaking in a gentler tone. "It's not that I don't want to tell you. It's just that these things have a strong mental corrosion effect on ordinary people. Often, when you know too much, you're easily dragged into an abyss." Colin didn't want to say more earlier to protect you. Hearing this, Lin Fei felt a bit ashamed. "I'm sorry, sir. I crossed the line." Bowen waved his hand. "It's human nature." Then, his expression turned serious again as he looked at Nick on the ground, sighing softly. "If you want to live long, don't pry into things related to the mist. That's not something we ordinary people should mess with." He paused and said slowly, "Let's go, take Nick home." The other three showed a touch of sadness on their faces and silently followed him forward. The inside of Colin's off-road vehicle fell silent, with only the howling wind and the engine's roar audible through the windows. Colin made a few quick and decisive phone calls, notifying the aftermath department of the Mist Management Bureau and the inspection personnel, arranging everything efficiently. Once the calls were done, silence filled the car. Wang Qiwen, sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't hold back his frustration any longer and spoke up, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction. "What exactly is the intelligence department of the Security Bureau doing?" Gao Tianlin had over 20 thugs, and even a beast-like awakened person under him, all connected to a cult. Yet they found nothing. Colin smiled faintly, glancing at Lu Ning through the rearview mirror, and calmly said, "It seems old Qin never taught you not to fully trust intelligence. It's not always 100% accurate. Even with sufficient intel, you must remain vigilant during missions. Only then can you survive longer." He paused, glancing at the others in the car, his tone carrying a subtle implication. "Lu Ning, you're an exception. You're not on that list." Silence lingered in the car until Wei Xian suddenly spoke, breaking the quiet. "Most members of the Security Bureau are ordinary people. It's indeed difficult to detect awakened individuals if they want to hide." Wang Qiwen stopped complaining and fell silent. Colin smiled slightly, changing the subject. "Let's talk about something lighter. This mission was much tougher than the intel suggested, but you all did well, especially you four. You've earned significant credit. Once we're back, I'll report it and ensure you receive rewards." Wang Qiwen's eyes lit up. "Rewards? What kind?" Colin replied nonchalantly. "Given your contributions, it should be soul crystals or cash, maybe even some time off." Soul crystals, as Qin Feng explained before, are energy crystals containing mental radiation. Unlike absorbing mental radiation from the environment, soul crystals have lighter radiation pollution, helping to refine and enhance mental strength faster. They are extremely valuable for awakened individuals. Wang Qiwen frowned in disappointment. Is that all? What about soul weapons? Colin snorted. Soul weapons? Dream on. You all know how precious they are. With just this amount of credit, you can't expect a soul weapon reward. But you can accumulate credits, and once you have enough, you can apply for a soul weapon. Oh, Wang Qiwen responded casually. Colin looked at them, pausing slightly. However, I suggest you apply for the soul crystal reward first. Enhancing your mental strength will make you stronger and help you live longer. Mutation incidents in the base city are becoming more frequent. We lost several team members on the last mission. Strength is the key to survival. Xiao Yuelin immediately nodded. I'll apply for soul crystals first. Wang Qiwen and Wei Xian nodded as well, seemingly having made their decision. Wei Xian looked at Lu Ning and asked, Lu Ning, what about you? Colin turned to Lu Ning, smiling slightly. Lu Ning, you earned the most credit this time, taking out numerous armed gang members, eliminating the mutated Gao Tianlin, and even discovering that special incense. Although this isn't enough to apply for a soul weapon yet, another mission or two might give you a chance to apply for a low-risk soul weapon. But ultimately, it's your choice. Lu Ning thought for a moment and replied earnestly, I'll take the soul crystals first. Colin nodded, speaking softly. All right, I'll report it. Afterward, Colin dropped off Wang Qiwen and the others at their homes, with the final stop being the 7th Division. The car pulled up at the division's entrance, where Lin Xiao was already waiting for the two of them. As the two approached, Lin Xiao stepped forward with a smile and patted Lu Ning on the shoulder. In the dim light, a satisfied smile appeared on Lin Xiao's face. You've worked hard. Colin has already briefed me on the situation. You did a great job. Lu Ning gave a brief nod and replied, You must be tired today. Go and get some rest. Colin and I will take the night watch, Lin Xiao said as he began to organize his gear. Lu Ning frowned, looking at the two of them. Isn't it usually one of you taking turns with a team for the night watch? Colin adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting cold light. We're stronger than you guys and have more stamina. We can handle a few sleepless nights. You're all rookies, and if you don't rest well, mental stress can worsen. Colin suddenly remembered Lu Ning's consistently 0 mental stress index and rolled his eyes. Forget what I said, but since this is your first mission, you must be tired. Go rest. Lu Ning didn't refuse and was about to turn and leave when Lin Xiao suddenly spoke up. By the way, tomorrow's payday. You might want to find a place nearby to stay. Just as a hint of a smile appeared on Lu Ning's face, Lin Xiao sternly patted his shoulder. Don't forget the money you owe me. Colin also smiled. And mine. Lu Ning's smile froze instantly. Got it. The debts he'd accumulated over this time made him realize that he probably wouldn't be able to keep even half of his upcoming paycheck. Back in the 4th floor staff lounge, Lu Ning took a quick shower before lying down on the bed. He closed his eyes but struggled to fall asleep. Images from the day kept flashing through his mind: intense gunfire, the bizarrely dead women, the mutated Gao Tianlin, and the deceased Nick. All of this reminded him that he was in the misty era, 2,000 years into the future. After a month of adaptation, Lu Ning's cognitive abilities had recovered from their initial muddled state. He began to seriously consider his combat abilities. Though his immortality was powerful, it offered limited help in actual combat. His marksmanship was decent, but when firearms failed, his weaknesses were exposed. His physical capabilities were average, and the brief encounter with Gao Tianlin had severely injured his shoulder. If he hadn't mastered the resonance fist, the fight might have ended worse. Suddenly, a thought crossed Lu Ning's mind: if his body could constantly recover, why not use this to enhance his physique? Like the resonance fist, using mental power to train his body? He decided to act on it immediately. Lu Ning got up and began trying to resonate with his entire body using mental power. Unlike the resonance fist, this time he directly caused his body to resonate. Soon, a tingling sensation spread throughout his body, which turned into intense pain after a few minutes. Blood trickled from his mouth, and his internal organs and muscles began to tear, with blood oozing from his pores and orifices, turning him into a bloody figure. Only when it reached this point did Lu Ning stop. As his body healed, he could distinctly feel a slight increase in strength. While this method posed too much risk for other awakened individuals, for someone with immortality like him, it was an excellent training method. He named this body-strengthening technique flesh tempering method. The next morning at 9 a.m., Lu Ning walked into the activity room on the 3rd floor and found Xiao Yuelin, Wang Qiwen, and Wei Xian already there. Colin and Lin Xiao seemed to have stayed overnight, still sitting in the room. Despite not having slept, they looked energetic. Wei Xian greeted Lu Ning with a smile. Lu Ning, why are you so late? Lu Ning shrugged. Didn't sleep well last night. Wang Qiwen chuckled. Did you have a nightmare? You usually act fearless, but who knew you'd be so timid? Just as Lu Ning was about to retort, blood suddenly streamed from his ears, creating a crimson pool on the floor. Lin Xiao and the others stared at him in shock. their eyes wide open. Lin Xiao frowned with concern. Lu Ning, what happened? Are you hurt? Lu Ning wiped the blood from his ears expressionlessly and shook his head lightly. No, I did it myself. It's fine, I'll recover. Colin suddenly understood and looked at the others. See, Lu Ning is always training his abilities. You've been here all morning, and none of you have practiced? Wang Qiwen glared at Lu Ning, frustrated. We worked so hard last night. Can't we take a day off? Qiu Yuelin nodded in agreement. Lin Xiao quickly intervened. All right, Colin. Lu Ning isn't affected by mental strain, but if others stay tense like this, the risk of degeneration will surely increase. Colin nodded, seemingly agreeing, and said no more. Lin Xiao turned to Lu Ning and smiled. Lu Ning, your salary has been deposited into your account. Have you seen it? Lu Ning nodded, then noticed Lin Xiao and the others staring at him intently. Give me your account numbers, and I'll transfer the money I owe you. Wei Xian laughed. Got paid today, want to play a few rounds? Wang Qiwen nodded. I'm in. Qiu Yuelin also agreed, and everyone looked expectantly at Lu Ning. Although they played cards just for fun and the stakes weren't high, Lu Ning always played effortlessly, and after losing several rounds, each of them had won over 1,000 yuan from him. To them, Lu Ning was like a generous giver. Lin Xiao glanced at them disapprovingly, and then turned to Lu Ning. Now that you've got your salary, are you planning to rent a place? Lu Ning nodded. Yeah, I'm planning to look around. Lin Xiao smiled slightly. I figured you might want to do that. Last night during my shift, I got bored and checked out the local listings. I found 4 nice places I think you'll like. Want to take a look? Lu Ning was surprised, and then thanked Lin Xiao. Sure. Thanks, Captain. Wang Qiwen shook his head helplessly. Captain, sometimes you're like a mother hen. Colin adjusted his glasses and smiled. You didn't say that last time when the captain covered your night shift. Haha. We're all part of the action team, the closest battle partners. As the captain, it's my duty to help you solve problems, Lin Xiao said with a smile. With that, he sent the selected property listings to Lu Ning's phone. Lu Ning opened them and quickly focused on one listing. It was a single apartment with 1 bedroom, a living room, and a bathroom, beautifully furnished and never lived in before. It was less than a kilometer from the 7th Division, with a mall and a food street nearby. Perhaps it's because of the prime location and the nice decor, but the rent is 4,000 a month. Lu Ning stood in the bright living room, her eyes sweeping over the pristine white walls and the spacious floor-to-ceiling windows, a slight smile playing on her lips. This price was indeed much higher than the 2-bedroom apartment Lin Xiao had recommended earlier, but she made the decision almost instantly. I plan to rent this place. Lin Xiao joined her, glancing around before smiling knowingly. I knew you'd pick this one. The environment here is the best among all the nearby options. If I were living alone, I'd choose it too. Qiu Yuelin came over curiously and widened her eyes at the amount on the rental contract held by the agent. Are you crazy? For 1,000 a month. Is this place made of gold? Elsewhere, this price could get you a 3-bedroom apartment. Can't you rent something more reasonable? We're official team members now. Wang Qiwen shrugged with a relaxed tone. With a basic salary of 100,000 a month, what's 4,000 for rent? Wei Xian nodded in agreement. For once, I agree with Wang Qiwen. Colin adjusted his glasses and smiled. It's nice to indulge occasionally. Given the high risk of our missions, at least we won't regret not having enjoyed life if something happens. His words suddenly brought a chill to the room, and Wang Qiwen and the others shot him reproachful looks. Colin's just joking. Lin Xiao quickly interjected to smooth things over. Everyone has different preferences. Both Xiao Lin and Lu Ning's choices are valid. Happiness is what matters most. He paused. Since we have no tasks today, why don't we all accompany Lu Ning to handle the rental paperwork, and then I'll treat everyone to a meal to welcome our new team members. Long live the captain. Qiu Yuelin immediately cheered. You said it. I want a feast. Wang Qiwen rubbed his hands eagerly, and even the usually reserved Wei Xian smiled. Colin's smile faded slightly. Too bad Mumu can't join us. This comment made Lin Xiao's expression freeze. How is she now? Lu Ning asked softly. Lin Xiao sighed. Her condition is stable, but the mental contamination hasn't decreased to a safe level and has completely stopped improving. If she experiences intense mental fluctuations, it might lead to irreversible deterioration. Perhaps we should find time to visit her? Qiu Yuelin suggested cautiously. Colin and Lin Xiao exchanged a glance, and Colin responded gently. Of course, once Mumu's condition stabilizes further, we can all visit her. But Lu Ning, Lin Xiao said with some concern, will your visit trigger Mumu's condition again? I don't know what happened last time, Lu Ning replied calmly. Lin Xiao and Colin exchanged another look and chose not to pursue the topic further. Let's go, Lin Xiao said, changing the subject. Let's get the rental paperwork done. The group left the branch, crossed a street, and after a short walk, they arrived at the entrance of the residential area. Lin Xiao had already informed the real estate agent in advance, and a young male agent was waiting for them at the entrance. Following the agent into the apartment complex, Lu Ning carefully observed the room in front of him. The brand new furniture, exquisite decor, and tidy environment left even the usually picky Qiu Yuelin with nothing to criticize. Pleased with the place, Lu Ning immediately decided to rent it, promptly paying a month's deposit and rent. Although his recent paycheck left him with less than 5,000, the thought of next month's 10,000 basic salary reassured him. After all, in this era, that was more than enough to cover one's expenses. Lin Xiao quickly gathered everyone to help with the move. Together, they transported Lu Ning's belongings into his new home. Lin Xiao was particularly enthusiastic, rolling up his sleeves to help with the cleaning, and they spent the entire morning getting everything set up. Seeing his possessions neatly arranged, Lu Ning felt a sense of stability at this moment. He truly felt grounded in this era. Let's go, Lin Xiao exclaimed with excitement. There's a famous hot pot restaurant downstairs. It's a traditional Chinese dish from before the age of mist. Today, we'll have a proper feast. Hot pot, a high-end meal? Lu Ning's puzzled expression caught everyone's attention. Qiu Yuelin suddenly remembered. Oh right. Brother Lu Ning is from before the age of mist. Did you eat hot pot often back then? About once a week, Lu Ning replied casually. Everyone gasped in surprise. Lin Xiao said enviously. That's hot pot. If you ate it weekly, you must have been wealthy. Hot pot was actually a common food, Lu Ning explained calmly. Back then in China, almost every household would eat it. A common food? Wang Qiwen was skeptical. Then what counted as high-end food? I'm not entirely sure, Lu Ning said, his gaze distant as if recalling the past. Probably dishes like Buddha jumps over the wall, clear broth cabbage, or the Manchuhan imperial feast. Life before the mist feels like a lifetime ago. The group exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Finally, Wei Xian couldn't help but say, I've never heard of any of those dishes. I've researched pre-mist era cuisine, Qiu Yuelin said, looking at Lu Ning with admiration. I know about Buddha jumps over the wall, but not the other two. Now I'm sure brother Lu Ning is truly from that era. Lin Xiao cleared his throat awkwardly. So, are we still going for hot pot? Yes, Lu Ning said with determination in his eyes. I haven't had it in over 2,000 years. The weight of his words struck Colin and the others. They exchanged looks and ultimately decided to join Lu Ning in trying this legendary hot pot. After the hot pot meal, Lin Xiao and his friends were thoroughly satisfied. The last slice of meat had been fished out of the steaming broth, and the table was filled with the rich aroma of spicy and savory flavors. That was delicious, absolutely amazing, Wei Xian said, patting his full stomach and leaning back lazily in his chair. Qiu Yuelin nodded repeatedly, too full to do more than gesture her agreement. Even the usually picky Wang Qiwen admitted, it was pretty good. Lin Xiao turned to Lu Ning with anticipation in his eyes. So, what do you think, expert? Was it okay? Lu Ning pursed his lips expressionlessly. The base wasn't great, and there weren't enough types of condiments. Before I entered the fog, a place of this level wouldn't last 3 months. In your time, even this wouldn't be good enough? Colin adjusted his glasses, incredulous. Not really, Lu Ning replied bluntly. Lu Ning must have had a lot of delicious hot pots back then. I'm so envious, Qiu Yuelin said, her eyes sparkling with longing. Lin Xiao laughed heartily. It's good enough. He stood up and said, he'll pack some for Xiao Ran and old Qin. After Lin Xiao left the room, Wei Xian looked at the closed door and smiled. The captain is really nice. Lu Ning nodded in agreement. He always says the 7th Division is like a big family, Colin said gently, adjusting his glasses. In this chaotic world, we stick together to keep warm, and as the division captain, he's like our big brother. I think he's more like a mother hen, Wang Qiwen muttered, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Back at the division, Lin Xiao placed the packed hot pot on Yu Ran's desk. Yu Ran, with her round face, immediately jumped up, her smile radiant. The captain is the best. Go share it with old Qin and the others, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Yu Ran happily ran off to gather the others. Soon, Qin Feng and the others arrived. Along with the retired soul artifact guardian was the blonde beauty Annie from finance, the honest handyman Adon, and a squad of 6 soldiers in silvery gray metallic protective suits. The aroma of hot pot filled the division, creating a joyful atmosphere. After everyone finished eating, Lu Ning and his group returned to the activity room. Lin Xiao's expression turned serious after taking a phone call, and he returned with a grave look on his face. What's wrong? Colin asked, playing a fighting game with Wei Xian. The incense you sent back to headquarters yesterday. The preliminary results are in, Lin Xiao said, frowning. It's not good. When this incense is burned, the scent can trigger the most primal desires in humans. If someone's willpower isn't strong enough, they'll become slaves to their desires. Upon hearing this, Wang Qiwen frowned, his expression turning peculiar. Is that how those women died? He asked, his voice slightly tense. Lin Xiao nodded slowly, his eyes grave. According to the autopsy reports, those women died from overindulgence, exhausted to death. Everyone exchanged glances, and Qiu Yuelin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her eyes filled with shame. Colin calmly scanned the room, his voice low. Desire isn't limited to just lust. Colin is right. Lin Xiao said seriously, crossing his hands on the table. The desire to kill, the desire to eat. These are the most primal instincts of humans as biological beings. The examination department used death row inmates for experiments, and under the influence of this incense, each person displayed different desires. Lust is self-explanatory, but once immersed in the desire to kill, they would attack others indiscriminately, and if no one was around, they would harm themselves. Lin Xiao paused, his expression growing heavier. And hunger. Those who exhibited the desire to eat, when they found nothing to consume around them, would go as far as eating their own flesh. Wei Xian and the others' faces changed instantly. The air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Holy crap, is this thing that terrifying? Wang Qiwen couldn't help but exclaim, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Lin Xiao nodded in confirmation. It is indeed terrifying, but this incense also has a drawback: it has a much weaker effect on the awakened. After all, the awakened have strong enough mental strength to resist such temptations. Hearing this, Lu Ning and the others' expressions relaxed slightly. Qiu Yuelin patted her chest and let out a long sigh of relief. That's good. I don't want to end up eating myself. Colin's expression grew more serious, worry flickering in his eyes. Don't be too optimistic. While current checks show little effect on the awakened, what if the amount of incense used increases? Moreover, even if it doesn't affect the awakened, if this incense is used on a large scale. In the base city, ordinary people are the majority. How many awakened are there? Lin Xiao interjected. If this incense is used widely, the entire base city would fall into chaos. Wei Xian and the others listened to Colin and Lin Xiao's conversation, their faces gradually turning pale. All three of them had families, and their families were ordinary people. Exactly, headquarters has already named this incense fallen incense, and it's rated as a medium-level hazardous item, Lin Xiao added. Medium-level hazardous item. The group collectively gasped. Hazardous items, similar to soul artifacts, are mental radiation items. When they reached the medium level, if not controlled, they could potentially destroy an entire base city. If they reach a high level, such hazardous items could obliterate a base city in a short time, possibly affecting nearby base cities as well. If they reach a special level, they could trigger an apocalypse, leading to human extinction. These were all things Qin Feng had taught them. Did Happy Heaven create this incense? Colin asked with a frown. Lin Xiao nodded in confirmation. Yes, the abilities displayed by the incense are very similar to those recorded under Happy Heaven. Colin let out a cold laugh. I suspected yesterday it was related to Happy Heaven. Is it the Happy Heaven that worships the fallen angel? Wei Xian recalled the cult information Qin Feng had shared with them. Yes, that's the cult organization, Lin Xiao explained. The evil god they worship, the fallen angel, is a deity holding the power of corruption. The main philosophy of Happy Heaven is breaking free of shackles and indulging human nature. Wang Qiwen curiously asked, what exactly is the fallen angel like? Colin immediately frowned, his tone turning stern. Didn't old Qin tell you? The image and specific information about evil gods are classified, not to be explored below the level of a saint. Old Qin mentioned it, but why can't we know? Wei Xian asked, puzzled. Colin looked at Lin Xiao, his eyes inquiring. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and slowly explained. Once you explore, you're likely to draw the attention of the evil god, leading to being beguiled. Hearing this, Wei Xian and the others were utterly baffled. Wang Qiwen scratched his head, bewildered. I just want to know a little, and the evil god would notice me? That's got to be a joke, right? Lin Xiao stared at Wang Qiwen seriously, his voice low and firm. There have been numerous tragic examples proving this. Absolutely true. Unless you reach the level of a saint, it's best to avoid learning about the evil gods. Even saints try to avoid learning about the evil gods whenever possible. Lu Ning nodded in agreement. I can attest to that. Every time I try to discuss the evil gods, I die once. I didn't know why at first, but after attending old Qin's class, I figured it out. Lin Xiao was taken aback. Is that so? Lu Ning nodded, starting to speak. The moon has many large eyes. Before he could finish, his eyes exploded, followed by blood spurting from every pore, splattering everyone with blood. Lu Ning then collapsed straight to the ground. Lin Xiao and the others quickly distanced themselves from Lu Ning, their expressions filled with terror. What the heck? What just happened? Wang Qiwen's voice trembled as he shouted in shock, his hands instinctively pulling back. Amidst the group's panic, Lu Ning's eyes returned to normal. He casually rubbed them and stood up naturally, as if nothing unusual had occurred. You saw it, right? Lu Ning's calm voice resonated in the room. The others nodded stiffly, still with fear in their eyes. Wang Qiwen's mouth twitched uncontrollably, his face as pale as paper, his Adam's apple bobbing as if he wanted to speak, but couldn't. I'm not curious anymore. I'm not Lu Ning. I can't come back to life after dying. Wang Qiwen finally found his voice, full of lingering fear. Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly. Lu Ning, don't pull stunts like that again. It's really scary. I feel like my mental pollution level is increasing. Oh, Lu Ning replied briefly, his expression indifferent. Regarding what Lu Ning said before he died, Lin Xiao and the others tacitly chose not to pursue it further. After all, knowing those things might lead them into the abyss of death. Colin cleared his throat and brought the conversation back on track. Let's get to business. Captain, what does headquarters want us to do now? Lin Xiao replied seriously. Headquarters wants all regions to investigate the whereabouts of the members of Happy Heaven. If they are found, they should be captured immediately or eliminated on the spot if capture is impossible. The fallen incense was obtained from Gao Tianlin, so that's a clue. Headquarters will send sheriffs and personnel from the logistics department to help us investigate Gao Tianlin's situation. Colin nodded slightly and, after a moment of thought, said, in that case, it might be better to let the sheriffs handle the preliminary investigation. They have more manpower. We just need to verify the leads. That's what I think too, Lin Xiao agreed with a nod. Wang Qiwen interjected. So, does that mean we don't have to do anything for now? Lin Xiao's lips curved slightly. Today, you can take a break. After all, we just went through a big battle yesterday. Starting tomorrow, 2 team members will stay at the branch, and the rest can go out and see if there's anything to discover. Although the initial investigation work is mainly for the sheriffs and professionals, we still need to make an effort. Lu Ning and the others nodded in understanding. Later, they started playing cards in the activity room to pass the time. After losing a few rounds and several $100s, Lu Ning decided to quit the game and went to the basement to train his body instead. That night, instead of staying in the branch's employee quarters, Lu Ning returned to his rented room. Perhaps because it was his own space, he slept more soundly than usual, without any dreams. The next morning, when Lu Ning entered the activity room, he found Wang Qiwen, Wei Xian, and Xiao Yuelin beaming with undisguised joy. Seeing Lu Ning approach, Lin Xiao greeted him warmly. Lu Ning, you're here. The reward for our achievements has been distributed, and this is yours. He handed Lu Ning a finely crafted black metal box. There are 20 soul crystals inside. Upon hearing the number, the previously smiling faces of Wang Qiwen and the others froze, their joy vanishing instantly. Wang Qiwen's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lin Xiao. How many? 20. Wei Xian was equally shocked. Why such a big difference? Xiao Yuelin and I only got 5, and Wang Qiwen just 4. Colin glanced at them with mild irritation. How could it be the same? Lu Ning's contributions far exceed yours. Lin Xiao patiently explained. The headquarters reward system is comprehensive and based on merit. Not to mention, just discovering the fallen incense was a major contribution from Lu Ning. At the mention of fallen incense, Wang Qiwen immediately fell silent and said no more. Seeing Lu Ning pocket the box, Lin Xiao continued. This is your first time receiving soul crystals. Old Qin should have explained how to use them, right? Xiao Yulin nodded. Yes, as Mr. Qin mentioned, you just need to have physical contact with the soul crystal. Holding it in your hand is the most convenient. And then, just like refining your mental power, you absorb the mental radiation from the soul crystal. Good, as long as you know. There's no risk in absorbing soul crystals, so you can just take them back and use them yourself. Today, Lu Ning and I will stay here. You guys can go out and see if you can find any clues, Lin Xiao said with a smile, his eyes filled with encouragement. Colin nodded slightly and left the activity room with Wang Qiwen and the other 2, their footsteps gradually fading away until only Lu Ning and Lin Xiao were left. Lin Xiao turned to Lu Ning with concern in his eyes. How was it? Did you sleep well yesterday? Very well, Lu Ning replied briefly, his voice calm. If you stay here, there's nothing much to do. You can move around as you like. I'm off to watch some shows, Lin Xiao said with a smile before turning to leave. All right, Lu Ning watched Lin Xiao leave, then sat down on the sofa in the activity room, opening the metal box. Inside, the soul crystals were transparent and crystal-like, about the size of a baby's fist, and they glimmered faintly under the light. Lu Ning took out a piece, feeling the cool touch of the soul crystal with his fingertips. He closed his eyes and began to sense the mental radiation from the crystal. Soon, a rich wave of mental radiation entered his perception, stronger and purer than the external mental radiation, without any impurities. The absorption process went exceptionally smoothly, and Lu Ning could feel his mental power rapidly increasing. Over the past month, his mental power had improved significantly, but he still hadn't encountered the bottleneck that Qin Feng had mentioned. It seems I'm still far from the second tier, he thought to himself. 2 hours later, the mental radiation from the soul crystal in his hand was completely absorbed by Lu Ning, his mental power growth comparable to a week's worth of refining. Opening his eyes, he saw that the soul crystal in his hand had turned to dust and dispersed. Unhurriedly, he picked up another soul crystal and continued refining. After more than an hour, Lin Xiao pushed open the door to the activity room. Lu Ning, it's time to eat. I ordered takeout. Lu Ning slowly opened his eyes. All right. Lin Xiao glanced at the now grayish-white soul crystal in Lu Ning's hand, a slight smile on his lips. You've already started training? The soul crystal has turned grayish-white, so it looks like you've almost absorbed all the mental radiation from this piece. Absorbing nearly an entire soul crystal's mental radiation in a few hours is quite efficient. This is the second one, Lu Ning stated calmly, without a hint of boastfulness. What? Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized, his eyes widening in disbelief. The second one? You've already absorbed the first soul crystal? Lu Ning nodded. Yes. Lin Xiao was shocked. You started absorbing right after I left? Yes. In just over 3 hours, you've almost absorbed 2 soul crystals. Yes. Lin Xiao was left questioning reality. Your refining efficiency is incredible. Even a third-tier awakener might not be this fast. He then expressed some concern. Are you sure this absorption and refining process is safe? You won't have any issues with your mental power, right? Maybe you should check for mental contamination. Didn't we just test it 2 days ago? I haven't felt anything unusual, Lu Ning replied, still calm. All right then, Lin Xiao said, a bit enviously. I wish I had your refining speed. I might be at the 6th tier by now. Lu Ning looked at Lin Xiao. You're at the 5th tier? Yes, just about a mid-tier awakener, Lin Xiao laughed. Our base city isn't big, and the mutation events we encounter aren't very severe, so the strength of the Mist Bureau's action team isn't that strong. But at your pace, you might catch up to me soon if you don't hit many bottlenecks. Lu Ning nodded, not saying more. Let's go, time to eat, Lin Xiao called, and the two left the activity room one after the other. In the days that followed, the action team went out daily to investigate various areas. Lu Ning spent 3 out of 4 days outside, sometimes with Lin Xiao, sometimes with Colin, moving through every corner of the city. Considering that Gao Tianlin was originally a gang leader, the source of his corrupted incense might be from the underground industry. Thus, they mostly investigated places like seedy bars and casinos. Despite these places being filled with noise and dubious activities, they found no clues and returned empty-handed each time. Whenever on duty or during off hours, Lu Ning would use soul crystals to refine his mental power, seizing every opportunity to improve himself. Finally, after more than 10 days, Lu Ning encountered a bottleneck, an invisible barrier preventing his mental power from advancing further. However, this bottleneck was fragile, and by absorbing the mental radiation from the last soul crystal, he broke through it in just half a day of refining. Upon reaching the 2nd tier, Lu Ning's mental power surged several times over. Previously, his mental power was like the size of a bowl of water. Now, it was like a bucket, a qualitative leap that gave him a new understanding of his abilities. Moreover, during these days, whenever he had the chance, Lu Ning practiced physical refining techniques, repeating seemingly simple, yet highly effective movements. After more than 10 days, he began to see initial results. Lu Ning felt his strength and speed had nearly doubled compared to when he fought Gao Tianlin. Late that night, the 7th Division's activity room was brightly lit. Lu Ning, Colin, and Lin Xiao sat around a table, engrossed in a game of Fight the Landlord. The cards on the table glimmered under the light as they swiftly shuffled through the cards in their hands. Originally, only Lu Ning and Colin were on duty, but Lin Xiao stayed back for some leisure since he had nothing to do at home. Are you going to bid for the landlord? Colin asked, glancing at his cards. Bid. Pass. They both replied almost simultaneously. I don't want to be on Lu Ning's side, Lin Xiao said, putting down his cards. Lu Ning looked at them expressionlessly. Maybe I'll win this time? Colin and Lin Xiao exchanged a knowing glance and burst into laughter. Just then, a rapid knocking on the door interrupted their game. Yu Ran, who was also on night duty, burst in, panting and with beads of sweat on her forehead. Captain, there's been an incident. Yu Ran's voice was filled with urgency. Lin Xiao immediately put down his cards. Xiao Ran, what's going on? The security bureau called. A woman reported a mass hysteria incident at Villa 13, Jinlong Garden. Yu Ran quickly explained. According to the woman, it seems to involve mutation. It started as a regular birthday party, but participants gradually lost control, attacking each other, and even a murder occurred over food. The woman managed to escape because she stayed by the door and didn't join the activities. After hearing the report, the trio's expressions turned serious. Lin Xiao stood up abruptly. It's the fallen incense. Yu Ran looked at Lin Xiao in confusion. Captain, what's fallen incense? Xiao Ran, that's classified information for the action team. You can't inquire further, Lin Xiao replied sternly. Yu Ran frowned and snapped. Is it just because I'm not an awakened? My shooting is precise, so why can't I join the action team? Xiao Ran. Colin uncharacteristically raised his voice. This is against the Bureau's regulations. Yu Ran stubbornly glared at them and left the activity room. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy. Colin adjusted his glasses and gently explained to Lu Ning. Xiao Ran's parents were our teammates. Her mother died in a mission last time. Lin Xiao sighed. Doesn't she understand that after awakening, mental activity increases, raising the risks of mental contamination and mutation? Even without mutation, the action team's work is perilous. Lu Ning nodded silently. Colin's expression was grave. From Xiao Ran's description, it indeed matches the characteristics of fallen incense. We don't know if it was intentionally lit or mistakenly used. We must act immediately, Lin Xiao decisively ordered. First, go to the security bureau for details, then head to the scene to handle the mutations. According to the research department, fallen incense causes severe mental fluctuations, intensifying mental contamination, and eventually leading to mutation. Colin adjusted his glasses again, his tone heavy. Given the effects of fallen incense, even if those ordinary people don't mutate, few will survive. After Lin Xiao nodded in confirmation, he took out his phone from his pocket to contact Wei Xian and the others. Colin glanced at his watch and suggested, have Wei Xian and Xiao Lin guard the branch, and let Wang Qiwen go directly to the security bureau. That would be more time efficient. Lin Xiao agreed and immediately delegated tasks. He would contact Wei Xian, and Lu Ning would notify Xiao Lin. Lu Ning quickly dialed Xiao Yuelin's number, and the phone was answered after just 2 rings. A sleepy voice came through. Hello? Who is this? It's me, Lu Ning. There's a case that needs handling, and we need someone at the branch. Please come over as soon as possible. Xiao Yuelin's voice instantly became alert. Now? Okay, I'm on my way. The 3 of them ended their calls in succession. Lin Xiao took a black coat from the wall and put it on, with Colin following closely behind. Lu Ning expressed some concern. If all 3 of us leave, won't the branch be unattended? Don't worry, Lin Xiao explained. We'll have Xiao Ran inform retired Old Yi to keep an eye on things. Seeing Lu Ning's puzzled expression, he added, Old Yi, whose name is Yi Nan, is a retired veteran from the action team, just like Qin Feng. The group headed to the first floor, where Lin Xiao signaled the others to wait while he went to the second basement level alone. Noticing Lu Ning's confused look, Colin explained, the second basement stores soul instruments and dangerous items. During an anomaly event, the captain can apply to use low-risk soul instruments, while medium-risk ones are contingent on the situation. Before long, Lin Xiao returned carrying a tall black wooden box, which emitted faint white spiritual radiation. He proudly patted the box and introduced it to Lu Ning. This is a low-risk soul instrument called the Serpent Staff, suitable for power-type awakeners. With this, I'm practically unbeatable at level 5. Colin adjusted his glasses and calmly reminded, your spiritual contamination level is already high. It's best to use it sparingly. Lin Xiao's expression froze, and he chuckled awkwardly as he led the way outside. I'm just bringing it along as a precaution this time. As they passed the front desk, Yu Ran, who was playing a game, glanced up, her gaze lingering on the wooden box before looking back down. Lin Xiao instructed her to notify Old Yi to come and guard the place, and informed her that Xiao Lin and Wei Xian would arrive shortly. It wasn't until the trio's footsteps faded into the night that Yu Ran looked up again, quietly wishing them safe travels before heading to the basement. In the parking lot, Lin Xiao pressed the key to his sports car, proudly showing off a note with contact details found on the back of the car. Colin bluntly pointed out the car's limitation of only seating 2 people and suggested they switch vehicles. Lin Xiao immediately objected. I haven't even paid off my car loan yet. Can't Lu Ning just get a car? I can't drive, Lu Ning said calmly. I hadn't even graduated college when the Mist era began. Colin proposed enrolling Lu Ning and Xiao Lin in a driving school, as action team members might need to be mobile quickly. Ultimately, the group split into 2 cars and sped towards the security bureau. The security bureau of the 7th district wasn't far from the Mist division. Within minutes, 2 cars pulled up steadily at the bureau's entrance. As Lu Ning and his companions approached the door, they saw Wang Qiwen already waiting there, looking slightly impatient. What took you so long? Wang Qiwen approached them, his tone full of complaint. Slow? We came straight here, Lin Xiao retorted. Maybe you're just too fast. How did you get here so quickly? Wang Qiwen, while smoothing his slightly tousled hair, explained, I live nearby. If I had known you'd take this long, I would have fixed my hair first. All right, enough of that. Let's go in and get a handle on the situation. The 4 of them stepped into the bureau's lobby. It was late at night, and there were only a few people around, including a young female receptionist on night duty. Upon seeing the group enter, she immediately stood up from her seat. Are you officers from the Mist division? She asked, her gaze sweeping over the 4 of them. Lin Xiao nodded. Yes. Please follow me. Deputy Director Bowen is expecting you. Wow, he's a deputy director now? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow with a slight smile. The young woman only responded with an awkward yet polite smile, not saying anything further. She quickly led them upstairs to a reception room on the 2nd floor. The reception room wasn't large, with a big table in the center. Seated at the table were 4 people, 3 of whom were familiar faces: Bowen, Lin Fei, and Peng Qianqian. The 4th was a woman sitting across from them. She had long black hair cascading over her shoulders, a delicate face, and striking eyebrows. She was very beautiful, but at that moment, she looked pale, her hands clenched tightly, and her eyes filled with fear, giving her an anxious demeanor. Lu Ning's gaze lingered on the woman, unmoving for a long time. Lu Ning, she's pretty, but you don't have to stare like that, Wang Qiwen remarked, exasperated. Lin Xiao and Colin both gave Lu Ning a peculiar look, with Lin Xiao even wearing a mischievous grin and winking at him. Even Bowen and his group, along with the woman, turned to look. Lu Ning snapped back to reality, speaking calmly. Wang Qiwen, we've met her before. Have we? Wang Qiwen asked, puzzled. Yes. When we were dealing with Gao Tianlin last time, we ran into her and her friend on the way. Wang Qiwen scrutinized the woman for a moment, then widened his eyes in realization. Oh right, I forgot. We didn't recognize her at first either, Lin Fei explained with a smile. It was this lady who mentioned she'd seen us before. Peng Qianqian nodded in agreement. Lu Ning, your memory is impressive. The woman, seeing Lu Ning and his team, quickly stood up, her voice hoarse and trembling. Yes, it's me. My friend and I were there for something. For what? Lin Xiao asked directly. The woman's words faltered, and a flush of embarrassment appeared on her pale face. I've already explained it to Director Bowen. It doesn't seem related to the current matter, does it? If you'd like to know, perhaps you should ask Director Bowen. Bowen nodded at Lin Xiao with a smile. She did mention it. Lin Xiao understood. As long as you're aware. So, tell us about this incident. You said you were at a birthday party, and everyone there changed? Yes, that's right. The woman nodded repeatedly, her face growing even paler. Did you smell anything unusual, like a fragrance? Colin adjusted his glasses and asked. A fragrance? The woman paused, thought for a moment, and then said. There were indeed many scents at the scene. Most of the girls at the party were wearing perfume. It's not the smell of perfume, Lin Xiao said calmly. The fragrance is very subtle, but once you catch a whiff, it can evoke some unusual thoughts. Ah, the woman suddenly widened her eyes. I remember now. There was indeed a very faint scent. What did you feel after smelling it? Lin Xiao asked. The woman's cheeks flushed, and she whispered. It made me feel hot. I thought it was because I'd had too much to drink, so I went out for a walk. When I came back, it was already terrifying inside. I escaped when no one was watching. At this point, her eyes showed deep fear. Colin immediately asked about the specific time of the party. The woman replied that the party started at 8 in the evening, and after escaping, she went straight to the security bureau. This lady arrived at the security bureau at 3:22 a.m., Bowen added. Considering it takes over 20 minutes to get from Jinlong Garden to here, she must have escaped around 3 a.m. Glancing at the time, Colin said, it's already 3:40. We need to handle the situation over there quickly. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement and asked the woman to wait at the security bureau. Bowen volunteered to have Lin Fei and Qianqian assist. Lin Xiao agreed, but specifically instructed them not to get close to the villa, as the mental radiation inside might have reached dangerous levels. Back on the first floor, Lin Xiao quietly asked Lu Ning if the woman showed any signs of mutation. Lu Ning confirmed that there was nothing unusual. The group then drove to Jinlong Garden. It was a high-end community, not as upscale as Gao Tianlin's neighborhood, but it also had villa and residential areas. Villa 13 was located at the corner of the villa area. The security guard let them through after seeing their special bureau IDs and notified other residents to evacuate as requested. They soon approached Villa 13. Strangely, the villa was brightly lit but eerily silent, not at all like a party was happening. Lin Xiao smelled blood, and Colin silently took out his steel needle, ready for action. To Lu Ning's eyes, the entire villa was shrouded in a white mist of mental radiation even stronger than the Gao Tianlin case, and it was still spreading. The mental radiation here is so intense, there might already be mutated individuals inside, Lin Xiao said gravely, his body slightly expanding as he exhaled a wisp of white breath. I'll lead the way. Colin, you handle the perimeter. With that, the four of them cautiously approached the villa, Colin's steel needle hovering behind him, prepared for any sudden developments. As the group approached the villa's entrance, the strong stench of blood hit them. The door was ajar, allowing a clear view of the horrors inside. Lu Ning glanced around, and the scene could only be described as a living hell. Shattered furniture was strewn across the living room, stained with blood on the walls, floors, and furniture. Skinless creatures with exposed, bloody muscles were hunched over the naked bodies of men and women, feasting savagely. Organs and entrails were scattered everywhere. Wang Qiwen's face turned pale at the sight, and he gagged violently. The sound caught the monster's attention, and they lifted their heads. Their hollow, black eye sockets were empty, save for a massive mouth. The mouth opened, revealing layers of sharp teeth, with bloody strands of flesh dripping from them. The creatures abandoned the nearly skeletal corpses and slowly advanced toward the group, driven by their hunger. Food hungry, they growled in a hoarse, garbled voice, struggling to form the words. Eat. One creature, unable to contain its hunger, launched itself like an arrow towards Lin Xiao at the front. Just as it was about to collide with him, a flash of cold light streaked through the air. A sharp blade sliced through the creature from head to toe, spilling blood and entrails everywhere. Lin Xiao's right hand had transformed into a bone knife, dripping with fresh blood. He looked coldly at the still advancing monsters, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. A few low-level mutants dare to think of eating me? Maybe in your next life. With a sudden push off the ground, the floor dented under his foot, and his figure vanished, moving too fast for the eye to follow. Blades flashed, severing the creature's limbs one by one, sending blood and flesh flying, staining the floor red. Lin Xiao, unfazed, casually flicked the blood from his bone knife, then took out a cigarette and lit it leisurely. It was Wang Qiwen's first time seeing Lin Xiao in action, and he stared in shock, exclaiming, "Captain, you're this strong?" Lin Xiao seemed to have anticipated the question. He turned, a small smile on his lips as he exhaled smoke. "What do you think? Impressive, right?" Wang Qiwen, instead of his usual teasing, nodded, a hint of admiration in his eyes. "Damn impressive. I mean, come on, I have water control abilities and elemental type. Why isn't it this cool?" Kellen, still alert and scanning the surroundings, adjusted his glasses with a light chuckle. "Because the captain is tier 5, and you're?" Wang Qiwen sighed. "This mental power refinement is really tough. I figure it'll take me another 6 months, maybe more, to reach tier 2. Lu Ning's probably faster, given he has more soul crystals." Lu Ning, who was staring at the ceiling, replied calmly, "I'm already tier 2. Wang Qiwen. Lin Xiao. Kellen." The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Even the surrounding stench of blood felt suspended. Lin Zhao's cigarette fell to the ground as he gaped, his mind a whirl of confusion. "What? You're tier 2? Lu Ning glanced at Lin Xiao and nodded. "Yeah, is there a problem?" Colin looked bewildered, his glasses nearly slipping off as he was clearly shocked by the situation before him. "You've refined your mental power this quickly? That's insanely fast." He was silently critiquing in his mind, though his words were tinged with undeniable surprise. Lu Ning remained calm, casually explaining, "It's all right, especially with soul crystals in hand. If I have the chance, I absorb a bit." The three exchanged glances, their expressions twisting instantly. Lin Xiao couldn't help but speak up. "You're absorbing the soul crystals so quickly. Aren't you afraid of mental pollution?" Realizing his words sounded foolish, he quickly corrected himself. "No. Wait. How could you not be afraid?" "I'm not afraid at all." Lu Ning laughed nonchalantly, turning to look at the puzzled Lin Xiao. Wang Qiwen began to question life itself, a look of despair on his face. "Damn, I'm still far from reaching the 2nd tier," he grumbled, rubbing his head in frustration. Colin furrowed his brow, turning his gaze to Lu Ning. "After reaching the 2nd tier, did your abilities improve?" Lu Ning thought for a moment and answered succinctly, "My recovery speed is faster. I did some experiments before and found I can revive quicker than at the 1st tier." His voice was steady, as if stating a simple fact. The three were momentarily speechless. Lin Zhao's eyes widened, his expression full of shock. You experiment by killing yourself?" he murmured, filled with disbelief. Lu Ning beamed with a bright smile, his tone light. "Because the pain of dying makes me feel alive, it's quite nice." The three fell silent again, seemingly unsure how to respond. Colin took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. "When we get back, Lu Ning, you should get checked for mental pollution." Wang Qiwen nodded in agreement, his concern evident. "I suspect you've really gone mad." Lu Ning looked as if it were only natural, earnestly stating, "I'm perfectly normal." The three almost simultaneously rolled their eyes, clearly losing faith in his words. Lin Xiao glanced around, his expression darkening. "All right, enough chit-chat. Let's get inside and investigate, see if there are any other mutants." He paused, speaking in a low tone, "and look for survivors. Also, don't forget we need to find the corrupted incense here." Colin nodded. "Understood, let's go in." The three of them entered the hall together. As soon as they stepped inside, Lu Ning caught a faint, delicate fragrance. Colin and Wang Qiwen seemed to notice it too. Wang Qiwen frowned, looking somewhat irritated. "This smell is so annoying. It always makes me feel uneasy, like something bad is coming." Colin glanced at him calmly. "Your mental strength isn't strong enough yet. Once you improve, the sense effect will be much less." He then turned to Lin Xiao. "This place is pretty large. How about we split up?" Lin Xiao considered for a moment and nodded. "All right, Wang Qiwen, you're with me. Lu Ning, you go with Colin." "Got it." Colin led Lu Ning to one side of the hall, while Lin Xiao and Wang Qiwen headed towards the stairs. Wang Qiwen muttered under his breath, "Wait, I never agreed to this." Nevertheless, he reluctantly followed. Colin quietly told Lu Ning, "Let's check the 1st floor first and see where the incense is coming from." They quickly moved through the living room, searching, but the hall was a mess, and there was no trace of the incense. "Let's check the kitchen and other rooms," Colin suggested. "All right." Lu Ning nodded. As they headed to the kitchen, Colin suddenly asked, "By the way, Lu Ning, can you revive others?" Lu Ning shook his head, indicating he couldn't. "I see." Colin showed a hint of disappointment. "It would be great if you could revive others." "Do you have someone you wish to revive?" Lu Ning asked casually. Colin adjusted his glasses, a wry smile tugging at his lips. "Plenty. If our fallen teammates could be revived, their families would be so relieved, and Xiao Ran wouldn't always complain about wanting to become a full member. And my parents and wife." He trailed off, his tone heavy, his eyes darkening. "When I awakened, my psychic power went rampant, and everything was flying around because of it." They unfortunately died in that disaster. Hearing this, Lu Ning was slightly taken aback, a flicker of complex emotions briefly crossing his eyes. After a moment of silence, Lu Ning looked at Colin and spoke slowly. If I ever gain the ability to bring someone back to life, I'll help you resurrect her. Colin was momentarily stunned, then a look of surprise and joy appeared on his face. Really? Lu Ning nodded calmly. Yes. Colin's expression turned complex as he took a deep breath and said, to be honest, Lu Ning, I used to hold some resentment towards you. After all, Mumu's condition changing was somewhat related to you. Lu Ning continued to look at him with a calm demeanor. However, Colin continued, I understand that it's not entirely your fault. Without you, Mumu's condition might have deteriorated anyway. I've just had a hard time letting go of it. He paused, his gaze softening. But over the past month or so, spending time with you, I've realized you're a good person. So, any past grievances have faded. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask me. Lu Ning gave a slight nod. All right. As they spoke, a noise came from the direction of the kitchen. They instinctively turned their heads towards the source of the sound. Follow me, Colin commanded in a low voice, his steel needles hovering around him, gleaming coldly. He cautiously moved towards the kitchen. On one side of the kitchen, there was a small door, and faint sobbing could be heard from behind it. Colin raised an eyebrow, reached out, and twisted the doorknob with a flick of his wrist. The doorknob turned with a crisp click. The door slowly opened, and Lu Ning's gaze followed, fixing on the inside. A woman in a red dress was huddled, sobbing, her shoulders trembling slightly. Just as Colin was about to speak, he noticed that Lu Ning had already raised a handgun, aiming it at the woman. Bang! The loud gunshot echoed in the silence. The woman's red dress suddenly billowed, acting like a shield in front of her head. The bullet struck the dress, embedding itself, and blood quickly stained the red fabric. The woman let out a piercing scream and jerked her head up. Her face was bizarre, like two mismatched features fused together. The left side was soft and beautiful, while the right was harsh and unyielding, unable to blend. Her scream was a bizarre mix of high-pitched femininity and low male undertones, unsettling to hear. You two handsome brothers, come play with me. Her voice was sharp, filled with longing and allure. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air, and several steel needles pierced through the woman's red dress like arrows, striking her forehead and heart. Her seductive smile remained, but her eyes lost their light, as if her soul had been extracted. Colin adjusted his glasses slightly, bowed elegantly, and chuckled softly at the fallen woman. No thanks, but I appreciate the offer. Lu Ning glanced at the gun in his hand and said blandly, this handgun is too weak. Can I apply for a stronger weapon? Colin chuckled. Indeed, standard handguns have limited power. The bodies of those who've mutated are generally stronger, and for those above the second tier, unless you hit a weak spot, it's hard to deal significant damage. Just like with Gao Tianlin before. He paused and continued. Typically, an awakened individual's combat strength relies on their awakened abilities, but you're different. Once I get back, I'll apply for some firearms from headquarters. Do you have any specific requests? Lu Ning thought for a moment and replied, the Qishao handgun. Old Qin mentioned it's the most powerful handgun available. That should be sufficient, right? After pondering for a moment, Colin nodded in agreement. Yes, unless a second-tier mutant has specialized defensive abilities, they can't withstand it. Even third-tier mutants can be taken down if their defenses aren't particularly strong. However, this weapon has a heavy recoil and is designed for those with enhanced strength. Can you handle it? My strength is pretty good right now, Lu Ning replied confidently. That's good to hear. Colin was about to continue, but Lu Ning started listing his equipment needs. I'll also need the Clairvoyant Model 3 sniper rifle, Beehive Model 6 heavy machine gun. Whoa, hold on. Colin interrupted, exasperated. Are you planning to take on 4th or 5th tier mutants? Heavy machine guns are regulated weapons, only deployed during fog beast tides. Within the base city, unless it's a particularly dangerous situation, you can't get approval. But I might be able to manage a sniper rifle. So, I guess a portable missile is out of the question? Lu Ning asked with an eager look. Colin stared at him speechlessly. Why don't you just ask for a soul crystal cannon? Is that possible? Lu Ning's eyes lit up. Let's just check the kitchen first, Colin said, feeling a bit overwhelmed as he changed the subject. As they searched, Lu Ning asked curiously, why are the firearms of this era so primitive? Back in our time, intercontinental missiles had ranges of over 10,000 kilometers. Colin explained, that's because the mental radiation from the fog affected the laws of the universe, causing nuclear fission and fusion to fail, so nuclear bombs wouldn't detonate. Plus, after the robot uprising, intelligent systems collapsed, rendering advanced firearms almost obsolete. Just then, a loud crash echoed from upstairs, shaking the entire villa. Colin's expression changed. I'll go check it out, he said, leaping into the air, with Lu Ning following closely. On the second floor, they saw that the third floor's ceiling had collapsed, and a 4-meter-tall giant was battling Lin Xiao. The giant's muscles were exposed and covered in menacing spikes, and with a single punch, It sent the nearly 3-meter transformed Lin Xiao flying. Meanwhile, Wang Qiwen rushed out from the other side, looking terrified, with a horde of grotesque creatures in pursuit. Some with large mouths moving on all fours, some with malformed, androgynous bodies, and 2 clawed monsters covered in blood-red armor with crimson eyes. "Vice Captain, help me!" Wang Qiwen cried out desperately to Colin. Whiz, whiz, whiz. The piercing sound of something cutting through the air shattered the silence. Several steel needles shot past Wang Qiwen like lightning, precisely piercing the giant-mouthed creature and the androgynous monster behind him. The 2 creatures fell to the ground instantly, while the humanoid monster covered in a blood-red carapace dodged the lethal strike with astonishing agility. Colin, expressionless, adjusted his glasses, a cold gleam reflecting off the lenses. With a slight movement of his fingers, the steel needles in midair changed direction and shot once again toward the 2 carapaced monsters. The creatures roared in fury, retreating as they fought, looking rather disheveled. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Qiwen ran over to Lu Ning and Colin, his face pale as he gasped for breath. "Damn, that was too close." Colin gave a brief nod of acknowledgement. "Fall back. These mutated ones are not to be underestimated." Hearing this, Wang Qiwen immediately retreated to the back. Just then, a series of low growls echoed around them. Lu Ning glanced around and saw more mutated creatures emerging from the rooms on the second floor, including more giant-mouthed mutants and grotesque fused mutants. Looking up, he noticed more menacing heads poking out from the edge of the collapsed third floor, among them 2 formidable beings covered entirely in blood-red carapace. Colin frowned as he surveyed the area. This place has become a nest for the mutated. No sooner had he spoken than 2 more carapaced mutants let out eerie laughs. "Ha ha ha! Kill you all!" They leaped down from the third floor, joining the earlier 2 to form an encirclement. They dodged the steel needle attacks as they closed in on Colin. With a serious expression, Colin grabbed a large rock from the ground, unleashing his telekinetic power to hurl it like a cannonball at the 4 carapaced mutants. As they fended off the attack, the steel needles aimed for the head of one mutant. However, it reacted quickly, swatting the needles aside with a palm. The other 2 carapaced mutants had already charged close, prompting Colin to unleash a telekinetic blast that sent them crashing through a wall, yet their defenses were so formidable that they emerged unscathed. Meanwhile, the rest of the mutants had formed a surrounding formation. Wang Qiwen stood ready with his gun, his expression grim. "Lu Ning, the captain and the others are tied up." "Yeah," Lu Ning replied tersely. Wang Qiwen glanced nervously at the 6 giant-mouthed mutants and 3 fused mutants closing in, swallowing hard. "What do we do?" "What do you mean, what do we do?" Lu Ning looked at him in surprise. "There's just the 2 of us against all these mutants?" Wang Qiwen gritted his teeth. Lu Ning nodded. "Then it's up to us." With that, he raised his hand and fired a shot, hitting a giant-mouthed mutant squarely in the forehead. Though the bullet was stopped by its skull, blood still splattered out. The gunshot seemed to signal the start of the assault. The previously slow-moving mutants suddenly surged forward, charging at the 2 of them. "Damn it!" Wang Qiwen roared, squeezing the trigger as he fired both guns. Bullets left trails of wounds on the giant-mouthed mutants, but failed to be lethal. The fused mutants were even craftier, using their fleshy exteriors to block the bullets as they continued to close in. Wang Qiwen's expression changed slightly as he was about to summon a water arrow to attack. In the blink of an eye, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of one of the fused mutants. A flash of white light. Amidst the thunderous noise, the mutant hastily blocked, but its arms were severed, and its body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. It let out a piercing scream mixed with male and female tones, but Lu Ning was already upon it, delivering a precise, heavy punch to its head. Another flash of white light, and its brain matter splattered. Lu Ning wiped the blood off his face with an impassive expression and flexed his fists. "If guns aren't effective, I do know a bit of hand-to-hand combat." Before he finished speaking, he shot towards the remaining 2 mutants like a cannonball. The 2 creatures showed no fear. Instead, they displayed a twisted excitement. You are so strong. I like you. Come, let's enjoy together. Merge with me." One of the mutants' flesh transformed instantly, turning into a crimson shroud that enveloped Lu Ning. However, under the fierce assault of the soul-shaking fist, the red fabric shattered into a rain of blood. As Lu Ning prepared to deal with the mutant whose shroud was destroyed, the other mutant's claws slashed at his left arm. Lu Ning ignored it, aiming directly for the enemy's vital point. Boom. Both sides struck almost simultaneously. Lu Ning shattered the opponent's arm, but his own left arm had a chunk of flesh torn away. The mutant with the broken arm retreated in confusion, while the one that struck Lu Ning greedily devoured his flesh, letting out a low, ecstatic growl. "So satisfying." Lu Ning grinned. "Yeah, it hurts so good." The mutant's expression of enjoyment froze. What shocked it even more was that Lu Ning's wound was healing at a visible speed. "You can heal your wounds?" It screamed in disbelief. "No wonder you didn't dodge earlier." Lu Ning couldn't be bothered to respond, and instead pursued the mutant with the broken arm. The creature retreated desperately, shouting, "Why are you chasing me? Hee, didn't you want to merge with me? Why are you running?" Lu Ning's smile was bright, but menacing. "Go after him." The mutant with the broken arm pointed to its companion. The other mutant had quietly approached Lu Ning's back, claws poised with a cruel grin. Lu Ning abruptly turned, blocking the claw strike, and followed with a frontal soul-shaking fist. The mutant hastily retreated, but its face was grazed, leaving it bloodied and disfigured. It roared in fury as Lu Ning closed in. A lightning-fast right straight punch aimed for its head, but the mutant narrowly avoided it and countered by grabbing at Lu Ning's arm. Lu Ning retracted his punch, turning his elbow to clash with the mutant's claws. With a crisp snap, the mutant's fingers broke. As the mutant shrieked in pain and tried to retreat, Lu Ning's left hand clamped onto its arm like a vice. In a panic, the mutant's eyes glowed pink as it attempted to feign allure. "Do you think I'm beautiful?" Lu Ning's response was a heavy punch shimmering with white light, shattering its head into pieces. Watching the mutant's body collapse, he remarked indifferently, "Not beautiful." Only then did the last mutant with the broken arm come to its senses. Seeing its companion's headless corpse, genuine fear finally appeared on its face. Lu Ning didn't give the last mutated creature any chance to recover. He lunged forward like a bullet, using his newly mastered combat skills to deliver two precise, heavy punches to the head of the creature that had lost its arm. With a sickening crack, the deformed head exploded instantly. After dealing with the three mutated creatures, Lu Ning immediately turned his attention to Wang Qiwen's battle. Wang Qiwen was fending off several wide-mouthed mutants, which attacked with alarming speed. He gripped his pistol tightly, while maintaining a shimmering water shield that enveloped him. His shooting was precise and decisive, consistently targeting the same spot until he broke through the tough skulls. Wang Qiwen had already managed to kill two of the wide-mouthed mutants, but his situation was dire. The water shield began to tremble under continuous assault, and his face grew paler with the depletion of his mental energy. Seeing Wang Qiwen on the verge of collapse, Lu Ning decisively drew his dual pistols, taking down one of the mutants with just 2 accurate shots to its head. This sight seemed to invigorate Wang Qiwen, banishing his thoughts of retreat. "Damn you bastards, die!" he shouted, aiming at a mutant with its jaws wide open, and fired 2 shots deep into its throat. With their coordinated efforts, the remaining mutants were swiftly eradicated. After the battle, Wang Qiwen collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, his body drenched in sweat. As Lu Ning approached, he voiced his curiosity. "Can your water control only form a defensive shield? Do you think I don't want to attack?" Wang Qiwen replied, somewhat exasperated. "These things are too fast and tough. My water arrows are only as powerful as a handgun, and they drain my mental energy. It's better to focus on defense and use the gun to take them out." "Oh." Lu Ning nodded in understanding. "Hey, Lu Ning," Wang Qiwen protested. "You don't look down on my ability, do you? It's just because I'm still at the first level. Once my mental strength grows, water control is really powerful. Elemental abilities are height-tier, you know." Seeing Lu Ning's gaze shift towards Colin and Lin Zhao's battle, Wang Qiwen felt even more frustrated. "Hey, are you even listening?" "Huh? What?" Lu Ning replied, bewildered. Just as Wang Qiwen was about to explode, Lu Ning briefly said, "I'm going to help Deputy Captain Colin." Wang Qiwen watched Lu Ning's departing figure, his gaze then sweeping over the 3 corpses of the fused mutants on the ground, their heads gruesomely damaged. He hesitated to speak, but eventually fell silent. Not far away, Colin was engaged in a fierce battle with 4 shell-armored mutants. These mutants, whose defense capabilities had been significantly enhanced, managed to withstand Colin's attacks repeatedly, yet their thick shells were now riddled with cracks, seeping blood. In contrast, Colin remained calm, as if everything was under control. Suddenly, the 4 shell-armored mutants spread out, charging at Colin from different directions. Colin smirked slightly. "You guys have no idea about telekinesis." With a raise of his right hand, the debris from Lin Zhao's battle with the muscle giant levitated and shot toward the mutants like cannonballs. Caught off guard, the mutants were sent flying, their shell cracks widening, blood gushing out. At this moment, Lu Ning approached and asked, "Need any help?" Colin glanced at the corpses behind Lu Ning, his eyes pausing on the shattered heads of the fused mutants, and exclaimed, "You finished them off so quickly? Faster than both the captain and me. Those 3 androgynous creatures were second-tier mutants. How did you manage it?" With the soul-shaking fist, Lu Ning replied succinctly, "You could keep up with those mutants?" Colin was a bit surprised. Lu Ning nodded. "I've been working out quite a bit lately. My speed has improved a lot." Hearing this, Colin seemed contemplative. He then waved his arm, sending several large stones precisely hitting the struggling, shell-armored mutants. Adjusting his glasses with a smile, he said, "No need for help. If a deputy team leader like me needed assistance from a newcomer, that would be quite negligent." Before he finished speaking, a series of steel needles shot through the air, piercing the cracks in one mutant's shell, targeting its vital points. The mutant convulsed painfully before going still. The remaining 3 mutants, eyes blazing red, roared as they charged again, but their injuries severely hampered their speed. Colin's needles continued to dart through the cracks in their shells, swiftly ending their lives. Retrieving the steel needles that flew back to his hand, Colin explained, these were just third-tier mutants, albeit of a defense-specialized type, so they were tougher to take down. Lu Ning nodded and turned to look in the direction of Lin Zhao's battle. Colin followed his gaze, seeing that the entire second floor had been wrecked, with parts of the floor collapsing, revealing the ceiling of the first floor. Colin frowned. This mutant might have reached the 5th tier. If it's caused by the fallen incense, then its threat is likely more severe than we imagined. Upon hearing this, Wang Qiwen immediately turned to Colin with a slight frown. By the way, Deputy Captain, did you find the incense? Colin adjusted his glasses and slowly shook his head. No. How about you? We didn't either, Wang Qiwen replied, his tone a bit tense. We had just reached the 3rd floor when we saw a large group of mutants gathered together. This muscle mutant was surrounded by them, like some kind of ritual. Mutants gathering together? Colin's brow furrowed, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Why would that happen? Wang Qiwen shrugged helplessly. I have no idea. As soon as we got up there, these mutants charged at us like they were following orders. As they were talking, the muscle mutant suddenly threw its head back and let out a deafening roar. Immediately, its muscles began to writhe violently, swelling and twisting as if alive. Its already massive body expanded by more than half a meter under everyone's shocked gazes. Without any warning, this giant creature charged at Lin Zhao with astonishing speed, delivering a powerful punch. Lin Zhao's expression was grave as he quickly crossed his arms to block. Bang! The immense force drove Lin Zhao into the floor, causing him to crash down to the 1st floor. With a thunderous crash, the 2nd floor floorboards collapsed, cracks spreading like spiderwebs. Lu Ning and the others also fell to the 1st floor as the debris clouded their vision. Captain! Wang Qiwen's voice was filled with obvious anxiety as he urgently scanned the rubble for Lin Zhao. Colin, on the other hand, remained unusually calm, lightly adjusting his glasses. The captain won't die from something like this. As if to confirm Colin's words, a deep black light suddenly flashed from the rubble. In the next moment, debris exploded outward as a figure shot out like an arrow, crashing straight into the muscle giant. Boom! The muscle giant was sent flying by the impact, soaring over 10 meters away and smashing through a distant wall. Lin Zhao had undergone a drastic transformation. His clothes were almost entirely shredded, revealing a body that had swelled to over 3 meters tall. His skin had turned an unnatural crimson, with wisps of steam swirling around him. Most striking was the black staff he held, around which coiled a lifelike silver serpent. The silver snake seemed almost alive, constantly moving along the staff and occasionally wrapping around Lin Zhao's wrist, its scales glinting coldly in the dim light. As Lin Zhao raised the staff, an invisible pressure enveloped the entire area, making Lu Ning feel as though 1,000 pounds were pressing on his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Beside him, Wang Qiwen's eyes widened in shock, his voice trembling slightly. What is that? Why does that staff make me feel so uneasy? That's a soul vessel, Colin explained briefly. Soul vessel. Wang Qiwen examined the object with a frown, hesitating to speak further. Does it seem a bit sinister? Colin accurately picked up on his thoughts. Yes, that's exactly it. Wang Qiwen nodded in agreement. Colin continued, his expression serious. A soul vessel contains powerful psychic radiation that can contaminate the mind of anyone who comes into contact with it. Even a brief exposure can leave ordinary people with permanent mental scars. Although awakened individuals have a stronger resistance, excessive use still carries the risk of mental deterioration. Suddenly, Lin Zhao let out a low shout, his figure blurring into motion as he appeared before the muscled aberration. The snake staff in his hand struck the giant's abdomen like lightning, sending the creature flying once more. Blood arched through the air. Lin Zhao didn't give his opponent any respite, his form flickering continuously. The muscle giant seemed like a mere plaything in his hands, tossed back and forth in the air. Despite this, the creature's vitality was tenacious. Each time it was sent flying, it roared with anger and pain. A grim smile appeared on Lin Zhao's face, his snake staff striking ever more fiercely. 1 hit, 5 hits, 10 hits, until after dozens of heavy blows, the muscle giant finally collapsed to the ground, lifeless. As the battle concluded, Lin Zhao tossed the snake staff aside and sank to the ground, drenched in sweat, his skin marked with blood and his breathing labored. Colin quickly approached, placing the snake staff into a black wooden box, and asked with concern, Captain, how are you holding up? Forcing a smile, Lin Zhao's face occasionally twisted into a grimace. I'm all right, just a bit mentally shaken, but I can manage. That guy was a tough one. Take a rest, Colin suggested. We'll continue looking for the incense. All right, Lin Zhao agreed with a nod. At that moment, a round of applause broke the brief silence. Colin and Lin Zhao both frowned, looking toward the source of the sound, with Lu Ning turning to see as well. On the lawn outside the ruins, a tall figure in a black robe had appeared unnoticed, wearing a white smiling mask that obscured their gender. Clapping, the figure fixated on the wooden box in Colin's hand and chuckled in a voice that was neither distinctly male nor female. I didn't expect to encounter a soul vessel during just an experiment. What luck! Colin narrowed his eyes, steel needles hovering in readiness. Someone from the joyous paradise? The masked figure bowed slightly. You guessed correctly, officer of the Mist Bureau. Your captain seems to be in a bad shape right now. How about we avoid conflict? Just hand over the soul vessel, and I'll leave immediately. Colin's response was a lethal strike. Over a dozen steel needles shot through the air, aiming straight for the masked figure's vital points. As the steel needles approached, the masked man merely extended a finger, causing them to tremble slightly in midair before losing momentum and dropping to the ground with a crisp clatter. Colin furrowed his brow, his expression shifting from surprise to seriousness. You can dissipate my psychic energy? The masked man smiled gently, his voice as soft as a lover's whisper. It seems you don't understand us. I merely made your psychic energy go passive. Once it's passive, it naturally dissipates. He locked eyes with Colin. Like this, passive. As soon as he finished speaking, Colin's body swayed. His legs weakened, nearly causing him to fall. He gritted his teeth, let out a low growl, and with a surge of mental energy, he managed to shake off the negative state. In the blink of an eye, a gun appeared in the masked man's hand, aimed directly at Colin, and he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Almost simultaneously, another gunshot rang out. 2 bullets collided midair in a burst of sparks, both veering off course and falling helplessly to the ground. The masked man turned to see Lu Ning, who had fired, with a curious gleam in his eye. Nice shooting. Lu Ning's response was another bullet, fired without hesitation. However, as soon as it neared the masked man, it seemed to hit an invisible barrier, losing all momentum and dropping to the floor. The masked man chuckled, his tone teasing. If you're that hasty in bed, your partner won't be pleased, you know? Bang! Bang! Lu Ning fired 2 more shots, but the bullets lost power before reaching their target, landing with a dull thud. Really now? The masked man slightly opened his palm towards Lu Ning, his eyes glinting with a strange light. Charm. I dislike overly aggressive people. Why don't you just end it? Unexpectedly, Lu Ning showed no reaction to the command. He calmly continued firing at the masked man, a relentless hail of bullets that couldn't penetrate the invisible shield. The masked man, surprised, scrutinized Lu Ning with a furrowed brow. Failed to charm you? Your mental strength is far inferior to mine, yet your willpower is formidable. He smirked. I'm intrigued. Would you like to join our happy heaven? At that moment, the masked man suddenly leaped several meters away, like a startled beast. A massive stone crashed into the spot where he had stood, causing the ground to tremble and dust to fly. Colin adjusted his glasses, his usually gentle face now icy and severe. Trying to recruit my team member right in front of me? I can't allow that. As he spoke, veins bulged on his forehead, and as he spread his hands, the surrounding rubble began to levitate, forming a threatening barrier in the air. He glared coldly at the masked man. Your ability to neutralize psychic energy must have its limits, right? Let's see where they are. Colin thrust his hands forward, sending dozens of stones hurtling towards the masked man from all directions, their path cutting sharp whistles through the air. The masked man stood unmoved, spreading his hands with a deep, raspy utterance. Passive. With his command, an invisible force spread outwards, causing all the incoming stones to lose their momentum midair, dropping to the ground like severed kites with a series of dull thuds. The masked man softly remarked, Unfortunately, you won't find my limits. As he finished speaking, he suddenly turned his gaze in another direction. Lin Xiao, who had been resting nearby, had stood up, walking over to Colin and taking the wooden box from him. Lin Xiao grinned, his gaze cold with lethal intent. If Colin can't, then how about me? The masked man shrugged, his voice still relaxed. Hey, you must have expended quite a bit just now. Using a soul weapon at high frequency. Be careful not to overstrain yourself. Lin Xiao's expression remained cold, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. That's none of your concern. Before that happens, I can take you down. Seems I've been underestimated, the masked man replied softly. Though you're strong, I'm not as brainless as that test subject. My abilities are perfect for evasion. Is that so? Let's find out. Lin Xiao declared, decisively opening the wooden box to once again wield the serpent staff. Lin Xiao let out a low shout, and his previously contracted body suddenly expanded. With a powerful push off the ground, he vanished like a phantom and reappeared in front of the masked man. His hands tightly gripped the serpent staff, which glowed with a faint white light, the manifestation of the soul-piercing fist's power. Lin Xiao unleashed his full strength, merging the power of his soul weapon with the soul-piercing fist. The resulting force whipped the masked man's black robe like a flag in a storm. Are you insane? The masked man's voice lost its former calm, now tinged with shock. Negate. He quickly extended his hand, activating his ability. As the ability took effect, the white glow on the serpent staff rapidly dissipated, and Lin Zhao's speed noticeably slowed. Nevertheless, the serpent staff's power remained formidable. The masked man dared not take it heeding and rapidly retreated. The serpent staff smashed into the spot where the masked man had just stood, creating a massive crater several meters wide and causing the ground to tremble. Having missed his target, Lin Zhao's figure flashed again, appearing behind the masked man, the long staff sweeping toward him. Just as the masked man was about to evade, several massive stones hurtled toward him from all directions, striking him with precision. Despite his timely defense, he was forced to stagger backward, unable to stabilize himself. As the stones dissipated, Lin Zhao's staff landed heavily on the masked man's back. Boom! The masked man was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the wall of a nearby villa, causing bricks to collapse. Without pausing, Lin Zhao charged into the rubble, and another thunderous crash followed. The masked man was blasted out of the villa, struck by more flying stones, blood spurting from beneath his black robe. Lin Zhao pursued relentlessly, leaping into the air with the serpent staff raised high, and brought it down with force. Boom! The masked man plummeted to the ground like a meteor, crashing into the ruins. Lin Zhao landed, leaning on the serpent staff, panting heavily, his face contorted with pain. At that moment, the masked man stirred within the debris, slowly rising. His voice was now hoarse and sharp, filled with anger. Damn you! You're ignoring the risk of mutation? Lin Zhao's expression twisted, and he let out a cold laugh, charging forward once more. The masked man screamed, reaching out to Lin Zhao again, hissing filthy incantations. Corrupt! With this utterance, the masked man trembled violently, blood seeping from the corners of his smiling mask. Lin Zhao, as if struck by lightning, froze in place. His tattered coat billowed as if something writhed beneath it. He grunted, a hoarse growl emanating from deep in his throat. Colin, seeing this, turned pale and shouted, Captain, drop the serpent staff. Lin Zhao's eyes were bloodshot, his gaze wild and frenzied, but a sliver of reason allowed him to release his grip. The serpent staff fell to the ground, its writhing silver snake pattern gradually calming, as if it had lost its vitality. Lin Zhao collapsed next to the serpent staff, his coat still writhing but slowly settling. His hands gripped two stone slabs tightly, crushing them to dust as if enduring unspeakable pain. Seeing this, Colin immediately used his telekinesis to pull the serpent staff to himself, quickly placing it in a wooden box. As the serpent staff was secured, Lin Zhao's struggling body finally began to calm down. Colin breathed a sigh of relief at the sight, and then directed the boulder to strike once more at the masked man who was coughing up blood. Although the masked man was being forced back repeatedly, his condition didn't worsen without Lin Zhao's aggressive assault. Lu Ning, get the captain back, Colin shouted, his face serious as he continued his attack. Lu Ning nodded in agreement and swiftly rushed to Lin Zhao's side. He noticed two fleshy tendrils on Lin Zhao's cheek, slowly wriggling and gradually merging into his skin until they disappeared. Lin Zhao looked as pale as paper, as if he had just been through a severe illness. Without hesitation, Lu Ning lifted Lin Zhao into his arms and quickly retreated behind Colin. Wang Qiwen immediately approached, worry etched on his face. Captain, are you all right? Lin Zhao suppressed his pain, took a deep breath, and forced a weak smile. I'm all right. Almost had a breakdown just now. That guy's ability is terrifying, but it seems he hasn't mastered it completely and suffered a serious backlash. What's the captain's condition? Colin asked Lu Ning. Observing a faint white mist slowly dissipating from Lin Zhao's body, Lu Ning replied, he should be fine. Colin's expression relaxed slightly, but Lin Zhao, still staring intently at the masked man Colin was holding at bay, said, this guy is tough. Colin, you might not be able to hold him. Can you buy me some time? I need to call for backup immediately. Colin nodded in agreement. Just then, Lu Ning spoke up. Captain, can I borrow the coiled serpent staff? Everyone present was taken aback, their eyes widening. Wang Qiwen whispered in shock. Lu Ning, are you crazy? Lin Zhao was momentarily stunned but quickly understood. Wait, won't your mental contamination level increase? But it's too dangerous. This cultist is only being suppressed for now. Once he recovers slightly, Colin won't be able to hold him. You're too weak. Even with a soul weapon, it could be fatal. Will I die? Lu Ning calmly countered. Faced with Lu Ning's determination, Colin glanced at the masked man who was regaining his footing and said, I think it's worth a try. If we delay any longer, he'll definitely escape, and I won't be able to stop him. Then let's try it. Lin Zhao agreed with a faint smile, signaling Colin to hand the wooden box to Lu Ning. Lu Ning opened the box, and as soon as he grasped the coiled serpent staff, the silver snake patterns seemed to come alive, winding around his wrist. A surge of powerful energy coursed through his body. He lightly swung the staff, causing the air to whistle sharply. This is the power of a soul weapon? It truly is formidable, Lu Ning murmured to himself. Then, with a sudden burst, he shattered the stone slab beneath his feet and transformed into a blur, charging toward the masked man. The masked man had just used his passive ability to neutralize Colin's attack and was panting heavily. He sneered, "Officer of the Mist Bureau, you can't stop me. I'm about to escape." Before he could finish, he saw a figure wielding a staff rushing toward him, causing him to tremble. Recognizing the newcomer as the sharpshooting team member and not Lin Xiao, he laughed loudly. "A mere second-tier awakener dares to use a soul weapon? You're insane. He'll soon mutate, won't he?" No one responded to his taunts as Lu Ning and the boulders controlled by Colin closed in. The masked man shouted passive, causing all the boulders to drop instantly, but Lu Ning's speed remained unimpeded. In a blink, he was upon the masked man, the coiled serpent staff enveloped in blinding white light, descending fiercely. What? The masked man was utterly shocked that his negative ability seemed to have no effect on Lu Ning. The dense power of the soul-shaking fist on Lu Ning's coiled staff made the masked man's eyes widen, his breath catching for a moment. Taken by surprise, he stumbled backward, but Lin Zhao's previous attack had already left him battered. Coupled with the backlash from his own deteriorating ability, his movements were noticeably sluggish. He barely managed to avoid a critical hit, but his left shoulder was struck solidly. The high-frequency vibration of the soul-shaking fist, enhanced by the coiled staff, dramatically increased Lu Ning's strike power. As soon as the staff touched the masked man's left shoulder, his bones shattered instantly, and his flesh tore apart. He let out a piercing scream, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could a mere second-tier awakened one inflict such severe injuries on him? Without pausing, Lu Ning twisted his waist and swung his arm, the staff whistling through the air as it swept toward the masked man's waist. The masked man gritted his teeth and swallowed the blood in his mouth, snarling at Lu Ning, "Negative." This time, the white light on Lu Ning's staff did dim slightly, and the attack's power and speed decreased. Yet the masked man's expression was even more shocked. His full exertion of the negative ability could only weaken it this much. Fortunately, he was prepared, using his ability while quickly retreating, narrowly avoiding the strike. Just as the masked man was about to catch his breath, a whistling sound came from behind. A barrage of boulders hurtled toward him. He dodged frantically, but was still struck on the back by one, causing blood to gush out. Amidst his furious screams, he watched Lu Ning approach with the staff again, yelling hysterically, "Corruption!" However, Lu Ning showed no reaction, and to the masked man's disbelief, the staff struck heavily on his head. Boom! The masked man's head snapped to the side, his mask shattered, revealing a handsome, blood-stained face with a gaping wound on his forehead, blood gushing out. He staggered back, lips moving as if to speak, but the second strike had already landed. The blow knocked the masked man to the ground. He coughed up blood, barely able to react before the third and fourth strikes came in succession. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ning mechanically raised and lowered the staff repeatedly, without pause. The masked man's head gradually embedded into the stone slab, leaving only his limbs and torso twitching outside. As the sound of strikes continued, the twitching limbs gradually stilled. Even as the masked man lay completely limp, Lu Ning continued his relentless, mechanical assault, pounding the staff onto the bloodied head again and again. Not far away, Colin and his team watched in horror. Captain. Wang Qiwen's face was ashen, his voice trembling. Lu Ning hasn't gone berserk, has he? He seems insane. Colin also wore a wary expression, full of doubt. Lin Zhao's mouth twitched, and he tentatively called out, "Lu Ning? Lu Ning? Are you okay?" Only then did Lu Ning stop, turning to look at Lin Xiao with a puzzled expression on his face. "What's wrong, Captain?" Lin Xiao let out a sigh of relief, coughed lightly, and said with a hint of helplessness, "Lu Ning, I know you don't like cultists either, but desecrating a corpse isn't acceptable. It doesn't align with the values of our Mist Bureau, understand?" Lu Ning paused, maintaining his calm demeanor, and explained, "I just wanted to make sure he was really dead. If he was still alive, hitting him a few more times wouldn't be an issue." The three of them were momentarily stunned, their eyes shifting to the deep wound on the masked man's head. Blood and brain matter had splattered out from the gash, and they fell into silence. Colin gently adjusted his glasses, his mouth twitching slightly as he asked, "Lu Ning, don't you want to see if his head can still be put back together?" Lu Ning glanced down at the crater in the masked man's head, the once handsome face now completely unrecognizable. His gaze drifted to the body, noticing the trail of the white mist had vanished. Lu Ning then broke into a bright smile and said lightly, "He should be dead." Colin chuckled awkwardly, his tone carrying a polite levity. "Good, good. At least he won't have to endure your torment any longer." Lin Xiao and the others exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. Lin Xiao, pale-faced, placed a hand on Colin's shoulder and said softly, "Let's go and take a look." Colin nodded, and the three of them approached the masked man. Colin turned to Wang Qiwen and said, "Help the captain." "Okay." Wang Qiwen quickly stepped forward to support Lin Xiao. Colin crouched down and began to search through the masked man's black robe. Soon, Colin retrieved a few sticks of broken incense from the robe, fractured into several pieces during the battle. Besides the incense, he found a ring engraved with an angelic figure and a few soul crystals. Colin examined the angel on the ring, its wings spread wide, arms seemingly poised to embrace a follower, dressed in a white yet slightly revealing gown, both holy and alluring. However, the angel's face was blurred, as if eroded by some force. "This is the mark of a fallen angel," Colin murmured. "This guy is indeed a member of the heavenly joy cult." He continued to search for other clues, but aside from the incense, there was nothing useful. "What a pity," he remarked with some regret. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment, his tone thoughtful. "The cultist mentioned an experiment earlier. It seems this gathering might have been an experimental site. We need to find out if it was his personal action or if there were other Heavenly Joy members at the gathering." Colin nodded, his expression serious. "Yes, we can start with the host of the birthday party and get a list of the attendees. We can ask that lady when we get back." Lin Xiao agreed. "All right." He then turned to Lu Ning, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Lu Ning, why was it that the cultist's ability barely affected you? Do you have some special resistance?" Colin also looked at Lu Ning curiously. "If you have a method like that, could you share it with the Mist Bureau? It could significantly reduce the losses our action teams face against Heavenly Joy members. Such a contribution could earn you a powerful soul device, maybe even one of medium danger level." Wang Chuan also looked on with curiosity. Lu Ning remained calm as he replied, "I don't have any special resistance." Lin Xiao was taken aback, seemingly puzzled. "Then why weren't you affected?" "That fallen ability nearly caused me to mutate." Lu Ning thought for a moment and then said slowly, "Perhaps it's because my mental contamination level has always been 0. I didn't feel any sign of spiritual corruption." The three were stunned. Wang Qiwen's eyes widened in disbelief. Having a mental contamination level of 0 has such benefits. "Damn, the Heavenly Joy members can't touch you." Colin showed a look of envy, sighing softly. "Maybe that's true. Negative abilities don't seem to work on you?" Lu Ning nodded slightly. "These negative emotions are too few. I've walked through the mist for a long time, and the negative emotions I've experienced are much greater than these, so they have little effect." Upon hearing this, the three fell silent. Lin Xiao looked at Lu Ning with a complex expression, his tone difficult to describe. "The negative ability earlier, I tried it, and felt like I lost all strength, as if everything was meaningless. It's hard to imagine that it didn't affect you. I can't fathom what you've been through in the mist." Colin gently patted Lu Ning's shoulder, speaking warmly. "At least now you're back in civilization, back in human society." Lu Ning nodded slightly, his emotions mixed. Lin Xiao then shifted the topic, speaking in a low voice. "All right, let's inform Lin Fei and the Mist Bureau's logistics department to come and handle the scene." Colin called the logistics department of the Mist Bureau and then led Lu Ning and the others out of the villa area. In the outer region, Lin Fei and Peng Qianqian were on high alert with several deputies, having cordoned off the entire area. Behind the deputies, a group of startled residents had gathered. Most were hastily dressed, some in pajamas, and a few even in just their underwear, shivering in the night breeze. Their faces were pale as paper, and they stared fearfully in the direction of the villa area, as if some unspeakable terror lay within. A middle-aged man with a protruding belly pushed to the front and urgently asked Lin Fei, "Officer Lin, what's the situation now? What caused the incident inside? You need to explain to us residents." Immediately, a stern-looking middle-aged woman nodded in agreement. "Yes, there's so much commotion inside. As those affected, we have the right to know what's going on." Lin Fei kept a tense expression and responded seriously. "This matter involves the Mist Bureau. If you have connections there, you can inquire with them. As a deputy, I am also not privy to the specifics of the incident." The residents clearly weren't satisfied and were about to continue questioning when suddenly, footsteps echoed through the night, causing everyone to freeze. Lin Fei, Peng Qianqian, and the other deputies immediately raised their guns, aiming down the dark path, their expressions tense. The previously aggressive residents quickly retreated, hiding behind the deputies. The figures on the path gradually became clearer, and when Lin Fei and his team recognized them, their faces lit up with relief. However, upon noticing Lin Xiao and Colin's tattered clothing and pale faces, their expressions turned grave again. Lin Fei hurriedly stepped forward. "Captain Lin, you're back. How's the situation? Do we need a higher level of alert?" Lin Xiao weakly waved a hand. "No need. The incident has been resolved. We've notified the logistics department of the Mist Bureau. You just need to coordinate with them." Hearing this, Lin Fei visibly relaxed, a smile spreading across his face as he saluted them. "Thank you for your hard work." Lin Xiao grinned. "For humanity." Lin Fei nodded firmly. "For humanity." Colin adjusted his glasses. "We'll leave this area to you now. The residents can't go back in yet. The mental radiation inside is still high and can easily cause issues." His gaze swept over the residents standing behind Lin Fei and the others. The residents' faces changed upon hearing this. The previously stern middle-aged woman now spoke with a noticeably softer tone, tinged with respect. "Officer, when can we return home? Will the mental radiation decrease?" Will there be any long-term effects? Colin smiled gently, adjusting his glasses. Don't worry, ma'am. The mental radiation inside is not permanent. In 2 days, you'll be able to return, and there won't be any lasting effects. The residents finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the stern woman nodded quickly. Thank you, officer. Colin nodded slightly, then turned to Wang Qiwen. Can you drive? Wang Qiwen was taken aback. Yes, why? The captain's in no state to drive. Can you take his car back? Leaning weakly against Wang Qiwen's shoulder, Lin Xiao nearly jumped up at this, shaking his head vigorously. No way. I don't want that. What if On crashes my car? The loan isn't paid off yet. Lin Xiao furrowed his brows, his voice full of worry. Colin sighed helplessly. You really shouldn't be driving in your current state. No means no. Lin Xiao shook his head stubbornly. Let's wait for the logistics team to come and tow the car back to the division. All right then, Colin conceded. Everyone, get in my car. They quickly got into the car, with Lu Ning taking the front passenger seat, while Wang Qiwen carefully helped Lin Xiao into the back seat. The SUV's engine roared to life, quickly leaving the villa area. By the time they returned to the division, it was nearly 5 a.m. In the lobby, Yuran at the reception was dozing off with her chin in her hands, but she jolted awake at the sound of the door opening. Her face turned pale when she saw Lin Xiao covered in blood and leaning on Wang Qiwen, his clothes in tatters. Captain. Yuran rushed forward, her voice trembling, eyes already red. It's nothing, just some scratches. Lin Xiao forced a smile. Colin and Lu Ning followed behind, and Colin gently reminded, Ran, don't get too excited. Be careful not to bump into the captain's injuries. Yuran glared at Colin. Vice Captain, I'm not that clumsy. She turned and said, I'll get the medicine. We'll head up to the 3rd floor first. Lin Xiao nodded. Colin suggested, let's take the elevator today. The captain's condition makes climbing stairs too difficult. So that's what the elevator is for. Wang Qiwen suddenly realized. Yes, Colin chuckled. If we needed a stretcher, taking the stairs would be even more troublesome. Why not go to a hospital if a stretcher is needed? Wang Qiwen asked, puzzled. We have special medicine here, much more effective than the hospitals, Colin explained. The elevator quickly reached the 3rd floor. As the doors opened, they saw a burly black-haired elder emerge from the activity room. It was retired team member Yinan. Qiu Yuelin and Wei Xian followed closely behind. Seeing Lin Zhao's condition, Qiu Yuelin exclaimed, What happened to the captain? Wei Xian hurried forward to help. What exactly happened? We ran into a tough opponent, Wang Qiwen said, still shaken. This time, the enemy was really formidable. Yinan frowned and asked. Even the coiled snake staff couldn't hold them off? Who were they? A 5th-tier member of the blissful heaven, Lin Xiao replied weakly. When they heard it was about testing the fallen incense and that a 5th-tier aberrant had appeared, Yinan was visibly shocked. A 5th-tier aberrant and a 5th-tier cultist, and you all made it back alive? Colin pointed to the quiet Lu Ning. It's thanks to him. Otherwise, the captain might have already mutated. Isn't Lu Ning only 1st tier? Yinan looked puzzled. He's 2nd tier now, Colin corrected, his mouth twitching slightly. Yinan and the others were visibly shocked and confused by this revelation. What? Already at the 2nd tier? Yinan exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Lu Ning. His expression was one of pure shock. Didn't he just recently learn the mental refinement technique? Lin Xiao rolled his eyes, a hint of envy in his gaze. Yeah, this guy doesn't have to worry about mental pollution. He can refine his mind without the caution we need, and his efficiency is off the charts. Standing nearby, Qiu Yuelin's eyes sparkled with admiration. Lu Ning is amazing. He's already at the 2nd tier, and I'm still far from it. Wei Xian nodded in agreement, but quickly raised a critical point. But, even if he's impressive at the 2nd tier, how could he possibly handle a 5th-tier awakened one? Kellen smiled knowingly. He can use a soul weapon, and the Awakener's ability just happens to be ineffective against him. That cultist was quite unlucky. A 5th-tier Awakener's ability doesn't affect him? Yinan was even more puzzled. Yes, Kellen explained. The cultist's power is primarily about mental attacks, and Lu Ning's mental state is very stable. Realization dawned on Yinan, and he looked at Lu Ning with newfound respect. I didn't expect someone at the 2nd tier to make such a significant contribution. Young people truly are remarkable. Just then, Lin Xiao reminded him. By the way, you did a great job this time. A mid-tier Awakener level cultist is incredibly dangerous. Without you, the best outcome would have been holding out until reinforcements arrived, forcing him to retreat. Is there a soul weapon reward? Lu Ning asked directly. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment. I can try to apply for it, but whether it gets approved, I can't say for sure. Don't get your hopes up too high. As they spoke, hurried footsteps approached. Yuran came running with a silver metal box. Captain, your medicine. Yinan immediately instructed. Let's get Lin Xiao to the lounge. With the help of Wang Qiwen and Wei Xian, Lin Xiao was laid on the sofa in the lounge. Kellen took the medicine box, retrieved a vial of blue liquid, and explained, this is a special remedy made by the healing department of the Mist Bureau. Unfortunately, it has a short shelf life and is complicated to make, so the supply is limited. After the injection, Lin Xiao visibly improved, exhaling deeply. Finally, some relief. Kellen stopped Lin Xiao from trying to get up. Stay lying down a bit longer. Then he turned to Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen. You two should get some rest. It's been a long night. Wang Qiwen felt a bit embarrassed. I didn't really do much. Didn't you take down a few first-tier mutants? Kellen chuckled. That's still an achievement. I'll apply for a reward for you. Wang Qiwen's eyes lit up. All right then. Lu Ning nodded. I'll head back to get some sleep. After Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen left, Yinan also returned to the basement. Colin adjusted his glasses and looked at Lin Xiao, asking, Are you going to join us when we question that lady later? Lin Xiao grinned. Of course, I have to go. But give me a moment to catch my breath. Colin nodded silently. Time passed, and as Lu Ning finished a refreshing nap and arrived at the Mist Bureau, it was almost dusk. The receptionist had changed shifts, and a young girl named Annie was now on duty. Yuran, who worked the night shift, was off today. Lu Ning nodded at Annie and headed straight to the third floor. In the activity room, Wei Xian was engrossed in a single-player game, while Qiu Yuelin was curled up on the sofa watching a drama. When Lu Ning walked in, Qiu Yuelin's eyes lit up. Brother Lu Ning, how was your rest? Why didn't you sleep a bit more? Wei Xian turned to ask. An hasn't even arrived yet, and he probably wasn't as tired as you were yesterday. I rested well enough. Lu Ning replied, joining Wei Xian at the game. It wasn't until around 6 p.m. that Lin Xiao and Colin returned to the activity room. Lin Xiao had changed into a clean set of clothes, looking refreshed and showing no signs of earlier distress. They hung their coats on the wall and collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted. How did it go? Wei Xian asked. Colin gathered his thoughts. The lady cooperated with the investigation. The birthday party was a private event hosted by Han Yu, the young master of Tianqing Entertainment Group. Most attendees were children of high-ranking entertainment industry figures and some minor celebrities and models. According to the Security Bureau's investigation, Han Yu has been partying wildly lately, indifferent to gender, often hosting parties. Whether this is his true nature or influenced by the decadent incense needs further investigation. As for the guest list, Colin continued, the lady wasn't sure. But given Han Yu's status, a butler must have handled the invitations, so finding leads shouldn't be difficult. We plan to visit Tianqing Entertainment Group tomorrow to gather more information. Tianqing is a major corporation in our city. Qiu Yuelin exclaimed. I didn't expect their young master to be involved in a mutation incident. It's not certain if he's dead, Lin Xiao shrugged. He's just missing. This is definitely big news. Qiu Yuelin said excitedly. Can I go with you tomorrow? Can Xiaolin and I go? Wei Xian also volunteered. It's just an investigation this time, Lin Xiao chuckled. Colin will take you too, while the three of us will rest at the branch. Do you think we'll see any celebrities? Qiu Yuelin's eyes sparkled. Colin pushed his glasses up in resignation. We're there to investigate, not to chase after stars. I know. I'll just take a peek from afar. Qiu Yuelin stuck out her tongue playfully. Colin turned to Lu Ning. I've already submitted your weapon and merit applications, and we should have news by tomorrow. Thanks, Deputy Captain. We're all comrades here. No need for thanks, Colin said, patting Lu Ning on the shoulder. If you're really grateful, Lin Zhao's eyes gleamed. How about a few rounds? Seeing Wei Xian and Colin's knowing smiles, Lu Ning remained expressionless. I take back my thanks. Fine, whatever, Lin Xiao pouted. Let's eat dinner. I'm starving. That night, it was Lu Ning and Lin Zhao's turn to stand watch. Lin Xiao, as usual, was nestled in a corner, absorbed in his beloved soap opera, the screen's glow reflecting on his focused face. Lu Ning, having exhausted his soul crystals, could only sit cross-legged, meticulously honing his mental strength, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The night deepened, and time slipped by in silence. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, spilling into the room. Lu Ning had just finished refining his mental strength and was stretching his stiff shoulders, planning to find Lin Xiao for breakfast in the captain's office, when he heard hurried footsteps approaching. Lin Xiao burst through the door, his face alight with barely contained excitement. Lu Ning, I've got great news for you. Lu Ning rubbed his tired eyes, looking at Lin Xiao in confusion. What's the good news? Didn't Colin apply for firearm equipment and exchange merit points for soul artifacts for you yesterday? The results are in. Lin Zhao's voice rose with excitement. Lu Ning immediately straightened up, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. How did it go? Director Wang personally approved the application, Lin Xiao said, quickly stepping up to Lu Ning. They're going to give you a firearm-type soul artifact. You won't even need regular firearms anymore. Just use the soul artifact. The person escorting it should arrive soon. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Lu Ning's mouth. That's great. Lin Xiao gave Lu Ning a hearty pat on the shoulder, grinning. You're lucky. Honestly, I didn't expect the soul artifact application to be approved. It must be because Director Wang considered that your mental contamination level won't increase, making you well-suited for using soul artifacts. Plus, Colin mentioned your excellent marksmanship in the application, which probably helped. Lu Ning nodded slightly, a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. With a soul artifact, my strength should improve. I might be able to lend a hand against powerful opponents. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then his smile grew even brighter. You were a big help last time. If it weren't for you, I might have turned. Lu Ning didn't pursue the topic further and instead rubbed his stomach. I'm hungry. Let's order some takeout. Sure, what do you want? Lin Xiao pulled out his phone to place an order. Tofu pudding, savory. Lu Ning replied flatly. Heretic. Lin Xiao exclaimed, wide-eyed in disbelief. Tofu pudding is best when sweet. Lu Ning looked at him expressionlessly. I only eat savory. Lin Xiao was at a loss for words, huffily leaving the room to order the food. Soon after, Colin, Wang Qiwen, and Xiao Yuelin arrived at the activity room. Upon hearing that Lu Ning's soul artifact application was approved, their faces immediately showed undisguised envy. Wang Qiwen's expression was particularly twisted. Though he tried to appear indifferent, his envy was evident. Colin chuckled as he analyzed. With Lu Ning's marksmanship, combined with a soul artifact firearm, he could at least handle third-tier Aberrants and Awakeners, and might even stand a chance against fourth-tier ones. Xiao Yuelin's eyes widened. Is it really that powerful? Lin Xiao, with a meat bun in his mouth, mumbled an explanation. It's normal. Low-tier Awakeners are usually still quite weak physically. They might withstand regular firearms, but soul artifact firearms are much more powerful. A low-tier Awakener's defense can't handle it unless their ability is special. After swallowing, he continued. But it's different at the mid-tier Awakener level. After the 5th tier, their abilities become much stronger, and their bodies are much tougher, making them harder to kill. Remember when Lu Ning used the Soul Quake Fist with the Serpent Staff to hit that cultist's head so many times? Wang Qiwen, full of envy, couldn't help but retort. That's still pretty impressive, isn't it? Wei Xian sighed in admiration. We joined the Mist Bureau at the same time, but Lu Ning is already so advanced, while the three of us are still just rookies. Hearing this, Xiao Yuelin also nodded dejectedly. Wang Qiwen opened his mouth to argue that he wasn't a rookie, but recalling Lu Ning's performance the night before, he silently closed his mouth, his eyes filled with reluctance and envy. You don't need to compare yourselves to Lu Ning. He's exceptional, Colin said with a gentle smile. His mental contamination level has always been at 0, which is unheard of in human history, not to mention his extraordinary talent. The three people nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Xiao Yuelin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she said, Brother Lu Ning is indeed amazing. No matter what he learns, he grasps it instantly and surpasses even the likes of Elder Qin. Those things are simple to me. Mastering them isn't difficult, Lu Ning said calmly. His words made Wei Xian's mouth twitch slightly, and he smiled wryly. A genius's mind truly works differently. Just then, there was a knock on the activity room door. Xiao Yuelin, sitting by the door, immediately got up to open it. Standing outside was Yu Ran, accompanied by several members of the Mist Bureau in trench coats. Lu Ning instantly recognized Yin Feng at the forefront, his signature nonchalant expression still on his face, holding a black metal case. Captain, they said they have business, Yu Ran said. Lin Xiao asked with a smile. Yin Feng, are you here to deliver something? Yin Feng nodded in confirmation, a hint of seriousness and wariness flashing across his eyes as they passed over Lu Ning clearly. Lu Ning's performance at headquarters was still fresh in his memory. Lin Xiao instructed Yu Ran to take the other members to the guest room for tea, after which Yin Feng casually placed the case on the coffee table before collapsing into the sofa, saying, Your delivery's here. Want to check it? At Lin Xiao's signal, Lu Ning stepped forward to open the case. Inside lay 2 uniquely designed handguns, one red, one white. The red gun was engraved with rose patterns, while the white one was adorned with motifs of roses. Yin Feng lazily introduced them. These are low-risk soul weapons, red rose and white rose. They're more powerful than regular sniper rifles, but the recoil is significant. Even a second-tier body-strengthening awakened individual might struggle with continuous firing. Besides regular bullets, they can consume spiritual energy to add fire or frost attributes to the bullets, but be mindful of the spiritual energy consumption. As Lu Ning picked up the dual guns, he immediately felt the distinct sensations. Red rose was warm like spring, while white rose was as cold as ice. More remarkably, his senses suddenly became exceptionally sharp, his vision enhancing to the point where he could see a mosquito flapping its wings in the distance. The patterns on the guns seemed to come alive, radiating dazzling light. Seeing Lu Ning's fondness and Wang Qiwen and the others' envious gazes, Yin Feng added, With your mental contamination level at 0, low-risk soul weapons pose no restrictions on you. However, Director Wang mentioned that your contributions are still lacking. This early approval is an exception and will be deducted from your future merits. No wonder, Lin Xiao realized. I was wondering why, by normal standards, Lu Ning's merits weren't quite enough. Yin Feng stood up, casually grabbed a bun and held it in his mouth, saying lazily, I've said everything. I'll head back to report. Colin, see Yin Feng out, Lin Xiao instructed. Colin nodded and followed Yin Feng out of the room. After Yin Feng and Colin left, Wang Qiwen and the other two immediately gathered around Lu Ning, unable to take their eyes off him. Qiu Yuelin excitedly stared at the dual pistols in Lu Ning's hands, her eyes sparkling. Wow, are these spirit weapons? They're so beautiful. She closely examined the intricate patterns on the guns, which were both luxurious and elegant, perfectly matching her aesthetic. Wang Qiwen and Wei Xian were interested in different aspects. Wei Xian, his eyes alight with curiosity, couldn't help but ask, how powerful are the bullets? If they're stronger than a sniper rifle, they must be comparable to small missiles, right? Wang Qiwen, full of envy, murmured, they can even infuse elemental attacks? Lu Ning's practically an elemental awakened being now. As the three gathered around, Lin Xiao gently furrowed his brow and cautioned, be careful. Although low-risk spirit weapons don't emit strong spiritual radiation, your spiritual power isn't strong enough yet. Getting too close might affect your mental stability. It won't cause mutations, but it will definitely impact your mental strength. Hearing this, the three of them immediately stepped back. Wang Qiwen couldn't help but mutter, so we can't use spirit weapons at all? Lin Xiao chuckled, not necessarily. You can try them out for a short time, but the side effects are significant. After using them, you'll temporarily lose control over your mental strength and might even feel some mental pollution. Qiu Yuelin stuck out her tongue. Then I'd rather not use spirit weapons. Lin Xiao laughed and waved his hand. Don't worry, with me, Colin, and Lu Ning in the team, you won't need to use spirit weapons. If it ever comes to that, then we're in real trouble. He finished, his expression turning serious. Shortly afterward, Colin returned. After breakfast, Colin took Qiu Yuelin and Wei Xian to Tianqing Entertainment Group to investigate Han Yu's situation and the guest list for the birthday party. Lin Xiao, Wang Qiwen, and Lu Ning stayed at the branch with nothing to do for the moment. They eventually decided to head to the underground training room to test the power of the Red Rose and White Camellia. The dual pistols used regular handgun bullets, with each magazine holding 20 rounds, totaling 40 rounds between the two guns. Despite using standard bullets, their power far exceeded that of conventional handguns. Lin Xiao took a 5-centimeter thick alloy steel plate from his backpack, calmly set it up, and casually pulled the trigger. Bang! With a crisp sound, the bullet pierced through the steel plate, its power surprising even Lin Xiao. Compared to a regular handgun, the difference in power was like night and day. Lu Ning slightly channeled his mental energy, infusing the bullets with fire elements. Pulling the trigger again, the bullet exploded upon impact, creating a fierce wave of flames, with an explosive power nearly equivalent to a small missile. The frost bullet, on the other hand, could instantly freeze an entire area, with an impressively wide coverage and rapid spread of ice. Wang Qiwen watched in awe, feeling a mix of emotions. This elemental ability is way stronger than mine. Lin Xiao couldn't hide his amazement either. The power of this spirit weapon surpasses that of the coiling snake staff, especially in your hands, Lu Ning. It's practically a lethal weapon. He turned to Lu Ning with a smile of approval. Lu Ning, you owe Director Wang a big favor now. Lu Ning nodded, his gaze resolute. Yes. By 5 p.m., Colin and the others finally returned to the lounge, exhausted. Lin Xiao immediately asked, how did it go? Any progress? Qiu Yuelin, visibly upset, couldn't help but complain. We did, but Han Yu's parents are just too much. They actually think it's our fault for not discovering it earlier, which led to Han Yu's mutation. It's infuriating. Even Wei Xian, normally good-natured, showed a hint of sarcasm. Why didn't they consider whether they had managed their own son properly? Lin Zhao's sharp gaze shifted to Colin, who remained calm, his hands folded on the table. Although the process had some twists and turns, overall, it was fruitful, Colin reported steadily. We visited Han Lin, the president of Tianqing Group. He revealed that Han Yu used to work at Tianqing Group, but has been frequently taking leave recently, supposedly to travel with friends. More importantly, Han Yu's temperament has changed dramatically. He's been uncharacteristically irritable and prone to outbursts, which is quite unlike his usual demeanor. Colin paused, his eyes darkening slightly. Additionally, our investigation uncovered that Han Yu has recently been involved in casting couch practices with several celebrities, both male and female. According to our records, he previously showed no interest in men. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, tapping his fingers on the table. This aligns with the intelligence we obtained from the Security Bureau. Has this behavior emerged recently? Colin nodded to confirm. Yes. We interviewed several employees at Tianqing Entertainment Group and received consistent testimonies Han Yu's behavior has indeed been unusual lately. It seems likely that Han Yu has had some contact with Happy Paradise, or at the very least, has used the corrupting incense. Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully, frowning slightly. Has Han Yu been particularly close to anyone recently, or come into contact with any suspicious individuals? A slight smile appeared on Colin's lips. I also considered that someone Han Yu has been in contact with might be a member of Happy Paradise, so I investigated his movements more deeply. 3 individuals stood out as suspicious. He extended his fingers to list them. First, a minor star from Tianqing Group named Samantha. It's rumored within the company that they're in a romantic relationship. Next, a middle-aged man named Liang, who owns several casinos and bars and might have underworld connections. Witnesses have seen him visiting Tianqing Group multiple times looking for Han Yu. Lastly, the Han family's butler, Zhu Jiani. According to Han Lin, Zhu Jiani has handled many things for Han Yu, including his recent birthday party. However, after the party, Zhu Jiani disappeared. Disappeared? Lin Zhao's brow furrowed as he sat up straight. Could he be fleeing from guilt? Colin nodded in agreement. That's very possible. I consider him the most suspicious, followed by Liang. It's important to note that Gao Tianlin's Peach Heart Gang holds a significant position in the underworld of Base City. If Liang's businesses are involved in this realm, he might have connections with Gao Tianlin. We haven't made any substantial breakthroughs with Gao Tianlin's lead so far. This could be a new angle to explore. He shook his head slightly. As for Samantha, she's been with Tianqing Group for some time and is constantly surrounded by rumors. This is common in the celebrity world, and the truth is often hard to discern. Whether she and Han Yu are truly in a relationship is still unclear. Even if they are, considering the number of people Han Yu has been involved with later, a romantic relationship doesn't explain much. Lin Xiao was silent for a moment, fingers tapping the table, before deciding. Given the situation, let's prioritize tracking down Zhu Jiani and determine his whereabouts. Even if he's not a member of Happy Paradise, his close relationship with Han Yu might mean he has valuable information. At the same time, investigate Li Yang to verify any connections with Gao Tianlin. If there are such links, his level of suspicion rises significantly. As for Samantha, assign personnel to monitor her as well. We can't overlook any leads. Colin frowned slightly. With this approach, we might not have enough manpower. That is indeed a problem. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment. Let's have headquarters send some personnel to support us, and we can also post a bounty on the black market. Colin nodded in agreement. That's a viable plan. Then it's settled, Lin Xiao concluded with finality. Colin, draft a detailed plan, and we'll begin action tomorrow. Tonight, I'll make a trip to the black market. Lu Ning, you come with me. Lu Ning simply nodded without asking anything further. After dinner, everyone at the branch went their separate ways. Wei Xian and Wang Qiwen headed home after their shift, leaving Colin and Qiu Yuelin on duty for the night. Lu Ning joined Lin Xiao in his silver-gray sports car as they left the branch. Inside the car, it was quiet. Lu Ning gazed out the window at the neon lights flashing by, seemingly lost in thought. Lin Xiao hesitated several times before finally breaking the silence. Aren't you curious about where we're going? Lu Ning snapped out of his thoughts and glanced at Lin Xiao. Not really. Come on, at least pretend to be curious. How else am I supposed to explain? Lin Xiao said, sounding exasperated. But I'm really not curious, Lu Ning replied, looking puzzled. Lin Xiao took a few deep breaths to calm himself. We're going to a place called One Tree Bar. Oh, Lu Ning responded flatly. This bar might seem insignificant and small, but underneath it is a special black market. Lin Xiao continued. It's not just any black market, it's specifically for awakened ones to trade. If you're lucky, you might even come across soul artifacts. At the mention of soul artifacts, Lu Ning finally showed a hint of surprise. They have soul artifacts? Seeing Lu Ning's interest piqued, Lin Xiao became more animated. Of course. Some awakened ones don't join the Mist Bureau for various reasons, but they still need to enhance their abilities. This kind of black market is where they trade with each other. Aren't those awakened ones regulated by the authorities? Not exactly. Apart from those who deliberately conceal their awakening or are part of cults, normal awakened individuals register with the Mist Bureau. After registering, they can receive federal subsidies, and, if their abilities are suitable, they might be invited to join the Mist Bureau. Of course, they can refuse, but will be monitored. However, as long as they follow the law, their everyday life won't be affected. So Wang Qiwen and the others accepted the invitation? Lu Ning asked. Yes, Lin Xiao explained. There are pros and cons to joining the Mist Bureau. The advantage is having access to the best resources, but the downside is having to undertake dangerous missions. Not joining is safer, but resources are scarce, and mental strength grows slowly, which might eventually lead to mental corruption due to unchecked mental pollution. Lu Ning frowned, contemplating. Why not let all awakened ones use soul crystals to enhance their mental strength? Wouldn't that reduce corruption? Lin Xiao shook his head with a bitter smile. The Federation would like that too, but soul crystals are too rare. Even Mist Bureau members need to earn merits to exchange for them, so there's none to spare for free awakened ones, he sighed. To ordinary people, awakened ones seem lucky, but in reality, they're just poor souls constantly struggling against corruption. Lu Ning said expressionlessly. My mind won't be polluted, so I don't have that experience. Lin Xiao looked at Lu Ning in shock. With a stern expression, he said, can't you try to put yourself in someone else's shoes and empathize a little? Lu Ning was silent for a moment before calmly responding. You guys have it pretty rough. The words landed like a heavy blow, and Lin Xiao's face flushed with embarrassment. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself before explaining. When the Mist Bureau is short-staffed, They post tasks on the black market. Independent awakeners can choose tasks based on difficulty, which is one way for them to acquire resources. We're heading there now to post a task. Lu Ning nodded in understanding. The sports car sped through the night, finally stopping in front of a small bar in a rundown residential area on the outskirts of the base city. On the weathered wall, a flickering LED sign read One Tree Bar. As they pushed open the door, the air heavy with the scent of alcohol and tobacco hit them. The bar was small, with a few scattered tables and chairs around its central dance floor. On stage, a flamboyant band with outrageously colorful hairstyles was performing. It was still early, so there were few patrons, and the bartender was focused on polishing glasses. Lin Xiao led Lu Ning to the bar and lightly tapped the counter. The bartender glanced up and immediately flashed a professional smile. "Mr. Lin, welcome. Should I get the boss for you?" "Go ahead." Soon, the bartender returned with a burly man with blonde hair and a scarred face, walking with a limp due to a metal prosthetic leg. He was smoking a cigarette and grinned at Lin Xiao when he saw him. "Old Lin, long time no see." They exchanged a knowing smile and bumped chests with a thud. "Let's talk inside," the burly man said, wrapping an arm around Lin Xiao's shoulder and leading him toward the back door, with Lu Ning following closely. They passed through a corridor into an empty room. With the door closed, Lin Xiao inquired about business. The burly man waved his hand dismissively. "Same as usual, but there seem to be more awakenings lately." Lin Xiao nodded in agreement, his expression serious. "Yeah, mutation incidents are becoming more frequent." He then pulled Lu Ning forward. "Let me introduce you. This is Lu Ning, our team's newcomer. This is Tyrone, a former colleague of mine." Tyrone looked Lu Ning up and down. "So young, a newly awakened newbie?" Lin Xiao gave a mysterious smile. "You'd be mistaken. This kid took down a fifth tier just the other day." Tyrone took a deep drag on his cigarette and immediately started coughing violently, his face turning red. He looked at Lin Xiao with disbelief. "Old Lin, you're getting better at joking." "I'm not joking. This kid is indeed special. The details are confidential, bureau rules." Seeing Lin Xiao's serious demeanor, Tyrone regarded Lu Ning with newfound respect, his gaze more solemn. He extended his hand. "Lu Ning, right? Consider me your senior. Whenever you come here, your drinks are on the house." Lu Ning shook his hand, but suddenly changed the subject. "Senior, it seems like you're close to mutating." Lu Ning's words made the atmosphere in the room instantly tense. Tyrone's gaze shifted back and forth between Lu Ning and Lin Xiao, his brow furrowed. "Old Lin, what's going on here?" Lin Xiao shrugged slightly. "I've always said he's special." He was the first to notice when Mu Mu was about to mutate. Tyrone's expression was inscrutable, his mouth twitching slightly. "If you hadn't brought him, I would have thought some kind of monster had infiltrated the base city." "I'm a normal human," Lu Ning responded without expression. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes, then looked at Tyrone with concern. "Has the contamination level not decreased?" Tyrone took a deep drag on his cigarette, a bitter smile appearing on his face. "I doubt it will decrease. It's good enough if it stays as it is." Lin Xiao fell silent, his gaze heavy as he watched Tyrone. Tyrone exhaled a puff of smoke, suddenly punched Lin Xiao in the chest, and grinned. "Don't look at me like that. Don't worry, I've already got a gun ready. If I do mutate, I won't cause you any trouble." Lin Xiao's eye twitched violently, and after taking a deep breath, he forced a smile. "You old bastard." Tyrone quickly changed the subject. "So, are you showing the newcomer around, or is there a mission?" "Both. I'm getting Lu Ning acquainted with the black market and handing out a few tasks." "Tasks are piling up lately, huh? Short on manpower." "The last loss was too great, as you know. Plus, there's been a lot going on lately." Lin Xiao nodded. Tyrone acknowledged and got straight to the point. "Tell me about the tasks." Lin Xiao listed them one by one. "First, find someone named Zhu Jiani. Erase the information. Second, investigate the relationship between Li Yang and Gao Tianlin from the Spade Gang. Third, look into the actress Samantha." Hearing the last task, Tyrone gave a mischievous smile. "What? Turning into paparazzi now? That Samantha's pretty popular lately, and quite the looker. Don't mess with me. She might be connected to a mutation incident," Lin Xiao replied irritably. "Just joking." Tyrone reined in his smile. "Are the rewards still in soul crystals?" "Yeah, the usual. Want me to show you around the black market?" "No need. You do your thing." Lin Xiao waved him off. After leaving the room, Lin Xiao led Lu Ning down the corridor, through a wooden door at the end, down a flight of stairs, and through another small wooden door. Outside, the space opened up into a massive underground area spanning over 1,000 meters. The rock-paved area was brightly lit by incandescent lamps, with dozens of people either wearing masks and cloaks or in casual attire, bustling about. The market stalls were filled with a dazzling array of goods, with a few scattered people weaving between them. Lin Xiao glanced around before turning to Lu Ning and saying, "We arrived a bit early, not many people here yet." Lu Ning curiously surveyed the surroundings and asked, "Are these all free awakeners?" "Mostly," Lin Xiao confirmed with a nod. "There seem to be quite a few awakeners in the base city," Lu Ning observed. Lin Xiao shook his head. "Not really. Compared to ordinary people, the number of awakeners is very small. But there's a benefit to that. If there were more, mutation incidents would only increase, and they would be harder to manage. Lu Ning nodded slightly. That's true. Let's take a look around the stalls, see if there's anything you want, Lin Xiao suggested, leading the way, with Lu Ning following closely behind. They were soon drawn to a stall that had attracted 7 or 8 people. The vendor was a young man with blonde hair, and his stall neatly displayed about a dozen items: watches, small knives, and even a few toy water guns. In Lu Ning's special vision, most of these items were enveloped in a faint white mist, indicating they carried a certain degree of psychic radiation, but since the mist was light, the radiation level wasn't severe and hardly affected awakeners. The blonde vendor enthusiastically introduced, "These are antiques our team collected from the ruins of an ancient city. The fact that time hasn't corroded them means they're already soul artifact embryos. If you take them back and let them absorb more psychic radiation during expeditions outside the base city, they might evolve into soul artifacts. Feel free to take a look." The surrounding customers scrutinized these antiques, some whispering to each other, eager to try them out. Lu Ning looked at Lin Xiao in surprise. Can soul artifacts be artificially created? Lin Xiao smiled and explained. Soul artifacts have various origins, but many low-risk soul artifacts are ordinary items that have evolved by absorbing psychic radiation. The more dangerous a soul artifact, the more mysterious its origin. High-risk ones are all found in the mist. He pointed at the items on the stall. This guy isn't wrong. If these things are really antiques and can already absorb psychic radiation, they are indeed soul artifact embryos. If you buy them and let them absorb more radiation outside the base city, they might really evolve into low-risk soul artifacts. Lu Ning nodded thoughtfully. How long does this process take? Who can say? Lin Xiao shrugged. Some might take just a few days, others years, or even decades. He turned to Lu Ning. But we don't need to worry about that. You already have a soul artifact, right? Lu Ning asked in confusion. Can a person only use one soul artifact? Not exactly. But even though the psychic radiation from low-risk soul artifacts isn't very high, using multiple ones can accumulate radiation and lead to mental contamination. Lin Xiao suddenly stopped mid-sentence. He stared wide-eyed at Lu Ning, his lips twitching before he finally uttered, "Damn." He was about to continue when he noticed several people around them were subtly eavesdropping on their conversation. Those awakeners quickly smiled ingratiatingly when Lin Xiao looked their way. "Captain Lin, you're here?" Lin Xiao nodded briefly in response. "Yeah." Then he pulled Lu Ning aside, staring at his slightly green-tinted eyes, and whispered, "I just realized. If you equip multiple low-risk soul artifacts, the boost you get might be comparable to a medium-risk soul artifact, without any side effects." Lu Ning looked at Lin Xiao in puzzlement. "Why else would I buy other soul artifacts?" Lin Xiao wore a look of disbelief, gritting his teeth. "Damn, I'm so jealous. Not having increased mental contamination is freaking awesome." Lin Xiao took a deep breath, furrowing his brow as he slowly released his frustration. Turning to Lu Ning, he spoke seriously. "If that's the case, you'd better not buy these soul artifact embryos. It's like gambling. You can't even be sure if they're real embryos, let alone when they might transform. If you really want a soul artifact, it's better to complete a few more tasks and save up enough merits to apply for one from the Bureau. Our Bureau has not only the largest quantity, but also the highest quality soul artifacts." Lu Ning nodded thoughtfully. That sounds reasonable. What they saw next completely dispelled Lu Ning's thoughts of purchasing a soul artifact embryo. A single ordinary embryo cost millions, a figure that left him speechless. Although Lin Xiao mentioned that this was the normal market price, it was still unattainable for Lu Ning. After leaving the soul artifact stall, the two continued to wander through the black market. The stalls were filled with various items, disposable charms made by awakened individuals using their mental power, capable of special abilities, herbs and minerals with mental radiation brought back from the wilderness, and high radiation parts from disaster beasts and mutants. Some of these materials could be used to concoct potions, while others served as raw materials for making soul artifacts and charms. Although Lin Xiao suggested the possibility of an advance, Lu Ning couldn't find anything particularly appealing after browsing for a long time. Lin Xiao also left empty-handed. As an official organization, the Mist Bureau had abundant resources, and with enough merits, almost anything available on the black market could be exchanged at the Bureau. The car ride back was silent. Lin Xiao suddenly spoke. This time when Tai Long was about to mutate, there didn't seem to be any anomalies. It was different from what happened with Mumu last time. Tai Long's situation was indeed a bit lighter than Li Mu's, Lu Ning explained. There was flesh moving inside him, but it seemed to have no consciousness. So Mumu's mutation was due to high mental pollution? Perhaps, but I can't say for sure. Lin Xiao nodded and fell silent again. After a moment, he sighed, his voice tinged with nostalgia. Tai Long and I joined the action team at the same time. He was more talented than me. He reached the 5th tier while I was still at the 4th. Later, when our captain was killed in an incident, Tai Long took over as captain. Back then, Everyone thought he would break through to the 6th tier and become the strongest awakened in the base city. Lin Xiao lit a cigarette and continued. Unfortunately, when the base city faced a disaster beast tide, he used a medium-risk soul artifact from the Bureau to protect everyone. Since then, he lost a leg, and his mental pollution level has remained high. He had to retire from the team and open this bar. Even so, he still helps the Bureau whenever he can. Lu Ning listened quietly to these stories. Lin Zhao's eyes grew slightly red as he took a deep drag on his cigarette. That old guy used to say he wanted to become a high tier awakened and join the mist exploration team. Even said he wanted to find the source of the mist. Damn it. At a time like this, you're still saying you don't want to cause me trouble. The sports car raced down the road, and the air inside the vehicle froze momentarily because of this remark. Lu Ning turned to look out the window, his tone softening a bit. The pollution level in Tailuan is high, but it doesn't necessarily lead to mutation. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, a wry smile tugging at his lips. True, he might just get lucky and live to old age. In the following days, the entire branch action team was plunged into unprecedented busyness. The on-duty team members held their positions, while the others split into two groups. One went to the Security Bureau to investigate the identity of the cultist, and the other continued digging into the clues about Han Yu and Gao Tianlin. Fortunately, Lin Xiao had already posted a task on the black market to find Zhu Jiani and investigate Li Yang and Samantha, or they wouldn't have been able to handle so much work. Yet, days passed, and Lu Ning and his team still couldn't confirm the identity of the cultist. Although Lin Xiao and the others had clearly seen his face before Lu Ning killed him, there was no record of him in the Security Bureau's registration system. Maybe that cultist, like Gao Tianlin who mutated before, had his face altered later on. Wei Xian leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the table. When Gao Tianlin mutated, didn't he become quite handsome? Lin Xiao rubbed his throbbing forehead, frowning. That possibility is indeed high. This means we can't trace the cultist's identity at all. Trying to find Happy Heaven's base in our city through this lead seems unrealistic. In that case, we'll have to continue investigating through the Gao Tianlin and Han Yu lines. Colin adjusted his glasses, looking resigned. Didn't the captain go to post a task a few days ago? Wang Qiwen grumbled, his tone full of dissatisfaction. Why are those free awakeners so inefficient? It's been so long, and there's still no clue. They're truly wild. At that moment, Lin Zhao's phone suddenly rang. He raised an eyebrow at the screen, a smile immediately appearing on his face. It's Tailuan calling. Colin and the others perked up. Is there a lead? I don't know, let me check. Lin Xiao quickly answered the call. Hey, Tailuan, why are you calling me? As the conversation progressed, Lin Zhao's expression gradually brightened, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Really? Great. Thank you, I understand. Okay, we'll head over right away. See you soon. Hanging up, Lin Xiao turned to the others, a long-lost smile spreading across his face. Tailuan said someone found Zhu Jiani's whereabouts, and we should head over. Lu Ning, Xiao Lin, the three of us will go. Colin, you three stay at the branch. Wang Qiwen immediately looked disappointed. What? We're not going. Wei Xian was also visibly displeased. Colin chuckled, adjusting his glasses. Someone has to watch the branch. Wang Qiwen and Wei Xian reluctantly nodded, accepting the arrangement. Lin Xiao and his two companions arrived at the parking lot. When he saw his two-seater sports cars, he paused briefly, then asked Lu Ning and Xiao Yuelin to wait while he went back to borrow Colin's car. The three then drove to the One Tree Bar. The bar was unusually quiet in the afternoon, with only Tailuan sitting alone, drinking beer. Upon seeing Lin Xiao and the others enter, he immediately got up to greet them. Lin Xiao briefly introduced Tailuan to Xiao Yuelin before getting straight to the point. Where is he? He's inside, follow me. Tailuan led the trio through the back door, down a dimly lit corridor, and then opened a tightly closed side door. Inside sat a middle-aged man in casual clothes. Seeing Lin Xiao and the others enter, he quickly stood up. Hello, Captain Lin. Tailuan introduced. This is Jeff. He's the one who discovered Zhu Jiani's whereabouts. Lin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Hello, Jeff. As long as the information is accurate, you'll get the task reward directly. Jeff's eyes lit up, a broad smile on his face. I assure you it's accurate. Shall we head out now? The sooner, the better. Let's go, Lin Xiao responded decisively, eager to pursue this lead. Jeff's pickup truck led the way, with Lin Xiao driving closely behind. Lu Ning sat in the passenger seat, while Xiao Yuelin was in the back. Tyrone, due to his disability, didn't join them and jokingly said, You can't expect a disabled guy to tag along everywhere. I'm not part of the action team anymore. I'll just have a drink here and wait for your good news. The convoy drove for a while, passing through most of the base city. Xiao Yuelin looked at the unfamiliar scenery outside the window and hesitantly asked, Are we in District 6 already? Lin Xiao nodded in confirmation. Yes, we are. Should we notify the Fog Bureau's action team in this area? No need. We'll do it if necessary. Jeff's pickup truck continued onward, almost crossing the entire base city, finally stopping at the far end in a run-down, old residential area. The three of them got out of the car, faced with an unpleasant scene. Trash was everywhere. Ragged homeless people lay sprawled on the roadside, and a nearby stinking ditch emitted a foul odor. The environment here is terrible, Chiu Yuelin remarked, frowning. Jeff grinned. Young lady, this is the slum. You probably haven't seen anything like it. These folks lying around are homeless and unfortunate. They can barely survive the winter, let alone handle a mutation event. With sympathy, Chiu Yuelin looked at Lin Xiao. Captain, why doesn't the Federation help them? The reasons are complex, Lin Xiao shrugged. And some of the homeless aren't exactly innocent. They might have criminal records. Lin's right, Jeff chuckled mischievously. A young girl like you shouldn't be here alone at night. Chiu Yuelin frowned, and Lin Xiao quickly changed the subject. Let's get to business. Where's Zhu Jiani? Jeff rubbed his hands and explained. My men spotted him here last night. Those sharp kids notified me immediately and even tracked him to his residence. I checked it out myself. There's no mistake. Lead the way. They followed Jeff, who was hunched over, into the residential area. The streets were narrow and cramped, with even more garbage piled up than outside, creating a nauseating stench. The few passers-by they encountered wore blank expressions, dressed in shabby clothes, emanating an unpleasant odor. Chiu Yuelin's brow furrowed. Living in such conditions, aren't they afraid the environmental pressure will lead to mutations? Jeff scoffed, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Little girl, their lives are already tough enough. A mutation wouldn't make their situation any worse. At that moment, Lu Ning, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up with a calm and certain voice. Of the 5 travelers we saw, 3 of them are likely close to mutating. The words hit like a sledgehammer, instantly wiping the smile off Jeff's face. He stood there, stunned, turning to Lu Ning with a forced laugh. You're quite the joker, officer. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow and looked at Lu Ning. Which ones? The scantily dressed woman, the frail child covered in wounds, and the one-armed man. Lu Ning pointed out one by one. 3 out of 5. Chiu Yuelin's eyes widened in shock. That's quite an exaggeration, isn't it? Jeff's expression grew more bewildered, his gaze darting between the serious Lin Xiao and Chiu Yuelin. Are you guys seriously joking? Lin Xiao gave Jeff a reassuring smile. Buddy, don't worry about the details. Just keep leading the way. Jeff swallowed hard and nodded silently. Oh, okay. As they continued on, Lin Xiao turned to Lu Ning. How bad is it for those 3? A bit better than Tai Lung's situation, Lu Ning replied after a moment of thought. Jeff, walking ahead, stumbled slightly, catching himself on a filthy wall to steady his footing. They're not on the brink of mutating, are they? Chiu Yuelin asked. Lu Ning nodded. Not yet, but they might not survive long enough to mutate. Lin Xiao grimaced, adding. Indeed, given the living conditions here, they're likely to die from illness before they mutate. And if one case of mutation occurs, the residents in this area might not escape the fallout. Chiu Yuelin fell silent. Lin Xiao continued. I'll report this to the branch. They need to handle the cleanup. The consequences of multiple mutations occurring simultaneously are too severe. Navigating through the winding alleys, Jeff finally led the 3 to a nondescript apartment building. Captain Lin, Zhu Jiani lives here. You spotted him here yesterday. Are you sure he hasn't fled? Lin Xiao scanned the surroundings. Jeff grinned. Relax, my men are watching. If he leaves, they'll notify me. No news means he's still inside. They pushed open the rusted iron door, revealing a dim stairwell with a decrepit staircase, its base piled with trash. Jeff whispered, he's on the 4th floor. Each floor had 2 units, their iron doors rusted and tightly shut. Reaching the 4th floor, Jeff pointed to the room on the left. Zhu Jiani is in there. Chiu Yuelin looked around, puzzled. Jeff, you said you had men watching. Where are they? Jeff froze, a confused look spreading across his face. My men? What men? I don't have any men. Jeff's words left Lu Ning and the others momentarily stunned. Lin Xiao immediately became alert, his body tensing slightly as he fixed a sharp gaze on Jeff. Lu Ning, has he mutated? Lin Xiao's voice carried a hint of tension. Lu Ning scrutinized Jeff's condition, but found no trace of the characteristic dense, white mist within him. I don't think so, he replied, shaking his head. Jeff snapped out of his daze, realizing he was surrounded by Lin Xiao and the others. His expression turned anxious, his eyes widening in surprise. Captain Lin, what are you doing here? Where's this place? Lin Xiao frowned deeply. You don't remember what you did earlier? What did I do? You were supposed to lead us to Zhu Jiani. Chiu Yuelin interjected. Zhu Jiani. Jeff looked bewildered. Suddenly, as if recalling something terrifying, his face filled with fear. Oh right, I was found. He found me. Who found you? Chiu Yuelin pressed. Jeff's lips twitched as he replied. It was Zhu Jiani. He found me first, and then I don't remember anything. When I came to, I saw you 3, Captain Lin. Seeing their skeptical expressions, he hurriedly defended himself. Captain Lin, I'm telling the truth. Whether it's the truth, we'll find out, Lin Xiao said sternly. Lu Ning asked, if you don't remember what happened, why did you bring us here? I don't know either. I've never been to this place before, Jeff replied, looking bewildered. The three exchanged glances. Lin Xiao turned towards the large door, commanding, "Step aside." Jeff hastily moved out of the way. Lin Xiao instructed, "Lu Ning, keep an eye on him. If he makes any suspicious moves, take him down." Lu Ning nodded, holding a pair of intricately designed pistols, red rose and white rose, aimed coldly at Jeff. The latter quickly raised his hands, smiling wryly. "Officer, I'm a law-abiding citizen." Lu Ning remained expressionless, offering no response. Lin Xiao signaled Xiao Yuelin to step back, then advanced and kicked the door heavily. With a loud crash, the door shattered, its pieces flying into the room. A strong stench of decay hit them. They saw a small living room, barely 5 or 6 square meters, with blood and bone fragments covering the sofa and coffee table. On the floor lay a mutilated corpse, that of Zhu Jianya, a gray-haired, old man. His eyes were wide open, his face frozen in a pained expression, indicating he had suffered horrific torture. Xiao Yuelin turned pale at the sight, retching twice, while Lin Xiao, Lu Ning, and Jeff seemed unfazed by such scenes. Lin Xiao examined the body with a frown. "He's dead, and it looks like it's been a while." Lin Xiao stepped into the room, his eyes warily scanning the surroundings. Behind him, Xiao Yuelin took a deep breath and followed, while Lu Ning pointed a handgun at Jeff, signaling him to move forward. "Officer, I really don't know anything. Can't you just let me go?" Jeff forced a flattering smile, sweat already beading on his forehead. "Get in, or I'll shoot," Lu Ning said calmly, sending a shiver down Jeff's spine. The scene inside the room was shocking. Besides the corpse of Zhu Jiani, there were 2 other bodies of mutated individuals with skin peeled off, exposing raw, bloody muscles. The entire space bore signs of a fierce battle. The sofa was riddled with bullet holes, the wooden coffee table was in tatters, and the walls were marked with savage claw marks. The opponents in this fight were likely second-tier or lower mutants, Lin Xiao analyzed with a frown. Ordinary people would struggle to handle them. If Zhu Jiani killed them, he might have been an unregistered awakened individual. Yes, Jeff eagerly agreed. He must be awakened. Otherwise, how could I have lost my memory after seeing him? He must have used some sort of mind control ability. Lin Xiao and Xiao Yuelin then checked the other rooms. The kitchen and bathroom show no signs of a fight, but they've been searched, Xiao Yuelin reported. The bedroom too. It seems someone besides the mutants was looking for something. Zhu Jiani, once the Han family's former butler, fled to this remote place after Han Yes incident, and now he's been killed. Lin Xiao pondered. Could it be the work of the people from the Happy Heaven? What they're looking for, could it be? Before he finished speaking, Zhu Jiani's corpse on the floor suddenly twitched, causing Jeff to scream and jump. The corpse croaked out in a raspy voice. 12, Nanning Road. Be careful of Han. And then fell silent. The room fell into a dead silence, everyone staring at the corpse on the floor. Lin Xiao nudged the body with his foot to confirm it was truly dead. Then, all 3 turned their gaze to Lu Ning. "Why are you all looking at me?" Lu Ning asked, puzzled. "Didn't you say it would be great if corpses could talk?" Jeff asked in despair. "Can you really make a corpse speak? Are you hiding some kind of ability?" Lin Xiao eyed Lu Ning suspiciously. "I'm a normal person. How could I make a corpse talk?" Lu Ning defended himself. Lin Xiao and Xiao Yuelin both rolled their eyes. "If you're normal, then there are no anomalies in this world." Xiao Yulin stood in the dimly lit room, her gaze fixed on the corpse on the floor, her brow furrowed. The scene of the corpse suddenly speaking had filled her with doubt. If it wasn't Lu Ning's ability, then why did the corpse speak? She asked Lin Xiao, who stood beside her. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment, frowning. It could be a residual effect of some special ability. The powers of awakeners are often strange and varied, so it's not impossible for some sort of posthumous contingency to be left behind. But were those words truly a warning to us? Xiao Yulin pressed, her eyes flickering with confusion. At that moment, Lu Ning's gaze fell on Jeff, who was trembling nearby. Jeff knew nothing about this place until he met Zhu Jiani, who controlled him to call the police and bring us here. Could this be Zhu Jiani's own arrangement? Lin Xiao and Xiao Yulin were both taken aback by this suggestion. Lin Zhao's eyes lit up. Are you saying Zhu Jiani deliberately arranged for Jeff to lead us here? Lu Ning nodded. It's just my speculation. He paused before continuing. As the Han family's steward, Zhu Jiani likely noticed something unusual about Han Yu after the incident at his birthday party, prompting him to flee. He might have wanted to use this chance to convey some crucial information to us. Then why not come directly to the Mist Bureau? Xiao Yulin questioned. It's likely because someone wanted to silence him. Lin Zhao's expression turned grave. Look, he was killed not long after finding Jeff. Lu Ning continued his analysis. He might have feared being hunted down, so he didn't dare risk going to the Mist Bureau directly. Unfortunately, he was eventually discovered and killed by people from Happy Heaven. He glanced around the room, which was marked with signs of a thorough search. These traces suggest they were looking for something important, like that guest list. Jeff chuckled nervously. Officers, isn't this all just speculation? Do you have any evidence? 12, Nanning Road might have the answers, Lu Ning said, looking at Lin Xiao. Let's head there immediately, Lin Xiao said, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, the corpse mentioned being wary of Han something. Could it be Han Yu? He might not be dead and could be involved with Happy Heaven. Just as Lu Ning was about to pull out his phone to call for a team to handle the scene, a chilling howl echoed from outside the door. The group turned cautiously towards the entrance, where 6 or 7 grotesque, skinless creatures with exposed muscles were slowly crawling up from downstairs. As Lin Xiao prepared to act, a piercing scream suddenly sounded from outside the window. Qiu Yulin's expression changed slightly as she quickly moved to the window. Her gaze pierced through the glass, immediately focusing on the unusual scene in the alley below. 2 ragged homeless men were undergoing a horrifying transformation. One had bone spikes breaking through his skin, while the other had writhing tentacles sprouting wildly from his back. Not far from them, 2 bystanders were sprawled on the ground, their faces etched with terror as they scrambled backward on all fours. Someone's mutating down there, Qiu Yulin exclaimed. It's 2 homeless men. What? Both mutating at the same time. Lin Xiao frowned in disbelief. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Ning had already dashed to the window. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped down, landing precisely between the 2 mutating figures. The newly transformed creatures let out a piercing screech. Flesh. One of them lashed out with its tentacles like venomous snakes at Lu Ning. Bang! A sharp gunshot rang out, and one of the mutants' heads exploded, scattering red and white matter. The barrel of Lu Ning's red rose pistol still smoked, while the white rose was already aimed at the second mutant. Another shot rang out, and the second mutant fell, its head shattered. Upstairs, Jeff watched in awe, instinctively touching his neck, a chill running down his spine. Captain, Lu Ning has already taken care of the mutants, Qiu Yulin reported. Lin Xiao was about to speak when he saw Lu Ning turning to leave. Wait, Lu Ning, where are you going? Qiu Yulin called out anxiously. There are fresh traces of psychic radiation here. I'm going to investigate. Lu Ning's voice echoed from below. Lin Xiao quickly dealt with the remaining mutants, leading Qiu Yulin and Jeff in pursuit. They followed Lu Ning through several narrow alleys. Soon, they spotted their target, a black-haired woman in a striking red dress. She held a lit pink incense stick, from which white smoke slowly drifted. A homeless man in her path had already lost consciousness from inhaling the smoke. The woman sensed the commotion behind her and turned just as Lu Ning raised his guns. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes as she swiftly sidestepped, crashing through a nearby window and disappearing into the residential building. Lu Ning frowned and quickly sprinted towards the window where the woman in red had disappeared. Before he could get close, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from inside. At that moment, the homeless man who had collapsed on the ground underwent a terrifying transformation. His skin began to peel away in large patches, and a beast-like growl erupted from his throat. He sprang from the ground with astonishing speed, lunging at Lu Ning. In just 2 strides, the mutated man reached Lu Ning like an arrow released from a bow, his sharp claws aiming for Lu Ning's throat. Lu Ning remained calm, his body slightly shifting to effortlessly evade the lethal strike. Instantly, his right foot shot up, a flash of white light appearing as he delivered a powerful kick to the mutant's abdomen. Boom! The mutant's entire body was sent flying by the immense force, crashing heavily against the alley wall. His shattered body slid down like a pile of broken mud, lifeless. Behind him, urgent footsteps approached. Lu Ning quickly turned to see 2 grotesque mutants closing in rapidly. One moved on all fours with the agility of a beast, while the other was covered in exposed bones, looking horrifyingly menacing. Bang! Bang! 2 crisp gunshots rang out, and the mutants' heads exploded like watermelons, collapsing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ning leapt through the window. The room was dimly lit due to the rainy weather, and as soon as he landed, he sensed a cold glint slicing through the air. Instinctively, he tilted his head, narrowly avoiding the sharp dagger that brushed past his cheek. The woman in red moved like a phantom, wielding twin blades, each strike targeting his vital points. Her fierce attacks aimed for the throat, temples, and heart, showcasing her exceptional combat skills. The battle intensified quickly in the confined space. The woman was clearly aware of the power of Lu Ning's dual pistols, maintaining close proximity to prevent him from firing. The room's furniture was shattered in their fierce exchange, with the walls marked by numerous knife slashes and bullet holes. Suddenly, Lu Ning changed his tactics, using his left hand to punch towards the woman's face. Mistaking it for a feint for shooting, the woman raised her dagger to stab his wrist. However, this time, Lu Ning stood firm, allowing the dagger to pierce him, while a flash of white light appeared on his hand. With a puff, although the dagger was deeply embedded in his wrist, the force of his vibrant soul punch erupted, shattering the bones in the woman's hand holding the knife. The woman in red was thrown back by a tremendous force, slamming into the wall. Just as she was about to steady herself, a sharp gunshot pierced the air. The bullet hit her right knee with precision, creating a gory wound. The excruciating pain caused her to shudder violently and collapse to the ground with a piercing scream. Lu Ning observed her contorted face of agony with a blank expression, pulling the trigger once more. After the second shot, the woman's left leg was also rendered useless, taking away her ability to flee. Once he confirmed she couldn't move, Lu Ning leisurely holstered his gun and began tending to the dagger deeply embedded in his left wrist. At that moment, the woman in red seized the opportunity, her pale arm swiftly flinging her last dagger towards Lu Ning's face. Focused on extracting the blade, Lu Ning didn't even bother to look up. In the next second, the dagger was deeply lodged in his forehead. A triumphant grin spread across the woman's face. Ha ha ha, fool. To make such a careless mistake at the last moment. You deserve to die. But her smile quickly froze. Lu Ning seemed utterly unaffected by the pain and continued to slowly remove the dagger from his wrist. As he pulled out the first dagger, the wound healed visibly fast. He casually discarded the blade and then extracted the second one from his forehead, with that wound also healing instantly, leaving no scar. Deserve to die? Lu Ning calmly looked at the wide-eyed woman in red. What are you? Her eyes were filled with incredulous fear. I'm human, Lu Ning replied, frowning slightly before adding, a normal human. The woman leaned against the wall, her face twisted. What normal human is like you? Are you a mutant? Or a minion of some evil god? How did you join the Bureau of Mist? Before she could ask more, 2 more gunshots rang out. Lu Ning interrupted her by shooting her arms. I thought your smile was a bit twisted. I didn't want to give you a chance to fight back, he explained calmly. It doesn't matter, the woman sneered. My mission is complete, and my master will surely welcome me to paradise, where I will enjoy eternal bliss. As soon as she finished speaking, her body began to twist violently, the flesh writhing beneath her skin. Dense white mist erupted from her body, revealing a blurry figure with white wings, a fallen angel. The angel slowly opened its eyes to meet Lu Ning's gaze. What are you looking at? Lu Ning asked, tilting his head. The angel's wings fluttered gently, its eyes glinting with an eerie light. In an instant, Lu Ning's mind went blank, and he began to melt like a wax figure. Meanwhile, the woman's body underwent a grotesque transformation, her graceful form turning into a mass of hideous flesh, covered with rolling eyeballs and writhing tendrils, oozing a nauseating slime. The eyeballs on the fleshy mass quickly locked onto Lu Ning, and those long, slime-covered tentacles whipped towards him like lashes. Whoosh! The tentacles struck Lu Ning with immense force, causing his body to deform like a melting wax figure, sending him flying backwards. He crashed through a wall and landed in the muddy, filthy alley outside. Lin Xiao, Xiao Yuelin, and Jeff arrived just in time to witness this scene. Jeff's eyes widened in horror at Lu Ning's melting form, and he let out a terrified scream. Is he dead? However, Lu Ning, who appeared like a melting wax figure, slowly got up from the ground. Jeff's scream abruptly stopped, and he trembled all over, his face pale. Sir, your teammate has mutated. Shut up, Lin Xiao barked sharply. At this moment, Lu Ning's melted body began to recover, with flesh buds writhing and reorganizing on his face and body. From within the damaged wall, dozens of tentacles shot out like arrows, wildly sweeping towards him. Despite not being fully recovered, Lu Ning's movements were unaffected. He dodged nimbly while continuously channeling mental energy into the red rose. As the mental energy infused, the patterns on the red rose seemed to ignite, emitting a scorching energy from Lu Ning's body. Dodging the tentacles' attacks, he raised the red rose and pulled the trigger towards the inside of the wall. Boom! The bullet turned into a fireball that entered the room, triggering a violent explosion. The surrounding walls cracked instantly. The tentacles were engulfed in flames, thrashing wildly, and a piercing scream emanated from within. The next moment, the wall shattered, and the massive flesh mass surged out of the burning room with the help of its writhing tentacles. What is that thing? Xiao Yuelin cried out in terror, her face pale. Lin Xiao frowned and asked, this level of mutation is rare. Lu Ning, what was this thing originally? Having recovered, Lu Ning calmly answered while evading attacks. It was a disciple of the blissful heaven. When she mutated, I saw a fallen angel inside her. The 3 of them were stunned by his words, and Jeff was so bewildered that he forgot about Lu Ning's bizarre recovery process. What did you say you saw? Lin Xiao's expression was grave. A fallen angel. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, his hands forming blade-like shapes. I'll help you. Although Lu Ning's attack had damaged the massive flesh mass, it was far from fatal. Okay, Lu Ning nodded. Lin Xiao's breathing suddenly became deep, his body slightly crouched, and he took a sudden step forward. His hands gleamed with white light as a blade-like arc of light slashed through the air, cleaving the flesh mass in two. Blood and slime gushed from the wound, splattering all over the alley. The strange mass let out a bizarre scream, as if countless people were wailing in agony. Even though it was split in two, both parts continued to writhe with astonishing vitality. Lin Xiao, without hesitation, transformed his arm into a white blade of light and repeatedly struck at the larger portion, the blade tracing sharp arcs through the air. At the same time, Lu Ning raised his hands slightly, channeling mental energy into the white rose and red rose weapons once more. With the infusion of energy, both weapons fired almost simultaneously. The bullet from the white rose precisely hit the smaller mass, instantly freezing it into a crystalline solid. Following that, a fireball from the red rose roared in, exploding upon impact with the frozen mass. In the ensuing explosion, the frozen mass was torn into countless pieces, scattering across the ground. Through their coordinated attack, the mass quickly lost its last trace of life, turning into nothing more than a lifeless heap. Lin Zhao's hand returned to its normal form as he hurried over to Lu Ning, his expression serious. What just happened? I tracked over here through psychic radiation and saw a woman using a corrupted incense to emit psychic radiation. I managed to defeat her and intended to capture her, but she suddenly mutated. Lu Ning briefly explained what had transpired. Lin Zhao frowned deeply. She used corrupted incense? Then it's likely she was behind the mutated attackers from before. His expression suddenly changed. Wait, how did she know we were here? This is bad. They must have been monitoring Zhu Jianyi's room and overheard what he said earlier. Qiu Yuelin's face shifted. Captain, could the people from Heaven's Bliss be heading to Nanning Road, number 12, as Zhu Jianyi mentioned? Lin Zhao quickly pulled out his phone. I'll request backup right away and have them secure Nanning Road, number 12. Whatever's there, it's an important lead for us. He swiftly dialed a number, his tone urgent. Old Lu, we've got intel that Heaven's Bliss is targeting Nanning Road, number 12. You need to get there quickly. Yes. Good. Hurry. After hanging up, Lin Zhao addressed the group. We're heading there too. Looking around, Lu Ning noted the lingering scent of incense in the air. Captain, the radiation from the corrupted incense is spreading. Although it's not as strong as before, people's mental states in this area are unstable, and new mutations could occur. Lin Zhao slapped his forehead. I'll make another call. He contacted the Mist Bureau to arrange for personnel to handle the aftermath, then urged everyone to leave quickly, heading toward the outskirts of the slum. Throughout the journey, Jeff remained silent, his gaze frequently landing on Lu Ning with a peculiar expression, as if he wanted to say something but refrained. Noticing Jeff's odd behavior, Lu Ning asked, puzzled, "Why do you keep looking at me?" Jeff hesitated for a moment before cautiously asking, "Officer, how come you're still alive after what happened? That shouldn't be possible." Before Lu Ning could answer, Qiu Yuelin interjected with pride. "Brother Lu Ning is immortal. Impressive, right?" Jeff's eyes widened. Immortal? He seemed about to ask more when Lin Zhao impatiently cut him off. "You're still a suspect, remember your place. Don't ask unnecessary questions." Jeff shivered and quickly lowered his head. "Yes, Captain Lin. I'll keep quiet." Soon, the group reached the outskirts of the slum and boarded Colin's SUV once again. This time, Lin Zhao drove much faster, the tires screeching against the road. However, before they arrived at their destination, Lin Zhao's phone rang. "Hello? What?" Lin Zhao's face grew increasingly serious as he listened to the voice on the other end. After hearing the entire message, he spoke slowly. "Okay, I understand. We're on our way." After hanging up, Qiu Yuelin, sitting in the passenger seat, immediately asked, "Captain, what's wrong?" Lin Zhao frowned. "The situation isn't good. The second action team hasn't arrived yet, and there's been a large explosion. Nanning Road, number 12, and several nearby shops are on fire, with numerous casualties." "What? Was it Heaven's Bliss?" Qiu Yuelin exclaimed angrily. "They're harming innocent people too." Lu Ning, however, asked calmly, "What's the status of Nanning Road, number 12? Lin Zhao replied gravely. Number 12 is a small restaurant. It's reported that the kitchen's gas exploded, causing the most damage. The restaurant owner is missing, possibly killed in the explosion. Following Lin Zhao's words, a heavy silence descended inside the SUV. After a moment of silence, a hint of reluctance flashed in Qiu Yuelin's eyes, and she spoke with a slightly hurried tone. "Does that mean our lead is broken again?" Lin Zhao didn't look pleased either and replied in a low voice. "It seems that the lead with Zhu Jianyi is indeed broken." Lu Ning pondered for a moment before speaking. Earlier, the cultist from the Happy Heaven mentioned that her mission was complete before undergoing a transformation. Perhaps they had been eavesdropping on our conversation from a nearby room, using awakening abilities or some kind of soul artifact. Lin Zhao sighed, adding with a hint of helplessness, "It's very possible. That cultist might have disrupted our actions through her transformation and notified others. This way, they could use the time difference to head directly to number 12 Nanning Road." Qiu Yuelin's eyes flickered suddenly. She turned to Jeff, who was sitting in the back seat, with a furrowed brow and a somewhat questioning tone. "You're not part of the Happy Heaven too, are you? Are you staying here to monitor us?" Jeff's face turned pale instantly, and he shook his head quickly, his voice filled with urgency and a hint of tears. "Please believe me, officer. I'm truly innocent. I didn't even know I was hypnotized by Zhu Jianyi. I had no idea." His eyes glistened with tears, as if he was about to break down at any moment. Seeing this, Qiu Yuelin couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. Lin Zhao looked at him calmly, speaking in a composed manner. "Whether you're innocent or not, we'll find out. For now, you need to come back to the station with us. Jeff's expression turned bleak, and he lowered his head, speaking in a low voice. Yes, Captain Lin. Lu Ning then turned to Lin Xiao, asking, Captain, should we still go to number 12 Nanning Road to check it out? Yes, Lin Xiao replied succinctly. The middle section of Nanning Road had been cordoned off by the sheriffs. The once burning shops had been extinguished by firefighters, and the smoke had cleared, leaving a scorched smell lingering in the air. A few ordinary citizens stood outside the barricade, craning their necks curiously to see what had happened. Lin Xiao parked the SUV by the roadside, and the group got out, heading towards the barricade. As they approached, a sheriff outside the restricted area immediately stepped forward to stop them. You can't go in here. Lin Xiao took out his credentials from his pocket and handed them over. We're from the Mist Bureau. The sheriffs were momentarily taken aback, and one quickly took the credentials to check. Once Lin Xiao's identity was confirmed, they all saluted him in unison. Officer. Lin Xiao nodded, took back his credentials, and asked, Is Lu Chong here? Officer Lu is inside. You can go in and find him, one of the sheriffs replied. All right, Lin Xiao responded simply, signaling for everyone to follow him as they crossed the barricade into the restricted area. Most of the shops on one side of the street had been reduced to ruins, with the most severely damaged section almost completely destroyed. The charred walls bore the marks of the fire, and the air was thick with the smell of burning. Several sheriffs and Mist Bureau action team members in trench coats moved in and out of different shops, inspecting for clues. At this moment, a tall, lean middle-aged man noticed Lin Xiao and his group, a glimmer in his eyes as he quickly walked over. Old Lin, you're here? Lin Xiao nodded, responding briefly. Yes, how's it going? Lu Chong frowned slightly, his tone a bit heavy. There are obvious signs of a battle on the walls of number 12, likely caused by an awakened individual. But they were very careful, leaving no traceable clues, or perhaps the clues were destroyed in the explosion. Lin Xiao's face darkened, and he asked in a low voice, The restaurant at number 12, who originally owned it? Have you checked? We've checked, Lu Chong nodded. The restaurant was originally opened by Zhu Yunxiao and has been running for over 5 years. According to our investigation, the restaurant has been operating normally, with no issues in expenses or taxes. As for the owner, he was just a regular restaurant owner before. Lin Xiao and Lu Ning exchanged a glance, both showing puzzled expressions. Zhu. Lin Xiao slightly frowned, his voice tinged with contemplation. Why? Is there something wrong with that surname? What clues? Lu Chong asked with a frown. The witness we're investigating also has the surname Zhu, Lin Xiao replied, a hint of concern flashing in his eyes. Lu Chong immediately understood. So, Happy Heaven wants to eliminate the evidence. That's quite possible, Lin Xiao nodded, then asked, Have they found Zhu Yunxiao's body? No. Lu Chong shook his head, his expression serious. The gas explosion shouldn't have been powerful enough to completely obliterate a body. We haven't found a single fragment, which suggests he might not have died here. He either escaped or was taken away by people from Happy Heaven. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow and sighed. Let's hope it's the first scenario. You guys help search the area to see if there are any signs of him leaving. Understood. Subsequently, Lu Ning and the others entered the scene to investigate. The restaurant was in shambles, with broken tables and chairs scattered about. Claw marks on the walls, not typical of an explosion, were the reason Lu Chong suspected an awakened being might have been involved in the fight. Beyond that, there were no other clues. Lin Xiao's group had no choice but to return to the SUV and drive to the Mist Bureau's 7th District branch. After getting out of the car, Jeff looked around nervously, like a startled quail. I'll take him for interrogation. You two head upstairs, Lin Xiao told Lu Ning and Xiao Yuelin. In the third-floor activity room, Colin, Wang Qiwen, and Wei Xian were playing games. Seeing the two enter, Colin adjusted his glasses. How did it go? Don't even mention it. Xiao Yuelin exclaimed angrily, collapsing onto the sofa. Zhu Jianyi has already been killed by people from Happy Heaven. The three immediately put down their games and gathered around. After Xiao Yuelin recounted the events in detail, Colin said gravely, It seems Happy Heaven's influence within our base city is significant. What exactly are they trying to do? Wang Qiwen slammed the coffee table. Wei Xian expressed his concern. A large-scale cult activity is bad news for any base city. History has shown that many base cities have suffered severe damage, or even destruction, because of such groups. The activity room fell silent. The increasingly frequent activities of Happy Heaven members worried everyone. Zhu Yunxiao probably holds some important clues, but unfortunately, that lead is currently cut off, Colin said, shaking his head. Lu Ning asked, Any updates from the bureau today? How are Li Yong and Samantha? What about Gao Tianlin? Colin's expression turned grim. Li Yong is dead. What? He's dead too. Xiao Yuelin's eyes widened in shock, her face turning pale. How did he die? Lu Ning asked with a furrowed brow, his eyes glinting with confusion. Hanged himself, Colin replied, shaking his head slowly, a hint of helplessness on his face. Suicide. Xiao Yuelin's brows knitted tightly. Why would he commit suicide? Her voice was filled with bewilderment. Wang Qiwen shrugged, lounging casually in his chair. Who knows? Maybe that birthday party went wrong, and Liang was involved. Could have been guilt-driven suicide. Wei Xian crossed his hands on the table, deep in thought. It might not be suicide. With so many abilities among the awakened, staging a suicide isn't impossible. Qiu Yuelin sighed softly, her fingers tapping lightly on the table. I hadn't a clue before, but now, hearing you all, maybe Liang was also killed by people from Happy Heaven to erase clues. Her voice carried a clear sense of frustration. So now both Zhu Jiani and Li Yang's leads are cut off? She continued. Miss Samantha probably won't yield much either, considering Han Yu's past behavior. She was likely just victimized. Colin took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Regardless, as long as there's a sliver of hope, we shouldn't give up the investigation. Happy Heaven's activities are becoming more frequent, and I have a bad feeling about it. His tone carried a hint of worry. The room fell into silence. Lu Ning and Xiu Yuelin had been running around all day, and Colin had visited the scene of Li Yang's suicide earlier. Everyone appeared exhausted. They found places to rest in the activity room, some closing their eyes to relax, others scanning through documents. After more than 2 hours, as the sky outside darkened, Lin Xiao entered the activity room. He looked weary, but his eyes remained sharp. Xiu Yuelin immediately looked up, her gaze going past Lin Xiao's shoulder towards the door. Captain, where's Jeff? She inquired. We've interrogated him thoroughly, Lin Xiao said, placing a file on the table. Jeff really knows nothing, and there's evidence of mental control. Zhu Jiani's case should have nothing to do with him. All right then, Colin said, standing up and clapping his hands, a relaxed smile on his face. Let's call it a day. I'll order some food, my treat. Everyone's worked hard. Let's eat well. Lu Ning's eyes lit up instantly, almost reflexively shouting, braised pork. The others joined in the cheer. Long live Captain Colin. The room's atmosphere instantly lightened. After quickly placing their orders, Colin left to get the food. In the following days, Lu Ning and the team continued to cooperate with the Public Security Bureau and other departments to investigate leads. They visited multiple locations and questioned dozens of potential informants, but progress was slow, with no substantial breakthroughs. Zhu Yunxiao's whereabouts remained unknown, despite significant resources being deployed, as if he had vanished into thin air. After Li Yang's autopsy report came out, all indications pointed to a typical suicide case, with no suspicious elements and no new clues. Samantha was also under close surveillance, but reports indicated her daily activities were very regular, with no unusual behavior. The industry of Gao Tianlin had internal operatives planted by law enforcement, but so far, there was no evidence linking him to the source of the corrupt incense. As for Lu Ning himself, during the previous operation to find Zhu Jiani, he had taken down several mutated individuals and played a key role in combating the Happy Heaven cultists, earning him considerable merits. These merits were naturally used to pay off debts to White Rose and Red Rose, with the numbers on the ledger gradually decreasing. Unfortunately, there were no new soul crystals recently, and Lu Ning's mental refinement had noticeably slowed, with his progress much slower than before. However, his physical refinement continued to show strong momentum, thanks to his significantly enhanced recovery ability after reaching the second tier. This allowed Lu Ning to more freely use mental resonance to refine his body. Though this process was accompanied by intense pain, for Lu Ning, this pain was reassuring as it made him acutely aware that he was still alive and progressing on the path to becoming stronger. Of course, aside from the main task involving Happy Heaven, occasional mutation incidents in District 7 required their prompt attention. The incidents involving mutations were relatively simple, mostly dealing with first-level mutants. Lin Xiao and Colin didn't even need to intervene. Even Xiu Yuelin and the others could handle them easily. Time passed by, and about 10 days went by like this. On this particular day, Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen were on duty at the branch while the other 4 Lin Xiao, Colin, Xiu Yuelin, and Wei Xian had gone to handle a mutation incident. In the recreation room, Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen were engrossed in a heated battle on an arcade machine, their characters fiercely fighting on screen. Lu Ning skillfully maneuvered the game controller, a confident smile on his face. Suddenly, rapid footsteps echoed down the hallway, drawing closer. The door to the recreation room was flung open, revealing Yu Ran, panting heavily, clearly having sprinted there. Lu Ning, someone reported that her partner has gone missing over the past 2 days, Yu Ran said between breaths. Wang Qiwen was losing to Lu Ning, his character steadily retreating on the screen. It seemed Lu Ning had a knack for mastering any game quickly, reaching expert levels effortlessly. Wang Qiwen had never beaten Lu Ning at any game, and he was feeling quite frustrated. Aren't missing persons cases outside the jurisdiction of the Mist Bureau? Wang Qiwen questioned with a frown, his fingers still mechanically pressing the controller. Leaning against the doorframe, Yu Ran explained, normally, yes, but the missing person is a registered second-level awakener, and the one reporting is also an awakener. Hearing this, both Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen paused their game, their characters frozen in action. Lu Ning put down the controller and stood up, asking, "Where is she?" "I've asked her to wait in the reception room." "Let's go take a look," Lu Ning suggested, motioning for Wang Chuan to follow. The three of them left the recreation room, walked down the hallway, climbed the stairs, and arrived at a reception room on the second floor. Through the small window on the door, they could see a middle-aged woman with blonde hair sitting inside. In the reception room, the woman was holding a cup of hot tea, her knuckles white from gripping it tightly. Her eyes darted anxiously around the room, her expression tense. As Lu Ning and Wang Chuan entered, she stood up abruptly, causing the paper cup to tilt and spill hot tea on the table, leaving a brown stain. "Miss Farron, there's no need to be nervous," Yu Ran reassured her. "These are members of our Mist Bureau's action team, Lu Ning and Wang Chuan. You can share your concerns with them." Farron nodded quickly, her blonde hair swaying with the movement. "Officers, my partner lost contact with me yesterday, and I hope you can help me find him," she said, her voice laced with evident anxiety. Lu Ning calmly looked at Farron, gesturing for her to sit down. "Please share with us what you know." Farron sat back down, her hands clasped tightly together. "My partner is named Yu Yin, a second-level shapeshifter. His abilities are quite useful in certain fields, so he works as a private detective." She paused, taking a deep breath before continuing. "He mentioned he took on a case at the One Tree Bar, which suits his skills well, but he went missing after going to work on it yesterday. Normally, he messages me good night by 10 in the evening. This morning, I called him, but there was no answer." Wang Chuan's expression turned surprised, his eyebrows slightly raised. "He took a job at the One Tree Bar?" "Yes, officer," Farron nodded eagerly. "As you know, many of us freelance awakeners take jobs from bars to make a living." "Do you know who your partner's target was?" Lu Ning asked, leaning against the table and looking directly into Farron's eyes. Farron furrowed her brow, trying to recall. "He mentioned something about a celebrity. What was the name? Let me think." "Samantha?" Lu Ning calmly prompted. Farron's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly, her blonde hair bouncing with her movement. "Yes, that's the name," she said, then suddenly looked puzzled. "Officer, how did you know?" Wang Chuan impatiently interjected. "Our action team also monitors bar assignments." Farron nodded in understanding, her expression clearing. Wang Chuan crossed his arms and continued questioning. "Tell us more about your partner's investigation. When did he set out? Where does he usually conduct his investigations on this celebrity? When did you realize he was missing? Do you know where he disappeared?" Wang Chuan asked a series of questions, and Farron gradually calmed down, continuing to speak in a low voice. "My husband's surveillance of Samantha doesn't have a fixed schedule. Sometimes it's during the day, sometimes at night, and occasionally he follows her for an entire day. He's been tracking Samantha for almost a month. A few days ago, he complained that he hadn't found any valuable clues. If it weren't for the rewards he gets every time he reports his findings, he would have stopped by now." She paused, coughed lightly, and a trace of worry flickered in her eyes. "Yesterday, he left home at 4 in the afternoon to continue following Samantha. We have an agreement that he tells me his destination before each mission. That day, he told me he was going to Samantha's private residence on the outskirts of the base city. It's in the 7th District, and Na Community, Building 4, Unit 503, on Wuyun Road." Farron looked nervously at Wang Chuan and Lu Ning as she continued. "At 7 o'clock, he sent me a message. Normally, he would contact me again around 10 at night, but this time he didn't. I initially thought he was just busy with work, but by morning, I still hadn't heard from him. I tried reaching out to him, but couldn't get through. That's why I came to you for help." Lu Ning and Wang Chuan listened quietly to her account. Lu Ning frowned and asked, "Do you know the exact location of Samantha's private residence?" Farron nodded firmly. "Yes, my husband told me before he left." Wang Chuan immediately stood up, a hint of urgency in his eyes. "Lu Ning, let's go. Have Lao Qin and the others take the night shift. We're heading out." Lu Ning looked at the eager Wang Chuan, pondered for a moment, then said softly, "Contact the captain first." Wang Chuan frowned slightly, a hint of discontent in his voice. "The captain and the others are on a mission. This won't affect them, will it?" Lu Ning shook his head calmly. "The captain and vice captain are both there. It shouldn't be a problem. This involves Samantha. The captain probably already knows." Wang Kaiwan's expression darkened slightly. "Won't this delay us for a long time? We might miss an opportunity." Lu Ning replied calmly. "Based on previous clues, things might get more complicated this time." He paused, lowering his voice. "I don't mind. I'm not going to die anyway." Wang Chuan was momentarily speechless, and after a brief silence, he said seriously, "You're right. We should contact the captain." Farron stood aside, her brows furrowed, clearly confused. "Do you know who Samantha is? Why is there danger? Will my husband be all right?" Her voice carried a note of tension and unease. Lu Ning looked at her, thought for a moment, and reassured, "Don't worry too much. If something really happened to him, we'll try to bring his body back." Farron's eyes immediately welled up with tears, almost spilling over. She lowered her head, struggling to hold back her tears. Wang Chuan, with a hint of exasperation, looked at Lu Ning and whispered, "Can you not say such discouraging things? Lu Ning glanced at Wang Qiwen, raised an eyebrow, but didn't respond further. Wang Qiwen turned to Farron with a reassuring smile. Don't worry, as long as your husband is alive, we'll do our best to bring him back safely. Thank you. Thank you so much. Farron bowed repeatedly, her voice trembling. At this moment, Lu Ning had already dialed Lin Xiao's number. The phone rang once without being answered. Lu Ning raised an eyebrow, preparing to dial again, when his phone rang. It was Lin Xiao calling back. Hello. Lin Xiao's voice was relaxed. Lu Ning, what's up? Lu Ning hung up the phone, still hearing the laughter of Colin and Qiu Yuelin echoing in his ears. The atmosphere had suddenly turned tense after receiving a report an awakened being under Samantha's command had gone missing. Samantha? Lin Xiao's voice became serious. Is the information accurate? Yes, we have the exact location. Captain, should we check it out? Of course we should. Lin Xiao paused for a moment before continuing. All right, let Wang Qiwen stay at the branch. You go ahead and wait for us. I'll send Xiaolin back, then bring Colin and Wei Xian over. Where's the target location? Building 4, Unit 503, Anna Community on Wuyun Road, District 7. That's not far from us. We might even get there before you. Hurry up. By the way, you really need to get a driver's license soon. Okay, Lu Ning replied, turning to look at Wang Qiwen, who was already standing up, ready to leave. His expression had noticeably stiffened. You heard it too, Lu Ning said. Wang Qiwen's face twisted immediately. Damn, seriously? I'm not going. What? Maybe because your abilities are relatively low? Lu Ning answered after some thought. What? My abilities are low. Wang Qiwen was indignant, struggling for a moment before blurting out. I'm definitely better than Wei Xian, right? That, I'm not sure about. Wang Qiwen sat back down with a huff, saying nothing more. After a brief farewell, Lu Ning left and quickly caught a ride to the destination. Anna Community was a brand new residential area, not as luxurious as a high-end villa district, but it was clean and pleasant. As soon as he arrived at the entrance, Lu Ning saw familiar SUVs and sports cars. Lin Xiao was smiling and waving at him, with Colin and Wei Xian waiting nearby. Should we head straight up? Lu Ning asked. Lin Xiao shook his head. No. Even if the missing awakened being isn't related to Samantha, acting rashly could alert them. We need to observe first. I've already found a vantage point, Colin said. Unit 604 in Building 5, directly across from the target. From the window of 604, they had an unobstructed view of the windows of Unit 503 in Building 4. It was afternoon, and the room seemed empty. Wei Xian volunteered to handle the surveillance, claiming he had extensive experience at the Public Security Bureau. The three of them played cards in the living room until night fell. Around 9 o'clock, the silent Wei Xian suddenly spoke up. The target room's lights are on. Someone must have returned. Lin Xiao and Colin immediately put down their cards, both reminding, don't touch the cards. We'll continue later. Ignoring their concern, Lu Ning turned to Wei Xian. How is it? Wei Xian hid behind the curtains, observing the outside through a gap, remaining still and speaking in a hushed voice. I don't see anyone right now. Wait, someone's coming. He squinted slightly. Why is it a man? The next moment, Wei Xian frowned. The curtains been drawn. Inside the room, Lin Xiao and Colin both furrowed their brows, their expressions serious. Can't see anymore? Lin Xiao leaned forward to ask. Wei Xian's gaze remained fixed outside. Even though the curtains are drawn, there are still shadows. They're not as professional as us. The room's lights are too bright. He suddenly paused. There's another shadow. This shadow is slender, probably a woman. Wei Xian's voice was almost inaudible. It might be Samantha. Colin immediately interjected. A man and a woman? Who's the man? Is he a celebrity? Wei Xian thought for a moment, recalling the information he had. Not any celebrity from Samantha's social circle I've seen before, nor any famous ones I know of. Not a celebrity. Then who could it be? Lin Zhao's eyes flickered as he pondered. Lu Ning suddenly spoke, breaking the brief silence. Could it be related to Happy Heaven? Did Yuan go missing because he discovered something about this? Not sure, but it's possible. Wei Xian replied, then turned to Lin Xiao. Captain, what do we do now? They probably aren't in the living room or are at a distance from the window. I can't see any shadows. Lin Xiao contemplated for a while, a look of determination crossing his face. Lu Ning and I will keep an eye on the opposite side. You two stay here and watch. Late at night, we'll sneak in to take a look. Maybe we can find some clues. Colin considered the potential variables. What if the man leaves early? Then Lu Ning and I will track him, and you two keep an eye on Samantha. Lin Xiao answered decisively, then turned to Wei Xian. Wei Xian, did the man have any distinguishing features? Wei Xian closed his eyes, recalling the scene earlier. Black curly hair, stubbly beard, aquiline nose, dark skin, tall, wearing a black sweater. Lin Xiao nodded in confirmation. Got it, Lu Ning, let's go. The two quickly left the room and headed downstairs, adjusting their demeanor to appear as if they were just ordinary people getting off work, making their way toward the 4 residential buildings. Just as they reached the entrance of the buildings, a man matching Wei Xian's description emerged. He was nearly 6'3", with a strong build, the black sweater clinging to his fit upper body, his features handsome, yet his aura cold. As the man brushed past Lu Ning and Lin Xiao, he cast them a cold glance before continuing on his way. Lin Xiao and Lu Ning remained calm, showing no unusual reactions as they entered the residential building and ascended a couple of steps. Once the man's figure disappeared into the shadows beyond the streetlights, Lu Ning calmly spoke. He's emitting psychic radiation. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up, a victorious smile playing on his lips. It could be fallen incense. We've finally got a lead. Let's follow him. Lu Ning nodded in agreement. Lin Xiao turned to Lu Ning, his eyes gleaming with thought. Will this radiation leave traces on the road? It will leave some traces. Lu Ning answered truthfully. Lin Xiao's expression brightened further. This way, we don't have to follow too closely and risk being discovered. Hopefully, we can trace it back to their hideout. Suddenly, Lin Xiao seemed to recall something important. I'll contact Colin and let them continue watching Samantha. It's clear that this man knows her, and since he's carrying something dangerous, Samantha is likely involved too. With that, he quickly took out his phone, briefly explaining the situation to Colin. After the call ended, Lin Xiao looked at Lu Ning, his eyes filled with resolve. Let's go. Follow him. Lu Ning nodded in agreement, and the two quietly left the residential building, blending into the night. A faint trace of psychic radiation lingered in the air, extending into the distance like wisps of white mist in Lu Ning's vision. These pale mists occasionally passed through bizarre, distorted phantom figures, which seemed unaffected. Ever since leaving the foggy area, these eerie apparitions had been constantly present in Lu Ning's sight. The two of them followed the white mist guidance at a leisurely pace. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a residential area, discovering that the man they were tracking hadn't driven off but instead walked along the sidewalk in another direction. The base city was sparsely populated at night, and the dim streetlights cast a shadowy gloom over the streets, with only Lu Ning and Lin Xiao's footsteps breaking the silence. Suddenly, Lu Ning frowned and glanced toward a dark alley nearby. He went in there. Follow him. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, indicating for them to proceed. They had only been in the alley for a short while when Lu Ning frowned again. He's speeding up, we're gradually falling behind, and the psychic radiation in the air is fading. Damn it, have we been discovered? Lin Xiao's expression changed. Then we need to speed up too. Lu Ning nodded and started running, with Lin Xiao close behind. After only a few strides, Lin Xiao noticed something unusual. Wait, Lu Ning, how are you so fast? You're only at the second tier and not even a speed-enhanced awakener. Because I've been training my body, Lu Ning replied while running. How do you train? Your physical fitness seems on par with body-strengthening awakeners of the same tier, Lin Xiao curiously asked. Maybe I can use your method to break through to the 6th tier. It's simple, really. I use the principle of the soul-shaking fist to vibrate my internal organs, bones, and flesh with psychic energy, Lu Ning explained calmly. Lin Xiao looked shocked. You can use the soul-shaking fist like that? How do you vibrate your body with psychic energy without getting hurt? Of course, you can get hurt. I've even died twice from overdoing it. Lin Xiao's face turned dark. I can't resurrect. Are you trying to get me killed? Just then, Lu Ning suddenly warned. The psychic radiation is getting stronger. Lin Xiao was about to respond when a flash of cold light appeared at the alley's corner. Before Lu Ning could dodge, a sharp blade slashed across his neck. Blood spurted out as his head fell, and his body collapsed. Covered in blood, Lin Xiao stopped in his tracks, staring grimly at the alley corner. The man, wearing a sweater and holding a long knife, stepped out slowly. He licked the blood off the blade, showing a look of ecstasy. What a taste. I knew I smelled prey, and yet, someone dared to track me? I wonder if your meat will taste as good as that little mouse's did. Lin Xiao remained silent, his hands transforming into bone blades, ready to launch an attack. Just then, something shifted beneath his feet. The headless Lu Ning struggled to rise, fumbling to pick up his head beside him and carefully reattaching it. A flicker of confusion crossed the sweater-clad man's eyes, his previously fierce and cruel expression faltering as if his brain had momentarily stalled. After a brief pause, a fanatical gleam surfaced in his eyes, and he muttered under his breath, "Not dead? Can recover? Excellent. Perfect ingredient." He panted, his gaze turning blatantly greedy. If I just chop off one leg at a time, it should recover, right? Then I can have fresh leg every day. As he spoke, he involuntarily swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on Lu Ning as if he wanted to tear him apart. Lu Ning, having securely reattached his head, said expressionlessly, "Your gaze is disgusting." The man in the sweater let out a bizarre laugh. Ingredients don't get to talk. His laughter was low and chilling, having already regarded Lu Ning as meat on the chopping block. However, just as he was about to launch his attack, a whistling sound pierced the air. The sweater man quickly turned his head, his expression changing abruptly as he hastily raised his knife to block. The clashing sound of metal echoed through the silent night sky as he was forced back, crashing into the wall of the alley. Looking at Lin Xiao, who was as cold as ice, a hint of dread mixed into his sinister grin. Fifth tier. No sooner had he spoken than he turned to flee. Run? Lin Xiao sneered, his figure flickering as he suddenly appeared in front of the man, his bone blades slicing down like lightning. The blades glimmered in the dim alley like flashes of lightning in a storm. Though the sweater man was not as strong as Lin Xiao, he relied on his extraordinary instincts to barely fend off several fierce attacks. However, each of Lin Xiao's strikes was as heavy as a mountain, and with every block, the man was forced back, retreating step by step. Suddenly, the sweater man let out a low growl, unleashing a shocking surge of power, self-devour. Immediately, his once robust body began to thin, as though some force was consuming the flesh beneath his skin, making his muscles and bones more pronounced. As his flesh disappeared, his physical abilities unexpectedly surged, allowing him to stabilize himself within seconds and forcibly withstand Lin Xiao's attacks. Lin Xiao's expression remained emotionless, his attacks relentless as he coldly remarked, "A power that harms yourself, how long can you sustain it?" The sweater man didn't reply, his expression growing more ferocious. In the midst of their frenzied clash, he seized an opportunity, using Lin Xiao's force to propel himself in a new direction, charging towards Lu Ning not far away. With eyes blazing with madness, the man opened his mouth, his lips tearing to reveal sinister, bloody tendrils. Lu Ning tightened his grip on his dual guns, focusing intently on the oncoming adversary. The patterns on red rose and white rose emitted a vibrant red and icy white glow, creating a peculiar atmosphere as the flames of red rose and the ice mist of white rose intertwined. Lu Ning had always poured his mental energy fully into these soul weapons, ready to provide crucial support at any moment. Although the sweater man's strength was inferior to Lin Xiao's, he was still at least a fourth-tier warrior. Lu Ning held nothing back, swiftly channeling more mental energy, hoping to take him down with a single strike. However, he hadn't anticipated that the man would charge directly at him. When the sweater man saw the light emanating from Lu Ning's guns, his expression shifted from a sinister grin to shock. Soul weapons. He quickly tried to dodge, but by then, it was too late. Bang! Bang! The bullets fired from the twin guns were like miniature missiles, terrifyingly powerful and incredibly fast. With the sweater man only a few steps away from Lu Ning, evading was nearly impossible. The bullets struck his body instantaneously, erupting with a thunderous roar. The white rose's frost bullet shot out first, cutting through the air with a sharp whistle. The man tried to dodge, but the bullet still hit his left thigh with precision. The frost bullet exploded on contact, and the infused energy instantly transformed into bone-chilling frost, spreading rapidly from the wound. The man's left leg immediately went numb, covered in a layer of glistening ice. Before the man could react, a flame bullet from the red rose landed like a meteor on the frozen spot. Boom! The explosion was deafening, and the man's left leg, along with half of his hip, was blown to pieces, flesh and blood flying. He was thrown back like a broken kite, crashing heavily against the wall, which cracked under the impact. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining the front of his sweater. A flash of unwillingness crossed the man's eyes as his fingers twitched, as if he still wanted to fight back. Lin Xiao appeared before him like a ghost, a bone knife in hand gleaming coldly. Several swift flashes of the knife were almost too fast to see, and the man's remaining arm and leg were instantly covered in deep, bone-revealing cuts, completely disabling him. Lin Xiao pressed the icy bone knife to the man's trembling Adam's apple, looking down at him expressionlessly. "Move again, and you're dead." The man's face changed dramatically, his expression twisted, and finally, he stopped moving altogether. He turned to Lu Ning, his eyes full of shock and confusion. "You're only a second tier. How can you wield such a soul weapon? Aren't you afraid of mental pollution causing a breakdown?" Lu Ning calmly holstered his guns, his tone flat. "Not afraid." Just as the man was about to speak again, Lin Xiao slapped him hard across the face, the crisp sound echoing in the alley. The man's cheek immediately swelled up, and Lin Xiao shouted sternly, "You're under arrest. Behave yourself. No more questions." As soon as he finished speaking, the man's head drooped, and his body lost all support, collapsing limply to the ground. Lin Xiao's expression changed slightly as he quickly checked the man's neck, then heaved a sigh of relief. "Just fainted. Scared the hell out of me. I thought I slapped him to death." Lu Ning frowned slightly, puzzled. "That easy to knock out?" Lin Xiao looked down at the man's pale face and explained, "It's probably the backlash from using his powers. He was using some sort of dark magic, a power given by an evil god, so the backlash must be severe. Plus, with such severe injuries, it's no surprise he passed out." Lu Ning nodded, asking no more questions. Lin Xiao turned to Lu Ning, grinning excitedly and giving a thumbs up. "Nicely done. I didn't expect us to catch one alive this time. This cultist with dark magic probably has a high status. Let's see if we can get anything out of him back at headquarters. Maybe we'll make some big progress. If we get some valuable intel, we'll be credited with a major achievement." Lu Ning's eyes lit up, and he smiled expectantly. "Can I get a new soul weapon?" Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. Not that simple. You already have a soul weapon, so technically you shouldn't be able to get another one, right? If you really want to switch, it'll probably take even more merit. But I can help you apply, since you're kind of special. Maybe it'll go through? But don't get your hopes up too high. Lu Ning nodded briefly. Okay. Lin Xiao pulled out a communicator. I'll call someone over to take this guy to headquarters. They have more professional interrogation staff there. It'll be more effective. Lu Ning had no objections. Lin Xiao first called headquarters, then contacted Wei Xian and Colin. They were monitoring Samantha and were equally thrilled to hear that Lu Ning and Lin Xiao had captured a member of the Joyous Heaven cult alive. Although the main credit went to Lu Ning and Lin Xiao, as members of the same task force, they would also receive some recognition. Most importantly, capturing a dark magic-wielding cultist could lead to major breakthroughs in tracking Joyous Heaven members, which would be great news for the city's safety. Lin Xiao instructed Colin and Wei Xian to continue monitoring Samantha for any unusual activity, while they guarded the unconscious man, waiting for headquarters personnel to arrive. Over half an hour later, the sound of footsteps filled the alley. Lu Ning turned to see a familiar head of red hair. Yin Feng approached with 3 action team members in black trench coats. Lu Ning didn't recognize them. They weren't the same ones who had accompanied Yin Feng before. Yin Feng, as usual, had a laid-back demeanor, hands in his pockets. As he neared, he glanced at the unconscious, battered man on the ground and grinned. Wow, you caught a big fish, huh? Lin Xiao rolled his eyes impatiently. Stop whining and take him back for interrogation before it gets too late. Yin Feng waved casually. Got it, got it. He turned to the woman behind him, who nodded knowingly. With a swift motion, the man in the sweater was lifted by an invisible force, suspended in midair. Lu Ning watched silently, noting that this woman, like Colin, also possessed telekinetic abilities. Do you want to come with us? Yin Feng asked. Lin Xiao thought for a moment, then turned to Lu Ning. I'll go with them just in case. You go find Colin and the others. All right, Lu Ning replied briefly. As he passed by Yin Feng and the others, a complex expression flickered in Yin Feng's eyes, but he said nothing. Once Lu Ning's figure disappeared at the end of the alley, Yin Feng lowered his voice. How's that kid doing? Anything unusual? Lin Xiao noticed the caution in Yin Feng's eyes and grinned. There's a big issue. Why didn't you report it? Yin Feng's expression immediately tensed. I did report it, Lin Xiao shrugged. The issue is that he's too strong. He's accomplished so much in such a short time. Take this time, for example, if it weren't for him, I might not have been able to capture this God-blessed cultist, let alone alive. Yin Feng's face grew tense. You know that's not what I'm asking. I'm talking about anything unusual. Have you forgotten what happened at headquarters? What else? Lin Xiao nonchalantly pointed at the bloodstains on the wall. The dead are dead, the living are alive. Look, the blood on the wall sprayed from that guy's neck. Pretty high, huh? The 3 team members exchanged puzzled looks, staring at the bloodstains. Yin Feng gritted his teeth. Any other issues? None. Oh, by the way, the kid's a genius, learning at an alarming pace. He's already at level 2 and picks up everything quickly. I know that. Yin Feng interrupted impatiently. Anything else? Nope. Yin Feng sighed. Let's go. After taking a couple of steps, he turned back. If anything happens, report it immediately. That kid's background is unknown, too mysterious. Got it. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes. I think he's a good guy, just a bit annoying. Heh. Meanwhile, Lu Ning had returned to the room in Building 5 of the Anna community. Wei Xian was still focused on monitoring Samantha's room. How did it go? Colin asked. He's been taken away. Colin smiled with satisfaction. This was a fruitful operation. Indeed, it's a significant step forward, Wei Xian agreed with a smile. Hopefully, they can extract some useful information. Any movement from Samantha's side? Lu Ning inquired. No, Wei Xian replied. Her room light has been on, and I occasionally see shadows. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. Lu Ning nodded and sat on the sofa. Colin stood up. Since Lu Ning is here, I'll go over to Building 4 to keep watch. With him here, I feel more at ease. Wei Xian paused for a moment. All right. Colin looked at Lu Ning and smiled, giving him a reminder. If anything goes wrong, make some noise immediately, and I'll be there. Lu Ning simply nodded silently. After Colin left, only Lu Ning and Wei Xian were left in the room. In the dimly lit room, the flickering candlelight on the coffee table cast a faint glow. Lu Ning leaned back on the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. Lu Ning, sometimes I really envy you. Wei Xian finally spoke after a long silence, with a hint of envy in his voice. Your mental pollution level never increases. That's amazing. And you're so talented, you learn everything so quickly. Lu Ning glanced at him, his tone flat. If you walked in the fog for 2,000 years, seeing nothing, feeling nothing, you wouldn't envy me. Wei Xian was taken aback, then gave a bitter smile. You're right. I can't even begin to imagine what you've been through. The two fell silent again, focusing their attention on Samantha's room. It wasn't until late at night that the lights in Samantha's room went out, and there was still no word from Colin. It wasn't until the next morning, as the residents of the neighborhood began heading out for work, That Colin called to inform them. Samantha has left. The two immediately perked up and quickly left the room. They discreetly followed Samantha out of the neighborhood and then tailed her in Colin's SUV all the way to Tianqing Entertainment Group. It seems there's nothing more for us here. Let's head back, Colin said, adjusting his glasses. Wei Xian and Lu Ning nodded in agreement, with Wei Xian casually asking, I wonder how the captain is doing. Colin shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Back at the division, Yu Ran at the front desk immediately approached them. Lu Ning, you're back? Ms. Farron is still waiting in the reception room. How did it go? Did you find her husband? Not sure yet. I'll go check, Lu Ning replied briefly. After Colin and Wei Xian returned to the third floor, Lu Ning and Yu Ran headed to the reception room together. Inside, Farron was anxiously fiddling with her phone. Upon hearing footsteps, she looked up with hope in her eyes. Officer, have you found my husband? You mentioned your husband is a shapeshifter? Lu Ning asked directly. What does he transform into? Farron gave an awkward smile. He turns into a mouse. Officer, have you found him? Lu Ning nodded. If I'm not mistaken, he might have been eaten. The reception room fell into a dead silence. Yu Ran looked at Lu Ning in shock, while Farron's eyes widened, her expression frozen. What did you say? Last night, we caught a criminal who claimed to have eaten a mouse. Lu Ning's words were cut off as Farron swayed and fell backward. Lu Ning caught her by the shoulders, realizing she had fainted. Yu Ran, let her rest here for a while, Lu Ning said, turning to Yu Ran. Yu Ran nodded silently, then quietly asked, Lu Ning, is it true? Her husband was really eaten. Why would I lie to her? Lu Ning replied, puzzled, then added after a pause, but it might not be true. I'll call the captain. He should be interrogating that cultist. They have a son, Yu Ran said sympathetically, looking at the unconscious Farron. His birthday is in a few days. His dad promised to take him to the zoo. Lu Ning calmly replied, death is always sudden. Then he dialed Lin Xiao's number and explained the situation. Lin Xiao assured him there was no problem. 10 minutes later, Lu Ning's phone rang. It was Lin Xiao calling. During the conversation, Lin Xiao informed him that the shapeshifter who had been eaten was a middle-aged man under 50, small in stature, with black hair and eyes, and had the ability to turn into a mouse. When Lu Ning conveyed this news to Yu Ran, he saw her expression darken instantly. That must be Mr. Yu Ran said softly. Ms. Fa Lin just described her husband, and it matches perfectly. Lu Ning glanced at the still unconscious Ms. Fa Lin and said quietly to Yu Ran, when she wakes up, I'll leave it to you to tell her the news. Seeing Yu Ran nod silently, he turned and left the reception room. When he returned to the activity room on the third floor, Wei Xian and Colin were recounting the details of last night's operation to Qiu Yuelin and Wang Qiwen. Qiu Yuelin's eyes lit up as she greeted him with a smile. Lu Ning, you're back? How's the woman who reported the case? Colin asked, concerned. She fainted upon hearing the news of her husband's death, Lu Ning replied truthfully. Colin sighed. The separation of loved ones by death is truly heartbreaking. They must have been very close. Lu Ning noticed Wang Qiwen looking distraught and was about to inquire when Qiu Yuelin preemptively explained. He's upset. He thought he could join last night's operation, but the captain left him to guard the division. She teased. Wang said the captain underestimated his abilities. Someone has to keep an eye on things, Colin said with a smile, trying to ease the tension. Why does it have to be me? Wang Qiwen suddenly sat up. Wei Xian isn't as strong as I am. Wei Xian chuckled nonchalantly. I come from the security bureau. Surveillance is my specialty. You're just riding on Lu Ning and the captain's coattails. Wang Qiwen glared at Wei Xian. Riding coattails is better than having nothing, Wei Xian quipped. Just as the two were about to argue, Colin intervened in time. According to the Mist Bureau's rules, keeping watch is credited as well. This made Qiu Yuelin's eyes brighten, and Wang Qiwen's mood improved somewhat. 3 hours later, Lin Xiao entered the activity room with a beaming smile. Brothers, your captain is back. How did the interrogation go? Colin asked eagerly. We caught a big fish. Lin Xiao grinned. Happy Heaven has a major operation in our base city. They hold a secret gathering every month, and only members at the deacon level or higher can attend. That guy is a deacon level member and has disclosed the location and details of the gathering. Colin's eyes lit up as he adjusted his glasses. In that case, can't we use this gathering to catch their leaders all at once? Lin Xiao nodded in confirmation, and Wang Qiwen immediately jumped up from his seat. Then what are we waiting for? When do we set off? Lin Xiao waved his hand gently, his expression calm. No rush. The last secret gathering was just 2 days ago, and we have plenty of time to prepare for the next one. What exactly does Heavenly Bliss plan to do here? Lu Ning's question drew the attention of Colin and the others to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao frowned slightly, tapping his fingers on the table. We interrogated that steward, but even he doesn't know. According to him, such secrets are only known by the regional bishop in charge. They're keeping it that tightly under wraps? Colin's brow furrowed deeply. This doesn't sound simple. Precisely, Lin Xiao said seriously. We must swiftly root out the cultists of Heavenly Bliss within the city. They're in the shadows, while we're exposed. This situation is far too dangerous. Wei Xian couldn't help but interject. Doesn't that cultist know the identities of other members? If he does, we could take action right away. No, Lin Xiao shook his head and explained. Heavenly Bliss, being a secret cult, ensures that its members don't know each other. The steward we captured only knows the identity of those directly below him, not even his peers, let alone the regional bishop. If we hastily capture his subordinates, it will only alert them. This statement plunged the group into silence. After a moment, Lu Ning broke it. Is Samantha part of Heavenly Bliss too? That's right, Lin Xiao nodded. According to the steward, Han Yu connected with Heavenly Bliss through Samantha. They used birthday parties to test the effects of the decadent incense. So they're assessing the power of the decadent incense? Colin mused. This operation is likely tied to it. Lin Xiao added. We suspected that too, but the specific plan was managed by another steward, the masked man we previously eliminated. As for Han Yu's fate, this steward is unaware. What should we do now? Colin went straight to the point. Lin Xiao replied seriously. Director Wang has given instructions. During this period, we prepare in secret. When the next secret gathering begins, the city's Mist Bureau operatives will act simultaneously. We must annihilate the upper echelons of Heavenly Bliss in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, we need to keep monitoring the few members under the steward to prevent any surprises. Colin suddenly thought of something. Could capturing this steward raise suspicion? Lin Xiao smiled confidently. Director Wang has taken care of that. We have all the information on that guy. Although it won't hold forever, it should suffice for now. That's good to hear. Colin sighed in relief. Lin Xiao's smile deepened. All right, this operation has been quite fruitful. Everyone did well. Let me know what rewards you'd like to apply for, and I'll report it. Wei Xian's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. I probably only have a small contribution, right? Can I get some soul crystals? I want to improve my strength quickly, otherwise, I just don't feel secure. No problem, Colin said, adjusting his glasses, which reflected the indoor light. I think I've accumulated enough merit. I'm planning to apply for that soul artifact. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering on Colin's face for a moment. You can apply to use it when you need it. Why go for that thing? Colin rolled his eyes, his tone clearly exasperated. Lu Ning has only been in the bureau for a short time, and he's already so strong. Even though you can apply for it during missions, it's still not your own. If I don't get a soul artifact soon, I feel like Lu Ning will surpass me in no time. Lu Ning furrowed his brow, looking puzzled. What's this got to do with me? Colin rolled his eyes again, choosing to remain silent this time. Lin Xiao tapped his fingers on the table, hesitating for a moment. You have a point. It seems I should apply for a personal soul artifact too. He then turned his gaze to Wang Qiwen and Xiao Yuelin, who were standing nearby. You two were on night duty. Although you didn't join the mission, according to our rules, you can apply for some soul crystals. Is that okay? Xiao Yuelin's face lit up with a bright smile. Getting a reward is already great. I have no objections. Wang Qiwen nodded. I don't have any objections either. Lin Xiao nodded and finally looked at Lu Ning. Lu Ning, what about you? This time, you made a significant contribution. Director Wang said you can settle the merits owed by Shuang Chang and still have plenty left. But this amount isn't enough to apply for a new soul artifact. Do you want to save it or apply for something else? Lu Ning thought for a moment. I'd like some soul crystals too. Without them, my spiritual power has been improving a bit slowly. Slow? Really? Wang Qiwen's forehead creased with a few lines. Wei Xian and Xiao Yuelin both cast a resentful glance at him. Xiao Yuelin pouted. Brother Lu Ning, we've just reached the first tier not long ago, and you're already at the second tier. And you still think that's slow? Give us a break. All right, stop being sour, Colin said with a smile, his tone calm. The situation isn't great right now. The faster Lu Ning improves, the better it is for our entire team. After all, the more strong members we have, the safer you'll all be. Upon hearing this, Wang Qiwen and the others gradually relaxed their expressions, seemingly agreeing with Colin's point and no longer complaining. All right, since everyone has decided what they want to apply for, I'll go report it, Lin Xiao said before quickly leaving the activity room. The next morning, sunlight spilled through the windows into the room as Lin Xiao cheerfully distributed the requested supplies to everyone. Wang Qiwen and Xiao Yuelin each received only 10 shimmering soul crystals, the least among everyone. Wei Xian got 30, which made Wang Qiwen's eyes flash with envy. Colin didn't take any soul crystals. Instead, he received a soul artifact in the form of a silver glowing ring. When Xiao Yuelin curiously asked about its function, Colin merely smiled mysteriously without a word. Lin Xiao himself exchanged some of his merit for soul crystals, saving the rest in hopes of obtaining a soul artifact like Colin's in the future. Finally, it was Lu Ning's turn. He exchanged all his merit for soul crystals, amassing an astounding 300 crystals. Witnessing this, Wang Qiwen and the others were somewhat shocked, but didn't show excessive envy. After all, Lu Ning's contribution to this mission was indeed the greatest. Holding the soul crystals, Lu Ning's face beamed with satisfaction. For him, these crystals meant a significant boost in his training efficiency, which was exactly what he needed right now. With so many soul crystals, he could quickly advance to Tier 3. Holding the clear, sparkling soul crystals in his hand, Lu Ning's eyes shone with determination. With these precious resources, he would fully devote himself to honing his mental power. Day by day, Lu Ning's life followed a strict routine, handling mutation incidents during the day, closely monitoring Samantha's every move, and investigating the underground network left by Gao Tianlin. At night, he immersed himself in refining his mental power, stopping only when it was exhausted. For him, mental pollution was no longer a threat. The only limitation was the capacity of his mental power. Only by increasing my strength can I join the mist exploration team, re-enter the mist, and find a way back to the past, Lu Ning often reminded himself during breaks in his training. This era always felt foreign to him, and his goal remained singularto return home. In nearly a month, Lu Ning consumed almost 150 soul crystals, averaging 5 a day. This almost frenzied training pace yielded significant results. Although his mental power had not yet reached Tier 3, it had increased several times compared to when he first reached Tier 2. The growth in mental power directly enhanced the effectiveness of his use of soul artifacts and awakened abilities. At the same time, Lu Ning did not neglect physical training. By repeatedly tempering his physique and using his healing abilities to repair damage, this cycle resulted in a qualitative leap in his recovery ability and physical strength. One day, in the activity room, Lin Xiao, Colin, Wang Qiwen, Wei Xian, Xiao Yuelin, and Lu Ning gathered together. Lin Xiao surveyed everyone, his voice steady. Tonight is the time for the Happy Heaven Assembly. Headquarters has ordered all active team members to participate in this raid, and our team is no exception. Is everyone ready? Wang Qiwen frowned and asked. What about the branch if we all leave? Colin adjusted his glasses and smiled. Lao Qin and the others will come to watch over it. Then I have no problem. Wang Qiwen shrugged. Lin Xiao nodded, turning his gaze to the other three. Lu Ning, Wei Xian, Xiao Yuelin. Do you have any questions? Lu Ning shook his head. No questions. Wei Xian and Xiao Yuelin also shook their heads, indicating no issues. All right, to avoid alerting the enemy, Headquarters has ordered us not to act together and to head to the destination separately. We'll leave in half an hour, Lin Xiao instructed. Half an hour later, the team left the branch. Because Headquarters was concerned about information leaks, only the higher-ups knew the exact location of this secret Happy Heaven assembly. Lu Ning and the others knew about the operation only because they had captured the individuals involved. As for the meeting place, only Lin Xiao and the team was informed. Colin drove, following behind Lin Xiao's sports car, with Lin Xiao leading the way. At 3 p.m., before the rush hour, the streets were clear. The two cars drove one after the other toward the city wall of District 7. When they arrived near a bustling shopping mall, Lin Xiao instructed Colin by phone to park in the parking lot. Sitting in the passenger seat, Xiao Yuelin looked around in confusion. The secret Happy Heaven assembly is here? Can't be, there are so many people. Wang Qiwen also frowned in confusion. This is a big mall. Wouldn't people notice so many cultists gathering here? Colin adjusted his glasses, a slight smile on his lips. I don't know the gathering location either, but sometimes it's not the most secluded places that are the safest. Sometimes, being in plain sight makes it harder to see. Xiao Yuelin suddenly understood and nodded lightly. All right, let's get out of the car, Colin said as he parked, and Lin Xiao and Wei Xian got out of the sports car beside them. Lin Xiao waved, grinning. Come on, let's go into the mall. We can grab a meal. Wei Xian looked bewildered. We still have business, right? He said, scanning the surroundings warily without mentioning the business out loud. Colin laughed. Wei Xian, as expected from a professional law enforcer, your vigilance is commendable. You all should learn from him. Be careful of eavesdroppers. Some things are better left unsaid in public. Wang Qiwen, who was about to speak, immediately closed his mouth upon hearing this. Lu Ning looked at Lin Xiao. Where are we going now? Lin Xiao checked his watch. It's still early. Let's stroll around, then have a meal. At 6 o'clock, we'll head to the club upstairs for some karaoke, he said with a mischievous grin. But Captain, Xiao Yuelin began to speak, but Colin interrupted. Just follow the captain's lead. Xiao Yuelin said no more. The group entered the mall and wandered around aimlessly. Considering what was to come, Xiao Yuelin was clearly distracted, and both Wei Xian and Wang Qiwen seemed restless, lacking their usual enthusiasm for shopping. Only Lin Xiao, Colin, and Lu Ning seemed unfazed, leisurely browsing as if nothing was amiss. After a short while, Lin Xiao spotted a hot pot restaurant and suggested, how about we have hot pot? The proposal quickly gained the approval of the trio. They sat down, with Lin Xiao and Colin savoring the meal at ease as the sky outside gradually darkened. When night had fully descended, Lin Xiao wiped his mouth with a napkin, patted his stomach, and said contentedly, I'm stuffed. Wei Xian seemed like he wanted to say something, but hesitated for a few seconds and ultimately stayed silent. Lin Xiao then stood up and said with a smile, all right, let's go upstairs and sing. Without giving the others time to react, he got up to settle the bill directly. The group made their way to the 6th floor of the mall, which was entirely occupied by clubs. Upon arriving, they saw a large, flashing sign with the words Happy Valley. Besides that, another group was standing at the entrance. 3 people were squatting and smoking, while 2 others were horsing around nearby. Among the 3 smoking, a red-haired man caught Lu Ning's attention. It was Yin Feng. Lu Ning had seen the others before as well. Yin Feng and his group noticed Lin Xiao and the others approaching, glanced up momentarily, and then resumed their conversation. Wei Xian and his companions, observing this scene, finally realized that this might be the venue for the Happy Heaven gathering. As for Lu Ning, he didn't think much of it. All he needed to do was follow Lin Xiao without overthinking. Although his mind was no longer as stagnant as when he first emerged from the fog, and he could think clearly, habit made him reluctant to waste time on unnecessary matters. Lin Xiao and Colin acted as though they hadn't seen Yin Feng and his group, cheerfully saying, "I heard this place is interesting. Besides singing, they offer sauna and spa services, a full package. The company is covering today's expenses, so enjoy yourselves." Wang Qiwen forced a smile, but he appeared somewhat stiff. If one looked closely, they could see his steps were also a bit rigid. After all, they were about to enter the secret gathering place of Happy Heaven, which meant there could be a large number of its members inside. Entering now was like walking into the lion's den. How could anyone be at ease? Xu Yuelin was equally tense, her expression mirroring Wang Qiwen's. It was Wei Xian who seemed more composed, smiling casually as he chimed in. "Then I won't hold back." The group entered through the main doors and approached the front desk. 2 service attendants, both strikingly beautiful, greeted them with warm smiles, saying, "Welcome." Lu Ning glanced at them and suddenly sensed something peculiar. Inside the 2 women, white mist flowed, and their flesh seemed to twist, as if worms were writhing within them. He quickly averted his gaze elsewhere. In the lobby, near the corridors leading to various sections, stood several uniformed attendants. Regardless of gender, they all appeared attractive and wore friendly smiles. However, as Lu Ning's gaze swept over them, he noticed that each person's flesh was twisting internally, with white mist flowing, as if their bodies, too, were being controlled by worms. At that moment, a male attendant approached, noticing Lu Ning's gaze. He smiled slightly, showing a kind expression. Yet, in Lu Ning's eyes, this smile masked a face that appeared waxy and indistinct, as if it didn't belong to this world. Lu Ning felt a chill, but maintained his composure. Lu Ning calmly nodded at the male waiter and looked away. Colin silently patted his shoulder, while Lin Xiao leaned against the service counter with a smile and said, "We'd like a deluxe private room." The receptionist maintained a professional, warm smile, quickly operated the computer, and then handed a room card to the male waiter, signaling him to come over. The waiter immediately stepped forward and, after receiving instructions to take them to room 108, politely bowed and said, "Please follow me." At Lin Xiao's signal, the group followed the waiter down the corridor. Lu Ning attentively observed the surroundings. The private rooms on either side of the corridor were nearly full, with songs echoing throughout. Although there was no white mist inside the rooms, every waiter they encountered seemed to have an eerie white mist swirling within them, as if their flesh was unnaturally twisted. Room 108 was in a remote location, and it took quite a while to reach it. The waiter opened the door to reveal an excessively spacious private room. Lin Xiao seemed very satisfied and thanked him with a smile. The waiter then informed them that complimentary fruit platters and tea would soon be delivered, and no sooner had he spoken than another waiter entered with large fruit platters and tea sets. Once the 2 waiters had arranged everything and left, the room felt isolated from the outside world, and the noise instantly subsided. Lin Xiao got up, walked to the door, and peered outside through the glass window. Just then, the male waiter suddenly appeared again, still wearing a gentle smile as he entered. "Is there anything you need, sir?" Lin Xiao grinned. "I need to use the restroom." The waiter immediately indicated the direction, and Lin Xiao left the room. Before departing, the waiter assured the remaining guests that he would be waiting outside. Colin suggested they start selecting songs, and Lu Ning eagerly mentioned how much he used to love singing, but he was disappointed after browsing the song list. Colin took over and picked 2 songs, but his singing left everyone with strange expressions. It was truly awful. Fortunately, Xiu Yuelin took over just in time, saving the awkward atmosphere with her lively voice. Just as she finished her second song, Lin Xiao returned. He announced with a smile that he wanted to sing and deliberately turned on the original vocals to accompany him. As the music started, he gestured for everyone to gather around and whispered, "Action at 11:20. The target is room 010 nearby. The others are already in position." The group exchanged glances, understanding each other without words. The atmosphere in the private room was relaxed and pleasant. Lin Xiao, feeling at ease, picked up the microphone and began to sing passionately. His unexpectedly beautiful voice immediately captured everyone's attention, even more enchanting than Xiu Yuelin, a professional singer. Amidst the admiration and applause, only Colin remained his usual calm, rarely complaining. "I just don't like singing with Lin Xiao. He sings too well. With this talent, I can charm the ladies easily, Lin Xiao replied, raising an eyebrow smugly. The clock had just struck 7, leaving plenty of time before the mission began. Although a waiter stood outside monitoring them, they pretended to be oblivious and immersed themselves in the joyful atmosphere. Some continued singing, others raised their glasses, and a few played games. Fortunately, everyone was an awakened one, so a little alcohol didn't impair their abilities. As time passed, the cheerful mood gradually turned serious. The expressions of Qiu Yuelin and the others grew somber. They stopped selecting songs and simply listened to Lin Zhao's solo performance. After being teased, Colin remained silent, while Lu Ning was not one for singing. By 11 o'clock, Lin Xiao and Colin's demeanor had also become serious. Lin Xiao frequently checked his phone, until at 11:20, a brief message arrived. Action. It's time, Lin Xiao said, putting down the microphone, his expression turning stern. Colin and Lu Ning stood up immediately, followed by Wang Qiwen and the others. Colin adjusted his glasses and calmly said, On, Xuan, and Xiaolin, your strength is relatively weaker, so stay behind us and be careful. Even the usually strong-willed Wang Qiwen simply nodded silently. As for Lu Ning, just handle it as you see fit. Lu Ning had already drawn his dual pistols, replying calmly. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto the window and the door. A menacing face was pressed against the glass. It was the male waiter, staring at Lu Ning's guns with bloodshot eyes. Bang! A gunshot rang out, shattering the glass and the waiter's head, sending blood and brain matter flying. Are these waiters involved too? Colin was momentarily stunned by Lu Ning's decisive action. Yes, headquarters has confirmed that the waiters are within the target range, Lin Xiao explained calmly. Are these mutated ones? Or what? How have so many mutants been hidden so well? Colin asked, frowning. The situation at Happy Paradise is a bit unique. We'll interrogate them slowly once we catch their people. For now, let's meet up with the main team and not let those cultists escape. Lin Zhao's hands transformed into blades, slicing through the coffee table in front of him as he strode out. Steel needles appeared around Colin, following closely. Wei Xian's arms turned completely to stone. Wang Qiwen formed a water shield, and Qiu Yuelin picked up the severed half of the coffee table. Lu Ning, dual-wielding pistols, followed the group out of the private room. As Lu Ning and his group stepped out the door, they were immediately met with the sound of rapid gunfire in the distance, accompanied by screams and cries of distress. Looking towards the noise, they saw a gruesome scene unfolding at the end of the corridor. Two waiters, with their bodies entwined by bloody tendrils, were charging at two young men who coldly returned fire. Bullets struck the waiters, sending sprays of blood into the air, and swiftly brought them down. The gunfire alarmed the patrons in the nearby private rooms. Some peeked out, only to scream in terror at the sight of the bodies, quickly shutting their doors to hide. After dispatching the waiters, the two young men turned their attention to Lu Ning and his group. Lin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement to the young men, and then turned to Lu Ning. You take Wang Qiwen and the others, coordinate with them to deal with the mutated waiters, and ensure the safety of the civilians. Lu Ning nodded silently, leading Wang Qiwen, Wei Xian, and Qiu Yuelin towards the two young men, while Lin Xiao and Colin hurried towards room 010. Which division are you guys from? Haven't seen you around before, asked one of the young men with a punk hairstyle, smiling. The three instinctively looked to Lu Ning for his response. The 7th Division, Lu Ning replied calmly. Ah, the 7th Division, exclaimed the other young man with a simple, honest look. Newcomers, right? I remember your division had an incident a few months ago, leaving only 3 of you. Realizing they were newcomers, the two young men exchanged a glance. The honest-looking one patted his chest and said, I'm Lin Yu, and this is my matey. I'm at the 3rd tier, he's at the 2nd. You probably aren't that strong, just stick with us and help out. Wang Qiwen immediately protested. Why do you think we're not strong? But after learning their levels, he fell silent. Aside from Lu Ning, they were all just at the 1st tier. Lu Ning said nothing, sensing a stronger psychic presence down one corridor, and headed straight there. Lin Yu, momentarily taken aback, quickly followed. Hey, brother, just stay behind me and provide cover fire, alright? As my matey curiously examined Lu Ning's uniquely styled dual pistols, a door to the left suddenly burst open, and a massive, mutated creature emerged. It stood 2 meters tall, moving on all 4s with tendrils covering its back, covered in blood, and with a piece of intestine hanging from its mouth, resembling a monstrous giant ape. The creature lunged at the nearest person, Lin Yu. Too close to dodge, Lin Yu could only brace himself for impact. With a grimace, he punched back at the creature's clawed hand. With a loud thud, both parties staggered back. Be careful, it's a 3rd-tier mutant. Lin Yu's warning was cut short by a loud gunshot. The mutant's head exploded like a watermelon, splattering red and white against the walls, and its massive body swayed before collapsing with a thud. Lin Yu's warning was stuck in his throat as he stared in shock. My matey stood frozen, staring at the smoking barrel of Lu Ning's red rose, and let out a soul-deep exclamation. What the hell was that? Hearing my matey's words, Lin Yu suddenly snapped back to reality. He turned around and saw Lu Ning carefully putting away the red rose. An obvious realization hit Lin Yu. The deadly gunshot just now was fired by Lu Ning. How did you do that? Lin Yu asked in disbelief, his eyes wide open. Lu Ning looked at him, puzzled. Weren't you the one who asked me for fire support from behind? That's exactly what I did. Lin Yu stood there, stunned, stammering, no. I did ask for fire support, but... He pointed at the red rose in Lu Ning's hand. His expression nearly twisted. I didn't expect you to take down a third-tier mutant with a single shot. Are you a fourth tier? I'm second tier, Lu Ning replied calmly. This statement struck Lin Yu and my matey like lightning. They exchanged a glance that said, is this kid messing with us? Wang Qiwen, standing nearby, puffed up his chest as if sharing the glory. What's there to be surprised about? Lu Ning from our team has taken down a deacon from Happy Heaven alongside our captain, and those guys practice dark magic. Exactly. Qiu Yuelin nodded vigorously in agreement, and Wei Xian also displayed a proud smile. As members of the 7th Division, they understood Lin Zhao's frequent saying they are a family, sharing both glory and defeat. Hearing about Lu Ning's achievements, Lin Yu and my matey exchanged another look, filled with astonishment. They immediately shed their underestimation, and Lin Yu sincerely said, we underestimated brother Lu Ning. No worries, Lu Ning replied expressionlessly, then turned toward the room where the mutant appeared. The others followed, their expressions serious. The scene inside the room was chilling. Scattered human remains covered the floor, and blood-stained handprints on the walls spoke silently of the victims' last struggles. Damn it, my matey gritted his teeth. There are more mutants here than we anticipated. We need to move faster. Lin Yu turned to Lu Ning. What do you think, brother Lu Ning? Lu Ning nodded. Let's keep moving. The group quickly began searching each room along the corridor. Soon, Qiu Yuelin's voice called out. There are survivors here. 2 young people emerged from a room, their faces pale and bodies weak. The woman was so frail that she needed Qiu Yuelin's support. Lin Yu immediately stepped forward to reassure them. Don't worry, we're from the Mist Bureau, and we'll escort you to safety. As the search continued, they encountered mutants of varying strengths. The weaker ones were only first tier, easily handled by Wang Qiwen and Wei Xian. However, there were also formidable third-tier mutants, though they were rare, with only 2 encountered so far. Both met the same fate, killed by Lu Ning's gun. The first managed a single exchange with Lin Yu, while the second was taken down before it could even make a move. Both Lin Yu and my matey felt a bit numb. Lu Ning's strength seemed to ignite their fighting spirit when facing first and second-tier mutants. They fought with such determination that Wang Qiwen and the others couldn't even claim a few targets, frustration written all over their faces. Within a few minutes, their group had grown by more than a dozen surviving, ordinary people. Suddenly, a peculiar humming sound came from a distance, carrying a strangely soothing power. Soon after, white ripples began to spread slowly outward. Lu Ning felt a sense of calm as the ripples passed over him, but he frowned. He keenly noticed the high concentration of white mist within the ripples, almost comparable to the red rose and white rose in his hand. More concerning was that his body instinctively rejected these ripples. Beside him, Qiu Yuelin wore a serene smile, which seemed particularly out of place amidst the blood and threats of death. The terrified ordinary people appeared to lose their fear, with some murmuring. Is this a divine blessing? I feel purified, so comfortable. However, Lin Yu and my matey's expressions were extremely serious. It's the Holy Bell of Light, Lin Yu said solemnly. We need to hurry. What is the Holy Bell of Light? Lu Ning asked. Lin Yu glanced at the ordinary people immersed in the ripples and explained in a low voice. It's a medium-risk soul artifact from our bureau. This revelation made Wang Qiwen and the others, who had thought it was a miracle, break out in cold sweat. A soul artifact signified danger, and a medium-risk soul artifact could destroy an entire base city. Seeing their frightened expressions, Lin Yu quickly reassured them. Don't worry, this bell isn't an offensive soul artifact, so it's not that dangerous. Otherwise, it wouldn't be used here. Despite this, Lin Yu's expression remained cautious. He whispered sadly, I used this thing on a previous mission, and it led to our former team captain being sanctified, essentially assimilated by the bell and consumed. As long as the exposure time is short, it's okay, Lin Yu continued. But the longer the exposure, the higher the risk of sanctification, so we need to move faster. As they continued searching the private rooms, Wei Xian suddenly frowned, looking towards room 010. Something feels off. If the deacons and regional bishops attacking Happy Heaven are 4th or 5th tier awakeners, the entire mall should be in ruins from their battle. Why can we only hear some noises and feel slight vibrations? Hearing this analysis, Wang Qiwen and Qiu Yuelin also realized the situation. They widened their eyes and looked towards the direction where Lin Xiao and Colin had gone. This isn't something to worry about, Lin Yu reassured the group calmly, his fingers lightly tapping the faint white patterns in the air. It's another medium-risk soul device from our bureau, which seems to pull people into an alternate space, so there's not much disturbance felt here. Wei Xian and the others were surprised. A medium-risk soul device like this? That's incredible. There are many soul devices with amazing functions, Lin Yu replied with a slight smile. But I don't know the specifics about this one. He shrugged, his gaze sweeping over the distorted boundaries of the space around them. Lu Ning stared into the twisted light and shadows at the end of the corridor, frowning slightly. Using two medium-risk soul devices at the same time must cause significant mental pollution, right? Both my MIT and Lin Yu snapped back to attention, a hint of tension appearing on their faces. So we need to hurry, Lin Yu said, striding forward. We're fine, but ordinary people in this environment could mutate at any moment. He reached out to rouse the survivors still entranced by the white patterns, signaling everyone to continue their search. The sixth floor was quite large, but the Mist Bureau had dispatched a considerable number of members. With 9 divisions, each having several team members rescuing survivors from the periphery, there were dozens of people involved. Lu Ning and his group occasionally encountered other division teams, exchanging brief information. In less than 10 minutes, they had rescued all the civilians from the private rooms, guiding them to the exit and off the 6th floor. The logistics department is sealing off the area below, and the entire mall should be cleared by now. Once these people are downstairs, they'll be checked for mental pollution to ensure everything's fine. Lin Yu explained to the newcomers like Lu Ning, his tone routine and calm. For Lin Yu and my MIT, these were well-known procedures, but not so for the newcomers. Lu Ning nodded slightly, his gaze still cautiously scanning the corridor's depths. Suddenly, a loud rumbling erupted from a nearby corridor, causing the walls to tremble slightly. Screams and cries followed, and after the initial rumble, several more explosive sounds echoed continuously. Lu Ning, Lin Yu, my MIT, and the other team members who had completed their tasks at the exit all turned toward the source of the noise, hands on their weapons, bodies tense. What happened? What's going on over there? Almost simultaneously, everyone's phones emitted urgent alarm signals. The sound caused a drastic change in the expressions of all the Mist Bureau members. Present it was the Bureau's distress signal. Lin Yu's brow furrowed tightly. Something's gone wrong over there. Let's go check it out. Without hesitation, Lu Ning nodded and immediately dashed toward the area where the rumbling continued. Not only Lu Ning and Lin Yu, but the other team members also moved swiftly, their shoes scraping urgently against the ground. Soon, they found the source of the distress signal. As they entered the corridor where the rumbling came from, a figure was flung out, crashing heavily against the wall before sliding to the floor. It was a trench coat-wearing team member, their body shattered, covered in ghastly wounds, chest caved in, lifeless. Lin Yu glanced at the dead team member's face, his pupils contracting sharply, his voice filled with shock. It's Steven. He's actually dead. Wang Qiwen asked curiously. Who is he? Lin Yu's expression was extremely grave, his voice low. He was a member of the 9th team, a 3rd tier like me. We worked together before. Hearing this, Wang Qiwen and the others were thunderstruck. A 3rd tier awakened dead? Other team members who knew Steven were equally shocked, gripping their weapons more tightly. A tall, fiery blonde woman said coldly. The opponent is likely very difficult. All 1st tier members, wait at the exit. Her voice carried an indisputable command, her sharp eyes fixed on the corridor's depths where the rumbling continued. Lin Yu's gaze fell on the blonde woman, Yin Qing, silently assessing. She's strong, almost at the 4th tier. He then turned to Wang Qiwen, Wei Xian, and Xiao Yuelin, warning gravely. You 3 better stay back, it's too dangerous. The 3 exchanged glances and instinctively looked at Lu Ning. Lu Ning nodded slightly. Go guard the exit, don't let any mutated survivors escape. Be careful, Wei Xian said with a stern expression. Don't worry, I won't die, Lu Ning replied calmly. Just as Xiao Yuelin was about to speak, a deafening explosion erupted from the end of the corridor. The wall shattered instantly, and a grotesque giant mutant burst through it was covered in bone spikes, with skin peeled away, exposing blood-red muscles, standing over 3 meters tall with a skull-like head. The sight was eerily familiar to Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen, reminiscent of the giant they encountered at the birthday party villa. In front of the giant, 2 task force members were retreating rapidly, their trench coats in tatters. Their comrades behind them were frantically firing, but the bullets only sparked off the giant as if hitting steel. Lin Yu and the others' expressions darkened. 4th tier. Before the words were fully spoken, another loud crash was heard as a second wall was forcibly torn apart, revealing another giant. It was clutching a task force member's head. Despite the person having transformed their left hand into a giant claw to fight back, it was futile. With a slight squeeze, the giant crushed the head, and the arm, deprived of its power enhancement, reverted to normal. The giant tossed the body aside, letting out a low growl. 2 4th-tier ones. The expressions of those present changed drastically. Although the task force also had 4th and 5th-tier awakeners, they were currently engaged with the high-ranking members of Happy Heaven, leaving only 3rd-tier personnel to hold the fort. Qing made a quick decision. Second and first tiers, fall back and provide long-range support. Third tier awakeners, move forward and engage directly. Before she finished speaking, the two giants charged forward like tanks, shattering walls and cracking floors as they advanced. The third tier awakeners quickly formed two teams to counter them. They unleashed their abilities, some enhanced their physiques, others manipulated elements, and a few awakened protective shells. Qing wielded a long knife, each swing unleashing a sharp blade aura. The group's attacks landed on the giants with deafening impacts, leaving only superficial wounds on their muscles. This only enraged the mutants further, as they roared and continued their charge. At this moment, the first and second tier awakeners joined the fray from the rear, combining firearms and abilities to finally force the giants to stagger back. Then, two thunderous gunshots pierced the air, the sound so intense it made the ears of those present tremble. A red and a white beam streaked through the air, one side scorching hot, the other icy cold. The beams targeted one of the giant's heads. The mutant seemed to sense danger, growling as it swiftly turned to evade, but the beams bizarrely altered their paths, striking it squarely on the forehead. Boom! A streak of light hit the giant mutant's forehead with precision, instantly shattering it. The white light erupted first, freezing its head into solid frost, which was then followed by red light that shattered the frost into pieces. The giant mutant's head was covered in grotesque cracks, and the excruciating pain made it roar thunderously, instinctively clutching its head with both hands. Now's our chance. Attack! Qing decisively commanded, and all the third-tier awakeners seized this fleeting opportunity. Qing flickered like a phantom, appearing behind the giant mutant, his long blade gleaming fiercely as it aimed for the neck. Thud! The blade sank deeply into flesh but halted abruptly upon hitting bone. Instead of collapsing, the giant mutant turned in a furious rage, swinging a powerful punch. Qing was forced to draw his blade to block, yet the immense impact sent him flying, crashing heavily into a crumbling wall. His hands trembled under the pressure, and his face turned pale. At that moment, the other awakeners launched their attacks in succession. A crimson beam struck the mutant's chest, pushing it back several steps and leaving a charred black mark. Immediately after, an invisible force pressed it down, causing it to stagger and almost kneel. The floor cracked under the immense pressure, forming a large gap, and the mutant fell directly from the 6th floor to the 5th. A burly third-tier awakener followed closely, leaping through the opening and delivering a heavy punch to the already scarred head of the mutant. Blood gushed from the cracks, and the mutant let out a howl of agony. "Please step aside." A calm voice sounded. The burly awakener promptly withdrew, and gunshots rang out at close range. Despite sensing the threat and attempting to evade, Lu Ning had the advantageous position and was extremely close, allowing the bullets from the red rose and white rose to hit the mutant's head with precision. This time, Lu Ning infused the bullets with a substantial amount of spiritual energy, significantly enhancing the power of the soul weapon bullets. After 2 explosive shots, the giant mutant's head shattered completely, unable to even let out a final scream as its massive body fell heavily to the ground, silent. As Lu Ning holstered his dual guns, a sharp warning pierced the air. "Watch out." A fierce gust of wind rushed from behind. Lu Ning spun around swiftly, only to find another giant mutant closing in. Its grotesque face was dangerously close, and a massive fist, as large as Lu Ning's head, came hurtling towards him, the force stirring his black hair into a wild dance. The faces of the awakened ones around them turned pale. Qing had already darted to the giant's back, her long sword enveloped in a fierce aura as it slashed towards the mutant's spine. However, the intelligent giant seemed determined to avenge its companion, ignoring the threat from behind and locking its gaze solely on Lu Ning. Facing the oncoming lethal strike, Lu Ning remained calm. He released his grip on the right-hand gun, letting the red rose fall gently to the ground. In the next moment, he launched his fist to meet the giant's attack. An intense white light erupted like lightning, forcing everyone to squint. The two fists collided with a thunderous crash. The deafening impact sent a shockwave rippling outward. Everyone watched in shock as Lu Ning's body began to disintegrate into a mist of blood from the fist, along his arm, shoulder, and half of his body, all shattering in that earth-shattering blow, blood painting the sky red. The giant let out a harrowing scream, staggering back. Its fist was utterly destroyed, fingers twisted and deformed, the cracked palm bleeding profusely, and the entire arm bent at an unnatural angle. "Damn it!" Qing gritted her teeth upon seeing Lu Ning with only half of his body remaining. Her sword aura had already carved a deep gash into the giant's back. Landing, she barked at her teammates. "Move. What are you standing around for?" The numerous third-tier awakened ones snapped out of their stupor, shouting as they charged forward. The giant mutant, now disadvantaged with one arm and a severe back wound, quickly succumbed to the combined assault and gunfire suppression. Within a few exchanges, Qing drove her sword through its eye and into its skull, killing it on the spot. Yanqing flicked the filth off her blade, her expression somber. What a waste. Although she didn't know this young man with dual guns, his ability to wield powerful soul weapons and mastery of advanced spiritual fist techniques clearly marked him as exceptionally gifted. She turned towards where Lu Ning had fallen, about to call for a moment of silence, but her words caught in her throat. Not only her, but everyone present was left speechless, staring at the spot. Lu Ning stood there unscathed, although his upper clothing was completely shredded. Facing their astonished gazes, Lu Ning calmly covered his exposed upper body and asked, "Does anyone have a spare shirt?" The air suddenly became still. Everyone stared intently at Lu Ning, their expressions a mix of suspicion and uncertainty. Yanqing pointed a long blade directly at Lu Ning, the tip glinting coldly, as he spoke in an icy tone. "Are you one of the mutated?" Lu Ning was taken aback for a moment and pointed to his own chest. "Me? No, I'm just an ordinary person." At these words, the awakened ones present frowned simultaneously, their eyes reflecting heightened vigilance. Several members of the action team quietly adjusted their stances, fingers poised on their weapon triggers, ready to attack at any moment. The tense atmosphere was almost palpable. Breaking the tense silence, a timid female voice spoke up. Comrades, this is Lu Ning, a member of our 7th Division action team." Yanqing and the other third-tier awakened ones raised their eyebrows simultaneously, turning their gazes towards the source of the voice. The speaker was a pure-looking young girl, who appeared visibly nervous under the scrutiny of the action team members, her fingers trembling slightly. Seeing that she had drawn everyone's attention, Wei Xian quickly stepped forward to add, "We are all members of the 7th Division action team. I'm Wei Xian, he's Wang Qiwen, and this is Qiu Yuelin." Standing to the side, Lin Yu cast a complex look at Lu Ning before confirming, "I can vouch for that. They were indeed with Captain Lin Xiao earlier." Yanqing scrutinized Lin Yu. As a third-tier awakened one in the action team and a veteran member, there was a certain camaraderie among them. "Lin Yu, are you sure?" "I'm sure," Lin Yu replied firmly. Yanqing's expression eased slightly towards Wei Xian and the others, but he remained highly cautious of Lu Ning. "Even if you were a member of the action team before, you had already died. After coming back to life, you're probably not the same, right?" Lu Ning responded with a blank expression. "Why wouldn't I be? I've died several times before and am still a member of the action team." All the action team members were taken aback by his words, their expressions freezing before their faces were filled with questions. Lin Yu's mouth twitched, and he looked at Lu Ning with an unusually peculiar expression. "You've died before?" Seeing Lu Ning about to answer, Wang Qiwen quickly stepped forward to explain. "Comrades, Lu Ning's awakened ability is immortality. He can resurrect and heal his own injuries, so there's no need to be overly tense." This statement was like a bombshell. Despite being seasoned members of the Mist Bureau's action team, the awakened ones couldn't help but be astonished. "What the heck? He can resurrect? Is that for real? Are you kidding? How could such an ability exist? If it's true, then this Lu Ning is invincible, isn't he?" The murmurs rose and fell, and everyone's gaze at Lu Ning was filled with disbelief. Yanqing was also visibly shocked, his eyes darting between Wang Qiwen and Lu Ning. "Do you have any proof?" Just as Wei Xian was about to speak, Lu Ning's calm voice interrupted. "It's quite simple." The next second, everyone watched as Lu Ning raised the white rose pistol in his hand, aimed it at his own temple, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The deafening gunshot echoed in the space. Half of Lu Ning's head was blown away by the bullet, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. The third-tier awakened ones standing closest to him were frozen in place, even getting blood splattered on their faces, their eyes filled with shock and fear. Was this being, who casually blew half of his own head off, really human? Others stood equally stunned, staring at the remaining half of Lu Ning's head, a chill creeping into their hearts. Yet in the next moment, they witnessed an even more astonishing scene. The edges of Lu Ning's head wound began to sprout new tissue. The granulation tissue grew at an astonishing speed, and within a few breaths, Lu Ning's head was restored to its original state. He raised his hand to gently rub his cheek, calmly gazing at Yanqing. "Is this evidence enough?" Yanqing's cold expression instantly crumbled, his pupils trembling violently, his lips quivering. "It's enough." Lu Ning smiled faintly, holstered his dual guns, and turned to walk towards Wei Xian and the other two. Along the way, the task force members made way for him, their eyes filled with a complex mix of curiosity, apprehension, and even awe. Despite Lu Ning's low rank, his combat skills and the audacious move of shooting himself in the head left a deep impression on everyone. Wei Xian and his companions were already accustomed to Lu Ning's style. Seeing the shocked and numb expressions of those around them, they secretly felt a sense of pride. Finally, someone else could share the psychological impact they had previously experienced. Nearby, my matey shivered involuntarily as Lu Ning approached, his smile turning stiff as he quietly stepped aside. Wei Xian immediately took off his coat and handed it to Lu Ning. "Here, wear this." "Thanks." Lu Ning took the coat and draped it over himself, covering his exposed body. Yanqing quickly regained his composure, scanning the surroundings. Check this floor again to ensure there are no remaining aberrants, especially the fourth-tier ones. The other third-tier awakeners responded and began a thorough search, but ultimately found nothing. Everyone retreated towards the exit, maintaining a tight defense while waiting for the outcome of the battle in the central area. The distant rumbling gradually subsided, and the frequency noticeably decreased. In less than a minute, the sounds of battle ceased entirely. It should be over, Lin Yu said quietly. Wei Xian's forehead was beaded with sweat. Good thing it's almost over. I was about to reach my limit. Wang Qiwen nodded repeatedly, fearfully watching the occasional spreading light ripples. These ripples compelled them to want to merge with the light, an impulse growing stronger from the depths of their souls. Suddenly, the slowly spreading ripples vanished without a trace, and many first-tier awakeners breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yu remarked, "Looks like the holy bell of light has been put away. They're coming." Moments later, footsteps echoed. Over 20 people in black trench coats appeared in view, some old, some young, both men and women. Although some had torn clothing and injuries, they didn't seem too serious. Lu Ning recognized Lin Xiao, Colin, Yin Feng, and others he had seen before, like Li Yixing and Lu Chong. Their previously relaxed smiles froze when they saw the bodies of fallen team members. Several strong individuals rushed to the corpses with reddened eyes. "Damn. Stephen, how did you die? Wake up. Ding Dolly. You still owe me 23,920 bucks. Who am I supposed to collect from now that you're dead?" The other strong individuals fell into silence. At the forefront, Li Yixing spoke calmly. "The operation is over. Each team leader, lead your team back. Report the casualties promptly, and the Bureau will make arrangements. The 5th and 8th teams, follow me to escort the criminals back to headquarters." With that, he led the way, and the others followed. Lin Xiao and Colin approached Lu Ning's group. Qiu Yuelin asked curiously, "Captain, is it really over?" Everyone's eyes instinctively focused on Lin Xiao. He animatedly announced, "It's almost done. We got lucky this time and captured all the top members of Joy Kingdom alive." Colin adjusted his glasses with a serious expression. "It's not over yet. Their subordinates are still on the run. With these top members in hand, catching the small fry should be a piece of cake," Lin Xiao said nonchalantly, waving his hand. Colin remained silent at his words. Wang Qiwen looked around the empty venue, puzzled. "You guys said you captured the top members of Joy Kingdom? But we didn't see a single person just now. We have special soul devices that can take them away directly," Lin Xiao explained with a raised eyebrow. Wang Qiwen and the others suddenly understood. Lin Xiao's gaze then fell on the bodies not far away, and he glanced at Lu Ning's blood-stained coat. "The situation on the outskirts doesn't look too good?" Lu Ning nodded briefly. "We encountered 2 fourth-level mutants, and they were quite strong." "Indeed," Qiu Yuelin chimed in. "If it weren't for Lu Ning stepping in, the casualties would have been much worse." Lin Xiao and Colin, hearing this, looked at Lu Ning in surprise. Has Lu Ning become so powerful now? Lin Xiao couldn't hide his astonishment. Very strong indeed. Wei Xian recalled the earlier battle scenes and genuinely admired. Wang Qiwen nodded in agreement. "Let's talk more when we get back," Colin suggested with a smile. "For now, let's leave this place." "Right," Lin Xiao agreed. "It's your first time on such a dangerous mission, and you all survived. That's worth celebrating." As they chatted, the group descended the stairs and left them all. Outside, the area was tightly sealed off by the sheriff and the logistics department of the Mist Bureau. Familiar faces like Bowen and Peng Chanqian were on the scene. Seeing Lin Xiao and the others, Bowen jogged over with a serious expression. "How's the situation inside?" "A major victory," Lin Xiao replied. "The top members of Joy Kingdom have been rounded up, so your pressure will be much less now." Bowen instantly relaxed, breaking into a bright smile. "That's great. Ever since that mutant incident at the birthday party, I haven't slept well, always worrying about another incident. Now I can finally breathe easy." Lin Xiao patted his shoulder. "We'll leave this to you guys. We're going back to rest." Bowen stood at attention and saluted. "No problem. Leave it to us. You've done a great job." Peng Chanqian and the others also saluted. The group passed through the blockade and reached the empty parking lot. Lin Xiao and Colin got into their cars, while the others took their seats. The 2 cars slowly drove away from the scene. In Colin's car, Wang Qiwen couldn't help but complain. Honestly, the security bureau is really lacking. Such a big secret organization was holding meetings right in the downtown area, and they didn't even notice. Wei Xian immediately countered. "Wang Qiwen, that's not fair. As awakened individuals, don't you understand the situation we're in? If an awakened person wants to hide, how could the security bureau possibly find them?" Wang Qiwen said with a hint of dissatisfaction. "But it's not just awakened individuals." Wei Xian immediately retorted. "There are so many mutated ones working as waiters who haven't been discovered yet." Colin, focused on driving, glanced at the 2 arguing in the back seat through the rearview mirror. "That's a completely different matter," he calmly explained. "The security bureau isn't the Mist Bureau. They don't have the means to investigate mutated individuals. Dealing with mutation issues is within our MIST Bureau's jurisdiction. Despite Colin's reasonable explanation, Wang Qiwen still pursed his lips, evidently not entirely satisfied with the answer. To be honest, though, Colin mused while driving. It's impressive how those mutated waiters managed to stay hidden for so long. Happy Paradise must have some special methods. Once we interrogate their higher-ups, we'll get the details. So, there's no need for you two to argue anymore. Yes, Deputy Captain, Wei Xian promptly replied. Lu Ning had been quietly gazing out the window, which caught Colin's attention. Lu Ning, what are you looking at? Nothing in particular, Lu Ning replied, drawing his gaze back inside. By the way, did we find any incense this time? Colin smiled. We found a large stash of fallen incense. We've really hit the jackpot this time. What's going to happen with the incense? Lu Ning asked further. It'll likely be sealed first, Colin explained. Later, it might be used as a special resource. Wei Xian and Wang Qiwen exchanged puzzled looks. Deputy Captain, isn't this contraband from Happy Paradise? Are we going to use it? Wang Qiwen couldn't help but ask. Colin rolled his eyes. You have no idea how valuable these items are. They're special objects with mental radiation that can significantly boost combat capabilities if used properly. Destroying them would be such a waste. The Bureau always makes the most of confiscated items. Even many soul artifacts are seized from criminal awakened individuals. The two suddenly understood. Since our division found the lead, can we get a share? Wang Qiwen asked eagerly. Not for now, Colin replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. The headquarters needs to study this batch of incense first. It won't be used anytime soon. All right, Wang Qiwen shrugged. Before long, the group returned to the division. Yu Ran, who had been daydreaming at the reception, brightened up upon seeing them and stood up to greet them. After confirming everyone's safe return, she visibly relaxed and beamed with a bright smile. At the celebration banquet that followed, everyone was in high spirits. Lu Ning, who had bloodstains on his clothes, went upstairs to the lounge to take a shower, and Lin Xiao volunteered to buy him new clothes. As dawn approached, Lin Xiao and Colin offered to stay on duty, allowing Lu Ning and the others to go home and rest. The group didn't hesitate and bid farewell, leaving the division. Early the next morning, as Lu Ning arrived at the activity room, he heard Lin Xiao bring good news. The interrogation went smoothly last night, Lin Xiao said, looking relaxed as he tapped his fingers on the table. After we brought those high-ranking members of the Heavenly Joy back, we interrogated them overnight and quickly got information on several of their steward subordinates. What about the regional bishop? Lu Ning asked. Lin Xiao shook his head. That guy's tight-lipped. We didn't get anything useful. But finding over 20 members of the Heavenly Joy lurking in the base city is already a significant gain. He paused. If these people continued to hide and cause trouble secretly, the consequences would be unimaginable. There are also 4 subordinates of Heavenly Joy in District 7, Lin Xiao continued. Our District 7 action team will handle this part. Colin and I will each lead a team, and you'll act alone. Lu Ning nodded in agreement. His abilities had been fully recognized by Colin, and Lin Xiao's immortality and the strength to fight a 4th-stage mutant made him a candidate for deputy captain of the action team. As Lu Ning prepared to leave with his gear, Lin Xiao, watching him head for the door to catch a cab, suddenly mused. I think we should apply for a car from headquarters. Lu Ning can drive now, and he's quite capable. It would be too inconvenient for him to take a cab every time if both of us were unavailable for missions. Wang Qiwen perked up immediately. Then, Captain, why not apply for a few more cars? Wei Xian and I can drive too. Lin Xiao shot him a sidelong glance, a slight smile on his lips. Can you go on missions alone? If you can, I'll apply for one for you. Wang Qiwen was at a loss for words, falling into an awkward silence. Wei Xian couldn't help but laugh. You just lack self-awareness. Aren't you also unable to go on missions alone? Wang Qiwen retorted, clearly unwilling to back down. Wei Xian shrugged, but I have self-awareness. I'm not applying for a vehicle for solo missions. You? All right. You two, stop arguing. Colin interjected with a resigned smile, breaking up their squabble. Let's go, the mission is important. Lin Xiao quickly assigned tasks. Xiao Lin and Wang Qiwen, you're with me. Wei Xian, you're with Colin. Let's move. Lu Ning took a taxi to his destination. According to the intelligence, this member of Heavenly Joy ran a noodle shop on a snack street not far from the One Tree Bar. Could this guy have already fled? Lu Ning had asked Lin Xiao earlier. Lin Xiao had explained, no? Heavenly Joy is an extremely secretive cult with very confidential hierarchical relationships. These ordinary members are just peripheral personnel. Some don't even know what organization they work for, let alone the meeting details of the higher-ups. Plus, the Security Bureau and the Mist Bureau have already sealed off the information, so these lower-level members wouldn't know their superiors have been captured. Sure enough, when Lu Ning pushed open the glass door of a Wei noodle shop, the place was steaming with the aroma of noodles and seasonings. Despite having only 5 tables, each one was packed with customers, and the steam from the bowls of noodles intertwined in the air. A delicate-looking young man was busy cooking noodles behind the counter. Seeing Lu Ning enter, he looked up and flashed a professional smile. What kind of noodles would you like? Lu Ning, expressionless, pulled out a gun from the inside of his coat and aimed it steadily at the young man. Don't move, you're under arrest. The young man's smile froze on his face, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Not only him, but the bustling chatter and clatter of dishes in the shop also vanished instantly, leaving only the sound of boiling water continuing in the pot. All the diners were frozen in shock, their eyes fixed on the gun in Lu Ning's hand, faces filled with fear. The small restaurant was deathly silent, the air seemingly frozen. After a moment, the owner forced a smile, his voice trembling slightly. Sir, who are you? Have you mistaken someone else for me? Lu Ning didn't respond. He quietly pulled out an ID from his pocket, the emblem of the Mist Bureau glinting under the dim light. I'm a member of the Mist Bureau from the 7th District. Now come with me. The diners became even more terrified, their faces turning pale. The Mist Bureau was associated with cults, mutations, and disaster beasts, things that only ordinary people feared most. When ordinary people encountered such things, they could only await their fate. The restaurant owner heard this, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Just as he was about to make a move, a gunshot shattered the stillness. The gunshot echoed inside the restaurant, and diners screamed, ducking and covering their heads, not daring to look up. The owner's right leg was torn at the knee, blood gushing out as he fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Lu Ning, his expression indifferent, pressed the gun barrel against the owner's forehead, his tone calm, yet unyielding. Make another move, and I'll shoot your head. The owner was filled with terror, shaking his head desperately. I understand. Lu Ning unceremoniously grabbed the back of the owner's collar, dragging his body out of the restaurant. Blood left a deep trail on the ground. Passers-by halted, their faces filled with fear. Some even took out their phones, intending to call the police. Lu Ning paid no mind, heading to the roadside to hail a cab. However, after the third empty cab passed by without stopping, he sensed something was off. Why wouldn't anyone pick him up? He glanced at the map on his phone. It was about 6 miles to the sub-bureau. Fine, he decided to walk and catch a cab along the way. Just then, a security bureau car stopped in front of him. The car door opened, and a surprised voice called out, Officer Lu Ning? Is that you? Lu Ning looked up into the car. Inside sat Lin Fei. Lu Ning nodded. Yes, what are you doing here? Lin Fei glanced at the unconscious restaurant owner, a hint of confusion in his eyes. I received a report that someone was assaulting a young man here and broke his leg. Lu Ning looked down at the owner on the ground, pointing to himself. You mean me? Lin Fei's mouth twitched slightly. Now it seems, besides you, no one else fits the description. He paused, his expression turning serious. This person is a cultist. I know, Lu Ning responded succinctly. Lin Fei chuckled. Seeing you here, I figured as much. Then he looked at the owner's body and back at Lu Ning, his brow furrowed. Do you need to handle anything else here? Lu Ning suddenly thought of something and asked, Can you take me to the sub-bureau? The taxis won't pick me up. Lin Fei smiled. That's no problem at all, hop in. Lu Ning nodded, hauling the unconscious cultist, and opened the car door, settling into the back seat. Another young man was in the driver's seat. Noticing Lu Ning's gaze, Lin Fei introduced, This is Wang Lu, a new recruit in our bureau. Wang Lu looked at Lu Ning nervously, nodding. Nice to meet you, officer. His eyes then filled with admiration. I heard from Lin that you're a member of the Mist Bureau's action team. I want to join the action team too, but I haven't awakened any abilities. Lu Ning stared into his youthful, eager eyes, silent for a moment before speaking softly. The action team isn't all it's cracked up to be. Huh. Wang Lu looked puzzled. Lu Ning didn't elaborate, merely saying, Let's go. Lin Fei patted Wang Lu's head, teasingly. Kid, stop daydreaming, drive. Oh right. Wang Lu snapped out of it, quickly starting the car, heading towards the sub-bureau. Wang Lu drove to the 7th Division, where Lu Ning got out of the car, dragging an unconscious member of the Heavenly Kingdom. After thanking Wang Lu, he pushed open the door and entered the bureau. In the lobby, Yuran was intensely focused on her phone screen, her fingers rapidly tapping as she played a game similar to League of Legends. Lu Ning stood silently behind her, observing as her character died twice in just a few minutes. Ugh, Yuran slapped the table in frustration. Why am I so bad at this? You really are, Lu Ning suddenly commented. Startled, Yuran jerked, causing her phone to fly out of her hand. She turned to Lu Ning, her face pale, then snapped angrily. How do you walk without making any noise? You scared me to death. Oh, Lu Ning replied calmly. Yuran took a deep breath and changed the subject. Weren't you on a mission? Yes, it's completed. Have the captain and others returned? The captain's back, but the others aren't here yet. Lu Ning pointed to the unconscious Heavenly Kingdom member on the floor and asked, Where should he be taken? Only then did Yuran notice the man on the ground. Although the bleeding from his leg wound had stopped, his face was still pale from blood loss. Is he going to die? Yuran asked, concerned. No, with an awakened one's physique, he's not that easy to kill. The captain said to take him to the first basement level. Old Qin will handle it. Once everyone is caught, they'll be transferred to headquarters. Lu Ning nodded and dragged the prisoner to the first basement level. He found Qin Feng in the training room, flipping through a swimsuit magazine. Seeing Lu Ning, Qin Feng stood up. You're back quickly. Just leave him here. Returning to the third floor, Lin Xiao, Xiao Yuelin, and Wang Qiwen were resting. Before long, Colin and Wei Xian also returned. With that, all four members of the Heavenly Kingdom were captured, two by Lin Xiao's team, one by Colin and Wei Xian, and one by Lu Ning alone. In the following days, as there were no new leads on the Heavenly Kingdom or mutation incidents, the team entered a rest period. Some relaxed in the activity room, while others focused on honing their mental and awakening abilities. Lu Ning continued his habit of using soul crystals to enhance his mental strength. According to Lin Xiao, the successful raid on the Heavenly Kingdom's leadership, capturing several stewards and a regional bishop, would earn them substantial rewards from the Federal Mist Bureau. However, since interrogations were still ongoing, the specific rewards had not yet been distributed. Lu Ning played a significant role in the defeat of two Tier 4 mutated beings, earning him notable credit. According to Lin Zhao's predictions, Lu Ning might have the chance to apply for a soul weapon, a prospect he eagerly anticipated. Time flew by, and 10 days passed quietly. During this period, the members of the 7th Division received new instructions from headquarters. Through interrogations, headquarters uncovered several hidden members of Heaven of Joy in the 7th District. Lu Ning and his team were dispatched, and the capture process went exceptionally smoothly. During this time, Lin Xiao arranged for Lu Ning to have a regular car, making his travel much more convenient than before. Once all the Heaven of Joy stewards were interrogated and apprehended, all cult members within the base city were also exposed. Lin Xiao then announced that everyone could start applying for merit exchanges. Lu Ning still had some soul crystals left, but he had long planned to use them for applying for a soul weapon. Lin Xiao and Colin were not surprised by this decision. After reporting, Lin Xiao brought good news the next day. Lu Ning's application for a soul weapon was approved. With the merit of defeating two Tier 4 awakened beings and other miscellaneous achievements, Lu Ning successfully exchanged for a new low-risk soul weapon. In fact, the merit cost was somewhat high, but considering Lu Ning already possessed long-range weapons like Red Rose and White Rose, it was reasonable to expend more merit during the application. Lin Xiao noted that headquarters had its own considerations. Another day passed, and Yin Feng arrived at the division with the soul weapon. Wei Xian and his group applied for soul crystals, as they had recently acquired quite a few, and their mental power refinement had noticeably accelerated. Wang Qiwen had begun to feel a bottleneck, and was quite pleased for a while. However, Wei Xian and Xiao Yuelin's progress was not slow either, and although they remained at Tier 1, they keenly realized that their current strength was far from sufficient. In each mission, Lin Xiao, Colin, and Lu Ning took great care of them, but once they were out from under these umbrellas, their current level would clearly put them in great danger. Improving their strength had become an urgent goal. As for Lin Xiao and Colin, they applied for some soul crystals and a few disposable items like potions and runes. Finally, it was Lu Ning's turn. His choice of soul weapon was based on personal needs. Lu Ning already had dual guns like Red Rose and White Rose for long-range combat, so he needed a melee weapon, with his ideal choice being a sword or blade. The soul weapon sent from headquarters perfectly met his needs, a white long blade with red flame patterns etched into the blade. Just being nearby seemed to heat the surrounding air by a few degrees. Yin Feng confidently introduced it. This is a low-risk soul weapon, the Flamefire Blade. The blade is crafted from the spine of a disaster beast, the twin-headed flame tiger, making it exceptionally sturdy. If you inject mental power, you can activate the power of the flames. Use it wisely. Yin Feng's tone had shifted from initial apprehension to one of recognition and respect. Lu Ning played a crucial role in taking down two giant mutants. This feat was quickly spread by the action team members present at the scene throughout the entire base city. Previously, everyone knew there was an undying guy in the 7th Division, who seemed a bit off, would shoot himself in the head without hesitation, blowing half of it away. He was a real tough guy. Yin Feng had heard of Lu Ning's madness long before. Nevertheless, Lu Ning's assistance in successfully eliminating the two giant mutants indirectly saved the lives of many action team members. In fact, without Lu Ning, the entire action team might have had to pay a much higher price to completely resolve the issue with the two giant mutants. As a result, Yin Feng became more tolerant of Lu Ning. Lu Ning gripped the hilt tightly, and the flame patterns on the flaming knife seemed to be activated, emitting a faint red glow, as if ready to erupt at any moment. With the power of the knife in his hand, Lu Ning felt a strong energy permeating his body, subtly enhancing his physical abilities. This enhancement wasn't limited to a single skill. It was comprehensive, as if every muscle and nerve had been strengthened, making his movements more agile than before. Unlike the focused dynamic vision of the Red Rose and White Rose, Lu Ning's improvement felt more intrinsic and comprehensive. He swung the flaming knife and nodded slightly. Not bad. Everything's delivered, so I'm off, Yin Feng said, stretching and complaining. These past few days have been exhausting, with interrogations and handing out rewards. Lin Xiao suddenly remembered something and stopped Yin Feng. Yin Feng, how did the interrogation of the regional bishop go? Yin Feng raised an eyebrow and shook his head. That guy is tight-lipped, won't say a thing. Lin Xiao nodded and didn't ask further. Yin Feng looked at him, frowning slightly. What's up? Lin Xiao shook his head and said softly, nothing. After a pause, he added with a hint of uncertainty. These past few days, I felt something's off. Maybe it's just me, but doesn't this seem too easy? Other base cities had cult invasions too, and it was never this easy to catch them all in one go. Yin Feng was silent for a moment, then rubbed his head, looking at Lin Xiao in confusion. Even the regional bishop got caught. What's the problem? Are you feeling mentally exhausted? Maybe you should check your mental contamination level. Lin Xiao exhaled deeply and said in a low voice. Maybe. I'll get it checked. Yin Feng nodded, one hand in his pocket and the other waving goodbye. I'm off. After Colin saw Yin Feng off, Wang Qiwen turned to Lin Xiao, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Captain, do you think something's off? Lin Xiao slowly shook his head, his brows slightly furrowed. I just feel like everything went too smoothly, more than I expected. Maybe the higher-ups at Happy Heaven are just having a streak of bad luck. His tone was calm, clearly not wanting to dwell on the topic. Seeing this, Lu Ning and the others wisely refrained from asking further questions. A week later, in the dead of night, Lu Ning was leaning against the headboard, holding a soul crystal that emitted a faint glow. With his eyes closed, he was fully focused on absorbing the mental radiation from the crystal. Suddenly, an invisible energy storm erupted around him. The desk and chairs in the room shook violently, and items on the table were thrown to the floor by an unseen force, landing with a thud. The storm was intense but fleeting, calming down within a few breaths. Lu Ning slowly opened his eyes, which were now deep and dark, with a mysterious gleam flashing within them. After a long period of mental training, he had finally broken through to the third tier. What was once the size of a bucket had now expanded to a small pond, and he could clearly feel his mental power becoming more refined and powerful. After pondering for a moment, he grabbed his left wrist and pulled sharply. A crack echoed as the sound of bones breaking filled the air, his left hand torn off. Yet in the next second, muscles writhed, bones reformed, and his left hand was as good as new, healing much faster than before. Moreover, he could feel a significant improvement in the efficiency of his mental power transmission, which would enhance the effectiveness of his soul tools. What pleased him the most was that the transformation of his mental power also led to physical strengthening. The longest body tempering method was now showing results, doubling his strength. A satisfied smile appeared on Lu Ning's lips. The increase in strength meant he was one step closer to joining the mist exploration team, making it more feasible to find a way back. For him, this was undoubtedly a reason to celebrate. The next morning, after freshening up, Lu Ning arrived at the branch office. Colin and Wang Qiwen, who had been on duty the previous night, were already waiting in the activity room. You're here, Colin greeted with a smile. We've already ordered breakfast. Come and eat. Lu Ning nodded in agreement, and soon Lin Xiao, Qiu Yuelin, and Wei Xian also arrived. They gathered around to enjoy breakfast, the atmosphere relaxed and cheerful. In recent days, there had been almost no incidents of mutations, significantly reducing their work pressure. During the conversation, Lin Xiao occasionally glanced at Lu Ning, a puzzled expression in his eyes. Captain, why do you keep looking at Lu Ning? Wang Qiwen noticed and asked curiously. Is there something wrong? Lin Xiao frowned, continuing to scrutinize Lu Ning, muttering. Is it just my imagination, or does it seem like your mental power has increased a lot? Colin, who was sipping his sweet tofu pudding, pushed up his glasses upon hearing this. You felt it too? I thought I was mistaken. Lu Ning calmly took a bite of his bun, his tone indifferent. Oh, I'm at the third tier now, so my mental power has increased a bit. Wang Qiwen, who was drinking porridge, sprayed a grain of rice from his nose, coughing violently. He stared wide-eyed at Lu Ning. What the heck? You're at the third tier? Wei Xian and Qiu Yuelin also looked up in shock, staring at Lu Ning in disbelief. Seriously? Wei Xian's voice rose several octaves. I've only just felt the bottleneck for a few days, and you're already at the third tier? Is there no justice in the world? Wei Xian, usually quite composed, couldn't maintain his calm at this moment and started shouting. His eyes widened, and his voice grew louder. Qiu Yuelin, standing beside him, nodded repeatedly, her eyes filled with disbelief. Lu Ning, this is ridiculous. We all started at the first tier, so how did you reach the third tier? How did you do it? Lu Ning shrugged, answering calmly. Just by refining my mental power. I kept refining until I broke through. That simple statement left the three of them in silence. The air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Weren't they also refining their mental power? Why hadn't they broken through to the second tier yet? The three exchanged glances, filled with a sense of existential doubt. Not only were Wei Xian and the others shocked, but even Lin Xiao and Colin were also bewildered upon hearing Lu Ning's words. The two seasoned awakeners exchanged a glance, their expressions brimming with astonishment. Lin Xiao's mouth twitched, his voice somewhat dry. If your mental pollution level weren't consistently at 0, I'd think you were a monster. Colin took a deep breath and said slowly, I've been an awakener for over a decade, and Lu Ning, you're the fastest breakthrough I've ever seen. It's been just over 4 months, right? And you've already gone from the first to the third tier. It's unreal. Lu Ning blinked, looking puzzled. Is it really that unbelievable? Colin shook his head with a wry smile, lightly tapping the table with his fingers. You have no idea how unbelievable it is. Hasn't anyone else improved as quickly as I have? Lu Ning asked further. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes, his tone resigned. Sure, there are fast improvers, but I've never seen anyone like you. Honestly, I don't know if there's ever been such a rapid improvement since the mist emerged. Colin added thoughtfully, but Lu Ning's mental pollution level never increases, always staying at 0. That seems to be a first in human history. Maybe because he's special, his mental power enhances so quickly. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, his brows relaxing a bit. Perhaps, Lu Ning, you're just unique. Lu Ning merely nodded lightly. Maybe. The shock of Lu Ning's breakthrough left Lin Xiao and the others in a daze for half the day. The atmosphere in the room remained somewhat strange, with everyone lost in their own thoughts. It wasn't until after lunch that Lin Xiao suddenly seemed to remember something, putting down his chopsticks and saying, I'm going to visit Mu Mu today. Do any of you want to come along? Hearing this, Xiao Yuelin's eyes lit up, leaning forward eagerly. Captain, are you talking about Senior Li Mu? Can we go with you? Lin Xiao nodded with a smile. Her mental state has been quite stable lately. Although it hasn't improved much, the mental pollution hasn't worsened either. Maybe meeting you all will lift her spirits, which could be beneficial. Turning to Lu Ning, Lin Xiao added with a hint of probing in his gaze. Lu Ning, you should come too. Perhaps if Mu Mu knows you're not a threat, she'll recover more quickly. Lu Ning raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised. Can I go? Lin Xiao explained with a smile. It's not just my idea. The proposal came from the headquarters medical department. Colin pondered for a moment, rubbing his chin, then nodded. It might be worth trying. After all, when Mu Mu's condition worsened, Lu Ning was one of the triggers. If addressing the root cause can lower her mental pollution, it's worth a shot. I have no objections. Then let's head out. I'll have Xiao Ran inform Old Qin and the others, and we'll go together, Lin Xiao decided. After going downstairs, Lin Xiao instructed Yu Ran to fetch Qin Feng for duty, then led the group to the headquarters of the Mist Bureau. As a member of the Bureau, Li Mu, now at the brink of complete mental deterioration, was naturally receiving treatment at the headquarters. Returning to the headquarters, Lu Ning couldn't help but pause as he looked at the gray and white modern building. This was the first place he had awakened after emerging from the mist. Memories surged like a tide, leaving him momentarily dazed. Lu Ning, come on, what are you standing there for? Lin Xiao called back, seeing Lu Ning lingering as he surveyed the headquarters. Okay. Lu Ning snapped out of his thoughts and caught up with them. Upon entering, Wang Qiwen and his companions curiously took in everything about the headquarters lobby. Unlike the branch they were familiar with, this place appeared much grander and more impressive. Lu Ning's gaze swept around, and he felt a vague sense of familiarity. Lin Xiao led the group toward the elevator, passing by staff members who hurried past. Among them were several team members who had participated in the recent operation against the stewards of the Happy Kingdom. They nodded respectfully at Lu Ning, clearly impressed by his performance during the mission, whether it was confronting a fourth-tier mutant with his second-tier abilities or his astonishing self-sacrifice. Inside the elevator, Lin Xiao pressed the button for the 5th floor and turned to tease. Didn't know you were quite famous around here. Does that matter? Lu Ning replied calmly. Lin Xiao's eyes gleamed with mischief as he nudged Lu Ning with his shoulder, lowering his voice. How does it not? There are plenty of beauties in our bureau, and with your reputation, finding a girlfriend should be a breeze. Wang Qiwen and Wei Xian looked envious at this, but Lu Ning simply shook his head. No, I'm not interested. Why not? Lin Xiao was taken aback. I want to go home, Lu Ning stated with calm determination. The group fell silent, and Colin adjusted his glasses, cautiously saying, Lu Ning, to be honest, going back 2,000 years seems quite unrealistic. Even the mysterious mist might not have that capability. I'll find a way. Lu Ning's tone was unequivocal. Exchanging glances, they wisely decided not to pursue the topic further. The elevator reached the 5th floor, and as the doors opened, a metal corridor similar to where Lu Ning had been before came into view. Lin Xiao led them through the maze-like corridor, eventually stopping at an iron door. The area was heavily guarded, with 2 armed guards and 2 Mist Bureau operatives in trench coats standing vigil. A gray-haired elder recognized Lin Xiao and approached with a smile. Lin Xiao, here to see Li Mu? Yes, Mr. Meng. We're all here together, Lin Xiao nodded. After passing a series of security checks, including a mental contamination test, they entered through the door. Inside, Doctors in white coats bustled about. Lin Xiao explained that these doctors specialized in treating mental contamination. Although complete transformation was irreversible, early-stage conditions could be managed with medication, supportive therapies, and psychological treatment. The doctors glanced at them briefly before continuing their work. As frequent visitors, Lin Xiao and Colin confidently led the group onward. They first took Lu Ning and his group to the doctor's office to meet the doctor in charge of Limu. The doctor, a gray-haired woman named Felicia, was focused on her computer, typing in the last few entries before she looked up. "Dr. Felicia, it's been a while. Would like to see Mu," Lin Xiao said. A gentle smile appeared on Felicia's face. "Captain Lin and Deputy Captain Colin. Are these your team members?" "Yes, doctor," Lin Xiao replied briefly. "Let's go. I was about to do a checkup on Mu," Felicia said, getting up and leading Lin Xiao's group through the hospital corridors. The ward area was spacious, with multiple corridors lined with rooms on each side. Felicia led them to Li Mu's room, where the door was closed. She swiped a card over the reader and spoke softly into the intercom. Mu, it's Felicia. Is it a good time for your checkup?" There was a brief silence before a feeble voice responded. "Yes." Nodding, Felicia pressed a button, and the door slowly opened, revealing a transparent glass door still in place. Through the glass, Lu Ning and the others could clearly see the inside of the room. The room was small, with just a basic set of furniture and a bed. Li Mu, wearing casual clothes, was leaning on the bed reading a book. Compared to when Lu Ning first met her, her once radiant appearance was now pale, with dark circles under her eyes and a weary expression. Lu Ning noticed that her body was still shrouded in the strange white mist, with her eyes spinning wildly, seemingly unchanged from before. When Li Mu looked up and saw Lin Xiao and Colin, she managed a faint smile. However, when her gaze landed on Lu Ning, her smile vanished, replaced by a cold expression and furrowed brows. "Why is he here?" she asked. Lin Xiao laughed awkwardly, about to explain, when Felicia interjected gently. "I asked Captain Lin to bring him." Li Mu turned to Felicia, her eyes cold. Felicia, seemingly unfazed by the hostility, continued to smile as she explained, "Your current condition seems stable without further risk of contamination, but your mental contamination levels aren't decreasing. This might be related to your psychological issues, and since your unexpected condition is somewhat linked to Lu Ning, his presence might help resolve your inner conflict." Li Mu looked at Lu Ning coldly, a sarcastic smile on her lips. "Him? If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have changed." Lin Xiao cleared his throat, trying to ease the tension. "Mu, we misjudged Lu Ning before. He's not dangerous. I've told you, right? Recently, he's dealt with many anomalies and cultists in the bureau." "Enough," Li Mu interrupted sharply, her voice filled with anger. Lin Xiao opened his mouth, but the words got stuck in his throat. Colin adjusted his glasses, seemingly wanting to defend Lu Ning as well. At that moment, Lu Ning's calm voice broke the silence. "May I go in?" Felicia and the others were taken aback. She looked at Li Mu's indifferent expression, then at Lu Ning, hesitating. Mu's current state isn't great. If you go in, she might lose control and attack you." Lu Ning looked at Felicia calmly. "It's okay." Felicia turned to Lin Xiao and Colin, seeking their opinion. Lin Xiao immediately asked, "Will Lu Ning's presence agitate Mu's mind?" Felicia shook her head uncertainly. "It's possible. Mu's case is rare. She experienced temporary changes before her mental contamination exceeded the limit, which allowed her to recover from the altered state. Normally, as long as her mental contamination doesn't exceed the threshold, even if she's momentarily agitated, she can still recover. But that's just theoretical. I'm not entirely sure about the actual situation." Colin scrutinized Felicia, then looked at Lu Ning. "What do you plan to do?" Lu Ning's gaze was steady as he looked through the glass at Li Mu, his tone calm and firm. "I think I see something different." Upon hearing Lu Ning's words, Lin Xiao and Colin exchanged a glance, a hint of wariness in their eyes. Lin Xiao frowned, his gaze sharp as he stared at Lu Ning. "You're not going to cause any trouble again, are you? You're not going to make Mu relapse, are you?" Lu Ning shook his head slowly, his tone calm. "I shouldn't." Inside the hospital room, Li Mu heard their conversation clearly through the glass door. Her originally pale face instantly took on a cold, menacing expression, her eyes flashing with danger. "You dare come in? Aren't you afraid of dying?" Her voice was sharp and piercing. Lu Ning tilted his head slightly, his gaze meeting Li Mu's through the glass door, calm as ever. "I'm not afraid." Li Mu's expression froze, Lin Zhao's previous words about Lu Ning's uniqueness flashing through her mind. Her face darkened, and she almost spat her words through gritted teeth. "Get out. I don't want you in here." "I won't." Lu Ning's response was brief and firm, showing no sign of backing down. Li Mu let out a sharp, explosive cry, her emotions clearly agitated. Seeing this, Feely quickly checked the mental contamination levels on the monitor. Once she confirmed that the levels hadn't significantly increased, she breathed a small sigh of relief and turned to Lin Xiao and Colin. "What do you two think?" Lin Xiao and Colin fell into a brief silence, the air thick with tension. Colin finally broke the silence, turning to Lu Ning with a serious expression. You won't hurt Mumu, will you? I won't, Lu Ning replied, as calm as ever. Colin looked at Lin Xiao. Then should we let him in to take a look? Captain. Lin Xiao remained silent for a moment before nodding slightly. Although he wasn't sure what Lu Ning intended to do, Lu Ning's recent performance at the division had indeed been nothing short of miraculous. Perhaps Lu Ning could indeed do something beneficial for Li Mu. Seeing that Lin Xiao and Colin both agreed, Feely hesitated no longer. Ignoring Li Mu's fierce objections from inside the room, she pressed the button on the control panel, and the glass door slid open slowly. Lu Ning stepped inside, the glass door closing automatically behind him. Feely, Lin Xiao, and Colin watched the situation inside the room intently, their fingers ready to press the emergency button at any moment. You're really not afraid of dying? Li Mu's cold gaze locked onto Lu Ning, her expression twisted and menacing. I'm not afraid, Lu Ning responded simply, continuing to approach Li Mu step by step. As Lu Ning drew nearer, Li Mu's expression grew increasingly unpleasant. Her exposed skin on her face, neck, and hands began to twitch unnaturally, as if her flesh might twist and deform at any moment. It's the precursor to a relapse. Feely's face changed dramatically as she quickly checked the data on the monitor. She then relaxed slightly. The mental contamination level has risen a bit, but it's still within a controllable range. This again, Lin Xiao exclaimed in surprise. What's going on here? Colin was equally curious, watching every move inside the room without blinking. Feely observed the signs of Li Mu's impending relapse thoughtfully, her expression shifting. She finally spoke. Lu Ning mentioned before that he saw a large number of eyeballs inside Li Mu, and it was only after those eyeballs saw Lu Ning that they went into a frenzy and triggered the relapse. I used to think this might have been a coincidence, but now, it seems it might not be. Dr. Feely, what are you talking about? Lin Xiao asked, puzzled. Feely's expression was serious, and after a long hesitation, she spoke slowly. I have a very bold idea, an idea that might even seem incredible. Colin adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting cold light. Please go ahead. Mumu's condition is so rare that it might require a different approach to treatment. Feely nodded slightly. My idea is based on an analysis of Lu Ning's origins. Lu Ning himself emerged from the mist, so he might have some connection to it. As you know, mental radiation comes from the mist, so whether it's an awakened one or a relapsed one, they are essentially of the same origin. And this origin comes from the mist. The essence of Mumu's condition is the result of excessive mental contamination within her body. Under the bright laboratory lights, Dr. Feely stood before the group, patiently explaining her findings. According to our earlier hypothesis of ability homogeneity, the awakening abilities are likely to share a common origin with dark arts, mutations, and even the powers of the divine lineage entities within the mist, such as evil gods. Dr. Feely tapped her fingers lightly on the table. When a mutation occurs, this ability loses control from its host, and instead strengthens its connection with these entities. Lu Ning's uniqueness might cause the uncontrolled mutated ability to mistakenly identify him as an entity from the mist. Lin Xiao and the others exchanged glances, their brows furrowed. Wang Qiwen scratched his head in confusion and asked, Dr. Feely, are you saying that Senior Li Mu's ability inside her sees Lu Ning as an evil god? Seeing their bewildered expressions, Dr. Feely gave a gentle smile. This idea is indeed bold and perhaps even incredible, but as a doctor and researcher, we cannot overlook any possibility. Wait a minute, Lin Xiao suddenly interjected. Lu Ning has encountered other awakeners and mutated individuals before, but never experienced anything like Mumu's case. He stopped mid-sentence, eyes widening as if struck by a startling realization. Beside him, Chiyue Lin gasped, instinctively covering her mouth. Dr. Feely quickly noticed their reactions and inquired, has Lu Ning encountered similar incidents? Lin Xiao recalled past experiences. While investigating Zhu Jiani, Lu Ning met a cultist from the Church of Heavenly Joy. Lu Ning said he saw a fallen angel when that person mutated, and the cultist's condition worsened significantly afterward. However, the mental contamination in that case was already off the charts, unlike Mumu's situation. Dr. Feely's eyes gleamed with thought. I have another bold hypothesis. The group's expressions turned even more peculiar, yet they listened intently as she continued. The cultist's ability stemmed from a fallen angel, while Mumu's ability clearly has a different source. Their varied reactions to Lu Ning might relate to the origins of their respective abilities. Colin adjusted his glasses, incredulous. Are you suggesting these abilities have some form of consciousness? The idea made Wang Qiwen and the others pale. Did they harbor another consciousness within? Dr. Feely shook her head, dismissing that notion. Rather than consciousness, it's more of an instinctual response generated by mental radiation. This instinct might be the fundamental cause of heightened mental contamination leading to mutations in awakeners. Colin frowned, pointing out, but Lu Ning is also an awakener, yet his mental contamination remains at zero. Does his ability lack this mental instinct? Dr. Feely smiled and proposed several possibilities. That's precisely what makes Lu Ning unique. His immortality ability is unprecedented. It might not generate mental contamination, or it could heal mental trauma. Additionally, the long years he spent in the mist might have rendered him immune to mental radiation. She paused briefly before adding, and there's one more daring assumption. If the mental instinct of this ability originates from Lu Ning himself, then naturally, it wouldn't cause him any contamination. Originated from Lu Ning himself? The group was puzzled. Indeed, Lu Ning had been in the mist for thousands of years. Perhaps he had become like the entities within it. Maybe, through his mental instincts, he could also develop some sort of awakening ability. Lin Xiao and the others weren't entirely convinced by this theory. Qiu Yuelin looked a bit pale and spoke with a hint of tension. You mean, is Lu Ning like those evil gods? Wei Xian quickly shook his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If Lu Ning were like an evil god, how powerful would he be? Although he defies common understanding, how could he compare to an evil god? His tone was slightly firm. Even Wang Qiwen, who usually disagreed with Wei Xian, nodded. I think so too. If Lu Ning were an evil god, we would have been dead 100 times over by now. Lin Xiao and Colin didn't argue, but their expressions showed doubt. They still couldn't equate Lu Ning with the image of an evil god. Philly smiled slightly, speaking calmly. I don't mean Lu Ning has the power of an evil god, but that in essence, perhaps there are some similarities. Of course, this is a baseless, wild conjecture, and the likelihood is very low. Just as Lin Xiao was about to respond, a scream came from the hospital room. Ah, what are you doing? The group immediately stopped discussing and looked towards the room. Their expressions turned bizarre. At that moment, Lu Ning stood beside the hospital bed, his coat torn with several holes and stained with blood, clearly the work of Li Mu. On Li Mu's forehead, 2 additional eyes had appeared, and other exposed skin began showing eye patterns, as if the mutation was reaching a critical point. However, Lu Ning calmly held Li Mu down, forcing her onto the bed. Li Mu struggled fiercely, shooting out beams of light that easily pierced Lu Ning's coat, but couldn't truly harm his body, leaving only shallow blood marks. By now, Lu Ning was a third-tier awakened being. With a body strengthened through constant training, his strength was formidable. Meanwhile, Li Mu was not a physically enhanced awakener and couldn't break free from Lu Ning's control. Lin Xiao was dumbfounded, muttering, "What the heck? What's Lu Ning doing? Is this some kind of kink?" Wang Qiwen looked impressed. No. Didn't Lu Ning say he wasn't looking for a girlfriend? Does he like mutations? Qiu Yuelin was a bit exasperated, glaring at Lin Xiao and Wang Qiwen. What are you talking about? Is it time to discuss whether we should stop Lu Ning? Colin adjusted his glasses, also looking at Lin Xiao. Captain, what do you think? Lin Xiao was about to speak when they witnessed something unbelievable. Lu Ning placed his hand on Li Mu's struggling chest, and the originally frenzied Li Mu suddenly stopped, as if encountering something incredible. She stared wide-eyed in shock at the still calm and indifferent Lu Ning. Silence fell for a moment. Then Li Mu let out a sharp, explosive sound, as if on the verge of collapse. However, something astonishing occurred. Li Mu's body trembled slightly, and with a gentle pull from Lu Ning, wisps of white mist were drawn from her body. Within these mists, distorted phantom eyes appeared. Each eye was cold, carrying a mad aura, as if ready to tear a person apart. Just a glance might be enough to drive an ordinary person insane with fear. White mist wrapped around the eyes, struggling frantically, desperately trying to return to Li Mu's body. A fierce tug-of-war ensued, with the eyes on Li Mu's exposed skin gradually fading, though her face twisted in agony. Lu Ning watched this scene and made a surprising move. He pressed the extracted mist against his own chest. The mist halted momentarily, then writhed violently, as if trying to escape Lu Ning's body. Yet, Lu Ning didn't pause, continuing to pull more mist from Li Mu's body, absorbing it into his own. Suddenly, Lu Ning's left arm twisted, and a cold, frenzied eyeball emerged. It darted around, and when it met Lu Ning's gaze, a flash of white light appeared. Unfazed, Lu Ning swiftly gouged out the eyeball, letting the blood flow from the wound, which healed rapidly as the eyeball shattered beneath his feet. This process lasted a few breaths until all the mist in Li Mu's body was transferred to Lu Ning. He stood up, gouged another eyeball from his neck, crushed it, and casually wiped away the blood. Li Mu lay on the ground, utterly exhausted, gasping for air, drenched in cold sweat. Lu Ning could feel the newly acquired mist and eyeballs within him. He surrounded them with mental power, gradually absorbing them according to the mental refining method. Occasionally, some mist would break free, forming new eyeballs on his body, but he calmly removed and crushed them each time. Turning to the stunned Feely and others at the door, Lu Ning said calmly, "Dr. Feely, please check Li Mu's level of mental contamination." Feely snapped out of her daze, her eyes gleaming as she looked at Lu Ning, as if studying some novel species. The examination results left her ecstatic. The mental contamination level is only 2. This is completely abnormal for a 4th-level awakener. Lin Xiao and Colin were shocked upon hearing this, but quickly grew concerned about Lu Ning's condition. Feely's examination showed Lu Ning's mental contamination fluctuating wildly between 0 and 32. Watching Lu Ning nonchalantly continue to extract and crush eyeballs, even smiling with satisfaction, Xiao Yuelin couldn't help but frown. Could it be that absorbing Mu Mu's mutated spirit has affected him? Feily shook her head, unsure. However, judging by the level of mental contamination, Lu Ning doesn't seem at risk of mutation. Wang Qiwen pointed at the scene where Lu Ning crushed an eyeball with his foot, his expression extremely odd. This is called no risk of mutation? Feily was momentarily speechless. At this moment, Lin Xiao called out to Lu Ning in the ward. Lu Ning, are you okay? Are you alright? Lu Ning looked up at Lin Xiao and calmly replied, I'm fine. As he spoke, he casually removed an eyeball from his arm and crushed it underfoot. Lin Xiao and the others were speechless. Colin adjusted his glasses and asked, What's with the eyeballs growing on you? Do you feel anything unusual? Lu Ning replied, It's not a big issue. Earlier, I absorbed the white mist from Li Mu's body into mine. My mental strength is trying to refine this mist, and it's resisting, hence the eyeballs. But it's not a big problem. Hearing Lu Ning's explanation, Feily seemed to understand and murmured, Is it the mutation source in Mu Mu's body resisting? That fits the theory of mental instinct. Xiao Yulin asked worriedly, Lu Ning, will you always be like this? No, once I refine some of the white mist, it will be fine. But compared to normal mental radiation, refining this mist is a bit more challenging. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Li Mu gradually recovered from her previous weakened state. She sat up slowly, her expression no longer as cold as before, and her gaze at Lu Ning was more complicated. Her mutation was partly due to Lu Ning. However, even without Lu Ning, her mental contamination level was still dangerously high at the time, and mutation was a strong possibility. Now, Lu Ning had reduced her mental contamination to a level she had never dared to dream of, freeing her from future worries about mental contamination. This was a great favor to Li Mu. Yet, Lu Ning's previous actions felt somewhat intrusive to her. Although Li Mu understood, as a woman, she still felt a bit uncomfortable. Seeing an eyeball grow on Lu Ning, and then him tear it off, blood streaming from the wound, Li Mu was silent for a moment before speaking. Lu Ning, thank you. Lu Ning glanced at Li Mu and calmly said, It's nothing. Li Mu asked, Is there anything I can help you with? No. Lu Ning shook his head. Li Mu was silent, unsure of what to say. Just then, Feily addressed Li Mu. Mu, check how you're feeling. How is it? Li Mu straightforwardly replied, I feel very good, better than ever. Since becoming an awakened, I've never felt this relaxed. My mental contamination level should be extremely low now, right? Feily smiled gently. It seems the tests were accurate. You have Lu Ning to thank for that. Li Mu glanced at Lu Ning, who was holding an eyeball, curiously observing it. Li Mu was speechless. Feily's voice sounded again. Mu, come out now. I'll take you for a comprehensive checkup to make sure there are no lingering effects. Li Mu snapped back to reality, nodded, and then asked, What about Lu Ning? Lu Ning and Lin Xiao also looked at Feily. After thinking for a moment, Feily spoke up. According to the test results, Lu Ning doesn't inherently have a risk of mutation, but his physical characteristics do show signs of it. My suggestion is to keep him here for observation for a day, and once we're sure there's no danger, he can leave. Lin Xiao frowned, his tone skeptical. Dr. Feily, doesn't this go against the rules? If his mental pollution level is normal, he shouldn't need to stay for observation. Feily's face softened with a gentle smile. But you've seen Lu Ning's condition yourself. Eyes appear on his body from time to time, which is a sign of mutation. Lin Xiao opened his mouth to argue but couldn't find the words, falling silent instead. At that moment, Li Mu broke the deadlock. I'll stay for observation another day too. Once Lu Ning is cleared to leave tomorrow, I'll go for my test. Hearing this, Feily was visibly surprised but then nodded slightly, smiling. That's fine too. Lin Xiao turned to Lu Ning, his eyes questioning. Lu Ning, how do you feel about this? If you're not okay with it, I'll talk to Director Wang. Lu Ning waved his hand lightly. It's fine. Seeing Lu Ning's response, Lin Xiao and the others didn't press further. As they had work to attend to, they stayed in the ward briefly before saying their goodbyes, leaving only Lu Ning and Li Mu. After Lin Xiao and the others left, Feily continued to carefully check the data in front of the ward. Once she confirmed that Li Mu's mental pollution level remained stable and hadn't risen quickly, and that Lu Ning's peak mental pollution level hadn't increased further, she visibly relaxed. As the attending doctor, Feily clearly had a busy schedule. She spoke gently to Lu Ning. Lu Ning, I've prepared a new ward for you. Before Feily could finish, Li Mu quickly interjected. He can stay here. I can keep an eye on him. Lu Ning glanced at Li Mu and said calmly, I'm okay with anything. Feily merely nodded. All right then. She then closed the ward door, leaving Li Mu and Lu Ning alone. Lu Ning looked around the room and sat down on a chair, lost in thought. Li Mu sat by the bed, a strange silence enveloping them. After a while, Seemingly unable to stand the atmosphere, Li Mu spoke first. I'm worried that if you move to a new ward, some of the doctors here might want to study you. You know, what you did earlier was nothing short of a miracle, and they might be very curious. Lu Ning looked up at her, his tone indifferent. I've been studied many times before. Li Mu's mouth twitched, and her face darkened. Well, if you want to be studied, just tell Dr. Faley. Lu Ning simply shook his head. This is fine. Li Mu pursed her lips, leaning back against the bed, continuing to read. However, her eyes lingered on the same page for a long time without turning it. Eventually, she put the book down and looked at Lu Ning. The captain and Colin always mentioned you to me. They say you're very talented, able to learn anything quickly, and you're already a second-tier awakener. I'm already third-tier, Lu Ning replied calmly. What? Li Mu's eyes widened in shock. Third tier? How is that possible? You've only been with the Bureau for a short time. How did you advance so quickly? The captain and others also said I was fast. Li Mu studied Lu Ning in astonishment, as if he were an incredible anomaly. She pressed on. By the way, how did you do that earlier? How did you manage to remove my mental pollution? Lu Ning thought for a moment. I don't know. I saw the white mist inside you and thought maybe I could pull it out, so I tried, and it worked. Li Mu was at a loss. Are you saying you've never done anything like that before? You just thought of it and did it. Yes. What if you had failed? I didn't think I would fail. Li Mu's breathing quickened, her face flushing with frustration. Well, I guess I should thank you. No need to thank me, Lu Ning replied calmly. Li Mu. After that, Li Mu stopped talking to Lu Ning. Over an hour later, the door to the hospital room opened again, and this time, it wasn't just one doctor who entered, but an entire group. The way all the doctors looked at Lu Ning was like travelers in a desert suddenly discovering a water source, their eyes gleaming with hope. Seeing this, Li Mu's brows furrowed, and he quickly stood up, asking coldly, What do you want? Leading the group was an elderly man with gray hair and a stooped figure. He smiled and said, Officer Li Mu, don't be nervous. We heard that Lu Ning helped you weaken the mental contamination and absorb the mutated source of it. You must understand the significance of this. We need to know more about it. Li Mu's expression changed slightly. Recognizing the elderly man, he stiffened and said with a tense face, Mr. Ning, you can see Lu Ning's condition. He can barely control the mutations in his own body. Do you still want him to absorb the contamination sources from others? Of course not, Ning Wang reassured with a gentle wave of his hand. As doctors, we simply wish to understand the principle behind it. By studying this, we might find a way to eliminate mental contamination. Li Mu frowned, glancing at Lu Ning, clearly hesitant. Lu Ning spoke calmly. Mr. Ning, it's been a while. Ning Wang smiled in response. It has indeed been some time. I heard things are going well for you at the 7th Division. That's good. He paused, turning his gaze to Lu Ning, who was lying by the bedside. Can we proceed with the examination this time? Lu Ning nodded slightly. Yes. Ning Wang carefully opened the glass door, and the accompanying doctors, feeling a bit tense, exchanged uncertain glances. A middle-aged doctor voiced his concern. Mr. Ning, is this really safe? Ning Wang waved his hand lightly, smiling. I trust Lu Ning. He led the way into the room, followed by the other doctors, some of whom were older, and exchanged looks before joining him. Ning Wang took some instruments from his toolkit and arranged them neatly on the table. At that moment, Lu Ning's cheeks suddenly split open, and an eye grew out from the wound, cold and unfeeling, staring at the group. The doctors' expressions changed, and they quickly stepped back. Without any expression, Lu Ning reached up, extracted the eyeball, and was about to crush it on the floor when Ning Wang quickly stopped him. Lu Ning, can I have that eyeball for research? Lu Ning paused, then calmly handed over the blood-streaked eyeball. All right. Ning Wang carefully placed the eyeball into a box, then took out a device to examine Lu Ning's body. After completing the examination, Ning Wang looked surprised. Lu Ning, your mental contamination level has dropped. It's only at 28 now. Lu Ning nodded. I just refined some of the white mist. Ning Wang's interest was piqued, and he sat up straight, eagerly asking, Lu Ning, I heard from Fei Li that you absorbed Officer Li Mu's mental contamination source into yourself? How did you manage that? If your method is applicable to others, it would be a great boon for all awakened individuals. They would no longer need to worry about mental contamination. The Federation would surely reward you handsomely. His eyes glinted with excitement. When I saw that white mist of contamination, I thought perhaps it could be extracted. Then I tried it, and it worked. Lu Ning's response was exactly the same as when he faced Li Mu earlier. The air in the hospital room suddenly froze. Ning Wang's aged face stiffened for a moment. Then he rubbed his temples helplessly and sighed deeply. I forgot how difficult it is to communicate with you. Ning Wang pressed on, unwilling to give up. Isn't there any special technique or something? Lu Ning thought seriously for a few seconds and finally shook his head. No, I just thought about reaching out and grabbing it. The doctor nearby frowned slightly, his tone filled with disbelief. Then how did you think you could just grab the source of that mental pollution? Instinct, Lu Ning answered bluntly, his tone as indifferent as if he were discussing the weather. Everyone fell silent, and a subtle awkwardness filled the air. Instinct my foot. Ning Wang muttered to himself, then shifted the direction of his questions. So what technique did you use to envelop these sources of mental pollution with your own mental power and refine them? I figured since the source of mental pollution is essentially mental radiation, it could be refined, so I gave it a try. Upon hearing Lu Ning say, I figured, Ning Wang and the others' expressions immediately conveyed, as expected. After hearing Lu Ning's full response, they exchanged a knowing look. Everyone exchanged glances, and Ning Wang continued with a series of questions, but the results were disappointing. They eventually had to admit that using Lu Ning's case to reduce general mental pollution was unrealistic. However, Ning Wang did come to a surprising conclusion: Lu Ning could refine the source of mental pollution. This meant that once Lu Ning finished refining the source, he might be able to use the same method to eliminate the mental pollution in other awakened individuals before it worsens. This possibility was quite high, but further experimentation was needed. Only after Lu Ning fully refined Li Mu's source could they proceed to the next step. They spent over an hour in the hospital room, asking numerous questions before finally leaving. As they were about to exit, Lu Ning called out to Ning Wang. Mr. Ning, could you please let the kitchen know that I'd like to have braised pork today? Ning Wang smiled slightly. No problem. After the hospital room door closed, Li Mu sat back down by the bed and calmly asked, has your mental pollution level decreased? That was quick. Yeah, it's pretty similar to refining mental power, Lu Ning replied briefly. Hearing this, Li Mu nodded slightly and didn't say anything further. Shortly after, staff brought in the meal. Lu Ning took a bite of the braised pork, a satisfied expression spreading across his face. Noticing Li Mu's gaze, his expression suddenly turned blank. Do you want some too? Li Mu nodded. Sure. Lu Ning's expression froze, and then he picked the fattiest piece of meat from the plate and tossed it to Li Mu. Li Mu looked at the fatty piece in her bowl, full of questions. When she looked back at Lu Ning, she found that he had already devoured almost all the braised pork at an obviously accelerated pace. Li Mu. After dinner, Li Mu went to wash up first. When she came out, Lu Ning went into the bathroom. When he emerged, he found that a quilt had already been laid out on the floor. I'll sleep on the floor, and you take the bed, Li Mu said. Okay. Lu Ning climbed onto the bed without hesitation. Seeing Lu Ning lie down so directly, Li Mu was taken aback and incredulously asked, aren't you going to say anything? Lu Ning looked at her with a puzzled expression. Say what? Like, the floor is cold, you should sleep on the floor, or something about reciprocating kindness. Or maybe suggest I share the bed with you. As she spoke, faced with Lu Ning's calm expression, Li Mu found herself unable to continue. With a dark expression, she wrapped herself tightly in the quilt and gritted her teeth. Go to sleep. Okay. Li Mu. The next morning, Fei Li entered the hospital room carrying diagnostic equipment to conduct routine checks on Lu Ning and Li Mu. The results showed that although Li Mu's mental contamination level had slightly increased, it was still within the normal range for an awakened. Meanwhile, Lu Ning's mental contamination level continued to decrease, reaching a low of 23. Noticing Lu Ning intently examining an eyeball in his hand, Fei Li asked with concern, Lu Ning, are these eyes affecting your mental state or physical condition in any way? Are you feeling any discomfort? Lu Ning shook his head lightly to indicate that everything was fine. Fei Li smiled reassuringly. If the checks this afternoon show no abnormalities, you can be discharged. With that, she left the room. Around noon, Lin Xiao and Ku Lin came to visit. Unlike the previous day, Wang Qiwen and the others were not with them. As soon as Lin Xiao entered, he asked anxiously, how are things? Did the doctor give you any trouble? Lu Ning shook his head in response. Ku Lin adjusted his glasses and said, we just confirmed with Dr. Fei Li that you can be discharged this afternoon if all goes well. Over an hour later, Fei Li and Ning Wang came into the room together for a final detailed examination. Apart from Lu Ning occasionally producing eyeballs, all other indicators were normal. Putting away the testing equipment, Ning Wang gently said to Lu Ning, if you feel any discomfort later, come to me anytime. At this point, Lu Ning handed a glass filled with bloodshot eyeballs to Ning Wang, calmly saying, these are the eyeballs I absent-mindedly pulled out earlier. Do you want them? Ning Wang's eyes lit up as he eagerly accepted them. Great. I was just worried about running low on experimental materials. Li Mu, Lin Xiao, and Ku Lin stood frozen. Over the past hour, they had witnessed Lu Ning repeatedly extracting eyeballs. For Li Mu, the sight had persisted since yesterday. Thinking about how these eyeballs resembled her own awakening abilities, she felt a faint pain in her eyes. As they left the hospital area, Lu Ning suddenly noticed a swirl of white mist down a corridor. Following his gaze, there was a silver-white metal door with medical personnel in protective suits going in and out. What's that place? Lu Ning asked, pointing. That's the area for researching hazardous materials, Ku Lin explained. Lin Xiao added, they're probably studying the corruption incense now. Why do you ask? I saw mental radiation coming from inside. Lin Xiao and Ku Lin nodded in understanding. It's normal for there to be mental radiation in places where hazardous materials are studied. You can see the researchers wearing protective suits. Lu Ning nodded, and the group proceeded downstairs, leaving the headquarters of the Mist Bureau. Under the warm glow of the sun, Limu squinted slightly, unable to suppress her smile. Finally, she had left that dreadful place, and the sunlight's warmth offered a long-lost sense of freedom. I thought I'd be stuck in that hospital room forever, Lin Xiao chuckled. Mu, you really should thank Lu Ning. Limu glanced at Lu Ning, who remained expressionless. I already did, and we're all teammates after all. Her tone was light, though her eyes briefly revealed a hint of complexity. Colin clapped his hands. Since Mumu is back, we should have a proper celebration at our division today. Indeed, we must celebrate. Lin Xiao laughed heartily, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes smoothing out. Let's head back. By 5 in the afternoon, they returned to the 7th Division. As soon as they stepped through the door, Lu Ning noticed the hall adorned with flowers and streamers, with a red banner overhead proclaiming, "Welcome home, Limu." The sound of popping confetti filled the air, and colorful paper bits floated down from the ceiling. Standing in the center of the hall, Yuran's eyes sparkled as she shouted, "Welcome back, Sister Mumu. Welcome back to the team, Senior Limu." Wei Xian and 2 others stood by, their faces beaming with sincere smiles. Not only them, but even 2 retired team members who could barely leave the underground Qin Feng and Yi Nan were present to welcome Limu's return. Limu's eyes reddened slightly, and she smiled with emotion. "Thank you all," she said, her voice choked with emotion. Yu Ran darted forward and hugged Limu tightly, her voice trembling. "Sister Mumu, I never thought you'd come back. I thought I'd never see you again." Her shoulders shook slightly. Limu gently patted Yu Ran's head and smiled. "Thanks to Lu Ning, otherwise, I'd probably still be in that hospital room." Yu Ran looked up from Limu's embrace, made a playful face at Lu Ning, and then said cheerfully, "Lu Ning, thank you so much." "No need," Lu Ning replied briefly, his expression still calm. Lin Xiao waved his hand. "All right, Xiao Ran, did you reserve the place?" "Already done," Yu Ran replied proudly. "Let's go, today is a happy day. I'm treating you all to hot pot," Lin Xiao announced enthusiastically. After eating and drinking to their fill, it was 9 in the evening. Considering that Li Mu needed rest after just returning, Lin Xiao suggested she head home first and officially return to work the next day. The same arrangement applied to Lu Ning. The next morning, as Lu Ning was on his way to the division, a man in a tattered gray coat hurried past him, emitting an unpleasant odor. Lu Ning paid little attention until another figure swiftly moved past him. Lu Ning raised an eyebrow, noticing it was a tall man with swirling white mist inside him. Looking up, he saw another man in a black coat approaching quickly from another street, also with white mist flowing within. Both were targeting the man in the tattered clothing. Sensing danger, the man in rags suddenly sped up, running at a pace beyond normal human limits. As he fled, the other 2 men appeared to trigger some mechanism, their coats writhing unnaturally as tentacles emerged from the seams. Their previously handsome faces twisted grotesquely, as if wax figures melting. The monstrous transformation sent nearby pedestrians into a panic, screaming and fleeing in all directions. One of the mutated men rasped at the man in rags. "Despair." With that word, the running man's legs buckled, and he stumbled, nearly falling. As he struggled to regain his footing, the 2 mutated men closed in, their sharp claws reaching for him. At this critical moment, a gunshot pierced the air. One of the mutated men's heads exploded instantly, splattering red and white matter. The other turned sharply towards the source of the gunshot, seeing Lu Ning holding a red rose, the gun barrel aimed directly in his direction. Bang! Another crisp gunshot, and the second mutated man's head also burst open, leaving 2 headless bodies collapsing heavily to the ground. The man in rags, who had been in despair, saw this, and a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. He quickly looked at Lu Ning and rasped, "Are you from the Mist Bureau?" Lu Ning nodded slightly. "Yes." The man's eyes shone brightly. "Great. I have something for you. Something very important." Just then, a sinister, raspy voice echoed from afar, "Fall." With those words, the white mist trapped within Lu Ning's body surged violently, and eerie eyes appeared on his neck and cheeks. The man who had been running turned pale, frozen in place, his expression becoming even more desperate. Just as the man in tattered clothes was about to turn and flee, he caught sight of a scene that drove him to madness. Lu Ning, with a cold demeanor, reached up and began to gouge out his own eyes one by one, tossing them to the ground like trash and crushing them underfoot. Each eye burst with a sound that seemed to announce some ominous fate. While continuing to pluck out his eyes, he calmly said to the man, "Wait a moment." After speaking, he suddenly turned his head to look behind him. There stood a woman, strikingly beautiful, yet her eyes held a hint of confusion and bewilderment, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Ning. She was clearly puzzled. How could Lu Ning remain so calm and rational after experiencing such a transformation? However, when she saw him preparing to shoot again, she abruptly realized the urgency of the situation. In an instant, the woman moved with lightning speed, almost becoming a blur as she swiftly closed in on Lu Ning. Simultaneously, she murmured chilling words, despair. Her words were met with 2 gunshots. Bang, bang. Her body jerked back with force, retreating as 2 gaping wounds appeared on her chest, bleeding profusely. Lu Ning raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of surprise in his eyes. This woman's physical defense was unexpectedly formidable. She was evidently more shocked, disbelief showing in her eyes, her voice trembling. Despair, it doesn't affect you? Lu Ning replied calmly. Yes, that's right. As he spoke, he began channeling his mental energy into the guns in his hands. Ordinary bullets clearly couldn't inflict enough damage on her, so he decided to enhance them with his mental power. The beautiful woman seemed to sense Lu Ning's intention, her face suddenly turning pale, fear flickering in her eyes. Just as she was about to launch a counterattack, gunfire rang out once more. This time, Lu Ning didn't wait for the mental energy to fully charge, but decisively interrupted the woman's attack. She swiftly dodged, but the bullet seemed to curve with purpose, striking her left leg precisely. Instantly, ice spread over her leg, followed by an explosion of fiery bullets, the intense impact shattering her left leg into pieces, sending her flying backward. Lu Ning gave her no respite, quickly aiming and firing repeatedly. The fallen woman couldn't dodge at all, and although these bullets weren't fully infused with mental energy and lacked the expected power, they still inflicted some damage. The successive bullets hit the same spot, directly fracturing her right leg. The severely injured woman displayed a look of terror, opening her mouth to scream. I surrender. Don't kill me. Lu Ning paused, a trace of reluctance crossing his mind. This was the first time he had heard a cultist surrender voluntarily. However, just as he was about to respond, a thick white mist suddenly emerged from the woman's body. The mist rapidly enveloped her entire form, consuming her almost instantly. Before she could react, her body began to melt like wax. When the mist cleared, there was no trace of her left, only a pile of discarded clothes and a puddle of sticky wax. Lu Ning silently observed the clothes and wax on the ground, then lifted his gaze to survey the surroundings. The street was deserted, the crowd long gone, leaving no sign of any other awakened or transformed individuals. Once he confirmed the area was safe, he turned and approached the man in tattered clothes. At that moment, the man's eyes were filled with wariness and fear. He took a slight step back, seemingly ready to flee at any moment. Another eye appeared on Lu Ning's cheek, which he casually plucked out and discarded, crushing it with another crisp sound. The man's pupils trembled violently, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. Lu Ning stood before him, his voice cold and calm. Who are you? The man watched as the bloodied hole on Lu Ning's cheek healed, taking a deep breath with a complex expression. He then urgently said, My name is Zhu Yunxiao. My father is Zhu Jiani. If you are an officer of the Mist Bureau, you should have heard of my father's name. I have something extremely important to report. Upon hearing the name, Lu Ning gave him a slight once-over. Although the man in front of him didn't seem very old, likely not even 30, he was unkempt, his face dirty, his clothes tattered, and he emitted a foul odor that suggested he hadn't washed in days. Clearly, he hadn't taken care of himself for some time. I'm Lu Ning, a formal member of the 7th Division's action team. Lu Ning replied calmly. I'll take you back to headquarters. Zhu Yunxiao's face lit up with a hint of joy, and he nodded quickly. Okay. However, his expression swiftly turned fearful and anxious. Officer, we must leave quickly, or it will be too late. Lu Ning frowned slightly, looking at Zhu Yunxiao in confusion. Too late for what? Fear filled Zhu Yunxiao's eyes as he spoke urgently. There's a divine benefactor here. A divine benefactor of the fallen angel. Their plan is nearly complete. If we don't act now, the entire base city will be destroyed. Lu Ning furrowed his brow slightly, but remained composed. Follow me. As he spoke, he broke into a run, with Zhu Yunxiao hurrying to keep up. Meanwhile, Lu Ning picked up his phone and quickly sent out an emergency distress signal. Within a minute, before they reached the division, 2 figures rapidly approached them from the sky and descended. It was Colin and Lin Xiao. Lu Ning, what are you doing? Colin complained breathlessly as soon as he landed. You seem fine, but you suddenly activated an emergency distress signal, making me use my telekinesis to bring the captain over. Do you know how exhausting that is? Lin Xiao curiously glanced at Zhu Yunxiao. This is Zhu Yunxiao. Lu Ning introduced calmly. These 2 are our division's captain and vice-captain. Upon hearing Zhu Yunxiao's name, Lin Xiao and Colin looked surprised but didn't show much excitement. Lin Xiao chuckled lightly. So you're Zhu Yunxiao. It seems you've been through a lot. We were looking for you before, but now the higher-ups of the Heavenly Kingdom have been wiped out by us. It should be safe. Zhu Yunxiao shook his head urgently, his eyes filled with anxiety. No, officers, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Kingdom haven't been wiped out. They were sacrificed. Their plan is near completion, and I came to warn you. Lin Xiao and Colin's expressions turned serious, exchanging a glance that conveyed a newfound gravity. Lu Ning spoke calmly. When I found him, He was being pursued. There were two mutated ones and an awakened one, who could use negative and fallen abilities, likely from the heavenly kingdom. He paused briefly before continuing. Her strength seemed quite strong, probably at the 4th tier. Lin Xiao and Colin's expressions grew even more serious. Colin asked in a deep voice, "What happened to the awakened one?" Lu Ning replied coolly, "I intended to capture her alive, but she begged for mercy. However, for some reason, she just died. Before she died, the mental pollution in her body surged rapidly, which is different from mutation." Lin Xiao and Colin's faces darkened, the atmosphere becoming increasingly tense. Zhu Yunxiao appeared even more terrified, trembling as he spoke. It must be the divine benefactor. Only they could do something like that. Divine benefactor? Lin Xiao and Colin's expressions changed, their eyes widening in shock. You say there's a divine benefactor in the base city? Lin Xiao nearly grabbed Zhu Yunxiao by the collar, a threat of anxiety in his gaze. Zhu Yunxiao felt the pressure on his chest, struggling to breathe, and shook his head. I don't know the exact location, but my father discovered some clues and left them for me. I couldn't find an opportunity to deliver the information to the Mist Bureau until I heard you were clearing out the Heavenly Kingdom's followers. I realized this must be part of the Divine Benefactor's plan and decided to take the risk. Where are the clues? Colin interrupted urgently. Zhu Yunxiao reached into the inner side of his tattered clothes, struggling to pull out a worn piece of paper. The paper was stained and looked somewhat shabby, but Zhu Yunxiao carefully unfolded it, speaking gravely, "It's right here." Lin Xiao took the paper and quickly unfolded it to scan through. The page was filled with a list of names, and his pupils suddenly contracted it was the guest list from that fatal birthday party. Lin and Lu Ning immediately leaned in, and as the three of them locked eyes, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. "We need to head back immediately," Lin Xiao said with a serious expression, gripping the list tightly. "We have to compare the list of deceased members we've investigated with the members of Happy Heaven. There might be an important discovery." The four of them hurried back to the branch office, with Lin refraining from using his telekinesis. There were too many people, and it would be too draining. On the way, Lin Xiao turned to the weary-looking Zhu Yunxiao. "Besides the list, did your father mention anything else?" Zhu Yunxiao shook his head. "He only said there's an important secret of Happy Heaven hidden in this list." Lin Xiao frowned, but didn't press further. Soon, they arrived at the branch building. At the front desk, Yuran's eyes lit up when she saw them. "Lu Ning, you're okay?" The captain and vice-captain said something had happened to you. "Xiao Ran, there's an emergency," Lin Xiao interrupted. Yuran saw their serious expressions and wisely nodded, returning to her seat. In the third-floor activity room, Li Mu, Wang Qiwen, and others were waiting. As Lin Xiao and Lin burst in, a pungent odor followed them. Li Mu frowned at the ragged man, and Wang Qiwen also cast a puzzled look. "Lin, contact headquarters immediately and request a list of all members of Happy Heaven, including the deacons and higher-ups," Lin Xiao said as he headed straight to the coffee table, pulling a sheet of paper from the drawer, the victim list from the previous birthday party. "This Happy Heaven issue isn't over. There's more to it," Lin Xiao explained while quickly comparing the two lists. Wei Xian stepped forward to assist with the comparison, but soon, both of their expressions turned exceptionally grave. "Something's not right," Wei Xian muttered. "I've double-checked multiple times." Wei Xian looked up. "The names on both lists are exactly the same." This statement hit like a sledgehammer, and Zhu Yunxiao's face turned ashen. "This can't be. My father said there were important clues up there. How could it be the same? Is there a mistake somewhere?" Zhu Yunxiao's voice was filled with anxiety and confusion. Wei Xian and Lin Xiao exchanged a meaningful glance. Lin Xiao leaned forward slightly, his voice steady. "Look again, carefully." Wei Xian nodded, and the two of them focused intently on comparing the documents again. They checked line by line, word by word, comparing twice, but still found no differences. Just then, Colin walked into the room briskly, holding a phone. "Captain, the list of Happy Heaven members has arrived." He handed over the phone, adding, "Also, I've reported the information Zhu Yunxiao mentioned. Headquarters has been informed that there might be a divine grace presence in the city. They said they will remain vigilant." Lin Xiao took the phone, his brows furrowed as he quickly scrolled through the names on the list. As he delved deeper into the inspection, his frown deepened. Still nothing. None of the Happy Heaven members appear on the invitation list. Wei Xian, standing by, added, "The victim list and the invitation list are identical." Hearing this, Colin immediately frowned, turning his gaze to Zhu Yunxiao. The tension in the room escalated, with Li Mu and Qiu Yuelin casting suspicious glances. Zhu Yunxiao, sensing the doubt from everyone, was incredulous. "Impossible. My father wouldn't lie to me." His voice trembled slightly with agitation. If everything was fine, why would he risk his life and tell me to hide? Amidst the tense silence, Lu Ning suddenly spoke up. "Captain, there's one more person." This statement was like a stone cast into calm waters. Lin Xiao and the others turned to Lu Ning, their eyes filled with curiosity. Wei Xian shook his head in confusion. "We checked thoroughly. There was no one missing." Lu Ning's voice was calm and certain. One person was overlooked, the woman who reported the case, the same one we saw when dealing with Gao Tianlin. This revelation was like a bolt of lightning, cutting through their thoughts. Lin Xiao and Colin's eyes widened as if struck by an obvious, yet overlooked fact. Right? Why didn't we think of her before? Lin Xiao's expression was filled with shock. Wang Qiwen and the others exchanged puzzled looks, bewildered. It shouldn't be. She was the one who reported the case. We should remember her clearly. Colin's pupils slightly contracted, frowning. Unless that woman is a powerful awakener, capable of making us subconsciously ignore her. Lin Zhao's expression turned serious, his voice low and resolute. Call Bowen. When that woman reported the case, Bowen and his team didn't find anything unusual about her, which means her information is normal and can be checked in the city's database. Get her detailed information from Bowen. Colin nodded in agreement. All right. At that moment, a piercing alarm suddenly blared from everyone's phones in the room simultaneously. This wasn't a regular alert, but a distress signal from headquarters, and at the highest level. Everyone's faces changed instantly. Something happened at headquarters. Lin Zhao's voice was filled with disbelief. Li Mu quickly pulled out his phone to check, then exclaimed, "An unknown high-risk soul artifact has appeared inside headquarters." What? High-risk? Where did a high-risk soul artifact come from at headquarters? Lin Xiao and Colin's expressions were filled with shock. Wang Qiwen and the others were equally bewildered. In the silence, Lu Ning calmly asked, "Captain, what do we do now?" Lin Xiao was silent for a moment before decisively stating, "Headquarters has several medium-risk soul artifacts, and the first division is permanently stationed there. With the alarm raised, other divisions will immediately provide support. They should hold out for a while against the high-risk soul artifact." His voice was firm and strong. "We need to find that woman. I believe this high-risk soul artifact might be related to her." He paused, his gaze sweeping across everyone present, his tone becoming even more serious. "We need to go underground first." "Captain, why are we going underground?" Qiu Yuelin asked in confusion. Lin Xiao looked directly into Qiu Yuelin's eyes, his expression grave. "To retrieve the soul artifact." Wei Xian and the others were taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Yes, it's time for you to retrieve them now." Lin Xiao quickly led the group downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, he turned to Colin with a look of trust. "Colin, you and Zhu Yunxiao wait here," Lin Xiao said, his voice steady and firm. Colin, already possessing a soul weapon, didn't need another, whereas Lu Ning, who could wield multiple soul weapons, would benefit from having more. Colin nodded slightly and glanced at Zhu Yunxiao, who wisely stood by his side, waiting on the first floor. Lin Xiao continued downward with the remaining members, their footsteps echoing in the stairwell. They soon arrived at the second basement level. For Lu Ning, this was his first time here. Compared to the first basement, it was darker, with a long corridor leading to a large door at the end. The door was crafted from silvery white metal, flanked by two small rooms. Lin Xiao turned to Wang Qiwen and the other two, his tone leaving no room for argument. "The three of you are not strong enough to enter the division's vault. Wait here. I'll choose suitable soul weapons for you." Wang Qiwen and the others nodded immediately, their expressions filled with trust in Lin Xiao. "Let's go," Lin Xiao said briefly to Li Mu and Lu Ning. The three of them quickly crossed the corridor and reached the silver-white door. Inside the two small rooms, an elderly man with white hair and a wrinkled face sat in each. Their expressions were cold, their sharp eyes scrutinizing the newcomers. "There's been a major incident at headquarters," Lin Xiao stated directly. "A divine favorer is in the base city, and we need soul weapons." These words caused a slight change in the previously expressionless faces of the two elders. They stood up simultaneously, approached the door, and each took out a key, inserting them into the locks on either side of the door. Their movements were synchronized as they turned the keys, and the sound of precise mechanical operation came from within the door. After the sound ceased, the door did not open immediately. A mechanical scanning light shot out from a device on the door, sweeping over each person. Then, Lu Ning heard one of the elders speak to the door. "Retrieve soul weapons. Open the door." The mechanical sound resumed, and moments later, the heavy metal door slowly opened, revealing two more elderly men standing behind it. Lin Xiao nodded slightly in greeting. "Follow me," one of the elders said calmly. Lu Ning and the others followed the elder inside. This was Lu Ning's first time entering the division's vault, and he noticed that the interior was also a corridor with tightly closed doors on either side. The spiritual radiation here was noticeably stronger, and Lu Ning could even see wisps of white mist floating in the air. The elder led the three to one of the doors, which opened to reveal a spacious room with neatly arranged black boxes. "3 soul weapons?" the elder inquired, his voice as cold as metal. Lin Xiao slightly smiled. "I don't need one. Get one for Mu Mu, and for Lu Ning." He paused. "He already has a handgun and a long knife. Do you have any rings, necklaces, or clothing-type soul weapons? If so, give him a full set." The elder's expression, usually indifferent and cold, showed a hint of surprise. That's against the rules, he pointed out calmly. Lin Xiao grinned, a determined glint in his eyes. Rules are dead, people are alive. There's a divine favorer in the base city, and the headquarters is in chaos. We need to enhance our combat power as much as possible, otherwise, our base city might be doomed. Hearing this, the elder fell silent, a thoughtful look in his eyes. After a moment, he nodded slowly. All right, Lin Xiao continued. Outside, there are 3 newcomers at the first level, each with a soul artifact. Their awakening abilities are water control, petrification, and strength enhancement. The old man nodded, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Let me see, he said, turning to enter a room where the sound of metal clanging and fabric rustling could be heard. Soon, he emerged with a white bracelet that glowed faintly and handed it to Li Mu. This is for you. It can increase energy output, the old man said calmly, then turned back to search the room again. Moments later, he came out holding a pair of shiny black shoes and a vest with a red metallic sheen, passing them to Lu Ning. These shoes can enhance speed and agility, and this vest can generate an energy shield while significantly boosting physical attributes. Lin Xiao looked at the 2 soul artifacts, frowning slightly with a hint of disappointment in his voice. Is that all? Are these the only ones suitable for Lu Ning? The old man glanced at Lin Xiao with an unperturbed expression. You know the number of soul artifacts in the division. Finding 2 is already good. Lin Xiao sighed. All right then. The old man continued his work and soon brought out 3 more artifacts. A ring embedded with blue runes, a pair of rough-textured gloves, and a giant battle axe almost as tall as a person. These are for Wang Qiwen and the others. The ring enhances elemental control. While the old man was finding suitable soul artifacts for Wang Qiwen and the others, Lu Ning quickly donned the metallic vest and shoes. As the artifacts touched his body, a warm sensation spread throughout him. He felt noticeably lighter, as if walking on air, and experienced a significant boost in strength and other abilities. Under the effects of the body refining technique, Lu Ning's physical condition already surpassed that of a typical 3rd-level body enhancement awakener. Now he felt his strength and speed had reached a new level, possibly rivaling a 4th-level body enhancement awakener. After receiving the soul artifacts, Lin Xiao's expression turned serious. He took a deep breath. Old Wang, bring out that artifact as well. Old Wang paused, a rare flicker of emotion crossing his usually indifferent eyes. He looked deeply at Lin Xiao. Are you sure? Beside them, Li Mu's expression changed, and he quickly looked at Lin Xiao. Captain, that artifact is too dangerous. Lin Xiao rubbed his nose and laughed heartily. I know the risks of that artifact. I won't use it unless absolutely necessary. Old Wang was silent for a moment, then quietly left the room. Follow me, he said, leading the group to another door. He took a deep breath before slowly opening it. As soon as the door opened, a strong scent of blood mixed with a dense white mist filled the air. Lu Ning immediately felt intense mental pressure. The white mist was clearly a potent mental radiation, far exceeding the combined radiation from all his current soul artifacts. The room was surprisingly empty, except for a blood-red box in the center, ominously glowing in the dim light. Old Wang cautiously stepped inside, picked up the box, and handed it to Lin Xiao. Only use it if you must. Lin Xiao nodded solemnly, strapping the box to his back. As soon as it touched him, his expression shifted slightly, but quickly returned to normal. Let's go. The group made their way down the corridor and soon reached the main door. Another old man guarding the entrance noticed the blood-red box on Lin Xiao's back, his eyes showing a hint of surprise. He nodded slightly at Lin Xiao before turning to open the door. Once the door was open, the 2 gatekeepers outside immediately focused on the box on Lin Xiao's back, their expressions grave but silent. Lin Xiao distributed the soul artifacts to Wang Qiwen and the others waiting at the door. These are yours. Unless it's absolutely necessary, try not to use them. They'll put a lot of mental strain on you. Wang Qiwen eagerly accepted the rune-inscribed ring, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Wei Xian carefully stored the gloves, treating them like precious treasures. Xiao Yuelin held the gigantic battle axe awkwardly, a troubled look on her face. Captain, isn't this weapon a bit too big? It's not very ladylike. Lin Xiao glared at her. This soul artifact suits you perfectly. Xiao Yuelin blushed slightly, embarrassed by his words, but obediently slung the axe over her back. The group quickly made their way outside, reaching the first floor. When Colin saw the blood-red box on Lin Xiao's back, his expression changed slightly. Captain, why are you bringing that? Just in case, Lin Xiao replied briefly. Colin paused, choosing not to say more. Let's move, Lin Xiao commanded, leading the group forward. The group hurried towards the door. Yuran was deeply engrossed in her game in the hall when she suddenly heard footsteps. She glanced up, and upon seeing the box on Lin Xiao's back, she froze as if struck by lightning, her face turning pale instantly. It wasn't until the figures disappeared beyond the hall that Yuran snapped out of her daze and stood up abruptly, about to chase after them, when Qin Feng happened to come downstairs. Xiaoran, where are you going? Qin Feng asked, puzzled. Seeing Qin Feng was like grasping at a lifeline for Yuran. She urgently asked, "Old Qin, why does the captain have that mid-level dangerous soul weapon? Is something serious happening?" Qin Feng's expression became serious. "This is classified information. You're not an awakener. You don't need to know about it." "What do you mean I don't need to know?" Yuran shouted angrily, her eyes reddening. "I'm part of the Mist Bureau too. Just because I'm not awakened, I don't have the right to know?" Qin Feng scratched his head helplessly. "The entire base city is in danger now. It's a big deal. It's not just you. Even I can't change anything." Yuran was stunned by his words, her face full of worry. Qin Feng continued, "What we can do now is do our job well and not distract them." Yuran nodded silently. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and his team had already reached the parking lot. As they walked, Kalin said, "I just got off the phone with Bowen. We have detailed information on Lillian." "The headquarters is in a critical situation," Lin Xiao said briskly. "We'll go straight to Lillian, handle her issue, and then head to the headquarters." At this point, Li Mu noticed Zhu Yunxiao following them and frowned, asking, "Why are you following us?" Zhu Yunxiao's eyes gleamed with hatred. "My father was killed by them. I want revenge." Lin Xiao turned to him. "What's your awakening ability?" "I'm a strength-enhanced awakener," Zhu Yunxiao explained. "My stamina is much higher than others at my level, and I can go without food or drink for a long time. I also have strong recovery abilities." As he mentioned this, he recalled Lu Ning's performance and his tone became somewhat dejected. "Though I'm not as good as this officer." Wang Qiwen couldn't help but tease. "Isn't that just a turtle's ability?" Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and then told Zhu Yunxiao, "Your strength isn't enough for combat. But you can go to the One Tree Bar and inform the owner, Tyrone, that there's a divine grace user in the base city, and the Mist Bureau headquarters is under attack. Tell him to mobilize all the awakeners he knows to support the headquarters. The Mist Bureau will offer a reward." "Got it." Zhu Yunxiao nodded in agreement. "I know where the bar is." With that, he immediately turned and ran towards the bar. Lu Ning and his group each got into their respective cars and, following the intel provided by Colin, headed towards Lillian's residence. As they were on their way, an advertisement screen on a nearby building suddenly flickered with static. After a few seconds of shaking, it switched to a scene resembling a news broadcast studio. In the center of the screen, a woman dressed in a black spaghetti strap gown slowly appeared. She was stunningly beautiful, with an air of elegance and danger. This sudden appearance made Lin Xiao and the others widen their eyes in surprise, and Lu Ning, who was driving, almost hit the brakes. "Isn't that Lillian?" Wei Xian, sitting in the car assigned by Lu Ning, pointed at the screen in shock. "How is she on TV?" Lu Ning frowned and shook his head. "I don't know." Colin's calm analysis came through the phone speaker immediately. "It's possible that entertainment group technicians forcefully switched the TV channel." This statement brought a brief silence among everyone in the communication. Lin Xiao looked serious. "It must be Tianqing Entertainment. As the leading entertainment group in the base city, they have the means to do this quickly. It seems Han Yu joining Happy Paradise wasn't just for the experiment, but also involved Tianqing Entertainment Group. What does this woman want to do?" Chu Yuelin's confused voice came through the communication. It wasn't just them who were puzzled. Passers-by on the street also stopped, their eyes glued to the screen. Many vehicles slowed down and halted, with drivers equally captivated by the woman on the screen. Lillian, as a powerful figure in Happy Paradise, had a strong allure. Even through the screen, she could ensnare ordinary people, making them unable to look away. On the screen, Lillian gracefully lifted her black dress hem and gave a polite bow to the camera, a bewitching smile forming on her face. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Lillian, and I'm here to ask everyone for a favor." Knowing no one would respond, she continued speaking. However, her voice now overlapped with many others, still alluring but with countless eerie tones echoing simultaneously. "Please, give in to depravity." As soon as she uttered these words, Lu Ning sensed something was off. The mental radiation across the entire base city rippled like a stone thrown into water. The expressions of pedestrians on the street changed rapidly. Some showed signs of pleasure, others pain, and some even turned grotesque and terrifying. Dozens of people trembled and collapsed to the ground, falling unconscious. At that moment, a deep roar pierced the air. A tall, muscular man began shedding his skin, revealing the grotesque muscle tissue beneath. His body swelled quickly, growing over 2 meters tall, with hands transforming into sharp claws and feet becoming unusually large. His clothes were torn to shreds, the fabric remnants falling to the ground. The appearance of this monstrous figure was like a cold splash of water, snapping the nearby ordinary people out of their descent into depravity. Terrified screams erupted along the street. However, the horror was just beginning. Other areas of the street echoed with similar roars. More ordinary people began to fall into depravity and mutate, the mental contamination within them suddenly surging and causing rapid illness. A couple holding hands were uncontrollably merged into one, becoming a genderless, deformed creature with 4 arms protruding from a twisted torso. Elsewhere, a regular citizen transformed into a creature on all 4s, with only a gaping mouth remaining on its head, voraciously consuming everything around it. As more mutated beings appeared, the entire street plunged into chaos. Uninfected individuals frantically pushed and shoved, desperately trying to escape the nightmare. In the vehicles, conscious drivers frantically started their engines to flee, while those who had mutated or fallen unconscious left their cars blocking the road, creating impassable obstacles. With just a single sentence, Lillian had plunged the entire street into unprecedented chaos. Get out of the car. Lin Zhao's terse command came through the phone. Lu Ning and Wei Xian quickly opened the car doors and leapt out. Ahead, Lin Xiao and his team were also exiting their sports car and SUV. The street was filled with abandoned vehicles as panicked passengers fled, the air thick with fear. As Colin stepped out, several steel needles appeared around him. In the next moment, they shot toward the vital points of the nearby mutated individuals, leaving several of them collapsing to the ground with their heads pierced. This sudden turn of events left the screaming bystanders momentarily stunned, unable to grasp who had acted. The group quickly gathered around Lin Xiao. Li Mu frowned. "Captain, what should we do now?" Lin Xiao glanced at the darkened large screen, his expression grave. Lillian isn't at her place, and the situation in the entire base city is chaotic. Finding her won't be easy. How about we deal with the nearby mutated ones first? Colin adjusted his glasses and surveyed the surroundings. If this continues, the casualties in the base city will be severe. All right, Lin Xiao decided swiftly. We'll split up. Mu, take Xiao Lin and Wei Xian. Lu Ning, take Wang Qiwen. Colin and I will operate independently. Prioritize handling the mutated ones. Since the screen here showed Lillian's image, other areas might be the same. With their assignments clear, the team dispersed quickly. Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen chose a direction and used the car rooftops for rapid movement. Soon, a piercing howl echoed. They turned to see a mutated creature with a gaping mouth devouring a corpse, the ground stained crimson with blood. Nearby, onlookers were paralyzed with fear at the gruesome sight. Just as Wang Qiwen raised his gun, a loud bang resounded. The mutated creature's head exploded, and Lu Ning holstered his smoking gun, the red rose. "Let's go," Lu Ning said simply, noticing Wang Qiwen's hesitant expression. As they ventured deeper, the number of mutated individuals exceeded their expectations. The streets were littered with the bloodied bodies of victims. The strength of the mutated ones varied, ranging from first to third level, but none could escape Lu Ning's shots. At an intersection, they heard the sounds of a fight nearby. Looking over, they saw two men and a woman attacking a hybrid mutated creature, with one of the middle-aged men already at the second level of strength. On the street, a young man and woman, both awakened fighters, were engaged in a fierce battle with a mutated creature. Lu Ning noticed that the young man had several wounds, with blood soaking through his clothes. Suddenly, a mutated creature with a large mouth emerged from an alley, charging towards the battlefield with its jaws wide open. The three awakened fighters found themselves in a perilous situation, struggling to fend off attacks from both sides. At this critical moment, a deafening gunshot pierced the air. The head of the fused mutant exploded instantly, followed by a second shot that took down the large-mouthed mutant, leaving it a headless corpse. The trio turned towards the source of the sound to see Lu Ning standing calmly on top of a car, holding a gun in both hands. He nodded slightly at them before turning to leave with Wang Qiwen. "Who was that? He took down two mutants with just 2 shots," the young man asked in shock. "That fused mutant was a second-tier one, and it got shot in the head with a single bullet. That gun's power is terrifying," the young woman exclaimed with wide eyes. The middle-aged man glanced at the corpses on the ground and said, "That must be a soul weapon. That young man may be unfamiliar, but his strength is at least second tier, if not higher. He's so skilled at such a young age. I wonder when he awakened. Let's not overthink it," the middle-aged man said seriously. "Something big is happening in the base city. Even though we're not particularly powerful, as members of the base city, we have to do our part. If the base city falls, none of us will survive." The two young fighters nodded solemnly. The captain is right. Along the way, Lu Ning saw more and more awakened fighters joining the battle, engaging with the ubiquitous mutants. These fighters, not affiliated with the Mist Bureau, had no obligation to fight, but seeing the increasing casualties among ordinary people, they couldn't help but step in. The security officers also joined the fight, and while their weapons were limited against high-tier mutants, they were effective against first-tier ones. By the time Lu Ning and Wang Qiwen finished clearing the area, it was noon. Returning to the vehicle, Wang Qiwen was pale and gasping for breath. Lin Xiao and the others had also returned, with Wei Xian and Qiu Yuelin equally exhausted. "Let's go to headquarters," Lin Xiao said. "How are we getting there?" Colin asked, adjusting his glasses. "I've contacted the security bureau. They're clearing the roads." "That works," Li Mu said. "Captain, what's the situation at headquarters now?" Lin Xiao's expression was grave. "We haven't heard anything for a while." This statement made Colin and the others' expressions turn serious as well. "Let's head to headquarters first and assess the situation." After a brief discussion, The group got into their vehicles and exited through a special passage opened by the security bureau, heading straight for headquarters. As the convoy moved slowly, Lu Ning observed the outside world through the car window, his expression growing increasingly grim. He realized that the outbreak was not confined to the 7th district, but it spread across various areas of the entire base city. The scenes on either side of the street where harrowing bodies lay scattered, and the cries of the survivors were heart-wrenching. Although most of the infected had been cleared by the Mist Bureau, the Security Bureau, and civilian awakeners, and the aftermath was being handled by the logistics department, the situation remained chaotic. Even with the special passage, the convoy's progress was painfully slow, testing everyone's patience. As they entered the central 1st district of the base city, Lu Ning furrowed his brow deeply. He fixed his gaze on the central area of the 1st district, where the concentration of white mist was unlike anything he had ever seen in the base city, almost solid in form. At that moment, Xiao Yuelin's voice came through his phone, filled with surprise. "Why is there white mist ahead?" Wang Qiwen's voice followed. "Is this white mist caused by psychic radiation? How can it be visible to the naked eye? The level of psychic pollution must be incredibly high." Lu Ning, puzzled, asked, "You can see the white mist too?" This surprised him because previously he was the only one who could see the psychic radiation. Wei Xian nodded solemnly. "We can see it." "Lu Ning, is this caused by psychic pollution?" The communication line fell silent as everyone awaited Lu Ning's explanation. Lu Ning nodded slightly. "Yes." Upon hearing this, everyone drew in a sharp breath. Lin Zhao's grave voice came through the communication. "Psychic radiation at this level is almost comparable to the mist. Is it caused by that high-risk soul artifact at headquarters? No wonder there's been no news from headquarters. Such intense psychic radiation must have completely isolated it from the outside world." Colin also expressed his concerns, echoing their worries. As the convoy continued towards their destination, the surroundings became increasingly eerie. The streets were nearly devoid of life, with only abandoned vehicles and scattered corpses and bloodstains. Occasionally, mutated creatures could be seen wandering between buildings, creating a chilling scene. As the convoy pressed on, a deafening roar erupted from above. A massive figure, over 3 meters tall, suddenly leaped from a rooftop, aiming directly at Lin Zhao's car at the front of the convoy. Lin Zhao reacted swiftly, accelerating his car just in time to avoid the creature's attack. The monster landed with a thunderous crash, causing the ground to crack and spiderweb-like fissures to spread in all directions. All 3 vehicles screeched to a halt, and everyone quickly disembarked to deal with the sudden threat. Lin Zhao's eyes burned with intensity as he glared at the hulking, muscle-bound creature. His expression filled with rage. "Damn it! You tried to wreck my car." In a flash, he vanished from his spot, and in the next moment, a crimson blade sliced through the air. The massive creature was cleanly bisected, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Still unsatisfied, Lin Zhao delivered 2 more swift strikes, reducing the monster to pieces before sheathing his weapon. Just as Colin was about to speak, a chorus of roars echoed from both sides of the street. The group turned to see over 20 mutated creatures emerging from the rooftops and alleys, their eyes fixed menacingly on them. The mutated creatures came in various forms. Aside from the common wide-mouthed mutants, fused mutants, and muscular giant mutants, there was a new type that appeared, resembling a humanoid figure covered entirely in tendrils. As soon as these mutants emerged, they launched an attack on Lu Ning and his group without hesitation. The tendrils of the humanoid mutant extended rapidly, with dozens of snake-like appendages shooting towards Lu Ning and the others. The battle erupted almost instantly, and Lu Ning's group immediately retaliated. Lin Zhao's figure vanished abruptly as he charged towards the enemy lines. Colin, using telekinesis, controlled steel needles to rain down on the mutants. An eye appeared on Li Mu's forehead, gathering energy beams. Lu Ning swiftly drew his dual pistols, accurately shooting at the oncoming mutants. These mutants were not particularly high-level, with the most formidable being the tendril-covered ones. The 2 tendril mutants were of the 4th tier, but Lin Zhao dispatched them effortlessly, as if slicing through vegetables. The remaining mutants were quickly dealt with by Colin, Li Mu, and Lu Ning. Meanwhile, Wang Qiwen and his companions stayed at the rear, not participating in the fight. Without soul weapons, they struggled to handle mutants above the 2nd tier, making solo combat nearly impossible. Facing so many enemies, they had no means to effectively counterattack. Once the battle subsided, Lin Zhao surveyed the area, his gaze settling on the bodies strewn on the ground. He spoke slowly. "It seems the mental contamination here is too severe. Ordinary people either mutate or perish." Colin glanced around, frowning. "This area spans 2 to 3 kilometers, and all the ordinary people here are dead." Lin Zhao sighed, shaking his head. "That's the way this world is. If the headquarters falls, the entire base city is doomed. Then, it won't just be these people who die. All of humanity will perish." "Should we continue driving?" Colin asked. Recalling the recent events, Lin Zhao hesitated slightly. "We should go on foot." It's likely filled with mutants inside. If we drive in and get ambushed, we might not be able to respond in time. He frowned slightly. Besides, I still haven't paid off my car loan. Almost got the car totaled. What a loss. Ignoring Lin Zhao's remarks, Lu Ning and the others turned and headed towards the headquarters. Just as they approached a street near the headquarters, they suddenly heard intense sounds of battle from another direction. Lin Xiao and his group tensed up, quickly looking towards the source of the commotion. They rushed towards the sound of the battle. Before long, they found a group of people fighting against the mutants. One particularly notable figure was a tall man with a metallic prosthetic leg, exuding a calm aura. Curiously, he was not directly fighting but instead directing other awakened individuals in their counterattack. Under his command, the actions of the awakened were coordinated and orderly, effectively suppressing the enemy despite the overwhelming number of mutants. On the other side, a rugged man stood out with his lively movements. He frequently appeared in areas difficult for the mutants to attack or defend, using a massive steel plate to block their assaults. Every time he was knocked away, he managed to get back up quickly, seemingly unharmed, continuing to shield his teammates from attacks. Seeing these two, Lin Xiao paused in surprise. Is that Tyron and Zhu Yunxiao? He murmured. Are these awakened ones reinforcements Tyron brought? I didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. It seems they came from another route. Colin adjusted his glasses, his eyes focused on the surrounding situation. Let's go and join them. All right. Lin Xiao nodded, leading his team toward Tyron and his group. Lin Xiao and his group hurried towards their destination, their footsteps catching the attention of Tai Long, who was directing the awakened ones. As he turned and saw them, a smile spread across his face. Ha ha ha, you're a bit late, aren't you? I thought you were already inside the headquarters. Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. You saw the broadcast earlier, right? It's chaos out there. We dealt with some of the mutated ones outside before coming here. We ran into a few on the way and took care of them. Tai Long nodded. But considering the situation at headquarters is more critical, we came straight over. What's the situation at headquarters now? Tai Long shook his head gravely. We've lost contact since earlier. The psychic interference is too severe. Lu Ning suddenly fixed his gaze on Tai Long, speaking calmly. Your mental contamination levels are rising. In this environment, your risk of mutation is high. Lin Zhao's face changed at these words. Old man, let us handle the rest. You and these folks aren't with the Mist Bureau, so stay out of the headquarters. Just help us deal with the mutated ones on the perimeter. What kind of talk is that? Tai Long frowned. I know my own condition. You've seen the exaggerated psychic interference at the headquarters. It's visible to the naked eye. Do you think just the few of you can handle it? We need every bit of help we can get. But your condition is unstable, Lin Xiao said, his brow furrowed. If you mutate, you'll be a problem for us. Tai Long grinned. Don't worry. I'll let you know if I'm about to mutate. Don't hold back then. You. Enough with the chatter. Tai Long interrupted impatiently. Let's deal with these mutated ones first. The situation at headquarters is dire, and every minute counts. Colin adjusted his glasses. Captain, time is of the essence. Lin Xiao nodded with a serious expression. All right. With Lin Xiao and his group joining in, the mutated ones were quickly dealt with. As they advanced towards headquarters, Tai Long introduced Lin Zhao's team to the independent awakened ones. Since most of them were regulars at the One Tree Bar, he mainly needed to introduce newcomers like Lu Ning. Guys, Tai Long pointed specifically at Lu Ning. This young man may look inexperienced, but he can handle 5th-tier mutated ones alongside Lin Xiao. He's already at the 2nd tier. Asking for his help in danger is nothing to be ashamed of. The independent awakened ones looked at Lu Ning in surprise. Lu Ning is already at the 3rd tier, Lin Xiao added with a smile. Tai Long stopped in his tracks, eyes wide. 3rd tier already? Lu Ning nodded calmly. Yes. Hiss. Tai Long and the others were stunned. Reaching the 3rd tier in just a few months was nothing short of monstrous. Lu Ning's gaze swept over the group of free awakened like a knife, causing the lower-ranked ones to avoid eye contact with him. If you encounter danger, you can call me, Lu Ning said calmly. Of course, I can't guarantee I can save you. This statement was like a shot of adrenaline, allowing many of the awakened to breathe a sigh of relief. They had initially assumed this stern-looking officer would be difficult to deal with, but he turned out to be approachable. Thank you, Officer Lu Ning, the awakened chimed in. The mission is important, and we won't cause any trouble. If the rescue doesn't impact headquarters, we'd appreciate your help. Exactly, someone echoed loudly. We came here with Boss Tai Long, fully prepared for sacrifice. If the Mist Bureau's headquarters is taken, the base city is doomed. Everything for the safety of the base city. We can die, but the Mist Bureau headquarters must be protected, came the resounding chorus. Lu Ning listened quietly, his gaze passing over their determined faces as he nodded slightly. Good. Wang Qiwen and Qiu Yuelin watched in shock, not expecting such resolve from these free awakened. Wei Xian noticed their expressions and explained with a smile. In the face of danger, humanity must unite. It's not just the awakened. Even ordinary officers are willing to sacrifice to protect the base city. For once, Wang Qiwen refrained from making a sarcastic remark. Xiao Yuelin took a deep breath and tightened her grip on the battle axe slung across her back. I can't let anything happen to the base city either. My parents are there. The team advanced quickly, effortlessly dispatching the sporadic mutated beings they encountered. Soon, the massive headquarters building loomed ahead, but their joy with short-lived structure was marred with battle scars, and the ground was battered, yet an eerie silence prevailed. Just as Lin Xiao was about to scout ahead, footsteps echoed from the mist. For figures emerged, led by Lu Chong, an awakened Lu Ning had met before. Old Lu, why are you so late? Lin Xiao exclaimed in surprise. But before he could finish, Lu Ning's red rose opened fire. Amid the deafening gunshots, a ghastly wound appeared on Lu Chong's chest, but instead of blood, a slow-moving white wax oozed out. As the group looked on in shock, Lu Ning continued to fire without hesitation. However, Lu Chong's body twisted and transformed into a mass of incredibly resilient white wax, rendering the bullets ineffective. Mutants. Talon frowned, and the others displayed expressions of shock and anger. Could there really be mutants capable of altering their appearance? At that moment, the three mutants began to transform, their bodies morphing into bizarre figures made of white wax. Lu Chong, his face twisted with ferocity and covered in wounds, slowly rose from the ground. The wounds healed at a visible pace, leaving no trace behind. In a mechanical voice, he declared, "You all will die here. Die, you bastard!" Lin Xiao shouted in fury, vanishing in an instant and reappearing in front of Lu Chong. His hands transformed into sharp bone blades, slashing out with crimson arcs of light. To everyone's surprise, this mutant reacted swiftly. His hands were quickly solidified with white wax, forming two long swords that blocked Lin Xiao's attack. The clash of bone and wax blades resounded with a deafening metallic clang. The two figures moved like lightning across the square, their passage kicking up fierce winds and cracking the ground beneath them, sending debris flying. Meanwhile, Colin had already launched steel needles at one of the white wax mutants. The needles penetrated the mutant's body, but strangely, it seemed unaffected. With a malicious grin, it lunged at Colin. Colin furrowed his brow, pushed with his hands, and a powerful telekinetic force slammed the white wax mutant into the ground. He then quickly focused his energy, clasping his hands to lock the mutant in place with his telekinesis. However, just as he was about to tear it apart, the mutant unleashed an astonishing burst of strength, breaking free from Colin's control. Colin adjusted his glasses slightly, remarking coolly, "Pretty sturdy body." At that moment, the other two white wax mutants had already joined the first one. A cold gleam flashed in Li Mu's eyes as the eye on his forehead opened wide, firing a laser that instantly struck one of the mutants. The laser moved with incredible speed, scorching the mutant's body, but the injury didn't seem fatal. The attacked mutant turned angrily towards Li Mu and charged at him. Talon quickly commanded, "Sarah, Wang Yang, use your powers to hold them off. Zhu Yanxiao, you too, keep attacking everyone." He paused, then continued, "These mutants are just low level. Don't worry too much. If they were mid-level or high-level, Colin wouldn't have repelled them so easily. Since they're low level, we just need to find their weaknesses. Target their heads and hearts. Look for their vulnerable spots." Just as Talon's words faded, two gunshots rang out. One of the white wax mutants sensed the danger and tried to evade quickly. However, the bullets seemed to defy physics, curving midair to hit the mutant's head and heart directly. Its head and chest were pierced, blood gushing out like a fountain. The mutant's body trembled a few times before collapsing to the ground. Lu Ning calmly stated, "The weak spot is the heart." The other Free Awakeners looked at Lu Ning with a hint of confusion. They had previously witnessed the power of Lu Ning's dual pistols, but how were those bullets able to curve? Unlike their astonishment, Colin remained unerringly composed, almost instinctively firing a steel needle into the heart of the mutated creature. With a soft whooshing sound, the creature's chest was pierced through, blood gushing out like a fountain, staining the ground crimson as it collapsed heavily. Li Mu, not to be outdone, swiftly attacked another creature, delivering a fatal blow to its heart. After Colin dispatched the creature, he turned to shout to Lin Xiao in the distance, "Captain, the weak spot is the heart." Lin Xiao's response was quick and decisive, his voice emerging from the mist, "Got it." Immediately, the sounds of fierce combat echoed once more, and soon, a sharp scream tore through the night. Lin Xiao emerged slowly from the fog, a cold expression on his face as he flicked blood off his bone knife. Colin and Tyrone exchanged glances and looked at Lu Ning, relieved to see nothing amiss with him, and both broke into smiles. Lin Xiao wiped the blood from his bone knife, chuckling lightly. "That guy was a 5th rank, but he was no match for me." As he spoke, he prepared to move on. However, just as they were about to delve deeper, footsteps approached from afar. Everyone tensed, frowning once again. Lin Xiao muttered under his breath, "Why are there so many mutated creatures?" Soon, 7 figures emerged from the mist, heading towards them. Leading them was Lu Chong. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, Lu Chong's face broke into a smile. "Old Lin, how's the situation?" But Lin Zhao's response was to reform the bone knife back into his hands, pointing it at Lu Chang with a cold expression. Stop. Lu Chang and his team halted, momentarily stunned, then cautiously stopped in their tracks. Lu Chang fixed his gaze on Lin Zhao, his eyes flicking towards Colin and the others, speaking calmly. Old Lin, is there some misunderstanding? Lin Zhao didn't answer, instead turning his gaze to Lu Ning. Lu Ning, what's your take? Lu Ning replied calmly. Not mutated creatures. Hearing this, Lin Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, retracting his bone knife and offering an apologetic smile. Sorry, old Lu. We ran into 4 shape-shifting mutants earlier. One of them even took on your appearance. Shape-shifting mutants? Mimicking me. Lu Chang and his team immediately turned serious. Lin Zhao pointed to the corpse of a mutated creature on the ground. Look, there's the body. Lu Chang frowned, his gaze sharpening as he examined the corpse. Then how do you prove you're not mutants? The team behind Lu Chang also stood on high alert. Lin Zhao rolled his eyes, a hint of impatience in his voice. How about I remind you where you went at the end of last year? Lu Chang paused, his face turning awkward, followed by a few coughs. I believe you. Lu Chang's team glanced curiously at him, then at Lin Zhao. Feeling the eyes on his back, Lu Chang tensed, sweat almost breaking out in cold beads down his spine. He quickly changed the subject. We just finished dealing with the mutants in our area, and we're heading over. What about you guys? Lin Zhao replied succinctly. We arrived not long ago, and the situation at headquarters is still unclear. Lu Chang nodded, his expression growing serious. It might be the illusory star realm, or perhaps. He trailed off, but Lin Zhao and the others understood his implication. Lin Zhao interjected firmly. No way. If headquarters had fallen, that God-blessed from joyful paradise would have started spreading mental radiation by now. Those God-blessed mostly aim to please evil gods. That lunatic would definitely try to sacrifice the entire city to the fallen angel. Lu Chang nodded in agreement. True. Let's go. Let's see what joyful paradise is up to. The team regrouped and headed towards the headquarters entrance. As they entered the gate, they found themselves in the same familiar hall. The hall was empty, filled with a murky and dim atmosphere, and a thick white mist reduced visibility. The group moved cautiously inside, checking their phones only to discover that there was no signal, making communication with headquarters impossible. After a brief exchange, Lu Chang, Lin Zhao, and Tai Long decided to proceed floor by floor for safety. The moment everyone stepped into the hall, the entire space suddenly twisted and deformed. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ning realized that most of the people around him had vanished, leaving only him and 3 others, Xiao Yuelin and 2 independent awakeners. Fear was etched on Xiao Yuelin's face as she quickly moved closer to Lu Ning, her voice trembling. Lu Ning, what happened? Why are the others gone? Lu Ning scanned the surroundings with a sharp gaze and shook his head slightly. I don't know. The other 2 independent awakeners also gathered around Lu Ning instinctively. An elderly man with graying hair spoke calmly. Officer Lu Ning, you are the strongest here. We'll follow your lead. What should we do next? A woman with a delicate appearance, Wang Yin, nodded in agreement. I agree with Mr. Qi. Officer Lu Ning, we'll follow your orders. Lu Ning accepted the responsibility, focusing his attention on the direction of the second-floor platform. With both hands, he drew his guns, his voice calm yet alert. Infected are coming. As soon as he spoke, chaotic footsteps echoed from the second-floor platform, growing closer. Soon, a group of grotesque, twisted creatures emerged from the corridor deep in the platform. They seemed to be a fusion of several humans, with remnants of silver-white protective suits on their bodies, once the guards of the headquarters, now infected. More than a dozen infected leaped down from the second floor, rushing towards Lu Ning and his group. Qi Wu, the silver-haired elder, turned pale, pressing his hands firmly on the ground. Walls of earth rose. Office awakening ability, earth element control. The earth walls temporarily blocked the infected's advance. Some crashed directly into the walls, causing a deafening boom as the walls shook violently and cracks spread. Others skillfully maneuvered around the obstacles, continuing their encirclement. In this critical moment, Lu Ning fired his guns repeatedly. The red rose and white rose roared like small cannons in the hall, each shot shattering an infected's head. Most of the infected had their heads blown apart by the bullets, their bodies sliding a short distance before coming to a stop. However, 2 larger infected creatures only suffered minor head injuries, their defense capabilities clearly surpassing the 3rd tier. They reacted swiftly, shielding their heads with their arms. Even more horrifying, their arms, with twisted flesh, had sprouted numerous eyes. The eyes swiveled and then fixed their gaze on Lu Ning. He glanced at the eerie eyeballs and raised his hand to fire 2 shots. However, the 2 mutants reacted swiftly, their numerous arms instantly shielding their vital areas and blocking the bullets. Lu Ning immediately shifted his aim, concentrating his fire on the other mutants. Gunshots echoed as one mutant after another fell. When only 4 remained, the 2 4th-tier mutants closed in on Lu Ning, dozens of arms reaching for him with a whooshing sound. In a critical moment, Lu Ning tapped his foot, and his figure vanished. A flash of white light followed by a thunderous roar sent one of the mutants flying with a heavy blow. The massive body, over 3 meters tall, spun in the air, bones cracking loudly as blood sprayed like a fountain. The other fourth-tier mutant barely had time to react before Lu Ning reappeared in front of it. The twin heads on its neck and the eyeballs all over its body showed signs of terror. Lu Ning's right fist, glowing with blinding white light like a miniature sun, struck out fiercely. Boom. White energy waves surged as the mutant desperately extended multiple arms to block, only to have them all break upon contact. The punch's momentum was unstoppable, crashing into its chest. The powerful impact caved in its chest cavity, sending it flying backward like a cut kite, blood gushing from its mouth. The mutant landed heavily over 10 meters away, still stubbornly trying to rise using its remaining 3 arms. Lu Ning strode forward, stomped it down, and fired 4 shots into its collapsed chest. Amidst the splattering flesh, the tenacious fourth-tier mutant finally lost all signs of life. Turning to the previously spinally injured fourth-tier mutant, Lu Ning saw it crawling towards him with fierce snarls. As Lu Ning approached, the mutant suddenly lunged. Lu Ning sidestepped, delivering a soul-shaking kick that sent it flying again, following up with several shots to ensure its death. Meanwhile, Qiu Yulin and her team were struggling against the remaining 2 mutants. Qi Wu used earth element control to barely hold one at bay, while Wang Yan's sonic attacks, combined with Qiu Yulin's suppressive fire, kept the other at bay. Lu Ning fired 2 shots, decisively ending the battle. When the 3 saw the 2 severely battered fourth-tier mutant corpses, Qi Wu and Wang Yan gasped in awe, their eyes filled with respect. Qi Wu remarked, "Officer Lu's strength is truly formidable, taking down 2 fourth-tier mutants in such a short time." "Indeed, your skills are among the top in the base city," Wang Yan nodded repeatedly. Hearing their praises, Qiu Yulin proudly puffed out her chest. "Do you even need to say it? Brother Lu Ning is super powerful." Lu Ning remained calm and said softly, "Let's go, continue inside." Lu Ning led the way, with Qiu Yulin and the others following closely. The sound of their footsteps echoed through the vast hall, highlighting the eerie silence of the headquarters. They conducted a thorough search on the first floor, where the bloodstains and bodies in the offices silently recounted the fierce battle that had taken place. However, there was no trace of any survivors. Abandoning the use of the elevator, Lu Ning led the group towards the stairwell. As soon as they stepped inside, a fierce gust of wind rushed towards them. A strikingly handsome man, wielding a dagger, aimed directly at Lu Ning's heart. Just as the dagger was about to strike its target, a faint red shield suddenly appeared, causing the dagger to halt in midair. The handsome man's pupils contracted sharply. "A soul artifact?" he muttered. Before he could react, the muzzle of a gun was already aimed at his forehead. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the man's head exploded, splattering the walls with blood and brain matter. He was quite handsome. Who would have thought he was a cultist? Wang Yan remarked, looking at the headless body with slight regret. "No, he was a mutant," Lu Ning corrected her. "Do all mutants look this good now?" Wang Yan asked, surprised. Qiu Yuelin explained. "It's the effect of the fallen incense from the joyous heaven. It's similar to how Gao Tianlin looked after mutating." As they continued their search upstairs, the situation on the second floor was no better. Although they encountered several mutants, there was still no sign of any survivors. This left Wang Yan and Qi Wu feeling increasingly heavy-hearted. "Why haven't we found a single survivor? We can't even locate the teammates who came in with us. What the hell is this place?" Qi Wu's expression was grim. "Your mental contamination level is rising. You need to stay calm," Lu Ning calmly reminded him. "My mental contamination is increasing?" Qi Wu's face changed slightly. "Old man Qi, you do seem more irritable than before," Qiu Yuelin agreed. Just then, a loud boom echoed from afar. The group sprinted towards the sound and, rounding a corner, they were met with a shocking sight. In a metallic corridor, 2 trench coat-clad Mist Bureau operatives members who had previously accompanied Yin Feng to escort supplies were fiercely battling a group of mutants. The 2 were covered in blood, unable to even use their awakened abilities. As Lu Ning and the others arrived, a mutant with tentacles on its back suddenly attacked, its thick appendages striking the female operative in the chest with force. The woman was sent flying the moment she was hit, blood gushing from her mouth. "Xiaoyan!" The man cried out in anguish, his hand trembling uncontrollably around his gun, overwhelmed with despair. Just as the tendrils lashed out again, a sharp gunshot pierced the air. The bullet precisely severed the mutated creature's tendrils, followed by another bullet that whistled through the air, hitting the creature squarely in the head. Despite reeling back from the impact, its hard skull remained intact clearly. This was a formidable 4th-level mutant. The interruption in the attack gave the man a moment to catch his breath. He retreated quickly, narrowly avoiding the assaults of other mutants. At this point, Lu Ning stepped forward with composure, dual guns in hand, and began a precise onslaught against the encroaching mutants. By sensing the level of mental corruption within the mutants, Lu Ning could accurately gauge their strength. His bullets prioritized the weaker ones below the third level, swiftly taking them down. Eventually, only 3 fourth-level mutants remained: the tentacle monster, the big-mouthed creature, and the muscle giant. The tentacle monster struck first, its dozen tendrils snaking forward. The big-mouthed creature opened its gaping maw, corrosive saliva dripping and sizzling on the metal floor. The muscle giant's immense weight made the corridor tremble, leaving deep impressions with every step. Facing these formidable foes, Lu Ning remained calm. He holstered his guns and clenched his fists, disappearing in an instant. When he reappeared, he was in front of the tentacle monster. The frenzied tendrils lashed at him, but were obliterated into a mist of blood by a soul-shaking punch that shone with white light. Lu Ning's fist then crashed heavily onto the monster's head, shattering it into pieces. Before the tentacle monster's body hit the ground, Lu Ning had already flashed again. The muscle giant's powerful punch missed, leaving a massive dent in the floor. Lu Ning appeared above the giant, ready to strike, but the big-mouthed creature suddenly lunged from the side, its claws aiming for his throat. The shield of his blood-red armor blocked the fatal blow just in time. Lu Ning grabbed the creature's claw and smashed it down onto the muscle giant below. The two mutants collided with a thunderous crash, and Lu Ning followed up, stomping on the big-mouthed creature's back and pummeling its head until it caved in. Even with its skull deformed, the big-mouthed creature stubbornly attempted to retaliate, only to have its bones crushed by a soul-imbued kick from Lu Ning. The muscle giant seized the opportunity to counterattack with a powerful punch aimed at Lu Ning. The shield held for a moment before shattering, sending Lu Ning flying. However, he agilely twisted in midair, kicked off the wall, and launched himself like an arrow back towards the muscle giant. The muscular giant roared furiously as Lu Ning charged at him with incredible speed. Clenching his fists tightly, he swung them down forcefully towards Lu Ning. In response, Lu Ning's eyes flashed coldly, and his right hand, glowing with a bright white light, met the attack heat-in. As their fists collided, a deafening explosion echoed through the corridor, followed by the sound of bones cracking and the giant's agonized scream. Despite Lu Ning's smaller stature compared to the muscular giant, and his fists not as large, the full force of his powerful strike shattered the giant's bones instantly. The giant staggered back several steps, struggling to keep his balance under the immense impact. Without hesitation, Lu Ning landed and swiftly charged at the retreating giant again, fists clenched tightly. He unleashed a relentless barrage of punches 1, 2, 3, forcing the giant to continuously retreat. Even though the giant boasted the strongest defense among fourth-stage mutants, his chest was completely shattered by the third punch, with the powerful force rupturing his internal organs. Yet, the giant's formidable vitality allowed him to muster a retaliatory punch. However, just as his fist was about to reach Lu Ning, his strength vanished, and his enormous body collapsed like a kite with a broken string. Looking at the 3 fourth-stage mutant corpses on the ground, Lu Ning exhaled softly, then turned to glance at the 3 people behind him. Xiao Yuelin, Wang Yan, and Shi Wu had all witnessed Lu Ning's prowess and were already keenly aware of his capabilities. Seeing him single-handedly defeat 3 fourth-stage mutants did not surprise them much. However, the man from the 1st Division's action team was on his knees, anxiously bending over and gripping the hand of the woman who had been struck away earlier. He was oblivious to Lu Ning's presence, his eyes red and nose twitching as he called out hoarsely, "Xiaoyan, hang in there. You must survive." Lu Ning's gaze fell on the woman lying on the ground, blood continuously trickling from her mouth, her face pale as paper, and her breath weak. She struggled to lift her head to look at the man, her lips parting as if to speak, only to cough up more blood. She reached out, her hand feebly touching the man's face. He quickly leaned in, gripping her hand tightly. The woman swallowed the blood with difficulty and rasped out, "Live, on." Before she could finish, her eyes lost their light, and she ceased to breathe. The man looked at her cold face, his lips quivering violently, tears slipping down uncontrollably as he opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. His eyes were vacant, as if his soul had departed, fixated on the woman's face, his heart heavy with despair. Standing nearby, Xiao Yuelin, young as she was, felt waves of sorrow washing over her, unconsciously wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Wang Yan and Shi Wu remained silent, having long grown accustomed to such farewells in their prolonged battles. Beyond sighs, there was little more they felt. The corridor's atmosphere turned exceptionally silent. Lu Ning stepped forward, approaching the man, and said calmly, "She's gone." The man froze, his body trembling slightly as he seemed to return from his grief. He sniffed hard, wiping away his tears, gently laying the woman's hand down, and looked up at Lu Ning, his voice choked. "Brother, sorry you had to see that." Lu Ning shook his head. "It's all right, it's only human." The man forced a smile that looked more like a grimace and suddenly said softly, "I know you. You're Lu Ning, right? Your performance during the last assault on the Happy Heaven's upper echelons was truly impressive." Lu Ning nodded, his voice calm. I am Lu Ning. Are you asking about the situation at headquarters? I've heard there's a high-risk soul artifact that appeared there. How did it come to be? The man's face suddenly turned furious, his eyes filled with deep hatred as he said coldly, "We were all deceived. Those bastards from the land of joy got themselves captured on purpose. They knew we would confiscate all the fallen incense. But those incenses weren't just ordinary dangerous goods. They were embryos of a soul artifact." Soul artifact embryos? Lu Ning frowned, his mind involuntarily recalling the appearance of a soul artifact embryo he had seen at the black market in a bar named a tree. Soul artifact embryos are among the dangerous items, emitting strong mental radiation, much like the fallen incense. He couldn't help but wonder if the high-risk soul artifact had actually evolved from these fallen incenses. But how could that be possible? How could such a high-level soul artifact undergo transformation so easily? Chi Wu's eyes flickered with doubt. Normally, a high-level soul artifact can't transform so easily. But the man let out a bitter laugh, his tone filled with pain. Under normal circumstances, a high-level soul artifact wouldn't complete its transformation so smoothly. But those members of the Land of Joy sacrificed themselves. They used their own bodies as vessels, harboring the incenses, which ultimately allowed the high-risk soul artifact to be born. What? Sacrificed themselves? Qiu Yuelin's eyes widened in shock. All those members of the Land of Joy sacrificed themselves? That's insane. Wang Yin and Qi Wu exchanged glances, their expressions filled with shock. Although they weren't sure how many members the Land of Joy had, the implication was that the number wasn't small. For so many people to sacrifice themselves just to give birth to a soul artifact was unimaginable for ordinary, awakened ones. The man glanced at the shocked trio and then looked at the still calm Lu Ning. He spoke softly. "This kind of madness is beyond the understanding of ordinary people, perhaps even beyond yours. But this madness almost entirely stems from the evil god and its followers. I think, Lu Ning, you might understand." Lu Ning was slightly taken aback, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. "No, I can't understand it either." The man didn't say more and continued. "After they sacrificed themselves, the fallen incense burner emerged. Once it appeared, powerful mental radiation and corrupting forces began to spread. The first wave of mental radiation caused numerous ordinary people working at headquarters, including medical staff and defense guards, to mutate. You must have seen the mutated ones." Lu Ning nodded gently. "What about the others? Director Wang, their deputy leader, and their leader, what happened to them?" The man's expression darkened, revealing a look of pain, and he spoke in a deep voice. "As soon as the fallen incense burner was born, they went to the treasure vault to retrieve a mid-risk soul artifact, intending to seal the burner. An unclaimed high-risk soul artifact is extremely dangerous, but if we spare no expense, a mid-tier awakened one using a mid-risk soul artifact might have a chance to seal it. But, Wang Yan's voice trembled slightly. "Is the fallen incense burner alive?" The man's expression turned even more grim, his lips trembling slightly as he said, "Yes, the fallen incense burner is alive. It seemed to realize the danger it was in and corrupted a mid-risk soul artifact from headquarters, the illusory star realm. Then, it used the illusory star realm to divide the space, scattering Director Wang and the others, as well as us." Lu Ning's brow furrowed deeply as he calmly analyzed. "So, you got separated from the others and were attacked by the mutated ones until now." The man let out a bitter laugh, his eyes filled with helplessness. "Not completely separated. Originally, I was with Xiaoyan and 7 others, but they all died." Lu Ning and the others listened to the man's words in silent contemplation. After a moment, Lu Ning asked, "Where's the fallen incense burner?" The man looked at Lu Ning in surprise, a hint of undisguised concern in his eyes. "It's a high-risk soul artifact. Even its mental radiation might be too much for you to handle. Going there could mean death." Lu Ning replied calmly, "I'll go alone. The others won't." Qiu Yuelin was taken aback, her mouth opened as if to speak, but she ultimately remained silent. She knew her own strength. Facing such a high-risk soul artifact, even the mental radiation could harm her. Wang Yin and Qi Wu also said nothing, fully aware of their limits after countless life-and-death trials. The man was silent for a while before finally speaking slowly. "The fallen incense burner is on the 6th floor, where the incense research used to be." Lu Ning nodded, responding in a calm voice, "Got it." Then, he glanced around and continued, "Are there any other survivors here?" The man shook his head. "I don't know. We didn't find any other survivors. We came down from the 3rd floor and haven't been to the upper floors. But it seems like quite a few of you came, so maybe others have entered. How can the space division be eliminated?" The man frowned. "You need to find the illusory star realm to break the space division, but I don't know where the illusory star realm is right now." Lu Ning seemed deep in thought and then asked no more questions. "The mutated ones here have been cleared. You can rest here. We'll be on our way." The man gave Lu Ning a faint smile, his eyes weary. "Lu Ning, I knew from the start you were different. Maybe you can survive. Good luck." Lu Ning replied softly, "I won't die." The man said nothing more, gently smoothing the hair of the fallen woman at his feet. Without another word, Lu Ning turned to leave. Xiao Yuelin and Wang Yin followed closely, with Qi Wu quickly catching up. Their footsteps echoed in the empty corridor. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the silence, and they all halted. Lu Ning turned back to see the man holding the woman in a tight embrace, as if they had found eternal peace. Xiao Yuelin covered her mouth, her eyes quickly reddening. Wang Yin murmured, "I never expected." Qi Wu was silent for a moment, his gaze dim. "Shall we go?" Lu Ning nodded, and they continued on. The headquarters of the Mist Bureau was vast, with complex corridors on each floor. As they searched and advanced, they encountered more mutated ones, but still found no other survivors. The man had mentioned that everyone in their team had died, and none of the action team members who had entered with them appeared in this space. To the third floor, Lu Ning directed, heading towards the stairs. Just as they were about to move on, the space suddenly twisted, and a phantom image appeared before them. In the scene, several awakened were besieged by mutated creatures. Despite their desperate struggle, they couldn't turn the tide. A young man was seized by a massive muscular monster and dragged from the defensive circle into the swarm of mutated ones. His face was filled with terror as he cried out in despair, "Help me!" In the next moment, he was torn to pieces by the mutated creatures. Qi Wu's face changed drastically, his mouth twitching slightly, his voice hoarse. "It's Reagan." Others with him were friends we came with. Wang Yan's face was pale, her body trembling slightly. She stared unblinkingly at the illusory remnants before her. Witnessing the collapse of the defensive circle after Reagan's death, the line formed by other awakened ones was torn apart, like paper by the mutants, consuming everyone mercilessly. Severed limbs flew through the air, and blood gushed like a fountain, an utterly horrific scene. Xiao Yuelin bent over, retching uncontrollably, her whole body shaking as fear became increasingly evident in her eyes. Only Lu Ning remained expressionless, calmly observing the phantom images. "This seems to be a projection using the power of the illusory star realm," Lu Ning analyzed calmly. "I suspect it's the work of that fallen censor." Xiao Yuelin looked up, incredulous. "Why would a soul artifact do this?" Lu Ning glanced at her, his voice steady. "To instill fear. In fear, the mind gradually collapses, making mutation easier." The words struck like a thunderclap, freezing Wang Yin and Qi Wu in place, stark terror reflected in their eyes. Wang Yin swallowed hard. A soul artifact with such ideas? Qi Wu trembled violently, his voice shaking. "Does that mean we're all being toyed with by it?" Lu Ning shook his head, his tone still calm. "Not necessarily. If it were truly that powerful, it wouldn't rely on these little tricks." As soon as he finished speaking, the mutants in the phantom began to materialize, appearing one by one in the hallway. These creatures, fresh from their slaughter, locked their murderous gazes on Lu Ning and the others, their eyes exuding a suffocating terror. Xiao Yuelin involuntarily held her breath, while Wang Yin and Qi Wu instinctively took 2 steps back. Only Lu Ning remained unchanged, calmly raising his dual pistols. Gunfire erupted in the hallway, followed by thunderous booms. Within a minute, the mutants that had torn through a group of awakened ones lay dead, their bodies littering the corridor. Lu Ning calmly reloaded his pistols, turning to the 3 behind him. "It seems the fallen censor can bring mutants from other spatial dimensions into ours. Be careful." Xiao Yuelin nodded in agreement. Just then, Qi Wu let out a low chuckle. "Haha." Lu Ning turned to Qi Wu, frowning immediately. In his view, the originally sparse white mist within Qi Wu was growing rapidly, indicating a sharp increase in mental pollution. Wang Yin and Xiao Yuelin also noticed the anomaly, quickly distancing themselves from Qi Wu. "Qi Lao, are you okay?" Wang Yin tried to call out to him. Qi Wu continued his eerie laughter. "We won't survive. We're all going to die? High-risk soul artifacts are too terrifying. We'll be torn apart like the others." The back of his shirt began to wriggle unnaturally, as if tentacles were slithering beneath, his expression gradually becoming hideous and twisted. Suddenly, Qi Wu's body shuddered violently, and the writhing beneath his clothes temporarily ceased. He looked up at Lu Ning, eyes filled with pleading. "Don't kill me. I can still be saved. I'm not fully mutated yet." Lu Ning remained silent, simply pressing the red rose pistol to Qi Wu's forehead. Fear became even more apparent in Qi Wu's eyes. "No, don't kill me." But in the next second, his expression twisted into a snarl. "You forced me." A sharp stone pillar shot up from beneath Lu Ning, aiming between his legs. Yet, as it approached, it was blocked by a red light shield. Bang! Qi Wu's head exploded with the gunshot. Lu Ning holstered the smoking red rose, speaking calmly. "Let's go." Wang Yin looked mournfully at Qi Wu's headless body, then followed Lu Ning with Xiao Yuelin. The 3 of them reached the 3rd floor and continued their search for survivors. However, despite searching the entire floor, they only found a few mutated individuals. Wang Yin paused for a moment and speculated. Could it be that the team we encountered earlier has already dealt with the mutated ones here? After all, they appeared on the 3rd floor first. "That's possible," Lu Ning replied, leading them to the 4th floor. Upon stepping onto the fourth floor, Lu Ning immediately sensed the intense mental radiation in the air. Clearly, they were getting closer to the fallen incense burner, and the radiation was becoming stronger. For Lu Ning, this radiation had little effect, but Qiu Yuelin and Wang Yan's expressions grew serious. Lu Ning, do you hear anything? Qiu Yuelin asked nervously, glancing around. Wang Yan nodded. I hear it too. It sounds like whispers echoing, but I can't make them out. Lu Ning remained calm and said, it's likely the mental radiation causing hallucinations. Upon hearing this, the two women's faces changed drastically, and they fell silent. After a moment's thought, Lu Ning spoke again. If you stay here too long, you might mutate. You should head back down. The first 3 floors are clear and should be safe. Wang Yan anxiously said, but, you saw it earlier. The fallen incense burners pull will attract more mutants. If it's just the 2 of us, we'll be overwhelmed. Qiu Yuelin furrowed her brow. Lu Ning, maybe we should stick with you. In their experiences on the previous floors, Wang Yan and Qiu Yuelin realized that staying with Lu Ning was their best chance for survival. Lu Ning said nothing more, simply replying, I don't mind, but I'm concerned you might not handle it. We'll manage, they both nodded firmly. So, Lu Ning turned and led them out of the stairwell. As soon as he stepped into the corridor, he spotted 2 mutated individuals. One of them showed severe signs of mental pollution, with energy levels reaching the 4th tier. This was likely due to their proximity to the fallen incense burner, which enhanced the mutant's power. The 2 mutants charged at Lu Ning and his companions without hesitation. However, for Lu Ning, they were easy targets. He swiftly shot one of the 3rd-tier mutants in the head, then delivered a powerful punch to crush the skull of the 4th-tier mutant. The intense sounds of battle caused several doors along the corridor to burst open, releasing more mutants. Among them were 3 particularly fierce 4th-tier mutants. Yet, Lu Ning remained unfazed and quickly dispatched these formidable foes. After the battle, the corridor was littered with the bodies of the fallen mutants and pools of blood, resembling a desolate battlefield. Lu Ning calmly said, let's go. He led Qiu Yuelin and Wang Yan over the gruesome remains, pressing deeper into the building. After traversing 2 more corridors, they encountered another illusionary projection. This time, it featured 4 people, 2 of whom were familiar faces to Lu Ning, Wang Qiwen, and Tai Long. The other 2 were strangers, and none of the awakened individuals Tai Long had brought were present. At this moment, all 4 looked to be in dire straits. Wang Qiwen's left arm was twisted unnaturally, likely broken, and he appeared pale and drained, devoid of his usual vigor. Tai Long was covered in blood, and his complexion was alarmingly weak. The 2 strangers were in even worse condition, drenched in blood, and so pale they could barely stand. Among the 4, Tai Long appeared to be the most stable, but his pale face and the occasional grim expression revealed otherwise. Since this was a virtual projection of space, Lu Ning couldn't directly gauge Tai Long's level of mental pollution. However, judging by his expression, it was clear he was on the brink of a breakdown. Wang Yan and Qiu Yuelin stood behind Lu Ning and witnessed the scene as well. Qiu Yuelin immediately recognized Wang Qiwen and exclaimed, Lu Ning, it's Brother Wang. Is his hand injured? Lu Ning nodded silently. Throughout their journey, Qiu Yuelin had been well protected by Lu Ning, with the only threat being the omnipresent mental radiation. It wasn't until she saw Wang Qiwen's dire state that she realized how fortunate she had been. Wang Yan frowned as she observed. Another illusion trying to scare us? Where are the mutated ones? Just as she finished speaking, footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. A man in a suit walked slowly towards them, his handsome face adorned with a faint, sinister smile. With just one glance, everyone knew he must be a mutated member or a high-ranking official of the Blissful Heavens sect. Everyone, except Lu Ning, could sense the eerie charm emanating from him. Wang Qiwen and the others instinctively took a step back, their faces tense with anxiety. Tai Long, however, stood firm at the front, coldly asking, a high-ranking member of Blissful Heaven? The man smirked. Correct, but there's no prize. So not all members of Blissful Heaven have sacrificed themselves, Tai Long said, clenching his fists. Huh, you mean those captured and taken to headquarters? They were merely sacrifices. I am Her Highness the Saintess's confidant, the man replied disdainfully. How dare you be so bold, trying to destroy our base city? Aren't you afraid of the Federation's retaliation? We've already eliminated many cults, Tai Long said icily. The man laughed as if he'd heard a joke. That was then. The future has changed. My lord has delivered an oracle and is about to descend. When that happens, all humans except the believers will become my lord's sustenance. As the man was about to utter words of corruption, Tai Long surged forward with lightning speed, grabbing him by the neck and slamming him against the wall. The metal wall dented, and the man coughed up blood. Tai Long's lightning-encased fist was about to strike, when suddenly black feathers sprouted from his arm, forcing him to stagger back in pain. The man got up, initially eyeing Tai Long with suspicion before bursting into laughter. You're strong, but you're on the verge of mutation. Let me help you on your way. Fall. Tai Long's body convulsed as his clothes tore, and needle-like feathers erupted from his skin. He growled at his companions. Run? Head downstairs. Captain Tai Long. We can't leave you behind, one of the awakened ones shouted in defiance. Go! Tai Long roared, electricity crackling around him as his hands began to morph into claws. The three exchanged glances and, urged by Wang Qiwen, turned to run towards the stairwell. As the man moved to intercept them, Tai Long swiftly grabbed him by the neck, dragging him into a nearby room, slamming the door shut and locking it. Piercing screams accompanied by the clash of metal echoed from the locked room. The walls bulged outward as if enduring a tremendous force. Blood oozed from the crack under the door, and with a continuous roar lasting nearly a minute, the screams gradually faded away. The room fell into an unsettling silence. Wang Yin and Qiu Yuelin watched the door anxiously, cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Suddenly, with a loud boom, the alloy wall was forcibly breached, and a massive figure emerged. It was a nearly three-meter humanoid creature, its body covered in jet-black feathers, and its head grotesquely twisted into a bird-like shape. Beneath this terrifying exterior, Tyrone's outline was faintly recognizable. Is that Boss Tyrone? Wang Yan's voice trembled, her face filled with sorrow and fear. Although Qiu Yuelin hadn't interacted much with Tyrone, the thought of the kind-hearted uncle brought tears to her eyes. Before they could react, the space distorted, and the monster that Tyrone had become instantly appeared in the corridor. Its eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty light, and purple lightning flickered between its black feathers. In the next moment, it transformed into a bolt of lightning, lunging at Lu Ning with sharp claws crackling with electricity. The blood-red shield shattered in an instant. Lu Ning's hands glowed white as he blocked, and with a thunderous crash, both were sent flying. The impact left a crater in the ground, and Lu Ning slammed into the metal wall, his arm's torn wound healing in an instant. I'll send you on your way, Lu Ning said calmly. As the mutated Tyrone charged again, his body suddenly froze. The ferocious face began to contort, revealing a hint of familiarity. Boss Tyrone, can you recover? Wang Yin shouted hopefully. Tyrone's gaze swept over the three of them, finally resting on Lu Ning, managing a faint smile. Kid, tell old Lin I'm sorry. I have to go ahead. I promised I wouldn't trouble you. Before the words finished, Tyrone plunged his claws into his own head. Despite this, his powerful strength kept the mutated body stubbornly clinging to life. Lightning snaked through the wound and into Tai Long's head, causing his already diseased and twisted body to shudder violently a few times before crashing to the ground. As he fell, his grotesque form gradually faded, reverting to a human shape. Lu Ning watched Tai Long's corpse, seeing the dense white mist within him slowly dissipate, eventually settling into stillness. Lu Ning approached quietly, removing his blood-stained coat and gently covering Tai Long's body, which his tattered clothes could no longer conceal. He carefully picked up Tai Long and placed him in a nearby intact room. As he exited the room, Wang Yin and Qiu Yuelin were standing silently at the door. Lu Ning said softly, "Let's go." Wang Yin didn't move. She gazed at Tai Long's remains, her voice slightly choked. "Officer Lu Ning, you and little Lin should go ahead." Seeing Lu Ning's puzzled look, she lightly brushed her hair aside, her eyes reflecting memories. "When I first awakened, I knew nothing about this world. It was Boss Tai Long who helped me a lot. I can't just leave him like this." Qiu Yuelin added, "Brother Lu Ning, I'll stay with Sister Wang Yin. If I keep following you, I'll only be a burden." Lu Ning glanced at them and nodded in agreement. Wang Yin then picked up Tai Long's body, and Qiu Yuelin, carrying her battle axe, followed closely behind as they retraced their steps. Lu Ning watched them disappear down the corridor before turning to proceed deeper. He understood clearly that having them continue forward would only expose them to greater danger, especially with the ever-increasing mental contamination levels, which they could not withstand. In comparison, returning was a safer choice. With his worries behind him, Lu Ning quickened his exploration pace. For him, encountering an ambush, getting injured, or even dying was of little consequence. He swiftly completed his search of the 4th floor and, finding nothing, immediately headed to the 5th floor. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Lu Ning immediately sensed something was amiss. The level of mental contamination here was generally higher than on the 4th floor, with the left area being particularly severe. This suggested the presence of a powerful mutant, an awakened individual, or some dangerous item, perhaps even a soul artifact. Without hesitation, he dashed to the left, only to suddenly hear footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Colin and the cold, blonde beauty with a long knife, Yin Qing, appearing at the other end of the hallway. "Lu Ning? I didn't expect to see you," Colin exclaimed, then quickly became cautious. "Wait, you need to prove it's really you." Without expression, Lu Ning broke his own arm, which then instantly healed. "All right, it's definitely you," Colin conceded with a sigh. "What kind of strange proof is that?" Yin Qing asked, puzzled. In a brief conversation, they learned that the two had met in another area and were planning to clear this floor before moving up. Hearing footsteps, they decided to follow. Let's go together, Colin and Yanqing decided after learning about the unusual mental radiation Lu Ning had detected. Lu Ning glanced at Colin and Yanqing, giving a brief nod before moving forward. The two followed closely, maintaining a vigilant stance. The mutated creatures they encountered posed no threat to them. Yanqing was particularly noticeable within just a few months. She had advanced from the 3rd to the 4th level, standing shoulder to shoulder with Colin. Both wielded soul weapons, enhancing their formidable abilities. The trio worked seamlessly together, effortlessly dispatching the mutated creatures in their path, as if slicing through butter. At the end of the corridor, they found themselves at a dead end. Colin frowned, carefully surveying the surroundings before turning to Lu Ning. Lu Ning? This is a dead end. Are you sure about the direction? This is the place, Lu Ning replied with conviction, his gaze fixed on the seemingly intact metal wall to the left. He walked straight to the wall and reached out to touch it. To their surprise, his hand passed through the wall, which rippled like water. Before Colin and Yanqing could react, Colin exclaimed excitedly, "Spatial power! It's the illusory star realm." Before he could finish speaking, a violent beam of light shot out from the wall, aiming directly for Lu Ning's head. The blood-red shield appeared only to shatter instantly, and the beam pierced through Lu Ning's head, leaving a large hole in the wall behind him. Lu Ning's body fell heavily to the ground. Colin immediately summoned metal fragments to encircle him, while Yanqing's sword glowed with a cold silver light, transforming her into a razor-sharp blade. At the wall, a door to the void appeared amidst spatial fluctuations. Inside, starlight sparkled like a cosmic vacuum. Several figures stood there. The leader was a stunning woman in a purple dress, holding a glass orb containing a miniature galaxy, with starlight swirling inside. Beside her were two intimidating mutated creatures. One was a formidable muscular giant with blood-red spikes on its joints, and the other was a mass of flesh covered in countless eyes and slimy tentacles, resembling the deeply mutated member of the heavenly kingdom of joy that Lu Ning had encountered in the slums. This mass of flesh had a much higher level of mental contamination than the previous one. The beautiful woman slightly raised the corners of her lips, a trace of helplessness flickering in her eyes, and chuckled. "Even after hiding it so well, it's been discovered? The holy maiden will scold me." Her smile gradually twisted, her gaze turning cold and eerie, her voice like the chill of winter wind. "To not disrupt the holy maiden's plans, I'll have to ask you all to die." At that moment, Lu Ning suddenly sprang up from the ground. The shocking crater on his head had completely healed, his expression remaining as calm as still water, his eyes fixed on the glass orb in the beautiful woman's hand. That sphere emitted intense mental radiation, causing him to furrow his brows slightly. "Is this the Phantom Star Realm?" Lu Ning asked, turning to Colin. Colin adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. "Yes." "Oh, then let's get to work." Lu Ning nodded, smoothly drawing out his twin guns. The beautiful woman's eyes flickered with surprise and doubt as she looked Lu Ning up and down. "You're not dead?" Lu Ning tilted his head, looking at her with a tone as indifferent as discussing the weather. "Haven't you already seen it?" The beautiful woman narrowed her eyes, then displayed a seductive smile, her voice as sweet as honey. "You're quite impressive, little brother. Surviving that. Now could I ask you to die?" "I refuse," Lu Ning replied without hesitation. The woman's smile froze, the seduction fading away, her gaze sharpening. "Even my charm doesn't work? Who are you?" Lu Ning thought for a moment, then calmly said, "I'm just an ordinary person." The air grew tense for a few seconds. The beautiful woman's fair face flushed unnaturally, her breathing becoming noticeably rapid. She gritted her teeth, her voice icy. "No matter who you are, you all must die." As soon as she finished speaking, she let out a piercing scream. The sound was unlike any human, more akin to the call of some ancient creature. With the scream, the two mutated beings beside her seemed to activate like puppets. The muscular giant let out a low roar, the ground trembling with each of its steps as it charged towards the trio. The flesh monster extended countless tentacles, lunging at them like living pythons. More terrifyingly, three slits suddenly opened on the creature's surface, white light brewing within, and then three blinding beams shot toward Lu Ning and his companions. Colin's expression was grave as he spread his palm, a distant metal plate whistling through the air to precisely block the beam's attack. Simultaneously, the steel needles floating around him rained down on the muscular giant's weak points. Yanqing wielded a long sword emitting a cold blade light, her figure moving like lightning to meet the flesh monster. As the tentacles approached, her sword light flowed like water, each strike precisely severing a tentacle, green slime splattering everywhere. However, the severed ends of the tentacles quickly squirmed and regrew, continuing their assault on her. Despair. The beautiful woman suddenly spoke, her voice carrying a strange power. Yanqing visibly faltered, her swordplay weakening, her once sharp strikes becoming sluggish and feeble. The tentacles she had been cutting down now closed in rapidly, threatening to ensnare her. Realizing the danger, Yanqing swiftly retreated, narrowly evading the lethal attack. Lu Ning, handle that woman, Colin shouted, urgency in his voice. In fact, Colin's reminder wasn't necessary. Lu Ning was already in motion. As Colin and Yanqing engaged the two mutated beings, he had begun channeling his mental energy into his twin guns, Red Rose and White Rose. Within seconds, Red Rose ignited with blazing flames while White Rose emanated biting frost, the glow from both guns growing ever more brilliant. When the energy of the twin guns reached its peak, Lu Ning raised them without hesitation, aiming at the beautiful woman, and pulled the trigger. The bullets left the gun barrel, transforming into red and blue streaks of light that shot towards the beautiful woman with incredible speed. A flicker of caution flashed in her eyes, clearly aware of the deadly threat posed by these bullets. Her lips curled into a slight sneer as she lightly tapped the ground with her toes, dodging to the left with the grace of a dancing butterfly, her movements fluid and seamless. Unexpectedly, the bullets made a bizarre turn in midair, as if guided by an unseen force, and once again locked onto her position. The woman's brow furrowed slightly, a glint of surprise and doubt in her eyes. Bullets from a soul weapon that can turn? A telekinetic? No, he just survived a deadly attack and his injuries have completely healed. It must be a regeneration ability. Two abilities at once. How is that possible? Despite her racing thoughts, her actions showed no hesitation. As she retreated to increase the distance, she raised her hand and used her ability against the approaching bullets. As her power activated, the bullets' speed noticeably slowed, yet they continued to pursue her relentlessly. Her frown deepened, and she used her ability twice more to completely neutralize the bullet's force, causing them to fall harmlessly to the ground. Meanwhile, Yanqing had regained his composure and was once again fiercely battling the mass of flesh. On another front, the muscular giant and Colin were locked in a stalemate. Even though Colin and Yanqing were both fourth-tier awakenees using soul weapons, they struggled to gain the upper hand against these formidable foes. Lu Ning calmly surveyed the battlefield and holstered his dual guns. He then drew the flame blade from his back, a weapon he was using in combat for the first time. Gripping the hilt tightly, the flame patterns on the blade ignited, enveloping it in a thin layer of fire. With a serene expression, Lu Ning stomped on the vacuum formed by the ethereal star realm, disappearing from his spot in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared silently behind the beautiful woman, the flame blade trailing a searing red arc as it sliced towards her slender neck with lightning speed. The blade hummed softly as it cut through the air. In midair, the flame blade suddenly glowed with white light, the power of the soul vibration fist. This technique required the resonance of physical strength and mental power. When using dual guns, Lu Ning couldn't synchronize the bullets with his mental power, so the bullets couldn't carry the soul vibration fist power. However, with the flame blade, he could directly channel the soul vibration force into the blade, greatly enhancing its power. With the infusion of the soul vibration force, the blade's speed surged, poised to strike the woman's neck. At the last moment, the ethereal star realm in her hand flared brilliantly, and the surrounding space twisted and distorted, engulfing her completely. Lu Ning's blade sliced through empty air, and before he could react, the space behind him twisted again. The woman reappeared behind him, a dagger gleaming coldly in her hand as she aimed for his head without hesitation. Her strike was swift as lightning. Lu Ning barely noticed it in time, starting to sidestep. The woman's eyes glinted, her red lips parting slightly. Negate. An invisible force enveloped Lu Ning, noticeably slowing his movements. As the dagger was about to pierce a vital spot, a blood-red shield suddenly materialized around him. It only held for an instant, but provided him with precious time to react, allowing him to narrowly avoid the fatal blow. Even so, the dagger left a bloody mark on his face. Strangely, the wound began healing at a visible rate as soon as it appeared, even before any blood could flow. After evading the deadly strike, Lu Ning wasted no time, swiftly pivoting with his long blade to slash horizontally at the woman's waist with fierce momentum. The woman retreated with ghostly agility, narrowly avoiding the cold gleam of the long blade. A strange white light flickered in her eyes, and she uttered a hoarse, low voice. Corruption! Yet, her proud ability had no effect. Lu Ning pressed forward, wielding the crimson flame blade in rapid succession. The blade's light, infused with soul-stirring power, carved sharp trajectories through the air. The gusts howled, tearing even the air in its path. Although the alluring woman moved swiftly, she could only dodge awkwardly, retreating repeatedly. Damn it! Why is my ability useless? This can't be. Her face twisted in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. Lu Ning ignored her questions, his expression remaining calm as his blade grew more fierce. With years of physical training, combined with the enhancements of his armor, boots, and the crimson flame blade, his physical prowess surpassed that of an ordinary fourth-tier awakened being, and even typical fifth-tier ones might not match him. More importantly, his mastery of high-level soul-stirring power greatly amplified his attack strength. The chase continued in the illusory astral realm. Although the woman's negative ability slightly disrupted Lu Ning's attack rhythm, it could not withstand his relentless assaults. Finally, Lu Ning seized an opportunity to close in on her flank, the flamine-shrouded blade light swiftly approaching her throat. "Negate!" she instinctively cried out, only to find the blade light undiminished. As she attempted to block with a dagger, she was already a step too late. Although she managed to retreat into the illusory astral realm, a blood-red line appeared on her neck. Reappearing 100 meters away, the alluring woman touched the bleeding wound, her eyes filled with horror. "My negative ability is ineffective?" Seeing Lu Ning advancing once more, she shouted angrily, trying again. "Negate." Yet, Lu Ning remained unaffected, forcing her to continue retreating. As she dodged, she observed the other battlefields. The muscular giant was still entangled with Colin, and Yanqing was being suppressed by the mass of flesh. This gave her hope once Yanqing perished, it would become a two-known situation. Even if Lu Ning was immune to her ability, he might not fare well against the mass of flesh. At that moment, victory would surely tip in her favor. The beautiful woman was filled with anticipation, but she quickly realized things were not going as smoothly as she had hoped. Once her negative abilities ceased to affect Lu Ning, she was met with his relentless onslaught. Her speed was no match for Lu Ning, who wielded a soul tool that enhanced his agility, and each of his strikes carried a significant threat. She narrowly dodged several attacks, but her body was already covered in small cuts, with blood seeping through her dark dress. Ugh! She barely evaded Lu Ning's blade again, but this time, the blade's energy grazed her face, leaving a bloody mark on her fair skin, her long hair swirling in the air. Lu Ning showed no emotion, turning coldly to strike again. The woman's face turned pale as she gripped her dagger tightly, meeting his sword Hedon. A clang echoed as metal clashed, and a violent force surged forth, shaking her arm and sending her flying. Lu Ning vanished and then reappeared abruptly in front of her, his sword descending again. Her face changed drastically, a strong sense of danger welling up inside her. She quickly activated the illusory star realm, disappearing on the spot and reappearing hundreds of meters away, her breath coming in rapid gasps. Sweat dripped from her forehead as she realized the side effects of the illusory spirit realm were setting in. The illusory spirit realm, a mid-level dangerous soul tool, had clear side effects after use, and her repeated use was accelerating these effects. Her spatial awareness became exceptionally blurred, and she even experienced a disconnect between her body and consciousness. Her mind willed her forward, yet her body veered left or right. If not for her mental effort to suppress these effects, she would have already been struck by Lu Ning. But with continued use of the illusory spirit realm, the side effects grew stronger, pushing her mental strength to its breaking point. Lu Ning gave her no respite, exploiting any opening to launch another attack. The woman gritted her teeth, her expression twisting as she struggled with her body's lack of coordination, desperately evading Lu Ning's blade. At that moment, Lu Ning's sword swung horizontally, and she instinctively retreated, only to step forward instead. A flash of terror crossed her eyes, and she quickly used the illusory star realm again, narrowly escaping by shifting through space. However, as she reappeared several meters away, Lu Ning was already upon her again. She tried to retreat, but her body veered uncontrollably 2 steps to the left, then to the right. Lu Ning raised an eyebrow, realizing her predicament. He said nothing, his sword striking again with ghostly precision. The woman's angry scream pierced the air as she had no choice but to activate the illusory star realm once more, vanishing instantly. By now, her spatial sense had completely collapsed, preventing any normal movement. Each time Lu Ning closed in, she could only barely use the illusory star realm to escape. Yet, with each use, her mental strength was further drained, and her body surface began to show signs of melting. This was a symbol of her soul and body being pushed beyond their limits, accompanied by intense pain, a deep panic appearing in her eyes. "No, impossible," she muttered, a glimmer of despair flickering in her gaze. However, Lu Ning did not stop. The beautiful woman's face twisted in distress. Instead of summoning the illusory star realm, she raised the dagger in her other hand to defend herself. Strangely, when Lu Ning's long blade fell, her arm, which she intended to use for blocking, uncontrollably spread open, exposing a vulnerability. Realizing the danger, she quickly sidestepped, but it was still a moment too late. The blade, wreathed in flames and white light, sliced through the air, precisely severing the arm that held her dagger. Blood spurted as she cried out in pain, only to see a second blade light already coming for her throat. In the nick of time, she activated her star realm teleportation again. This time, when she emerged from the twisted space, her condition was visibly deteriorated. Her body began to crumble, skin and flesh melting like wax. Her right hand could no longer hold the illusory star realm, and the glass orb rolled away on the starry plain. Lu Ning calmly picked it up and pocketed it. At that moment, A bizarre scene unfolded. The melting body reformed into an even more stunning figure. Her snow-white hair cascaded down, her beauty surpassing her previous appearance, and even her severed arm was perfectly restored. She stroked her smooth skin, a look of surprise in her eyes. I didn't expect that after the mutation, I'd become even more beautiful. I owe it all to you. Lu Ning remained expressionless. No need to thank me. The woman's smile twisted instantly. Whether you want it or not, you'll get my gratitude. To thank you, I plan to make your death as miserable as possible. I won't die, Lu Ning said calmly. Really? She sneered, but as she launched her attack, a comical mishap occurred. Her feet tangled together, and she stumbled forward several meters, landing right at Lu Ning's feet. The two exchanged glances, the situation momentarily awkward. Finally, Lu Ning broke the silence. I've received your thanks, but it's really unnecessary. I'll thank you to death, she raged, lunging with her hands transformed into claws aimed at Lu Ning's throat. Lu Ning met her with his blade, the clash of metal resounding loudly. The force sent him flying, his arm muscles tearing, bones fracturing, blood gushing. After the mutation, my physical strength has increased again. You're no match for me, she laughed triumphantly, yet once more found herself retreating involuntarily. Lu Ning realized this was a side effect of the illusory star realm. Seizing the moment of her loss of control, he swiftly closed in, his flaming, white-lit blade targeting her neck. The beautiful woman attempted to block, but ended up making a ludicrous motion, like a bird spreading its wings. She could only watch helplessly as the blade approached, severing her head. Lu Ning did not pause, continuing to slice her body into pieces. Only when he saw the white mist dissipate from her remains did he sheath his blade and turn to observe the other two battlefields. Colin's battle with the muscle giant reached a stalemate. He manipulated countless steel needles and metal fragments to form a dense web of attacks, but against the giant's impenetrable defense, they only left shallow scratches on its skin. As long as the giant protected its vital areas in time, Colin's attacks were ineffective. Despite its massive size, the muscle giant moved with the agility of a leopard, causing Colin's attacks to frequently miss. In return, Colin used telekinesis to rise into the air, easily dodging the giant's fierce assaults, resulting in a deadlock between the two. On the other side, Yanqing's fight with the mass of flesh and blood was intensely brutal. Wielding a long sword, each swing unleashed a sharp blade of light, but the constantly regenerating tendrils of the flesh monster formed a tough defense. The creature's body occasionally emitted blinding energy beams, forcing Yanqing to dodge repeatedly. Though she initially had the upper hand, as the battle wore on, her stamina waned. Her broken left hand further hindered her movements, forcing her into a defensive stance. The flesh mass seized the opportunity, its tendrils lashing out like a storm, while energy beams shot out relentlessly, overwhelming Yanqing. At this critical moment, a figure suddenly flashed past her side. It was Lu Ning. His sword was enveloped in blazing flames and dazzling white light, cutting through the tendrils, sending corrosive blood splattering everywhere. The flesh mass let out a thunderous roar, firing 3 beams in retaliation. Lu Ning weaved through the beams like a phantom, heading straight for the creature's core. Seeing Lu Ning's fierce approach, the flesh mass immediately directed all its tendrils to encircle this greater threat. After a moment of shock, Yanqing quickly realized this was a perfect opportunity to attack. Her eyes glanced over the distant corpse of a beautiful woman, shocked that Lu Ning, a third-tier powerhouse, could slay such a formidable foe. But there was no time to ponder. She seized the moment when the flesh mass's attention was divided and unleashed her final burst of speed, striking at the monster's body. The blade flashed, and a gruesome wound split open in the core area of the flesh mass. It let out a piercing scream, its frenzied tendrils immediately dividing into 2 groups, with most turning towards Yanqing for a wild retaliation, significantly reducing the pressure on Lu Ning. With the remaining tendrils, the flesh mass could no longer fend off Lu Ning's assault. Under the relentless swing of Lu Ning's long sword, the tentacles were severed one by one as he approached the core of the flesh mass. By the time the mass realized something was wrong, it was too late. Lu Ning repeatedly slashed at the core, each strike leaving a gruesome wound on the massive flesh, with blood gushing out and staining the ground red. The flesh mass desperately tried to fend off Lu Ning, but Yanqing seized the opportunity to attack from the side. Facing their combined assault, the mass flailed its tentacles wildly, unable to defend against attacks from 2 directions. In less than a minute, the core was hacked to pieces and collapsed with a thud. Yanqing exhaled deeply, rubbing her injured arm with a frown. She approached Lu Ning, and a rare smile appeared on her usually cold face. Good teamwork. Lu Ning nodded slightly. He turned his gaze towards where Colin was fighting. Colin continued his battle with the muscular giant, yet his expression remained relaxed. Noticing that Yanqing and Lu Ning had already dealt with their opponents, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Facing another fierce attack from the giant, Colin gracefully leapt into the air, adjusted his glasses with ease, and smiled. Now it's not an onion-on fight anymore. Lu Ning and Yanqing quickly joined the fray. Despite the giant's formidable strength, it was less troublesome than the flesh abomination. Colin used his telekinesis to restrain it, and within seconds, Lu Ning and Yanqing seized the moment, slicing it into several pieces. After landing, Colin quickly removed his silver ring and rubbed his temples wearily. I hate these resilient monsters. It feels like my mental energy is nearly depleted. Yanqing glanced at him. Should we have switched opponents earlier? Or let Lu Ning switch with you? Colin looked at the corpses of the flesh abomination and the beautiful woman nearby, seriously adjusting his glasses. I think my opponent was just fine. Yanqing turned to Lu Ning, still puzzled by how he managed to handle such a powerful foe from the Heavenly Kingdom. But when Lu Ning took out the illusory star realm from his pocket, she refrained from asking further. Seeing the illusory star realm, Colin's expression turned serious. That's it. This should be able to cancel the spatial layering at headquarters, allowing everyone to regroup. Yanqing looked at Colin. How do we do it? Colin shrugged. You know, only team leaders are authorized to use mid-level soul artifacts, and I've never used one. Yanqing fell silent, while Lu Ning carefully examined the glass sphere in his hand, frowning slightly. Colin noticed the change in Lu Ning's expression. What's wrong, Lu Ning? Lu Ning spoke slowly. There's a kind of special mental contamination inside. Both Colin and Yanqing were taken aback. Special mental contamination? What's that? Colin asked, puzzled. Yanqing also frowned in confusion. Soul artifacts inherently have mental contamination, and mid-level ones are particularly severe. Lu Ning shook his head. It's different. He recalled what the deceased man had said earlier, that a high-level soul artifact had corrupted the illusory star realm, causing the headquarters to become spatially layered. This special mental contamination likely originated from that high-level soul artifact. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ning infused his mental energy into the illusory star realm. Instantly, the surface of his skin began to distort, and eyeballs emerged from beneath, spinning wildly with an eerie fervor. Yanqing's face changed dramatically, drawing her sword to strike at Lu Ning. Colin hurriedly stopped her. Don't panic. This isn't a mutation. Yanqing's icy demeanor crumbled as she looked incredulously at Colin, then backed away cautiously, eyeing them both warily. What are you? Colin's mouth twitched. I'm Colin. Lu Ning's eyeballs aren't a problem. The Bureau is aware. Just then, the eyeballs on Lu Ning's skin emitted energy beams, causing Colin to quickly retreat. Lu Ning, what are you doing? Yanqing retreated further, her gaze towards Colin filled with even more suspicion. At that moment, both of their expressions shifted slightly. They clearly felt an invisible ripple spreading from the illusory star realm in Lu Ning's hand. As the ripple expanded, the previously thin white mist within the headquarters began to surge violently. A thin, swirling white mist moved through the air as Yanqing watched the eerie scene unfold, his expression shifting constantly. Soon, the mist began to settle, and the illusory ripples faded away. Lu Ning calmly pocketed the glass orb and then, with a blank expression, started plucking out the eyeballs that had suddenly appeared on his body. Each one made a disconcerting squelch as he tossed it to the ground at his feet. Colin, witnessing this, actually felt relieved. He adjusted his glasses and asked, Lu Ning, what just happened to you? I thought you were really undergoing some mutation. As Lu Ning continued dealing with the eyeballs, he calmly explained, I was trying to use my mental power to block the psychic pollution of the illusory star realm. It consumed some of my mental strength, causing the batch of eyeballs I absorbed earlier to become restless again. You really should have warned us in advance, Colin said, a hint of reproach in his voice. Especially those sudden beams of light. They were terrifying. Sorry, I didn't notice at the time, Lu Ning replied, tilting his head to look at Colin. This simple gesture caused Colin to breathe faster, his face flushing. Yanqing couldn't help but interrupt their conversation. Are you sure you're not mutating? And could you stop stepping on those eyeballs? She shuddered at the sight of the crushed eyeballs on the floor. Lu Ning paused at her words and casually dug out another eyeball, offering it to her. Do you want one? No. No. Thank you. Yanqing quickly declined, waving her hands. Lu Ning shrugged and continued his cleanup work. Only after he dealt with the last two eyeballs did he clap his hands and say, all done. Just as Yanqing was about to ask more questions, a deafening roar suddenly erupted, and the entire headquarters building shook violently. Cracks spread across the metal alloy ceiling, making the situation appear extremely dire. The headquarters has a high level of protection. To cause this kind of damage, Colin said with a serious expression, it must be Director Wang and his team taking action. We need to get there quickly. The three of them immediately dashed towards the 6th floor. Along the way, the entire building continued to tremble, with more cracks appearing in the ceiling, and even the floors started to show fissures. Suddenly, an angry roar came from above. The corridor temperature skyrocketed, and flames burst from the cracks. Yanqing frowned and said, is this Yin Feng's ability? Colin adjusted his glasses, a serious expression on his face. He knew that such formidable power was far from ordinary. The opponent must have employed a medium-risk soul artifact, whose potency was significant. The sounds of battle continued above, with flames lighting up the sky and deafening booms. Lu Ning led Yanqing and Colin swiftly towards the stairs, reaching the 6th floor in an instant. As they arrived, they were met with a thick white mist and an atmosphere saturated with mental radiation far exceeding the norm. One direction, in particular, had an exceptionally high radiation intensity. It was the direction of the Fallen Incense research room they had passed when visiting Limu. As they ran through, the corridor was littered with bodies, mutated individuals, action team members, defense guards, and even medical personnel. Lu Ning caught a glimpse of a familiar corpse lying in a pool of blood. It was Ning Wang. His eyes flickered for a moment before he looked away and continued forward. With no mutated individuals to block their path, the three quickly approached the research room. Suddenly, a loud crash sounded as the alloy wall shattered, and a burly figure was thrown out. It was Li Yixing, whom Lu Ning had seen when he first awoke. At this moment, Li Yixing's entire body had a black iron hue, his metallic skin covered with cracks, and he was clutching a long-handled war hammer, emitting a black glow. He slammed hard against the corridor wall, coughing up blood with a metallic taste, but quickly stood up. Seeing Lu Ning and the others, he paused briefly before shouting, "Help us!" Then he rushed back into the fray. Following Li Yixing into the research room, they were met with chaos. In this massive space of over 1,000 square meters, shattered instruments were scattered everywhere, and the walls and floor were stained with blood. Pink mist filled the air, originating from a white incense burner floating and rotating above. As soon as Lu Ning saw the incense burner, he heard a cacophony of whispers in his ears. Yanqing and Colin, however, appeared pained. Colin let out a muffled groan, his face pale, while Yanqing's hand holding the knife trembled slightly. "What's wrong with you guys?" Lu Ning asked, puzzled. "You're okay?" Yanqing retorted. "Don't you feel anything after seeing the incense burner?" Colin took a deep breath and added, "Like any sinister thoughts creeping in? I just hear people talking, it's a bit noisy." Lu Ning replied, shaking his head. The two fell silent at his words. Around the incense burner, an exceptionally handsome man and woman, along with 4 powerful mutated individuals, were fending off the assault from the Mist Bureau's strong forces. The scene was filled with over 10 experts from the Mist Bureau, including Director Wang Yanming, Li Yixing, Yan Feng, Lu Chang, and even Captain Lin Xiao. Yet, despite their numerical advantage, the Mist Bureau was still at a disadvantage. The battlefield was shrouded in a haze of corruption incense and pink mist, making it difficult for the powerful members of the Mist Bureau to maintain control. Their expressions shifted erratically, alternating between vacant, ferocious, and eerie smiles. Despite their efforts to stay focused, these negative influences severely undermined their fighting capabilities. Lu Ning surveyed the battlefield, noting that each Mist Bureau member carried a mid-level soul weapon that emitted intense psychic radiation. The most striking was the massive sword Lin Xiao wielded, originating from the blood box. Its broad blade and extended hilt were entirely blood red, with swirling purple-black runes engraved on the back. As Lin Xiao swung it, a blood-red mist coiled around the sword. This soul weapon significantly enhanced Lin Xiao's speed and strength, and it was assumed that the others' mid-level soul weapons provided similar boosts. However, their opponents were extraordinarily powerful. The psychic contamination within the 4 mutated individuals had exceeded the 5th level threshold, likely reaching 6th or even 7th level potency. Ordinarily, 5th level awakened individuals equipped with mid-level soul weapons should have been able to contend with them. As Qin Feng mentioned, although the gap between the 5th and 7th levels is more significant than at lower levels, it is not insurmountable, and even powerful firearms can threaten mid-level beings. Yet, the interference from the corruption incense and pink mist made the battle extremely unfavorable. Lin Xiao and the others could not fully utilize their capabilities and were forced into a defensive position. On the other front, the situation was even more critical. The Mist Bureau's strong members found themselves in greater peril against the high-ranking members of the Blissful Paradise. Wang Yanming, relying on the cool white light emitted by the jade plaque on his chest, managed to hold his ground against the handsome man. However, the other 3 awakened individuals were struggling against the enchanting woman. One of them was on the verge of collapse, with something writhing beneath his coat, as if about to burst out. Lu Ning noticed that his psychic contamination level was nearing Li Mu's, rendering him nearly incapable of combat and too afraid to use his awakened abilities. In this scenario, the remaining 2 awakened individuals were also in a precarious situation. The enchanting woman was not only adept at using negative and corruptive abilities, but seemed entirely unaffected by the corruption incense. Although using corruptive abilities might be exhausting, for the high-ranking members of Blissful Paradise, negative abilities were undoubtedly a decisive weapon. With the situation deteriorating rapidly, the battle was turning increasingly dire. Seeing the situation unfold, Lu Ning decisively issued a command. "I'll handle the higher-ups of the Happy Kingdom. You two deal with the infected. Colin and Yin-Qing exchanged glances, recalling Lu Ning's previous display of suppressing the leaders of Happy Kingdom, and immediately nodded in agreement. With a swift push off the ground, Lu Ning's figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, he appeared behind a stunning woman, his long knife flashing like lightning towards her neck. However, the woman's abilities clearly surpassed those on the 5th floor, as she sensed Lu Ning's presence the moment he appeared. Her body twisted with snake-like agility, avoiding the lethal strike. At that moment, the noise around Lu Ning's ears grew more intense. So noisy, he murmured with a frown. Strangely, the noise seemed to pause momentarily at his complaint, only to grow even louder afterwards. Ignoring the irritating noise, Lu Ning continued his fierce assault with the blade. The alluring woman gave a seductive smile. Negativity. Yet, her power had no effect on Lu Ning. Realizing this, her expression shifted slightly, and she quickly retreated with a powerful push from her legs. Just then, a powerful punch came from the side. Caught off guard, the woman hastily blocked, but was sent flying, her face turning pale instantly. A burly blonde man grinned viciously. Damn, finally got you. He turned to Lu Ning and praised. Who are you? You've got some skills. I acknowledge you. Before the blonde man's voice faded, he charged at the alluring woman again. However, as she landed, she chuckled lightly. Negativity. The blonde man's steps faltered, nearly causing him to fall. Meanwhile, a gentle black-haired woman approached the edge of the infected area, her eyes shimmering with a dreamy light. Wanjing, take a nap. When you wake up, everything will be fine. As soon as she finished speaking, Wanjing's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. Good thing his mental defense is low right now. Otherwise it would have been difficult. The gentle woman sighed in relief, then muttered, I'm incredibly strong. She lifted Wanjing with one hand, tossing him heavily against the wall. Even so, Wanjing remained unconscious. Returning to the battlefield, the gentle woman, Yunro, was immediately called upon by the blonde man. Yunro, strengthen me again. Why is your enhancement so short-lived? Is it possible you're just too weak? Yunro teased, seeing the man's expression freeze. She added, just kidding. The mental pollution here is high, which greatly shortens the duration of my abilities. The blonde man let out a breath of relief. You scared me. Without further words, Yunro's eyes shimmered with a dreamy glow. You've been strengthened. Go for it. With the boost, the blonde man burst forward with even greater speed, charging once more at the alluring woman entangled in combat with Lu Ning. Observing the battle, Yunro was surprised to see Lu Ning holding his own in close combat against a 7th-tier leader of the Happy Kingdom. Sensing that Lu Ning was only at the 3rd tier, she was even more astonished. 3rd tier, and so strong? Who is this guy? Yunro's shock was far from over. The next moment, as the glamorous woman saw the blonde man charging again, she frowned slightly and shouted to Lu Ning, corrupt. However, to Yunro's surprise, Lu Ning was completely unaffected. Despite the glamorous woman's release of the power of corruption, Lu Ning's eyes remained clear, his mental state unshaken, as if the lethal mental attack was nothing more than a gentle breeze. This defies logic, Yunro exclaimed inwardly. Not only Yunro found it unbelievable, but the glamorous woman was equally stunned. Her eyes widened, her expression full of disbelief. No effect. Who are you? The long knife in Lu Ning's hand gleamed coldly as he delivered a series of fluid strikes, his tone exceptionally calm. I'm just an ordinary person. The glamorous woman's lips twitched noticeably as she swiftly retreated, skillfully dodging the blonde man's fierce attacks. Yunro was at a loss for words, watching Lu Ning's effortless combat stance and thinking, and he calls himself an ordinary person? She took a deep breath and muttered to herself, I can resist the power of corruption. I'm super fast. As soon as she finished speaking, Yunro's figure blurred, approaching Lu Ning at a speed almost impossible to track with the naked eye, urgently commanding, look into my eyes. Lu Ning paused, turning his head towards her with a hint of confusion. Yunro's eyes instantly sparkled with a dreamlike brilliance, her voice becoming exceptionally gentle. You've been enhanced. Go for it. The air suddenly fell silent. Lu Ning and Yunro stared at each other, creating an awkward atmosphere. Lu Ning looked puzzled, frowning slightly. What do you mean? Yunro's face was full of disbelief. What? You're not enhanced. No, Lu Ning replied curtly. Unconvinced, Yunro's eyes shone even brighter, her voice escalating. You've been enhanced. Go for it. Lu Ning remained expressionless and silent. Yunro's lips twitched, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. What's your mental contamination level? 0, Lu Ning answered calmly. A look of realization crossed Yunro's face. I heard our base city discovered someone with a mental contamination level of 0. Turns out it's you? Lu Ning instantly felt displeased, frowning. I'm an ordinary person. Yunro chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. As an awakened ability user with a focus on mental powers, her understanding of human psyche was far deeper than average. In a world like this, a human with a mental contamination level of 0 theoretically shouldn't exist. How could he be ordinary? My power works on the mind, Yunro explained. Your mental strength is too solid. I can't enhance you. Lu Ning simply nodded. Oh. Faced with Lu Ning's almost indifferent expression, Yunro felt uneasy. It was the first time someone treated her this way, leaving her inexplicably frustrated. Just as Yunro was about to say something more, a frustrated voice suddenly rang out. What's going on with you two? Yunro, does enhancement take this long? Lu Ning turned to look at the battlefield, seeing the blonde man, now without his support, being overwhelmed by the glamorous woman, his face pale as paper, clearly in a dire situation. Without a word, Lu Ning rushed towards the glamorous woman, his long knife slicing through the air with a cold gleam. Unwilling to be outdone, Yunro used her ability on the glamorous woman. You feel very tired. The glamorous woman's movements noticeably faltered, her breathing suddenly becoming rapid. However, this state lasted only a few seconds before she quickly regained her composure. Yunro frowned, but was helpless. The person before her had a mental strength far superior to hers, and affecting her even for a brief moment was already quite challenging. But this brief pause wasn't without effect. Taking advantage of the glamorous woman's momentary hesitation, Lu Ning had already darted in front of her, his long knife aimed unerringly at her throat, slashing mercilessly towards her neck. The glamorous woman reacted swiftly, each hand holding a dagger, crossing them to block the long knife. The clash resounded in the air, sparks flying, and the force of the strike drove the glamorous woman back several steps, a trace of seriousness finally appearing on her face. Meanwhile, the blonde man appeared beside the alluring woman. His massive fist, wrapped in a fierce gust of wind, aimed straight for her face. She tried to dodge to the side, but it was too late. Negate, she shouted sharply. The force of the blonde man's punch did weaken slightly, but it didn't disappear entirely. His fist landed heavily on her shoulder, causing her to pale as she was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. She managed to right herself midair and landed 10 meters away, only to find Lu Ning's figure ghosting towards her. Negate. The woman tried her ability again, but Lu Ning remained unaffected. She had no choice but to continue retreating, calculating her next move. If it were just a unknown with Lu Ning, even in close combat, she was confident she could handle it. Although this unexpected opponent had impressive fighting skills, his physical strength wasn't superior to hers. What puzzled her was his mastery of the soul-shaking punch, which was incredibly potent, bridging the gap in their physical prowess. Worse still, she had to keep an eye on the blonde man. Although he was less threatening than Lu Ning, he was still not to be underestimated. Most troubling was that neither her negate nor her fall abilities, which had always worked in the past, had any effect on Lu Ning. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation since her awakening. At that moment, Yunro's debilitating force enveloped her once again. The woman resorted to her usual tactic, dodging Lu Ning's attacks while using negate to weaken the blonde man's assaults, then bracing herself to take the hits. Even the weakened attacks made her cough up blood, forcing her to retreat further until she was near the fallen censor. Suddenly, the censor shook violently, and the pink mist seemed to gain sentience, surging towards her. She was momentarily stunned, then burst into wild laughter. So that's it. I believe in you. My soul will surely be recognized by my God, and on the day of the God's arrival, I shall enter the divine realm. Her skin turned a flushed red, and a long, low moan escaped her lips. Strange patterns appeared on her forehead, and her pale skin began to take on a pink hue. Just then, Lu Ning appeared with lightning speed before the censor, his long sword slashing down without hesitation. Clang! The censor was sent flying like a ball, crashing into the wall before falling to the ground. The pink mist went berserk, and the woman's body began to disintegrate, grotesque lumps erupting across her skin. No! What's happening? She screamed in terror. Lu Ning's blade flashed like lightning across her neck. She attempted to evade, but found her body unresponsive. As she turned her head, the blade was already upon her. A series of relentless slashes followed, cutting her body into several pieces. The flesh continued to writhe, attempting to reassemble. Lu Ning, the blonde man, and Yunro, holding an iron pillar, closed in, working together to smash the eerie flesh into pulp until no life remained. It's dead, Lu Ning stated calmly. The blonde man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still shaken. What the hell was that? If it had reformed, we might not have made it out of here. Yunro nodded silently in agreement. Just then, a piercing scream suddenly echoed, causing the trio's expressions to change abruptly. Lu Ning turned his head and saw that the scream did not come from the strongmen of the Mist Bureau, but from the man of the Happy Kingdom. A large amount of pink mist was pouring into the man's body like greedy tentacles. His face twisted in agony as blood gushed from his mouth, eyes, nostrils, and ears, staining his entire face. Strange patterns spread rapidly across his skin like a spider web. In Lu Ning's perception, The man's mental contamination index was skyrocketing at an alarming rate, clearly the terrifying effect of the fallen incense. In a flash, Lu Ning disappeared from his spot, rushing toward the fallen incense burner. Just then, a deafening roar erupted. A violent gust of wind hit him heat before he could react, and half of his body turned into a mist of blood, scattering into the air. The remaining half was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against a metal wall. The massive impact collapsed the sturdy wall and shattered the bones of Lu Ning's surviving half. The blonde man and Yun Ro, who were about to step forward to help, froze in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. Standing where Lu Ning had been was the man from the Happy Kingdom, now covered in bizarre patterns, his muscles bulging and his face distorted with a sinister expression. With every breath, pink mist flowed from his mouth, and his eyes gleamed with madness as a twisted smile formed at his lips, locking his murderous gaze on the blonde man and Yun Ro. "I'll kill you all," the Happy Kingdom man growled, vanishing instantly. The blonde man's face changed dramatically, and just as he was about to assume a fighting stance, the Happy Kingdom man's hand shot into his chest like lightning. When the bloodied hand withdrew, it held a still beating heart. The blonde man gurgled blood from his throat, his eyes filled with disbelief as his life quickly faded, and he fell heavily to the ground. Randen. Yun Ro's delicate face twisted in grief and anger. The Happy Kingdom man grinned, stuffing the warm heart into his mouth and swallowing it in a few bites, blood dripping from his chin. Then he turned his greedy gaze toward Yun Ro. At this critical moment, a figure shot toward the Happy Kingdom man like an arrow. "Bastard! Die!" Wang Anming roared as he appeared, his body now muscular and powerful beneath his torn clothes. His aged face burned with fury, and a golden spear appeared in his hand, its tip like lightning, aiming straight for the Happy Kingdom man's head. "Old fool, do you think you can still be my match?" The Happy Kingdom man sneered, dodging the lethal strike with ghostly agility. He stepped forward, his fist wrapped in blinding white light, and struck at Wang Anming with force. Wang Anming's expression shifted slightly as he quickly retracted the spear to block. The punch landed on the spear shaft with such force that it bent the sturdy weapon. The violent impact forced Wang Anming to retreat repeatedly, each step leaving deep dents in the metal floor. When he finally steadied himself, his hands were trembling slightly from the shock. Without pause, the Happy Kingdom man vanished again, lunging at Wang Anming like a ravenous wolf. Wang Anming gritted his teeth and raised his spear to meet him. At this crucial moment, another figure launched a surprise attack from the side. A long blade, wrapped in white light and searing flames, slashed through the air, aiming fiercely at the Happy Kingdom man. Sensing the sharp blade behind him, the Happy Kingdom man quickly shifted to the side to evade. When the Heavenly Kingdom man saw Lu Ning in tattered armor, he was momentarily stunned, disbelief flickering across his face. Not dead. Lu Ning remained silent, his sword thrusting forward like lightning. The Heavenly Kingdom man sneered and expelled a cloud of pink mist. "I'll just kill you again." Before he even finished speaking, his figure had already appeared at Lu Ning's side, his thick right leg sweeping towards Lu Ning's waist like a steel whip. Despite the fierce assault, Lu Ning's expression was eerily calm. Instead of dodging, he increased the force behind his sword. The Heavenly Kingdom man's eyes gleamed with malice as he chose to meet the attack head-on, extending his arm to block the incoming blade. Upon impact, both forces erupted simultaneously. Lu Ning was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a cannonball, his body painfully folding in midair, the sound of breaking bones clearly audible. Meanwhile, a deep cut on the Heavenly Kingdom man's arm was bleeding profusely. At that moment, a powerful presence suddenly descended. The Heavenly Kingdom man turned to see Wang Anming, now wearing a dark blue necklace around his neck, his stature instantly increasing by over a meter, resembling a small giant. His aura was so intense that it created visible ripples in the air. 3 mid-level soul artifacts at once. "Aren't you afraid of dying? With your old body, how long can you last?" The Heavenly Kingdom man smirked coldly. "Long enough to kill you." Wang Anming vanished before finishing his sentence. The Heavenly Kingdom man instinctively sidestepped, a golden spear light grazing his face and leaving a bloody mark. The two engaged in a rapid battle, their movements so fast that ordinary people could barely track them. They appeared in multiple locations within a second, each clash like a bomb exploding, leaving deep craters in the alloy floor. Even the headquarters of the Mist Bureau, built with the strongest alloy, shook under their fierce combat. Yet, amidst the heated battle, the Heavenly Kingdom man suddenly roared in fury, "Damn rat!" He kicked Wang Anming away, who coughed up a mouthful of blood and had to use his spear to steady himself. It turned out that Lu Ning was nearby, persistently striking the fallen incense burner with his sword. The burner bounced like a basketball, its surface covered in fine cracks. Enraged, the Heavenly Kingdom man charged at Lu Ning with fury. Despite the frenzied assault, Lu Ning focused solely on attacking the incense burner, further infuriating his opponent. The Heavenly Kingdom man punched Lu Ning in the head, and with a loud bang, Lu Ning's head turned into a mist of blood. His headless body mechanically swung the sword twice more before collapsing to the ground. The fallen incense burner bounced twice on the ground, and the man from the heavenly kingdom of joy was furious, reaching out to grab it. However, the moment his fingertips touched the burner's surface, his entire body began to writhe, as if it were alive. He let out a terrified scream and quickly withdrew his hand. In that split second, he sensed a sharp gust of wind coming from behind and instinctively sidestepped. The golden spear still managed to graze his chest, tearing open a deep wound that exposed the bone, causing blood to gush out. "You old bastard, you're courting death." The man from the heavenly kingdom of joy roared in anger, launching himself like an arrow towards Wang Anming. His fist wrapped in a violent aura aimed straight at Wang's head. Wang Anming raised his spear to block, the clash of metal ringing sharply, forcing him to take 2 steps back. This slight retreat brought a flash of delight to the eyes of the man from the heavenly kingdom of joy, who then erupted into arrogant laughter. "Ha ha, looks like you're almost at your limit." His voice was filled with overconfident arrogance. Wang Anming continued to wield his spear with cold, knife-like eyes. "Before that happens, I'll kill you." "Ha ha, how will you kill me? In your current state?" The man was jeering, but his laughter abruptly stopped. He suddenly turned to look behind him. His pupils shrinking, the headless corpse had completely recovered and was once again wielding a long knife against the fallen incense burner. How is this possible? His face was filled with disbelief. He had clearly confirmed earlier that he had killed that kid, even smashing his head. How could he still be alive? If the head hadn't been destroyed, perhaps with strong healing abilities, one could recover, but with the head shattered, how could it be possible? Lu Ning ignored the man's exclamations, the long knife once again striking heavily on the incense burner's body. With a thunderous sound, the marks on the burner became more pronounced, vibrating violently and emitting a piercing hum. Meanwhile, the incessant voices in Lu Ning's ears turned into a dense, overlapping cacophony of screams, like thousands of bats shrieking at once. Lu Ning merely frowned slightly, muttering under his breath, "So noisy," before raising his knife to attack again. Seeing Lu Ning about to continue, the man from the heavenly kingdom of joy went completely mad, about to strike Lu Ning again, but suddenly froze, his gaze sharply turning towards Wang Anming. Not only him, but even Lu Ning couldn't help but look over. Lu Ning could clearly sense Wang Anming's aura becoming extraordinarily powerful, mixed with some chaotic mental contamination. Although this contamination wasn't overwhelmingly strong, it carried a disturbing eeriness. At this moment, a dark blue crystal had appeared on Wang Anming's forehead, and as it fused with his skin, his figure grew larger, his muscles bulging like armor. "Your mental contamination has reached this level, and you're still using a one-time high-risk item? You're doomed." The man from the heavenly kingdom of joy's face changed dramatically, his voice filled with incredulous shock. The dark blue crystal on Wang Anming's forehead had turned to ash. His expression was unusually calm, yet his eyes seemed to hold a brewing storm. His voice was low and resolute. "Base City 116 is my home. How can I watch it be destroyed by beasts like you? I told you before I die, I'll make sure to kill you first." "No." The man from the heavenly kingdom of joy's face twisted in horror, his entire aura surging violently, his already near-collapsed body convulsing as if undergoing a deeper mutation. At that moment, a violent gust of wind suddenly surged. Lu Ning barely had time to register what was happening before the man from the heavenly kingdom exploded into countless fragments of flesh, the splattering blood forming a fine mist in the air. The man's mental corruption dissipated, and in his place stood Wang Anming. Wang Anming's tightly clenched fist began to disintegrate, turning into wisps of blood mist that vanished into the air. He glanced down at his disintegrating hand, then looked up at Lu Ning with eyes that once held a lightning-sharp intensity, now filled with complexity and relief. "Lu Ning, it seems you've adapted well to this world," Wang Anming said with a smile. Lu Ning looked calmly at Wang Anming's arm, which had turned into blood mist. "You're dying," he stated. "Ha, yes." Wang Anming chuckled softly. "I've lived for over 300 years, and that's enough for me. If I die, so be it." He turned his gaze toward the other battlefield, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. "It's just that, after I'm gone, the base city will lose another guardian." With difficulty, he looked at Lu Ning and pleaded, "Lu Ning, I beg you, before you find your way back, please help take care of this base city." Before he could finish, his lips dissolved into blood mist. His eyes, filled with sorrow and entreaty, remained fixed on Lu Ning until they too turned into mist and drifted away. Wang Anming's body completely disappeared, leaving behind 3 medium-risk soul artifacts: a white jade talisman, a golden spear, and a dark blue necklace. These were the soul artifacts that had supported him in his battle against the corrupted man from the heavenly kingdom. Lu Ning looked at the artifacts on the ground but didn't reach for them. He was well aware of the side effects that came with using medium-risk soul artifacts, and while he was immune to mental corruption, The other side effects were still an unknown risk. Given the current situation, he judged that he could manage without them. He turned his attention to the fallen incense burner. The living soul artifact seemed to sense Lu Ning's cold gaze and trembled violently, sending pink mist into the remaining corrupted individuals. However, instead of gaining strength, they descended further into madness. 4 of the corrupted, ignoring their injuries, broke away from the battle to surround the fallen incense burner, unleashing furious roars at the Mist Bureau's fighters. This brief respite allowed the Mist Bureau's fighters to assess the battlefield. The bodies of Landon and 2 other unknown fighters lay on the ground, drawing shocked gasps from everyone. The condition of the other survivors was grim. Lin Xiao wielded a bloody sword, looking skeletal. Colin's eyes were bloodshot, clutching a ring tightly. Lu Chong, Li Yixing, Yin Feng, and Yin Qing were all injured. Opposite them, the 4 corrupted individuals were also heavily wounded, making their last stand. "Where's Director Wang? Where's Director Wang?" Li Yixing suddenly shouted, looking around frantically. Only then did the other Mist Bureau fighters realize Wang Anming's absence and began searching for him. Yun Ro, with a sorrowful expression, spoke up. Director Wang used the director's essence and sacrificed himself. Her words plunged the battlefield into silence, broken only by the low growls of the 4 corrupted individuals. Li Yihong's eyes reddened as he stared intently at the 4 roaring mutants. His body was suddenly covered in a metallic sheen, and a beast-like growl emerged from deep within his throat. "I'll destroy you all." Before the last word left his lips, he had already raised his massive hammer and charged at the mutants with a frenzy. The others were equally consumed by this wave of anger. Yin Feng and his team had their faces twisted with determination as they unleashed the full power of their mid-level soul weapons. Lin Zhao's great sword surged with blood energy, though he appeared increasingly gaunt. Colin's eyes bled tears as he fiercely manipulated the metal machinery in the lab to smash the enemy. Yun Ro's eyes glinted with a strange light as she persistently cast mental suggestions on the Mist Bureau's strongmen. Even as her mental strength nearly depleted, her face as pale as paper, sweat pouring from her forehead, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Lu Ning watched his companions descend into madness, and after a moment of silence, he gripped his battle knife and joined the fray. With the fallen incense burner damaged, its power and the pink mist had significantly weakened, most of the mist having been absorbed by the members of the Joyful Heaven, with the remainder seeping into the 4 mutants. This improvement in the Mist Bureau's fighters' condition boosted their combat effectiveness, and with the support of Lu Ning and Yun Ro, the tide began to turn. The battle was brutal yet brief. Even with an arm bitten off, Li Yihong showed no retreat, wielding the hammer single-handedly with fierce strikes. Yin Feng, having exhausted his mental strength, watched as his left hand began to incinerate, yet he continued to hurl fireballs. In just over a minute, the 4 mutants were torn to pieces by the enraged group. After the battle, everyone collapsed, hastily removing their soul weapons. Several fighters showed signs of mutation, though fortunately not as severely as Li Mu. Yun Ro strained to put these people to sleep with mental suggestions to stabilize their mental state. Aside from those who had fainted, only 6, including Lin Xiao, Colin, and Li Yihong, remained conscious. Even the powerful Yin Feng had exhausted himself to the point of unconsciousness. The survivors warily eyed the fallen incense burner in the center of the mutants' remains, temporarily suppressing their grief over Wang Anming's sacrifice. With a solemn expression, Li Yihong stated, "This is a high-risk soul weapon, with extremely high mental radiation. In our current state, I'm afraid we can't handle it." Yun Ro slumped to the ground, too exhausted to maintain her composure. She weakly said, "You didn't see it, but just now, a high-ranking member of the diseased Happy Heaven almost collapsed on the spot when they touched that fallen censer." Li Yixing and the others were visibly shaken by her words, their expressions tinged with apprehension. Lin Xiao, coughing weakly, remarked, "Is a high-risk soul artifact really that terrifying? What should we do?" Suddenly, Yin Ro seemed to recall something and turned her gaze to Lu Ning. He was sitting idly on the ground, absent-mindedly picking at the eyeballs that kept sprouting from his body. His clothes were tattered and stained with blood. Due to excessive mental exertion, he could no longer fully suppress the white mist with eyeballs. Although this posed no threat to him, the continuous emergence of eyeballs was quite uncomfortable. The others followed Yun Ro's gaze and were somewhat desensitized by Lu Ning's bizarre behavior. He seemed almost like a monster. However, recalling his significant contribution in the battle, they refrained from commenting. Lin Xiao and Colin's eyes lit up, and Lin Xiao said with a smile, "That's right. Lu Ning, you can handle that thing. You don't have to worry about mental contamination." Li Yixing struggled to stand and bowed deeply to Lu Ning. "Lu Ning, if we let this fallen censor remain here, its mental contamination will spread, and the entire city could suffer. Please help us." "No need to thank me. I'm also a member of the Mist Bureau," Lu Ning replied calmly. Just as Lu Ning was about to take action, the crisp sound of high heels echoed from the doorway. Everyone turned sharply to see a stunning woman in a black dress standing at the entrance of the laboratory. It was Lillian, the one they had seen on the screen. Her elegance was mixed with allure, like a captivating enchantress, her fair skin complemented by a smile that was both innocent and enticing, making it hard for anyone to look away. "Hello, everyone. It seems I've arrived just in time," Lillian said, elegantly lifting the hem of her dress in a curtsy. Immediately, everyone became alert, mustering their remaining strength. They had almost forgotten about this instigator. Despite their hostility, Lillian maintained her smile. "No need to be so tense in your current state. Getting too worked up might lead to an unfortunate transformation." Everyone's spirits sank. As a divine benefactor, Lillian was immensely powerful. Even if they were at their peak, they might not be able to match her, let alone in their current depleted state. They had already used the high-risk, dangerous artifact, leaving no chance for a mutually destructive outcome. "What exactly do you want?" Li Yixing demanded angrily. Lillian's eyes gleamed with fervor. "My goal is to offer this city to my master, so my master can descend swiftly and lead us into the divine kingdom." However, when her gaze fell upon the fallen censor, her smile froze. Her expression twisted with rage, and she trembled with anger. "How is it damaged? This is a divine gift from my master. Who did this?" Before Lu Ning and the others could respond, Lillian let out a piercing scream. "You all deserve to die? Fall." An invisible wave spread outwards, and all who were still conscious immediately felt a surge in their mental energy. Li Yixing, Lin Xiao, Colin, Yun Ro, and the others began to undergo mutations. Li Yihang's body began to transform into metal, with the growth twisting in various directions. Thick metal rods sprouted from his limbs, making his form increasingly irregular. Lin Zhao's flesh started to writhe as tentacles burst out from beneath his skin, spreading like living things within him. Colin's body trembled violently, with blood vessels bulging on the surface like snakes. A fierce psychic energy emanated from him, flinging the unconscious people around and causing them to fall to the ground. Yun Ro's body gradually became ethereal, as if she were fading from the real world into a mist. The other three strong figures from the Bureau of Mist, whom Lu Ning didn't recognize, also succumbed to similar mutations, with the level of mental contamination within them rapidly increasing. Lu Ning's gaze was fixed intently on these individuals, even as the white mist within him churned, and strange eye-like growths began to emerge quietly from beneath his skin. Frowning, Lu Ning quickly darted towards Lin Xiao. As he approached, a tentacle suddenly extended from Lin Xiao's body, forcefully pushing him away. "Go save Colin." Lin Xiao's voice was low and hoarse, laden with immense pain. Lu Ning hesitated for a moment, but his resolve quickly hardened. He saw Lin Xiao grip a blood-red sword tightly, with a crimson mist swirling around it, almost as if it were alive. Under an invisible force, Lin Xiao's flesh and the protruding tentacles were rapidly absorbed and withered until he appeared almost skeletal. The red mist grew denser, nearly engulfing the entire sword. Lu Ning's expression changed. He could hardly imagine the torment Lin Xiao's body was enduring. That power seemed to be draining all of his life force. Struggling, Lin Xiao, now almost a skeleton, rasped, "Go." The next moment, clutching the blood-red sword, he charged at Lillian. Lu Ning had no time to hesitate and swiftly moved to Colin's side. By then, Colin had lost the violent psychic fluctuations, and the blood vessels around him had begun to rupture, with blood seeping out of his body. His expression was filled with pain, yet his consciousness remained clear. His eyes widened, and the blood vessels at the corners of his eyes burst, causing blood to flow down. "Lu Ning," Colin called out with difficulty, his eyes full of anger and urgency. "Listen to the captain. Go save Lin Xiao. I can stabilize the mental contamination. You go save him." Without a word, Lu Ning steadily reached out and placed a hand on Colin's chest. Colin struggled to break free, but his body was too damaged to move. Lu Ning didn't let go, instead fixing his gaze on him, and said softly, "The captain's mental contamination is disappearing." Colin paused, a look of shock flashing in his eyes, but then he opened his mouth in pain, tears mingling with the blood at the corners of his eyes. His body erupted again with widespread ruptured blood vessels, the pain nearly unbearable. Lu Ning firmly grasped the dense mist in the air, which twisted with a distorted white light as it struggled to separate from Colin's body. Without hesitation, Lu Ning absorbed the polluted mist into himself. As the mist entered, countless eye-like growths rapidly emerged on his skin, with blood vessels bulging and bursting, staining his body with blood. Despite the excruciating pain almost overwhelming him, Lu Ning's expression remained unchanged. He kept his gaze on Colin until the absorption was complete. Colin's eyes never left Lin Xiao, and he roared, "Captain, Lin Xiao, are you trying to be a hero on your own?" As the echo of his voice lingered, the entire space was once again filled with a pervasive atmosphere of dread, the air almost solidifying, and everyone's fate became unpredictable in that instant. "Are you trying to make me live with guilt for the rest of my life?" Lin Xiao stood with his back to Colin, surrounded by a blood-red mist that seemed to exude an aura of death with every breath. The blood-red greatsword in his hand glowed ominously, emanating a suffocating sense of oppression. It was clear the sword had absorbed a massive amount of flesh to enhance its power, and Lin Xiao was the type to strengthen himself through bodily augmentation. His diseased state caused his flesh to grow uncontrollably, and this excess was sacrificed like an offering to fuel the sword. The consumption of flesh made Lin Xiao's presence even more formidable, pushing his strength to nearly surpass that of Wang Anming's dangerous one-time-use weapon. Lillian, a divine grace wielder, was powerful in her own right, but she was clearly at a disadvantage against Lin Xiao. Her strongest ability, corruption, was ineffective against his nearly mutated form. Though her passive abilities could weaken him, at this moment, Lin Xiao seemed like an immovable mountain, stifling her. Lillian's beautiful face showed a mix of coldness and agitation as she glanced anxiously at the corruption sensor, puzzled as to why she was being kept away from it. Lin Xiao's skeletal frame harbored immense power, and with his blood-red sword, he forced Lillian to retreat repeatedly. His voice was hoarse and weak. As the captain of the 7th Division, and your elder brother, it's my duty to protect you all. Before he could finish, Lin Xiao's body trembled violently, and the blood-red sword in his hand seemed to shake uncontrollably. Having absorbed too much flesh, his power had surged too rapidly, making it difficult for him to control. This uncontrollable force halted his attack, and the blood-red mist spewed from his mouth like his last ounce of strength. He took a deep breath, his voice hoarse yet firm. Lu Ning, I don't know if this strike will kill her, but I trust you'll take up this crimson sword and defend our base city. Lu Ning paused, nodded slightly, his gaze resolute. All right. Lin Xiao's head, like a skeletal frame, bore a faint smile, a glint of crimson in his eyes as he locked onto Lillian. Her expression changed. Sensing an impending danger, her heart trembled slightly. She whispered a prayer. My lord, grant me strength. As soon as she spoke, a complex rune appeared on her forehead, and her aura surged, her once fair skin taking on a waxy sheen. The surge of power made the atmosphere oppressive. Yet Lin Xiao had vanished, leaving only a trail of blood-red sword light in the research lab, which in an instant sliced through the space, closing in on Lillian's neck. A divine glimmer flickered in Lillian's eyes as she murmured, negate. Her words weakened the sword light slightly, but it remained razor-sharp, cutting through with little resistance. Lillian swiftly retreated, her hands conjuring a shield of wax to block the sword light. Boom! The sword light tore through the wax shield like a beast, slashing at Lillian's hands, severing them instantly. Even so, Lillian reacted quickly, twisting her body so the sword light struck her chest instead of her neck, leaving a deep wound nearly piercing through her. Her body was flung like a rag doll, crashing into a metal wall, which shattered as her form disappeared into an unknown direction. Clang! The blood-red greatsword fell heavily to the ground. Lin Xiao's nearly fleshless form stood there, his hand bones fractured, the remaining flesh on his body burning and dissipating like flames. He managed a faint smile, his voice low and weak. Lu Ning, Colin, burn my sports car for me. I finally don't have to pay off that loan, huh? With his final laugh, he grew weaker until he fell silent. His body, reduced to a near-skeletal state, collapsed to the ground as his last breath faded away. Captain! Colin's anguished roar echoed through the air, tears of blood streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. Lu Ning firmly held down the struggling Colin, expressionless as he extracted the remaining source of mental corruption from his body and began to absorb it. The two sources of corruption clashed violently within Lu Ning, as if tearing the very fabric of space apart. Eyeballs erupted continuously on Lu Ning's skin, bursting instantly into a gory mess. Blood gushed from his body, forming a crimson sea of intertwining liquid. Yet, Lu Ning seemed completely unaware, maintaining an eerily calm demeanor. He stood up, walking steadily towards Lin Xiao's skeleton, and bent down to pick up the scarlet sword. As soon as the blade touched his palm, an indescribable power surged into him, almost overwhelming him. But as his fingers tightened around the hilt, the sword's suction began to take effect, causing Lu Ning's blood to slowly drain, converging along his arm towards the blade, as if the sword were greedily sucking up every drop of essence. The scarlet sword was like a traveler in the desert yearning for water, and Lu Ning's blood was the life-giving rain. However, the rate of blood loss was not as rapid as he had anticipated. Lu Ning realized it was because he had not yet fully activated the sword's power. Otherwise, the loss would have been as severe as Lin Xiao's. At this moment, Colin, barely holding his shattered body together, had reached Lin Xiao's skeleton. His knees buckled, and he collapsed before the bones, fists clenched, trembling all over, unable to speak. Lu Ning glanced at him and spoke softly. That woman is not dead yet, Deputy Captain. Take the captain's body to the back. Colin hesitated for a moment, a growl of anger squeezed from his throat. Not dead yet. He jerked his head up, eyes filled with blood, a mix of rage and hatred threatening to erupt. He took several deep breaths to force himself to calm down, then quietly said, "All right." Using his psychic power, he gently picked up Lin Zhao's body and the shattered hand bones, slowly carrying them away. After a few steps, Colin suddenly stopped, turned to Lu Ning, and said heavily, "Lu Ning, kill her." Lu Ning had just nodded when he heard a low growl. Glancing sideways, he saw a stranger from the Mist Bureau, now completely mutated, enveloped in gray-white mist, transforming into a bizarre creature, lunging at him. Lu Ning's figure blurred and vanished, the misty creature missing its target. In an instant, the scarlet sword flashed, cutting through the mutated being, who fell lifelessly, unable to resist. Lu Ning surveyed the surroundings calmly, noticing that the mutation process of the other Mist Bureau members had halted. Li Yixing's face was twisted as he struggled to retract the protruding metal from his body. Yin Ro had returned to normal, muttering to herself, "I'm mentally stable. I'm mentally stable. I'm mentally stable." The others were also attempting to save themselves, trying to shake off the influence. From Lu Ning's perspective, although the mental corruption of these Mist Bureau members remained severe, they were evidently not on the verge of complete mutation. He speculated that this might be because Lin Xiao had successfully interrupted Lillian's corrupting ability earlier. Lu Ning spoke quietly to Colin, "Deputy Captain, take the others and get away from here." Colin nodded, using his psychic power to support his weakened body, dragging the unconscious members of the Mist Bureau, moving them to safety. Meanwhile, Yunru and Li Yixing struggled to their feet, rushing to assist Colin. Just as they stepped out of the door, a sharp sound of footsteps shattered the silence. Through a hole in the wall, a figure darted out. It was Lillian. Her previously severed arms had regrown, and a waxy white substance was flowing over the deep wound on her chest, swiftly healing it. However, Lillian's complexion was pale, and her breath was noticeably weaker than before, indicating that Lin Zhao's earlier attack had significantly affected her. Lillian scanned the surroundings and quickly fixed her gaze on the crimson sword in Lu Ning's hand, a slight sneer playing on her lips. "So the sword finally ended up with you? Too bad you're only at the 3rd tier." Before she could finish, Lu Ning's form abruptly changed. His flesh exploded, his bones partly falling away, leaving only the skeletal remains of his legs, his sword-wielding right hand, his spine, and his head. The shattered flesh and bones were instantly absorbed by the crimson sword, which trembled with a hungry thirst. As everyone watched in shock, Lu Ning's body vanished like a specter. He reappeared in front of Lillian, swinging the crimson sword at her neck. Unlike Lin Xiao, Lu Ning's physical strength was not as formidable, and his enhancements were not as significant. However, he possessed an advantage Lin Xiao could not match: a powerful soul-vibrating force. At the same time, Lillian was not in peak condition. She was caught off guard by Lu Ning's sudden, full-force attack. Even as she hastily raised a shield formed from wax blocks to defend herself, it was futile. The crimson sword sliced through her defense, striking her chest, which had yet to fully heal. Boom. Lillian was sent flying by the blow, blood spraying through the air. She crashed through another wall, disappearing from view. Despite the torrents of blood and his body being completely shattered, Lu Ning stood firm like an iron pillar, gripping the crimson sword tightly in his right hand. Witnessing this, Li Yixing and the others were stunned, their expressions complex. Li Yixing weakly murmured, "I've never seen a fighting style like this." The others nodded, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. Having fought alongside him, they understood that Lu Ning indeed had the ability to resurrect, but this life-for-life attack method was beyond their comprehension. Even Colin had never seen Lu Ning fight with such determination. Looking at the skeletal figure before him, he thought silently, "Captain, it seems Lu Ning is truly angry. I've never seen him so furious." In the lab, Lu Ning's bones began to regenerate flesh at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, his body was almost fully restored, with only minor internal and skin injuries remaining. Within 2 breaths, Lu Ning was completely healed. He remained expressionless, dragging the crimson sword as he walked towards the wall Lillian had crashed through. With each step, Lu Ning's body would shatter again, parts of his flesh and bones disintegrating, while the crimson sword emitted intense waves of blood energy. Then, his shattered body would instantly heal, life force continuously reviving, repeating this cycle until Lu Ning finally stood before the wall. As Lu Ning approached the gap in the wall, a seductive voice rippled through the air. "Enchantment." With the word, Lillian burst through the opening at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Her arm had fully healed, but the wound on her chest looked more gruesome than before, with dark red blood staining the edges. Her eyes glowed with an eerie pink light as she fixed her gaze on Lu Ning, unleashing her formidable enchanting ability. However, her only response was another fierce, blood-red sword light. Boom! Lillian's body flew back like a kite with a broken string, crashing through the corridor wall and landing in another room. Her once beautiful face was now marked with utter disbelief. Her enchanting ability was a divine gift, a boon from the gods. Even a ninth-tier awakened would be slightly affected by it. A mid-tier awakened would surely fall under her spell unless they were exceptionally unique. Yet, this mere third-tier awakened showed no reaction at all. Even more baffling was her memory of Lu Ning's crimson sword, which grew stronger by absorbing flesh. Before the last attack, Lu Ning's flesh had almost completely vanished, with only half of his bones remaining. How was he still alive? And his flesh had even regenerated? Lillian spat out a mouthful of blood, ignoring the urge to heal her wounds with her powers, and quickly got to her feet. But as soon as she steadied herself, Lu Ning appeared before her like a specter. His entire body was now just bare bones, his crimson sword descending mercilessly once more. Despondent, corrupt, Lillian muttered. The blood energy and soul force around Lu Ning did waver slightly, becoming a bit weaker, but the reduction was far less than Lillian had anticipated. She barely had time to react before the crimson sword struck her again. This time, the sharp blade sliced through Lillian's neck. Her head was severed, blood gushing like a fountain. Lu Ning stood still as his body began another cycle of revival. At that moment, Lillian's headless body and severed head turned into a white wax figure. A faint winged silhouette emerged from the wax, flapping its wings to melt the figure and merge it back together. Once the wax figure was reformed, it transformed back into Lillian's complete form. Revived, Lillian instinctively touched her neck, her face betraying an undeniable terror. Had she truly died just now? Forced to use divine grace to resurrect? Before she could dwell on it, she saw Lu Ning standing before her, eyes open. The moment he opened his eyes, his body sacrificed its flesh and most of its bones to empower the crimson sword. Lillian was numb with disbelief. Madman, she cursed, trying to retreat. Yet, Lu Ning's body glowed with white light, and with the crimson sword's enhancement, he moved with astonishing speed, catching up to Lillian almost instantly. Despite her repeated attempts to use her despondent abilities, she was once again struck by Lu Ning's sword, even losing her arm again. As she was sent flying, the injury on her chest worsened, blood pouring from her mouth. Her previous elegance completely vanished. However, seeing Lu Ning reduced to mere bones, her eyes suddenly lit up. Lillian quickly leapt up, facing Lu Ning. With her hands still healing, she swung her leg in a fierce arc towards Lu Ning's waist. Boom! Lu Ning's body was sent flying, the sound of bones breaking clearly audible. As Lu Ning's body soared through the air, his bones began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. His flesh writhed as if alive, regenerating rapidly, and within moments he was almost fully restored. Lillian's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the scene unfolding before her. "What kind of monster is this?" she exclaimed. But even before her words had fully escaped, Lu Ning's eyes snapped open, a chilling light flickering in his pupils. His first action upon awakening was to unhesitatingly ignite his own flesh. A blinding red light erupted from within him, his body twisting and contorting in the intense heat, yet regenerating at an astonishing pace. Lillian was numb with shock. Her pride in her awakened abilities and dark arts, which targeted the mental realm, seemed utterly ineffective against Lu Ning. Though she was not weak in terms of physical strength, she found herself powerless against this maniac who burned his own life force with each attack and enhanced his power using a mid-level soul artifact. Despite her level being far superior to Lu Ning's, she was astounded to find herself unable to handle this mere third-tier awakened individual. Boom! Another fierce clash sent Lillian flying backwards, struck by a sword. Though her injuries had healed after her revival, her aura was noticeably weaker. This blow was even harder to withstand. Her hands were severed once more, and her waist was nearly cleaved in two, blood gushing like a fountain. Barely managing to seal her wounds with wax to prevent further blood loss, Lillian caught a glimpse of Lu Ning rapidly recovering. Gritting her teeth, she resolutely charged towards the fallen censor. If I can amplify my abilities using the fallen censor, maybe I can charm or corrupt this monster. This was the only plan she could think of. However, just as Lillian reached the laboratory, a crimson sword light sliced through the air behind her. This strike almost shattered her entire back, and she crashed heavily to the ground, too weak to rise. Lu Ning didn't even need to burn his bones this time. His flesh was swiftly regenerating with each breath. He gripped his blood-dripping crimson greatsword and slowly approached the struggling Lillian on the ground. Then, suddenly, Lu Ning halted. The flesh on Lillian's back began to twist grotesquely, sprouting a pair of wings. These wings were pure white, speckled with black spots, and the feathers around the spots were decaying, as if tainted by some force. As the wings unfurled, her wounds began to heal at an observable rate. Her expression turned eerily calm, her pupils transforming into an abyssal black as she regarded Lu Ning with interest, as if about to speak. But before she could utter a word, a crimson blade flashed towards her. Lillian raised her hand to intercept the strike, and the clash of forces resounded thunderously. Red and white lights intertwined, enveloping the entire lab in an instant. As the light faded, Lu Ning was thrown back by the immense impact, yet his flesh began to rapidly regenerate midair. Lillian looked down at her hand. Her porcelain-white palm was covered in fine cracks, and then shattered like broken pottery, falling to the ground in pieces. Interesting, she murmured softly, looking up at Lu Ning. Human, I'm intrigued by you, Faith. Before she could finish, Lu Ning appeared before her once more. This time, he didn't strike with his crimson sword. Instead, he placed his hand directly on Lillian's chest. Lillian was momentarily stunned before her expression drastically changed. A white mist was forcibly extracted from her body, and as it was drawn out, the wings on her back began to collapse and disintegrate, as if losing their source of power. Her face, previously calm and lifeless, regained a vivid expression, but it was filled with pure terror. She struggled frantically, emitting a shrill scream. Who are you? How can you pull out the power of my master? Lu Ning didn't respond. With a swift motion, he plunged the scarlet sword into Lillian's abdomen, pinning her firmly to the floor. He quickly began to extract the white mist from her body. As each wisp of mist was drawn out and absorbed into him, Lillian's wings behind her began to disintegrate and vanish. As the fallen angel's power entered Lu Ning, it immediately coalesced into a blurred winged figure, emitting an ear-splitting shriek. This shriek caused the original white mists of his eyeball and psychic energy within Lu Ning to tremble violently, almost to the point of collapse. Changes began to manifest on Lu Ning's body as black hair grew at an astonishing rate, cascading down to the floor, radiating an unusual luster. His facial features softened, his lips turned a vivid red, and his entire visage took on a more feminine appearance. More shockingly, his body began to melt like a wax figure. Even as his body was disintegrating, Lu Ning persistently continued to absorb the white mist. As the fallen angel's power rampaged through his body, the original eyeball mist and psychic energy mist went berserk, attempting to flee, only to be locked in place by the fallen mist. Within mere seconds, the two forces were completely devoured by the fallen mist. By this time, Lu Ning was nearly completely melted, with only his long, jet-black hair remaining intact and spread across the floor. Lillian's condition, however, was even worse. Having lost the power of the fallen angel, her strength plummeted to the 6th tier, and she lost even the status of a divine grace bearer. No, no, no. This can't be happening. Lillian cried out in despair, struggling frantically, but unable to break free from the Scarlet Sword's hold due to her severe injuries and loss of power. More terrifyingly, the Scarlet Sword began absorbing her vital essence. Lillian watched in horror as her once voluptuous body withered, her radiant beauty reduced to a withered husk. Her struggles tore open her wounds, and the blood that flowed was greedily absorbed by the blade, hastening her decline. Damn it! Let me go! Her roars diminished to a whisper, and within less than a minute, her once stunning figure was reduced to nothing but bones. Meanwhile, Lu Ning remained in a bizarre state of constant melting and attempted reformation. Outside the laboratory, as the noises from within ceased, many powerful individuals exchanged solemn glances. I'll go check, Yunro said, taking a deep breath. I'll go, Colin insisted, shaking his head resolutely. Yunro frowned at Colin, speaking with a grave tone. My mental suppression is the most effective here. It's temporarily safe. Colin's gaze was resolute as he stood by the pile of bones. Lu Ning is our teammate. I have to check on him. At that moment, the weakened Li Yixing spoke up. Yunro, let them go together. Yunro was silent for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. The two of them cautiously moved towards the laboratory. As they pushed the door open, the scene before them left them stunned. Colin immediately recognized the writhing, wax-like figure. Lu Ning. He was about to rush forward when Yunro grabbed him. Calm down, Yunro said sharply. You have no idea what state he's in right now. Let go of me. He's just under the influence of mental pollution. He'll be fine. A strange light flickered in Yunro's eyes as she communicated with Colin through mental suggestion. He's in the process of self-recovery. Approaching him recklessly will only disturb him. Colin took a deep breath and clenched his fists. All right, I'll stay here. Yunro was about to use her mental perception to probe Lu Ning's condition when she suddenly received a strong self-warning. Doing so would be fatal. She broke out in a cold sweat and immediately abandoned the dangerous thought. As someone with the ability to give mental suggestions, she knew such warnings were never wrong. The wax-like figure continued to morph, sometimes coalescing into a human form, sometimes breaking apart and deforming. This process repeated for over 10 minutes. Gradually, a remarkably charismatic head emerged from the wax, its contours softer than before. This astonishing charisma momentarily dazed both Colin and Yunro, but fortunately, their strong mental fortitude quickly brought them back to their senses. What kind of ability is this? Yunro asked quietly. Colin speculated. It might be related to the mutations of the members of the Joyful Heaven. Lu Ning previously absorbed different sources of mutation, and this charm ability likely comes from a member of Joyful Heaven. Just then, the space suddenly trembled. To their shock, a spatial rift appeared where the fallen incense burner had been still. A mysterious hand reached out from the rift, seized the unresisting incense burner, and retracted it, with the rift disappearing as if nothing had ever happened. Colin and Yunru exchanged a glance, a flicker of shock passing between them. Tearing space. This phenomenon could either be the work of a space manipulator or some immensely powerful being exerting its strength. If it was the former, the capability of the space manipulator was unimaginable. If it was the latter, it would require at least a sage-level entity. Either possibility sent a chill down their spines. The loss of the fallen incense burner was a significant blow, as it was a high-risk soul artifact. Despite the slight damage it had sustained from Lu Ning earlier, it remained formidable. If retained, it could have served as a crucial asset for the Bureau. However, the entity capable of tearing space was terrifying, and the fact that it hadn't targeted them was a stroke of luck. As for what disaster the loss of the fallen incense burner might bring, it was beyond their concern now. The two exchanged another silent glance, choosing not to dwell on the topic. Their underlying anxiety compelled them to worry that the powerful presence might still be lurking, observing their every move. At this moment, Lu Ning was gradually recovering. The injuries on his upper body had mostly healed. He glanced towards where the space tear had vanished, then turned to Colin and Yunru at the entrance. Just as he was about to speak, Colin broke the silence with urgency. Lu Ning, how are you now? Are you feeling okay? Lu Ning replied slowly. I absorbed some things earlier, felt a bit of pressure, but I'm almost recovered now. I'm fine. This made Colin frown, curiosity lacing his words. You absorbed the source of mental contamination from both me and Mumu before, and were fine. So what did you absorb this time that took so long to recover? He suddenly realized. Oh, it must have been the mental contamination containing the power of the fallen angel. Colin, Yunru, Lu Ning began, but his words struck the two like thunder. Yunru froze for a moment, her expression changing dramatically, her pupils contracting slightly, as if struck by some terrifying thought. Her scalp tingled, and she almost instinctively muttered to herself, "Stay calm, stay calm, stay calm." She repeated this mantra, trying to regain her composure. After a moment, she looked up at Lu Ning, her tone uncertain. Are you sure you're okay? No mutation. Lu Ning closed his eyes, carefully sensing his condition, and shook his head. I'm fine. Yunru hesitated, disbelief flickering in her eyes. Are you sure? Not contaminated by the fallen angel's power. Lu Ning shook his head again. No. Yunru looked at Lu Ning with a mix of shock and doubt, her voice nearly incredulous. How is that possible? The contamination of an evil god is extremely potent. Even a sage must handle it cautiously. Yet you, with your third-tier strength, absorbed the evil god's power and remained uncontaminated? She turned to Colin, casting him a complex look, then whispered, Lu Ning, after you recover, can you stay here and not come over? Wait for the reinforcements to arrive and have your mental contamination level checked first. Finally snapping back to reality, Colin glared furiously, his voice carrying undeniable anger. Yunru, what do you mean? If it weren't for Lu Ning, we'd all be dead. You're doubting him. Yunru sighed, full of helplessness. Colin, I understand how you feel, and I know that without Lu Ning, we wouldn't have made it. Honestly, if it were just me, I wouldn't care. But we have the entire base city behind us. You're a member of the Mist Bureau's action team. You should understand. Colin hesitated to speak, but Lu Ning calmly said, It's okay. I'll wait here. I need to absorb that source of pollution, otherwise I feel like I'm turning into a woman. This remark made Yunru's expression turn peculiar, and she couldn't help but look Lu Ning up and down. Your gaze is making me feel a bit sick, Lu Ning frowned. Yunru quickly cleared her throat and looked away. It's nothing at all. Colin gave Yunru a puzzled glance, but didn't say anything further. A few minutes later, Lu Ning's body finally became fully solid. His complexion was paler than before, and his facial features were slightly softer, but his overall appearance remained unchanged. After checking himself over to ensure everything was normal, Lu Ning turned his attention to Lillian's skeletal remains on the ground and began focusing on refining the white mist within him. The white mist he absorbed from Lillian had now formed a vague winged silhouette inside him. Each time this shadow shrieked, Lu Ning's internal organs would be torn apart, but he quickly healed. The eyeball and psychic white mist he absorbed earlier had been devoured by this shadow. Lu Ning attempted to suppress the white mist with his mental power, only to find that his mental strength was nearly depleted. Exhausted from the continuous battles, he decided to restore his mental power before continuing to refine the shadow. Seeing Lu Ning back to normal, Colin and Yunru finally relaxed and sat down as well. They were equally exhausted, having been holding on out of concern for Lu Ning's condition. Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. A large group of awakened individuals arrived, including members of the action team and supporting Freelance Awakened. Colin immediately recognized the bloodied Li Mu, the bandaged Wang Qiwen, and Xiao Yuelin, who appeared intact but had a weak presence. However, he did not see Wei Xian, which made his heart sink. The three of them rushed over to Colin. Are you okay? Li Mu asked urgently. Colin shook his head. I won't die. What about the captain and Lu Ning? Li Mu looked around. Colin paused, then pointed to the nearby remains. The captain is here. The three were struck as if by lightning. Li Mu bit his lip, struggling to hold back tears. Xiao Yuelin covered her mouth as tears flowed uncontrollably. Wang Qiwen remained silent, staring blankly at the pile of bones. Colin lowered his head, his voice hoarse. The captain died saving me. He could have survived. He looked at the bones, his eyes growing darker. If Lu Ning had absorbed Lin Zhao's psychic pollution, Lin Xiao might have survived. But he chose to shield them from Lillian, leaving the chance of survival to others. Li Mu and the others fell into silence, the air seemingly frozen. Colin took a deep breath and pointed towards the research lab. Following his gesture, they saw Lu Ning sitting alone on the cracked floor. Lu Ning. Li Mu was about to rush in, but Colin stopped him. Colin, what are you doing? Li Mu frowned, and the others looked on with puzzled expressions. We can't go over there right now, Colin said seriously. Lu Ning's situation is a bit unusual. What's wrong with Lu Ning? Qiu Yuelin asked worriedly. Yun Ro explained. He just absorbed a powerful contamination source, and we need to check his mental contamination levels to assess the situation. Hearing this explanation, their expressions relaxed slightly. Li Mu looked at Lu Ning, who was sitting with his eyes closed, and said, It should be fine, right? He's absorbed my mental contamination source before. Colin hesitated, wanting to mention that this time it was a contamination source infused with divine power, but he remained silent in the end. What about Wei Xian? Colin changed the subject. Have you seen him? The group's expressions turned grim instantly. Wei Xian is dead, Wang Qiwen said quietly. Killed by those mutated ones. Colin lowered his eyes, and the entire hallway fell into silence. From afar, the angry roars and sorrowful cries of other team members echoed, enveloping everyone in a heavy atmosphere. Looking on the bright side, our team's losses are relatively small, Colin said with a self-deprecating smile. Only 2 team members sacrificed. No one could bring themselves to smile. Xiao Yuelin wiped her tears and choked out. I don't know how to explain this to you, Ran and Elder Qin. The statement hit Colin like a heavy blow to the heart. Just then, a loud crash came from above. The roof was torn open, and a figure slowly descended. It was a tall man with blue hair, surrounded by a breeze, exuding an extraordinary presence with every movement. Are you the Azure Sage? Li Yixing stood up in surprise, his tone filled with reverence. Everyone held their breath. A sage was a being above the 9th level awakened ones, with enough power to destroy an entire base city. The fact that he could easily tear through the headquarters' protective materials only confirmed his terrifying strength. To everyone's surprise, the person in front of them was none other than the legendary sage. In the small base city 116, high-level awakened individuals were already a rarity, so the sudden appearance of a sage left everyone in awe. Sage Qinglan nodded slightly, gazing at Li and his group with a calm yet authoritative tone. Yes, I am Qinglan. I received your base city's distress signal and happened to be nearby, so I came. His demeanor wasn't arrogant, yet his powerful presence made those around him instinctively lower their heads. Qinglan didn't pay much attention to their reactions. He simply glanced around, a flash of blue light passing through his eyes. His gaze quickly settled on the spot where the fallen incense had once been, and his brow furrowed slightly, his expression turning serious. Spatial power? Upon hearing Qinglan's murmur, Colin and Yun Ro exchanged a glance. Yun Ro immediately said, Sage Qinglan, we saw that there was a spatial tear in that place, and someone took the fallen incense away. Qinglan's brow furrowed deeply, clearly troubled by this development. Without saying more, he transformed into a breeze and vanished from sight, reappearing at the location of the fallen incense. After a careful examination, a cold smile appeared on his face, escaped quickly. His gaze shifted back to Yun Ro, and he asked gravely, what were that person's characteristics? He didn't show himself, just reached out a hand through the spatial rift, Yun Ro recalled. The hand looked ordinary, probably a man's. Qinglan nodded slightly, saying nothing further. A thoughtful look crossed his eyes as he turned his attention to Lu Ning, who was sitting on the ground. At that moment, Lu Ning opened his eyes and met Qinglan's gaze. Qinglan regarded him quietly before speaking. You have a trace of divinity about you? Lu Ning blinked, thought for a moment, and replied. It might be because I just absorbed the white mist containing the power of a fallen angel. No sooner had he spoken than Li Mu, Xiao Yuelin, and Wang Qiwen at the research lab entrance looked up sharply, shock evident in their eyes as they focused on Lu Ning. Li Mu turned to Colin, his voice losing its usual calm. Did you say Lu Ning absorbed a powerful pollution source, and it had divine power? Colin's mouth twitched slightly, and he nodded. Yes. The expressions of Li Mu and the others turned to shock, Xiao Yuelin staring blankly at Lu Ning. Brother Lu Ning, are you sure you're okay? Wang Qiwen couldn't hide his surprise. I thought Lu Ning was already extraordinary, but clearly, I underestimated him. Qinglan was also momentarily stunned, But then his gaze settled back on Lu Ning, a faint smile on his lips. You are Lu Ning? I know of you. Elder Wang and the others reported your information. Qinglan chuckled softly, a hint of concern in his eyes. You seem to be recovering well. Earlier reports suggested you had lost most of your cognitive abilities. Lu Ning nodded lightly, responding softly. I'm managing. Qinglan squinted slightly, seemingly intrigued, his gaze fixed on Lu Ning. To be honest, we had significant disagreements about how to handle you, but Lord Liang said to let you develop freely. Lu Ning was puzzled. Who is Lord Liang? Qinglan chuckled. He is humanity's first awakened and the first demigod. Lu Ning thought for a moment, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. He had heard this name in history class and finally understood. So it's him. Why did he do that? Lu Ning couldn't help but ask, filled with curiosity. Qinglan shook his head, a trace of helplessness in his expression. No one can fully understand Lord Liang's actions. But everything he says is correct. Without him, humanity would have been consumed by the mist long ago. Lu Ning fell silent, not speaking for a long time. After a moment, he asked softly, Can I meet him? Qinglan was taken aback, then chuckled. Why? A hint of longing flickered in Lu Ning's eyes. I've read that he awakened shortly after the mist appeared, and he's lived for so many years, surely he's seen a lot. I want to ask him if there's a way to return to the past. Qinglan's smile remained. Lord Liang said it's not yet time for you to meet him. Lu Ning frowned and was about to ask a question when the sage of Qinglan calmly said, Don't ask me, I don't know either. In fact, I don't even know where Lord Liang is right now. Lu Ning paused in silence after hearing this. Suddenly, the sage of Qinglan transformed into a gentle breeze, drifting in front of Lu Ning and placing a hand on his shoulder. In that moment, Lu Ning felt a cool flow of energy pass through his shoulder, chilling yet clear. As the breeze dissipated, the sage of Qinglan withdrew his hand, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Your condition isn't too bad, he remarked softly. To absorb third-level divinity and still be alive is truly incredible. I'm beginning to understand Lord Liang's thinking. Lu Ning asked with some confusion. Is divinity hard to absorb? The smile on the sage of Qinglan's face froze, his lips twitching slightly as he let out a wry smile. Heh. He looked around at everyone, saying in a deep voice, You've all worked hard. I've already cleared the mutated individuals in other areas, and the remaining mental pollution has mostly dissipated. The surviving logistics team members can come and clean up the site, and then you'll be sent for treatment. As soon as he finished speaking, Yinro quickly took out her phone and fiddled with it for a moment before frowning. My phone's broken. Colin chimed in. Mine's broken too. Xiao Yuelin pulled out her phone, which had a pink cat charm dangling from it, and was undamaged. Mine's still working. She handed her phone to Yinro. Yinro took it, thanked Xiao Yuelin, and made a call. Shortly after, the surviving logistics and medical team members arrived at the scene. Lu Ning noticed that Li Mu's attending physician, Dr. Fei, was among them, and the kind-hearted female doctor had evidently survived as well. With the help of the logistics and medical staff, the injured and unconscious awakeners were taken to the nearest hospital for treatment. Since the headquarters had been nearly destroyed in the battle, the original medical facilities were completely incapacitated, unable to provide effective treatment for the awakeners. Those who were lightly injured or uninjured were accommodated at a nearby hotel to rest. Even the free awakeners who came to assist received the same treatment. Of course, if they wished to leave, no one would stop them, as everyone could come and go voluntarily. Due to the severe damage to the headquarters, rewards for the free awakeners could not be provided immediately. All participants were registered, and arrangements would be made once the situation stabilized. This disaster brought significant losses to the Mist Bureau, and to restore order, the Sage of Qinglan decided to stay temporarily. Lu Ning and his group left the headquarters and looked back to see the once grand building now covered in cracks, almost on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, the structure was made of sturdy alloy, or it might have already fallen. Colin, Wang Qiwen, and Li Mu went to the hospital for treatment, while Lu Ning and Xiao Yuelin, with lighter injuries, were set up to rest at a hotel. As for the bodies of Lin Xiao and Wei Xian, they were properly taken care of, with burial arrangements to be made once Colin and the others recovered. The bodies of other awakeners who died in the battle also received the same respect and care. The Mist Bureau's efficiency was high, and within just 2 days, members from nearby base cities were dispatched to the site. Led by a high-level awakener with metal manipulation abilities, they began the task of rebuilding the headquarters. The damage caused by the chaos of the mutators within the base city is staggering. The fallen abilities unleashed by Lillian through the screen alone claimed the lives of 120,000 people. The destruction of infrastructure is even beyond measure, leaving the entire city devastated. Yet, miraculously, the base city still stands. As the Qinglan sage reviews the reports, a hint of amazement flashes in his eyes. The survival of base city 116 is nothing short of a miracle. This will surely be recorded in history. Indeed, a high-level divine gift user, a high-risk soul weapon, a large number of mid and low-level cultists, coupled with a large-scale aberration. Such a disaster could easily destroy any small base city. Lu Ning stood quietly by, his expression calm. The Qinglan sage noticed his demeanor and softly asked, "The preservation of the base city is largely thanks to your efforts. Why do you seem unhappy?" "So many have already died," Lu Ning replied briefly. The Qinglan sage paused, then let out a bitter smile. "I forgot, you come from before the mist era." He gazed into the distant sky, his tone tinged with a sense of reflection. In this era, such losses are considered minimal. The destruction of a base city, or even an entire human settlement, is a common occurrence. This is the harsh reality of the mist era. Under the gaze of the evil gods, we humans can barely survive. Lu Ning followed his gaze, seeing several twisted, enormous phantoms looming in the sky, greedily watching the earth. These phantoms spanned the horizon and were clearer than those he had seen when he first emerged from the mist. 4 days later, the Mist Bureau headquarters was repaired. Colin, Li Mu, and others had recovered, though a few members with severe mental contamination still needed rest. Lu Ning and his team returned to the 7th Division, bringing back the ashes of Lin Xiao and Wei Xian. In this age of rampant mental radiation, the Federation mandated cremation to prevent corpses from mutating. At the division entrance, Yuran led all active personnel in a solemn line, all dressed in white, their expressions somber. Yuran's eyes were swollen from crying, struggling to hold back tears. When Lu Ning and Colin stepped out of the car with the urns, she couldn't help but break down in tears, biting her lip to suppress her sobs. The others performed the highest ceremony of the Mist Bureau in unison. In the resting place on the 3rd underground level, cold metal tombstones lined the long corridor. Each tombstone bore a different epitaph. Pride of the Farron family, shield of the people, nameless guardian. Lu Ning and Colin walked to the deeper section, placing the ashes in the chamber prepared for Lin Xiao and Wei Xian. The new epitaphs read, "The best captain, the best brother, the sheriff's pride, the truest friend." The next morning, Li Yixing followed the sage of Qinglan to the 7th Division. With the completion of the headquarters reconstruction and the loss of many powerful members of the Mist Bureau, the positions within the Bureau underwent a reappointment. Li Yixing had been appointed as the director of the Mist Bureau for Base City 116, taking over Wang Aming's position. Today, Li Yixing and the sage of Qinglan came to the 7th Division evidently for the new appointments. As everyone entered the meeting room and sat down, the atmosphere was unusually silent. Colin and the others still hadn't recovered from the blow of Lin Xiao and Wei Xian's deaths. Li Yixing glanced at everyone present and spoke softly. "You all probably know why I'm here today, right?" Colin nodded slightly, responding in a low voice, "Yes." Li Yixing continued, "The federal headquarters has sent a message regarding the appointments for the 7th Division. Colin, you will be the team leader, Lu Ning will be the deputy leader, and everyone else's positions remain unchanged. As for the personnel shortage in your action team, you will have to recruit yourselves." Colin was momentarily stunned, looking somewhat surprised. "My abilities are no longer as good as Lu Ning's. Why isn't Lu Ning made the team leader?" Li Yixing shook his head, his tone calm. "I'm not sure either. Perhaps it was due to Lu Ning's experience, considering he only joined the Mist Bureau 6 months ago." Without waiting for a response, he turned to Lu Ning, who sat calmly beside him. "Lu Ning, any thoughts? Honestly, if it weren't for you, this base city might not have survived. Even with the timely arrival of the Sage of Qinglan, the Mist Bureau and the Free Awakeners would likely have been completely wiped out by Lillian. Personally, I think you are fully qualified to be the team leader of the division's action team. If you feel this arrangement is unfair, I can report and fight for it." Lu Ning was silent for a moment before he softly spoke. "I promised the old Wang that before returning to my time, I would take care of the base city, so I won't go to the headquarters." Hearing this, Li Yixing breathed a sigh of relief, as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. Qiu Yuelin frowned slightly, looking at Lu Ning with concern. "Lu Ning, are you really not going?" Lu Ning shook his head. "No, I'm not going." Seeing this, Colin couldn't help but smile. "If you don't want to go, then stay here." The Sage of Qinglan, seeing Lu Ning's attitude, shrugged lightly and smiled. "All right, I won't insist. I respect your choice." At this moment, the atmosphere in the room eased a bit. Everyone understood that Lu Ning's decision to stay was not only crucial for the base city, but also left a deep sense of connection and reluctance among the comrades who had fought alongside him. The Sage of Qinglan looked at everyone with a serious expression and continued, "The survival of our base city and the preservation of the Mist Bureau's living forces are all thanks to Lu Ning. Not only did he defeat a divine blessing bearer, but he also successfully thwarted the sacrificial ritual of the blissful paradise. If that divine blessing bearer had completed the sacrifice of the entire base city, the descent of the fallen angel would have been imminent. For this reason, the Federation headquarters specifically mentioned his reward yesterday." These words left everyone present in shock. Li Yixing, the newly appointed director of the Mist Bureau, appeared surprised. Lu Ning's reward was mentioned separately? The sage of Qinglan nodded at Li Yixing, confirming, yes, his contributions this time are indeed exceptional. No one disputed this statement, as everyone present was well aware that without Lu Ning, the fate of the entire base city would have been drastically different. What exactly is the reward? Lu Ning couldn't help but ask. A smile appeared on the sage of Qinglan's face. The crimson sword is yours, along with a one-time high-risk item and 10,000 soul crystals. This news made Colin and the others gasp, and even Li Yixing showed a hint of envy. Wang Qiwen's eyes sparkled with excitement. That mid-risk soul weapon, the crimson sword, plus a high-risk item and 10,000 soul crystals. That's incredibly generous. Colin adjusted his glasses and patted Wang Qiwen's head, reminding him, generous, yes, but you have to be capable of earning it. Who else but Lu Ning could achieve this? Unfortunately, the fallen censor was lost, the sage of Qinglan sighed. Otherwise, the rewards would have been even greater. Mentioning the fallen censor brought a heavy atmosphere. Li Yixing inquired, Lord Qinglan, have you found any trace of the fallen censor? But the answer was negative. Then, the sage of Qinglan took out an ancient bronze metal box, opened it, and revealed a piece of armor with strange patterns. This item emitted strong psychic radiation, causing Qiu Yuelin to instinctively take a few steps back. This is the one-time high-risk item, the sage of Qinglan explained in detail. When activated with psychic energy, it can greatly enhance mental strength for a short period while turning the body into metal, providing extremely high defense. However, the side effect is that once the effect ends, you become a metal statue, inevitably resulting in death. Hearing this terrifying side effect, Qiu Yuelin was shocked, but the others were not surprised. Such side effects are quite normal for high-risk items. Lu Ning took the metal box and carefully stored it. The sage of Qinglan added, the crimson sword is in your division and can be collected at any time. As for the 10,000 soul crystals, since it's a large amount, you can apply to the base city headquarters to access them as needed. As the conversation was about to conclude, Lu Ning suddenly asked, Lord Qinglan, I heard there's a mist exploration team in the Mist Bureau. Can I join? You can apply once you reach a higher rank. The sage of Qinglan replied with a smile. But the exploration team doesn't have missions all year round. When will there be an exploration plan for the mist I encountered on my way here? I need to verify that. The sage of Qinglan pondered for a moment. If there's a related plan, I'll notify you immediately. Thank you. Lu Ning expressed his sincere gratitude. After bidding farewell to Sage Qinglan and Li Yixing, everyone returned to the cozy meeting room. Colin turned to Lu Ning, his eyes filled with concern. Lu Ning, are you sure it's okay for you to stay here? What do you mean? Lu Ning asked, looking up. If you went to headquarters, your skills might improve faster. You could join the mist exploration team sooner, Colin explained. Lu Ning was silent for a moment, then replied calmly, it's fine. It's great that Lu Ning can stay. Qiu Yuelin clapped her hands with a smile. Otherwise, we'd be 3 members short. Her smile faded as she spoke, and the others' expressions grew somber as well. Cheer up, everyone. Colin broke the silence. The captain and the others wouldn't want us to be down. Mumu, we've been through a lot. No need to look so glum. I'm the captain today, and I'm treating. How does that sound? You said it. Don't blame us for ordering a lot. Limu finally smiled. No problem. Eat as much as you want. I want braised pork, Lu Ning said straightforwardly. Can't you choose something else? Colin asked helplessly. Lu Ning looked at him in confusion. Braised pork is so delicious. Why would I want anything else? You order it every time, and you eat it all the time. Aren't you tired of it? Wang Qiwen chimed in. Nope. Lu Ning shook his head. Hee, Lu Ning must be a very devoted guy. Qiu Yuelin giggled, covering her mouth. Amidst laughter and chatter, they ordered their food and invited Yuran and Qinfeng from downstairs. Yuran, unusually, wasn't gaming but sitting idly at the front desk. Persuaded by Colin, he reluctantly ordered tomato beef stew. Qinfeng, on the other hand, was carefree, flipping through a swimwear magazine, and perked up at the mention of a treat. I've been around a long time, and I've seen more teammates leave than you guys, Qinfeng said while choosing the most expensive dishes. They've gone, but I'm still here, so I have to enjoy their share too, or it wouldn't be fair. The dishes he ordered made Colin smile a bit strained. In the days that followed, everyone gradually emerged from the shadow of Lin Xiao and Wei Xian's passing. The reconstruction work within the base city proceeded methodically, with white memorials visible everywhere, yet the city's vitality was slowly returning. Li Yixing led a team to investigate Tianxing Entertainment Group, discovering that Lillian had used the group to forcibly broadcast images. However, the direct responsible party had been killed by Lillian. Although the group was not heavily implicated, due to the irrefutable evidence of Han Yu's collusion with Happy Heaven, the group faced severe punishment, and Han Yu's parents were imprisoned. Lu Ning learned about this from Li Mu and Xiu Yuelin's casual conversations, but he didn't know what happened to Han Yu's parents afterward. Colin has been unusually busy these days because there are just too few operatives in the 7th Division. After the deaths of Lin Xiao and Wei Xian, the team was reduced to only Colin, Li Mu, Lu Ning, Wang Qiwen, and Xiao Yuelin. Wang Qiwen had just been promoted to the second tier, while Xiao Yuelin still had some distance to go. Thanks to the presence of the Sage of Qing Lan, no mutation incidents had occurred in the base city recently. However, the Sage of Qing Lan left yesterday, and with his departure, the likelihood of mutation incidents re-emerging in the base city increased. Given the limited manpower, handling 2 mutation incidents simultaneously would be challenging. Therefore, Colin started reaching out to independent awakened individuals, hoping some would join the Mist Bureau's action team. He also actively contacted newly awakened individuals through the Security Bureau, making him incredibly busy. Initially, Colin wanted Lu Ning to accompany him for these meetings, but Lu Ning seemed to zone out after 2 visits, practically becoming a bystander. Colin noticed this and felt a bit helpless, so he decided to send Lu Ning to try his luck at the One Tree Bar. Lu Ning didn't expect the bar to still be open after Tai Long's death. As he walked in, the familiar signs and interior made him feel a sense of nostalgia, as if he could see Tai Long's cheerful face again. With him and Lin Xiao approaching Tai Long and greeting him with a customary chest bump. Lu Ning calmly approached the bar counter and tapped it lightly. "I need to see your boss." The bartender looked up at Lu Ning, showing a surprised expression, and then respectfully said, "You're Mr. Lu, right? Please wait a moment. I'll get the boss right away." The bartender went into the back room and soon came out with a young man. Lu Ning immediately recognized him. It was Zhu Yunxiao. At first, he seemed familiar, and after thinking for a moment, he realized who it was. Raising an eyebrow slightly, Zhu Yunxiao? Zhu Yunxiao, dressed neatly, looked entirely different from his previously unkempt appearance. He smiled at Lu Ning, his voice deep yet warm. Tai Long once said that if he ever passed away, I and Wang Yin should take over the bar and continue providing a place for independent awakened individuals to rest. What about you? Lu Ning nodded, remembering how Wang Yin and Xiao Yuelin had taken Tai Long's body away. After a moment of silence, he asked, "What happened to Uncle Tai Long's body?" Zhu Yunxiao's expression turned somber. Tai Long often acted alone and knew he could mutate at any time, which might endanger others, so he always worked solo. I, Wang Yin, and some other independent awakened individuals he had helped gave him a proper farewell. His ashes are now buried in the underground black market. Lu Ning was silent for a few seconds before turning to Zhu Yunxiao. "Take me to see it." Zhu Yunxiao nodded and led Lu Ning through the back door, following the path Lin Xiao had once shown him, to the underground black market below the One Tree Bar. The market was bustling, with stalls filling the entire space. As Lu Ning and Zhu Yunxiao entered, people around them looked up, recognizing Lu Ning. Many showed a mix of respect and excitement. "Is that Officer Lu Ning?" "Officer Lu. I participated in the Mist Bureau headquarters operation last time. Do you remember me?" Some higher-tier independent awakened individuals approached to greet Lu Ning, while others curiously observed him, whispering, "Is that Lu Ning? I heard he's incredibly strong, almost immortal. He even cut down a god blessed from the heavenly bliss. That's unbelievable." The base city isn't very large, and the circle of awakened individuals is even smaller. Well-informed independent awakened individuals had already learned about the intense battle at the Mist Bureau headquarters through various channels. Zhu Yunxiao commented with a smile, "Officer Lu Ning, you're a celebrity in the independent awakened community here in the base city now." Lu Ning remained calm, responding simply, "Oh." Zhu Yunxiao gave an awkward smile, a flicker of unease in his eyes. To him, when someone hears about their own fame, even if they're not thrilled, they should at least show some joy. Yet Lu Ning remained unmoved, leaving Zhu Yunxiao somewhat puzzled. He guided Lu Ning through the bustling black market, gradually leading him to a quieter area. There stood a small memorial shrine with a photo of Tai Long's face on it. The shrine was surrounded by fresh fruits, various flowers, and dozens of incense sticks burning, their smoke spiraling upwards. Many of the free awakeners from the 7th district were helped by Tai Long. Zhu Yunxiao explained with a smile, gently brushing his fingers along the edge of the shrine. When they come here, they all come to pay their respects. Just in the past 2 days, the number of people offering incense has been endless, and these offerings were all brought by them. We even have to clear some regularly, otherwise, there's no space left. Lu Ning nodded slightly, then respectfully bowed to Tai Long's shrine. Although he hadn't met Tai Long many times, he had always had a good impression of the black market leader. After paying his respects, he turned to Zhu Yunxiao. "Now that you're the bar owner, can I ask you to post a task for me?" Zhu Yunxiao's lips curled into a smile. "Of course, that's one of the purposes of our bar. It's a good thing to help the Mist Bureau." Lu Ning nodded and got straight to the point. "Last time, 2 members of our action team sacrificed themselves, and we need to recruit people. Can you post a task for joining the 7th Division and becoming an action team member?" Zhu Yunxiao was taken aback for a moment, then nodded slightly. "It's possible, but you know, the Mist Bureau's action team members have certain requirements. They don't want abilities that aren't very practical, and those with good abilities, you've already invited them once they've registered. Since they've chosen to be free awakeners, it's unlikely they would want to join now." "I know," Lu Ning said firmly. "You just need to post the task. The Mist Bureau is indeed short on people now, so even if the abilities are a bit weak, as long as they're somewhat useful, it's fine. Hearing this, Zhu Yunxiao chuckled. Then we can give it a try. Don't worry, I'll post it for you shortly. Thank you. You're welcome. Zhu Yunxiao waved his hand, a hint of sincerity in his eyes. If it weren't for you, I'd be long gone. This is just a small favor for me. He paused. Do you want to look around here? Lu Ning shook his head. No, I need to head back. All right then. After leaving the One Tree Bar, Lu Ning returned directly to his residence site. Wasn't his turn to be on duty tonight. As soon as he entered, he sat cross-legged, beginning to refine the white mist within him. He had only absorbed a small portion of the white mist that contained the power of the fallen angel. This kind of dark god's power was much stronger than the white mist he absorbed from Li Mu, and difficult to eradicate. Lu Ning knew it might take a long time before he could fully absorb and digest this white mist. The side effects were significant, causing him to emit a unique charm that always attracted attention when he walked down the street. These gazes made Lu Ning uncomfortable. During the refining process, the white mist often emitted a piercing shriek, tearing through his internal organs. Every time his organs were damaged, Lu Ning had to repair them immediately. However, this process also had benefits for him. It allowed him to refine his body and hone his undead abilities. When his mental energy was depleted, Lu Ning would take out a soul crystal to restore it. As for the mental pollution from the soul crystal, it was negligible to him. Once his mental energy was sufficiently restored, he continued to focus on refining the source of pollution. Day in and day out, Lu Ning's cultivation routine continued like a machine, unchanging and mechanical. A few days later, thanks to Colin's efforts and the bar's recruitment tasks, the branch finally enlisted 4 new members. The first was Dimitri, a brown-haired young man, nearly 2 meters tall with a solid build that exuded an undeniable presence. His ability was an air cannon, capable of unleashing powerful air waves with a roar. Dimitri was a third-tier free awakener who had assisted the headquarters alongside Tyran in the last war and survived. Upon seeing the recruitment notice from the Mist Bureau at the bar, he joined without hesitation. Next was Shan, a slightly overweight middle-aged woman who had awakened the ability to transform into a crow, with her power ranked at Tier 2. Her husband had perished during the turmoil in the Happy Heaven, and her daughter was devoured by a mutant, leaving her alone. Despite her limited combat capability, Shan decided to give it a shot after hearing about the relaxed recruitment criteria of the Mist Bureau and managed to join successfully. The remaining 2 new members were freshly awakened ability users. One was 14-year-old Ai Ha, lively and energetic, with the power of metal manipulation, possessing great potential as an elementalist. The other was a beautiful young woman named Zhong Kaixian, who awakened bullet time, allowing her to significantly enhance her reaction speed and dynamic vision for short periods. This ability was undoubtedly invaluable to the action team. For the action team, the addition of 4 new members was certainly a boon. Colin continued Lin Zhao's tradition by treating the new members to a hearty meal as a welcome gesture. In the days that followed, the 4 were sent to Qinfeng for basic training. Fortunately, there was not much activity for mutants during this time, so things remained relatively calm. Lu Ning focused intently on honing his spirit both at the branch and at home. As his cultivation deepened, his long black hair gradually became shorter. Initially, he had only trimmed it, but it grew back overnight. Now, however, it seemed to retract on its own as if possessing a will of its own. More importantly, the phenomenon of Lu Ning turning into a wax statue had significantly eased. His facial lines became softer, and although he had mostly recovered, he sensed a hint of regret in the way Colin and others looked at him. Time flew by, and 2 months passed quietly. One night, Lu Ning finally absorbed all the white mist. As the last wisp of mist dissipated, an angry shriek resonated within him. In an instant, Lu Ning felt as if he were being watched by an invisible gaze, a gaze that traversed time and space, laden with intense fury. His body turned into a wax statue, and then shattered into pieces. These fragments seemed to be consumed by an invisible flame, gradually melting into pools of wax. After several hours, the wax appeared to gain life, slowly solidifying and squirming. All the wax pieces gathered from around the room to the bed, eventually coalescing into Lu Ning's previous form, reclining against the headboard. At this moment, Lu Ning's body had fully returned to its original state. As the wax figure began to show signs of life, Lu Ning slowly opened his eyes, which shimmered with a peculiar pink glow, as if even the air had become still. The eerie pink glow flickered briefly, and Lu Ning's eyes became even deeper and darker than before. A hint of surprise and delight appeared on his previously calm face after absorbing the white mist. He had acquired a range of abilities related to corruption. These newly acquired abilities included the negative, corruptive, and charming powers commonly used by members of the Joyous Heaven. More uniquely, he gained the ability to transform himself into a wax figure and reshape his appearance. This power differed significantly from ordinary shapeshifters. He could only change his appearance, unlike Shirshan, who could alter her weight and body structure as well. For example, he could freely change into the appearance of any man or woman, but his weight and internal structure remained unchanged. At the same time, Lu Ning's physical attributes were comprehensively enhanced. His flexibility, dynamic vision, and other metrics were noticeably improved, which were common traits among the followers of Joyous Heaven. These new abilities, similar to awakened powers, required the consumption of mental energy, and their effectiveness depended on the level of his mental strength. What puzzled Lu Ning was that when he previously absorbed the pollution sources of Li Mu and Colin, he did not acquire their abilities. Even though these two white mists had been absorbed by the corrupt white mist, and he then absorbed the corrupt white mist, he still did not gain the corresponding abilities. However, Lu Ning had always chosen to stop pondering over things he couldn't figure out. More importantly, this absorption had brought a qualitative leap in his mental power, and he could clearly feel that he was approaching the 4th level. Although the mental power within the white mist had been exhausted, he still had 10,000 soul crystals in hand, making the breakthrough to the 4th level a certainty, with even the potential to reach the 5th level. He got up, took a comfortable hot shower, and then enjoyed a good night's sleep. Over a month later, when he felt the breakthrough bottleneck, he smoothly advanced to the 4th level in just half a day. At this point, the qualitative change in his mental power was evident. Expanding from a small pond to the size of a fish pond, not only had the quantity increased, but the quality had also become as refined as mercury. Although he hadn't attempted it, Lu Ning could still sense that both his immortality and the newly acquired ability of corruption had significantly improved. His body had undergone continuous refinement during this period, especially through the process of absorbing the corrupting white mist, where his internal organs were constantly experiencing a cycle of breaking down and regenerating. This extreme training accelerated the strength of his physical form, marking a qualitative leap compared to the last major battle. Using Lin Xiao as a reference, Lu Ning estimated that although his physical strength hadn't yet reached that of this near 6th-tier powerhouse, the gap was closing. This indicated that his physical attributes had reached the level of a 5th-tier physical enhancement awakened, even surpassing his own mental strength. Coupled with the increased resonance amplitude of his soul-stirring power, Lu Ning's overall strength had drastically transformed. With the addition of the Scarlet Sword, Lu Ning believed he might even have a chance against 6th or 7th-tier awakeners. Of course, he had previously defeated high-tier awakeners like Lillian, but that was mainly due to countering abilities. In the past, facing high-tier awakeners whose abilities weren't countered, even with the Scarlet Sword, he would have struggled. But now, the situation was entirely different. Lu Ning opened his eyes, calming the mental energy surging within him. He felt a slight regret that Base City 116 lacked strong opponents to properly test his current strength. He pondered whether he should join the Mist Exploration team. A week later, in the morning, Lu Ning walked into the activity room and saw Aha and Dimitri playing a fighting game. Dimitri's bear-like physique was imposing even while sitting, and Aha, standing beside him, was nearly the same height. The two were at a crucial point in the game, shouting with excitement. In the seating area, Li Mu and Shirshan were enjoying the latter's carefully brewed fragrant tea. On the other side, Zhong Kaixian, who was a graduate student in computer science before awakening, was engrossed in a book. After the previous incident where she avoided Lu Ning due to the book's content, she had returned to normal once she realized Lu Ning hadn't minded. "Deputy Captain, would you like some tea?" Shirshan asked with a smile as Lu Ning entered. Lu Ning nodded in agreement and asked about Colin's whereabouts. Li Mu pointed outside and explained. He got a call and stepped out to take it. As Shirshan handed the tea to Lu Ning, Colin walked in, his expression serious, and said to Lu Ning, "Lu Ning, come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you." Lu Ning put down his teacup, stood up, and walked towards the door. Li Mu and the others glanced at him curiously, but quickly looked away. After stepping outside, Lu Ning followed Colin to the captain's office. The office was arranged just as it had been when Lin Xiao was there, with the only noticeable difference being some of Colin's personal items. Everything else remained the same. Colin closed the door and gestured for Lu Ning to sit down. Lu Ning asked, a bit puzzled, "Captain, is there something you need?" Colin took a deep breath before speaking slowly. "I just received a call from Director Li. He said there's something he needs you for." "What does Director Li need me for?" Lu Ning inquired. Colin frowned slightly, his tone carrying a hint of tension. "He said it's a mission issued by the Federation, and they've specifically requested your participation." "Specifically requested me?" Lu Ning was a bit surprised. "What kind of mission?" Colin replied seriously. "There's been an issue at Base City 121 nearby. Recently, Base City 121 has sent out several distress signals. The Federation headquarters dispatched several teams to investigate, but shortly after entering the base, they lost contact. The Federation has now decided to form an elite team, led by a high-level awakened one, with team members being elites from nearby base cities. You're one of them." Lu Ning was taken aback. "I'm one of the team members?" Colin nodded, showing a bit of concern. "Not just a team member, you're the vice captain." "Vice captain?" Lu Ning was incredulous. I'm only at the 4th tier. Colin seemed equally surprised, pausing before exclaiming in disbelief. What? You're at the 4th tier? Lu Ning replied expressionlessly. Yes, I just broke through a few days ago. Colin was utterly shocked. Wait a minute, when I joined the Bureau, I was at the 4th tier, and you were only at the 1st. I just advanced to the 5th tier a couple of days ago, and you're already at the 4th tier? How is that possible? Lu Ning responded calmly. Maybe I just have a good talent. Good talent. Colin was speechless, completely stunned. You've been in the Bureau for less than a year, and you're already at the 4th tier. If this news gets out, many awakened ones would be devastated. Lu Ning was a bit skeptical. Is it really that exaggerated? It is, Colin said seriously. For those who at most reach the 2nd or 3rd tier in their lifetime, hearing that you advanced to the 4th tier within a year would definitely be crushing. Your talent is completely unconventional. Lu Ning nodded slightly, acknowledging. All right, I understand. Colin frowned and added. But you're only at the 4th tier. Why would they make you vice captain? Lu Ning's gaze showed a hint of doubt. Colin finally calmed down, taking a few deep breaths before saying, It might be because you have the Crimson Sword, a soul artifact that suits you exceptionally well, allowing you to exert power beyond your level. Additionally, it could be due to your unique nature. As for the specific reason, I asked directorly, and he didn't know either. Lu Ning nodded, not pressing further. When do we depart? Director Li said within the next couple of days. Someone will come here to pick you up. Be prepared in advance, Colin said simply. They both returned to the common room. Li Mu, seeing them enter, couldn't help but ask curiously. Colin, what was it about that only Lu Ning was called? So mysterious. Colin glanced at Lu Ning, then thought for a moment, realizing it couldn't be kept secret, so he explained concisely. It's about a mission. Lu Ning is going to be the vice captain. Li Mu was stunned and then questioned. Vice captain? But he's only at the 4th tier. How is that possible? Just then, Wang Chuan walked in from outside, also puzzled by the conversation. An elite team led by a 7th tier awakened. How could someone like Lu Ning, who's at the 3rd tier, be made vice captain? Colin smiled leisurely. You don't understand, Lu Ning is already at the 4th tier. Colin was satisfied to see the stiff expressions on everyone's faces. He secretly felt pleased, knowing he wasn't the only one taken aback. Seeing the others, equally shocked, unexpectedly lightened his mood. The arrival of the elite team was quicker than Lu Ning had anticipated. By noon the next day, Colin informed Lu Ning that Li Yixing wanted him to head to headquarters immediately, as the elite team members had already arrived. Considering the need to traverse the wilderness, Colin lent his off-road vehicle to Lu Ning, which was more suitable for the journey than the low-clearance sedan Lin Xiao had previously requested. Amidst everyone's reminders, Lu Ning drove the off-road vehicle with simple luggage towards headquarters. When the car stopped in the parking lot outside the headquarters, Lu Ning gazed at the new building, lost in thought. The fierce battle that took place here last time was still vivid in his memory. As soon as he stepped into the lobby, Yan Feng, who was toying with flames, approached him. With his hands in his pockets and a casual demeanor, he seemed to have recovered well. Li Yixing sent me to get you. Let's go. They're all waiting in his office. While they were in the private elevator, Yan Feng lowered his voice to warn. Some of those guys don't seem to respect you much, so be careful. Seeing Lu Ning's puzzled look, he rolled his eyes and explained. This team is made up of elites, all at least 5th rank. You're a 4th rank being made the deputy leader. Anyone would be upset. He then paused, suddenly realizing. Wait, when did you advance to the 4th rank? That's insanely fast. The elevator quickly reached the top floor. Li Yixing's office was spacious and bright, with several people already seated on the couches in the guest area. Yan Feng gave a casual glance around before reporting to Li Yixing. Old Li, I've brought him. Li Yixing immediately stood up to greet Lu Ning and introduced him to the assembled team members. The black-haired middle-aged man, Nan Yu, a 7th rank expert from the Federation's headquarters, would serve as the team leader. Other members included Su Hui, Dennis, Irene, and 5 others, all of whom looked at Lu Ning with varying degrees of curiosity, hostility, and disdain. Nan Yu got straight to the point. Now that everyone is here, let's head to base 121. When Li Yixing suggested resting for the night, Nan Yu insisted, the mission is urgent. He turned to Lu Ning, who nodded to indicate he was ready, and then issued the order to depart. Seeing Nan Yu's insistence, Li Yixing reluctantly stood up. Let me see you off then, he said. Together with Yan Feng, they accompanied Lu Ning and the others downstairs. Nan Yu led the group to the parking lot where 4 off-road vehicles were parked, and they divided themselves among them. Including Lu Ning's car, there were a total of 5 vehicles, which then slowly started toward the gate of the base city. At the base city's wall, several soldiers in silver-white protective suits were stationed at the gate. Most of the traffic consisted of adventurers and vehicles coming and going. Lu Ning had heard that some free awakeners would seize the opportunity to leave the city and try their luck outside. Staff members stood by, using instruments to carefully check everyone entering and exiting, denying passage to those with excessive mental pollution levels. Even though Lu Ning was a member of the Mist Bureau, he still needed to go through the inspection. When it was his turn, the instrument emitted a faint ticking sound. The staff member glanced at the display, frowning slightly with a hint of surprise. Is the instrument malfunctioning? A colleague beside him asked, puzzled. The mental pollution level is 0, the staff member said thoughtfully. The instrument might be faulty. The colleague immediately frowned, clearly skeptical. How is that possible? At this moment, Lu Ning spoke calmly. There's no issue. My mental pollution level is indeed 0. As he uttered these words, the surrounding staff and passers-by turned their heads in surprise. Seeing the "are you kidding me" expression on the two staff members' faces, Lu Ning explained calmly. You can verify with the Mist Bureau. I have credentials. As he spoke, he retrieved his Mist Bureau Task Force member ID from his pocket. Upon seeing the emblem on the ID, the staff's demeanor changed instantly. It's Officer Lu. Please hold on a moment. I'll verify this. One of the staff members quickly took out a phone and made a call, inquiring about Lu Ning's status in a low voice. After hanging up, his expression became even more astonished. Officer Lu, we apologize for the delay. Lu Ning shook his head. No problem. May I go now? Of course. The staff member nodded quickly, watching as Lu Ning departed. Lu Ning started his vehicle, promptly catching up with the other cars that had already exited the gate. He overheard the two staff members continuing their conversation. Is his mental pollution level really 0? One of them said in a low voice. It's unbelievable. I can hardly believe it. That's incredible. Not a trace of mental pollution. Yeah. Once outside the base city, Lu Ning immediately sensed that the mental pollution in the air was denser than inside the city. Within the base city, he usually couldn't see mental radiation with the naked eye, but here, he could clearly see thin, mist-like white fog drifting in many areas. Although this white fog was very faint and almost imperceptible unless closely observed, its presence indicated that the mental pollution in this area was extremely intense. At this moment, Lu Ning experienced a new sensation: desolation. Outside the base city felt like a different world. The roads were compacted dirt, unlike the paved roads inside the city. The surroundings were barren lands, wild grass, ochre soil, and dense forests, creating an environment that was deserted yet conveyed a unique, solitary beauty. He drove the off-road vehicle, following behind, traversing areas mostly devoid of designated roads, with the vehicles moving directly through wasteland and grass. The convoy moved silently, heading toward the distant edge of the base city. As the sun gradually set in the west, painting the clouds in shades of orange and red, they continued moving slowly. Suddenly, the lead SUV veered off the path, crushing the roadside grass as it headed toward an open field not far away. The convoy followed in an orderly fashion, including the vehicle driven by Lu Ning. Once the convoy reached the field, they came to a gentle stop. Nanyu was the first to jump out, surveying the surroundings. We'll camp here for the night. Arrange the vehicles in a circle, and we'll set up camp inside. Nanyu's voice was clear to everyone. Got it, Captain, came the resounding replies. The SUVs quickly repositioned, forming a ring around the first vehicle, leaving ample space in the center. Car doors opened in succession as team members disembarked. Nanyu immediately began assigning tasks. Eileen, Song Sinian, collect firewood. Dennis, Chungyu, scout the surrounding area for safety. Lin Menglan, set up defensive structures. Everyone else, take a rest. The team members nodded in acknowledgement and dispersed swiftly to their tasks. The others found places to sit. Next to Lu Ning sat a strikingly beautiful woman with hair as white as snow. Shirley. She looked at Lu Ning curiously. Was the result from the gate check true? Is your mental pollution level really 0? This question instantly caught the attention of everyone except Nanyu. Lu Ning nodded gently to confirm. How is that possible? Interjected Su Hui, a tall young man with black hair. How can a human have a mental pollution level of 0? A Faf, a strong-built woman with brown skin, also cast a skeptical glance. I've never heard of anyone achieving that. Before Lu Ning could explain, Nanyu, who had been silent, spoke up. It's true. Seeing the others' astonished expressions, he added, once everyone is back, we can introduce our abilities to each other. It'll help us work better together. Soon, Eileen and Song Sinian returned, the latter carrying a large bundle of firewood, while Eileen came back empty-handed, joining Shirley and a Faf's conversation circle. Dennis and Chungyu followed with their scouting report safe within 3 kilometers, but a potentially dangerous abandoned town 5 kilometers out. Lin Menglan demonstrated her earth manipulation skills by constructing a sturdy dirt wall around them. Nanyu signaled for Su Hui to light the fire, who snapped his fingers to ignite a pile of wood, creating a warm campfire. All right, Nanyu said, looking around at everyone, his expression turning serious. Let's sit down. We'll talk while we eat. I need to explain the details of this mission. He paused. After all, this mission might be somewhat dangerous. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.